Chapter 1 The Binding System. Host, Ariathir. Shabufan exclaimed Didineti, how can this still Harsika voice, no way. I can't still be alive, get away, I don't want to live that kind of life anymore. Plus calm down, my host. Are you an idiot, after Bayat be that truck, doyori alighting you could survive? Truly foolish. I forgot to introduce myself. Iomayo your golden finger for traversing to another world. In other words, I am the system Winia. My functionistiker were due corresponding to thetis su complete. Indeed. I realized, wonderful, in a longer havatosithos people. Wait, no, why hasn't me height decreased so much, no, why is misking green too, Shabufan stared blank Liathai's arm. This. I forgot to mention, dueta the incredibly suffocating Lithio lived on your previous existence, with nothing significant happening atypical of never fighting back or speaking up. Thus, upon traversing to his world, you have been assigned to the next creature a Goblin. The system will guide you out to gradually become a stronger until you reach the pinnacle of this world. Bro, has me golden finger, this bird arrangement is utterly dreadful, this. I can even be considered a person. This starting point is ridiculously low, how am I supposed to play, but if the system can help me dominate this world it means that this body can still be changed, right? Change. It can be changed, but the species cannot. I can only assist you when becoming the most powerful goblin. Thatchoitis. Damn, if that's to Betheswathan. Surely there must be some beginner's benefits or something if I go at Lakeithus, won't I just get killed? Then ilgive whereward. Culinary basics of. One wildo. The system said with a frown. No, what to see as culinary basics, am I supposed to fate that group of beasts with food? By that way, is the skill reliable, speak up. Am I going to be tenacious snack with those beasts? You can rest assured with this system just lie back and let guide you out of pinnacle of life. Iguarante ole tan drink well. Shabufan's fervent gazette combined with Goblin's grotesque fuss was quite difficult to accept. Alright, just turn your facey away. Looking at you makes me feel nauseous. Fine, just call me when you have some methinjum portant remember, it should be so methinj you can handle, not for an a trivial matter. Now we hereby announce the hour first task in this world collect 50 delicious, tender, and juicy mushrooms. Okay, I promise to complete the task. Shabufan vowed earnestly. Next, simply collect the mushrooms and exchange them for words. Okay, it's decided, this forestitis, let's it off, Wait, I done Thavia map. System, you're betraying. Despotethic complaints, Shabufan ventured in Tuthan known forest area to explore. Fortunately, this lazy system has built-in spatial storage otherwise, it have nowhere to put the mushrooms. Whatever, I've already guidance, what's there to fear, everyone has their burdens I'm not going to be cowardly about this. Having declared this determination, Bufan began picking mushrooms in the surrounding forest area. I really don't know what the system wants with these mushrooms, they're just ordinary shiitake mushrooms from the original world. I thought they were resami extraordinary treasuries, due to turn out of Bethis. Then what am I afraid of, I'll just go into the forest and collect them after all. It should. Probably. Hopefully won't be too dangerous. With that hot Shabufan stuffed the mushrooms into the system's space and entered the forest. As time passed, Hirochet the central area of the forest. Wow, there are so many mushrooms shura. This oyster mushroom. Tree mushroom, Thysis worthquit. And Theresliansman mushroom, Boletus. Wait, we is Therialiansman mushroom on tot dead tree? I know you understand, it must be lionsman mushroom, ill harvest it. Just as Shabufan Shand was about to touch the lionsman mushroom, a faint green light emanated from itses, and in an instant, all the lionsman mushrooms around began to catter and become agitated. What hell wasn't it said there was no danger, is this thing going to atone? Run imna tabato become fertilizer, Shabufan, clutching gay pile of mushrooms, bolted away. Damn, is this new player tastus dangerous, in ear limit my end in the jaws of mushrooms. Whatever, Thetiscus completed dive gathered 50 mushrooms. System, task submission. Shabufan said, trembling with fear. Hee, I told me hostess and Takoward, congratulations in completing this task. There were design increasing in height by 5 centimeters. The host Scurintheanctus no 1. 39 meters. Nothing much, I'll just take my leave. The next task is to sell 50 mushrooms in any form. Shabufan was petrified 1. 39 meters. 1. 39. How can a Betheshort, why? Why? No. Well, at least I've grown 5 centimeters, Bufan self-hypnotized. Now the next task is to pastel to sell mushrooms of Butho to sell them? Right, I'll rely on me culinary basics of. 1 to make a mushroom medley, I'll just do it. Wait, I don't have an Haviani tools, how am I supposed to thought, system? What, you need to bother the system for such trivial matters, useless waste. Fine, I'll do a sitov kitchen tools, remember, it's alone, and don't disturb me sleep for trivial matters. With that, the system conjured a sitov sumawat warn kitchen utensils beside Shabufan. Seriously, you're a lending me this thing, even if I repaired it, noon would want it, this is ridiculous, Shabufan said, his face filled with resentment. How do I speak to the system like that? Their word for thistaskishold, don't ever speak to the system like the Tagain. With that, the system vanished in an instant. Shabufan stood there, feeling thestimrissing fromished. Damn it, Bane Gangry Iceless issue just focus on making the medley. Not long after, Apatov, tasteless, colorless, and odorless medley supplanthopot. Greenish. The air was filled with a centriminous and tough sweat soaked stockings, This is really hard for me to evaluate its flavor. System, can't this thing really be sold? I want baby ten to death, Willie? Shabufan pinched his nose, stirring the indescribable concoction in the pot. Guaranteed, buddy, it will surely sell. The system confidently proclaimed. And so it went. Chapter 2 New Dishes. I can't estethis flavored, but since the system say so, I have an cois but o great matithan proceed. Anyway, I'll just give a tree. Furrowing is broashester incessantly. Mission accomplished, nudish mushroom medley, system, where should I select next? Area out there, system? Next, just sell it at thesitiga here, take this map and find doorway there. After handing the map to Shabufan, the system vanished, damn, Teresa map, you deceitful system. What did you say, don't you want the word? I'm sorry, I spoke a bit too loudly, please don't deduct mer word. I'm off no. Shabufan stored the large pot of unknown mushroom medley into the system spationed immediately off. Half an hour later, Shabufan arrived at the city gate, where soldiers swore fully armed, ofeverus imaginable, yet no human sight. Strange, we rather resume soldiers but no human same on them. Bufanmist, perplexed. That's because in this world, humans seri 50-year species, the most lucadaunapan. Alongside you, the goblin race, which is regarded even lower than humans. The system explained leisurely, wait, so I'm just going to discriminate against there, damn, even after Bingraborn is still have a tobosomion lucadanu panthesis just pathetic. Indeed, let me enlighten you about hierarchy of species in this world. First, the 50-year consists of goblin Sanumansa you are familiar with. Moving up, the fourth tier includes Ashuraris, third-faced and white-faced beasts. The horns and their heads distinguish males and families, but the females generally resemble humans. The third tier comprise Thorks, elves, and dwarves, each with their own corresponding occupations. For instance, dwarves are enthusiastic about forging everything needy in daily life. Different dwarves shave different price ranges. Elvescan blessinion, provided the payment tishafasi whether it's occurs or possession, they can resolve it, while orcs are primarily used as liborb with the upper tiers. Thesekintier include as entities like black and white impermanence, bull-headed horse-faced, six-winged angels, and high-evil demons. They typically possess unique skills or exclusive weapons. The Firstier consists of mythica figures beyond Dorkarintrich, Akintohoi, Nuwat, and the Yellow-Wandian emperors of Waxia. Similarly, the pantheon of Western deities, including Zeus, the king of the gods, his wife Hera, and Poseidon, the god of Thesia. Wait, Arathirari lie such legendary figures exist in this world. What's the point of playing Gadel? Why not just give up? The thought of having to confront beings that transcend the laws of this world is far less appealing than simply resigning myself to fate. Shabufan lamented, having already resolved to muddle through tasks and live his life as best as she could. Please, host, lift your spirits. Those first-year figures are no longer in this world, they have ascended to a higher realm. Moreover, lowered a race serenitin capable of development and evolution, much like the first emperor of Huaxiangjeng, the valiant general against Jurchen's UFA, and the Western Han General Watsubing. These figures from the human race have all managed to grace the stage of this world, Thesis Tempesonately declared. Yet, after Alphys, I'm still just a goblin, my friend. Why are you so fervent? It's not like Amirespo asked Sana legendary figures. Fine, I suppose I'll just stick to my tasks and Lalo. Buffon's mood shifted dramatically from exhilaration to despondency and fiend. Goblins remain thuicastrais, lacking on formidable beings. Ah, one cannot speak like it, you see, although Hera may not be remarkable goblins in existence at present. You Buffon area goblin endowed with a system, born at the pinnacle, and do possess a system the talos for continuous growth a kiva greatness is millimeter of time. Isn't that right, the system painted da picture of hope? Inughoff this fantasy of edif philosophic illusions. Ikarion lifer immediate gains. Whoever can bring me tangible benefits will have my unwavering loyalty until I obtain what I'd desire. Buffon scofidatha system, clearly unconvinced by its fanciful promises. Hepade litahitoi systems insa sunchatter, setten gu pasmal stullet thesatigatita pedal mushroom stew. Many curious onlookers turnet hirgazi toward festal, spotten gegringa blindber lyriaking waistheit, calling gaudacell. Food. The newly established stall piqued the curiosity of many, yet none were willing to the first approach. At that moment, a handsome human with willowly shaped diasunda prominent nose caught Buffon's attention. His itirua slide lighted. Buffonid said the tonoftimons arms waist a complete human limb, while it heather was merely a skeletal nant, yet the steel wielded a reverse blade knife. A reverse blade knife, can't the struli service me and soft defense reventas lefos? Hey, a robust voice emerged from the human, jolting Buffon back to reality. Boss, how much for the soup? What's that price? Quick, look, someone's buying. Can you believe if there is actually a fool willing to make a purchase, ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, creating a lively atmosphere around Thestal. This. Hey, dog system, what's the currency in this world, tell me quickly. Buffon anxiously inquired of he system. Hoof. Hey, boss, Ario hearing. Buffon feigned calmness Asha spoke. These mushrooms require ascertain culinary skill should tasty at first, and we can discuss to pricey afterward. Trust a paramount form. At that moment, it seemed as though golden light radiated from Buffon, albeit in a manner that appeared some weight incongruous for a goblin. The human Malua stake an aback bithies, but quickly regained discomposure. Let me see how substantially our mushroom strelius. With that, Hescupadella leafed Hestu into an nearby wooden bowl, which was filled with thick, greenish broth, with various types of mushrooms floating gay top the surface. The man, being gay person of bold character, lifteth wooden bowl direct light to his mouth, ondain and pleasant odor assaulted his nostrils. Nevertheless, he continue unabated, consuming every drop of the broth until the bowl weighs empty before finally setting it down. Damn, your goblinculinera skills are quite something, thought Haramazov Putin gone. The presentation leaves much to be desired, the flavor is truly exceptional. Themon's face flushed with delight, as if he had partaken of fine wine, extolling the virtuous soft ham mushroom soup. Hiss. It feels as though he's insulting, yet he lack the evidence to confront that frustrating sensation. Buffon maintained a stoic exterior while inwardly grumbling. So how much do you reckon my skills are worth? Shall you fan posed the most burning question, your skill is worth? Worth. 5 majiknivs, Theman exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hey, system, how much is 5 majiknivs? Bufang quietly inquired. Approximately worth 50 yuan in your past life. 50 yuan. Does mushroom stew can sell for 50 a ball? Good heavens. I've struck a trich. Shalbufan's greedy expression was barely contained. Although he had been born human in his previous life, his goblin attribute had begun Torfa's mindset, making him increasingly avaricious. TSK, goblin stroller live up to their reputation. Sigh. The system remarked, somewhat exasperated. As the human staring tasty test unfolded, the surrounding vendors of the a throng of individuals preparing to enter the city gathered around. All worry a jurdo sampled ha high-priced, 5 magic knife a mushroom supan discover its enchanting galler. Chapter 3 Rewards received. As the crowd gradually swelled, the first batch of individuals who procured the mushroom medley savored its irresistible flavor. Among them were not merely those of lower social standings. There were also individuals from the 3rd and 4th tiers. They had encountered exquisite dishes with appealing presentations and delightful aromas, even having dined at the city's upscale eateries, yet none could compare to the humble, unassuming mushroom soup crafted by a goblin, which, despite its lack of visual appeal and off-putting scent, was remarkably delectable. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully selling all 50 portions of the mushroom medley at a price of 5 each. Thereby fulfilling the conditions for an additional reward from this system, the host receives 1 human Sheen soldier as a bonus. The original reward was 25 freely allocable attribute points, but due to the system's penalties, half of the reward has been revoked. Thus, the host receives 12.5 attribute points, which rounds down to merely 12 points. The system's cold voice echoed. Shalbufan's face instantly darkened, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he apologized to the surrounding crowd. I sincerely apologize, everyone. I could only prepare 50 portions of the mushroom medley, and they have all been sold out. I truly regret any inconvenience caused. Although Shalbufan was but a goblin, his previous life as a human endowed him with a silver tongue. As he uttered these words, the once exuberant atmosphere among the crowd began to deflate. Seizing the opportunity, Shalbufan discreetly made his exit system. I am not foolish, rounding down, I should have 13 points, why do you only grant me this? Just 12 points, take it or leave it. The system feigned ignorance, choosing to remain silent within Shalbufan's being. Fine, having points is better than none, I'll allocate all of them to my height. Shalbufan resigned himself to this reality. Ding, congratulations, host, for allocating 12 points, your height has increased from 1.39 m to 1.45 m. Congratulations, host, for making further progress on the path to strength. The system mockingly addressed Shalbufan. 1.45 m, at this height, I resemble an 11-year-old child. This is utterly ridiculous. In my previous life, I stood at a height of 1.75 m. Frustrated, Shalbufan retorted towards the system. Just 12 points only resulted in a mere 6 centimeters increase? Why is your system so inferior when others experience significant changes with just 10 points? The system acted as though it heard nothing, retreating deeper into Shalbufan's psyche. And you gave me a human Sheen soldier. Could that be a soldier from my illustrious ancestor's ranks? How did you manage that? Upon hearing this, the system re-emerged. Humph, do you even know who I am? Shalbufan responded, I'm up early for my morning duties, and you decide to appear now. What use is this to me? Of course, it is useful, otherwise, why would I give it to you? Every species possesses the potential for evolution, whether goblin or human, both can advance into more powerful beings. The system declared indignantly, quit spouting nonsense. How do I upgrade or evolve this soldier? Shalbufan pointed at the soldier clad in iron armor, lacking gauntlets and helmet, while wielding a spear. You really do have a pig's brain. Think carefully about what a soldier needs to elevate their status. The system chided, regarding Shalbufan as if he were a simpleton. Military merit is crucial, but how does one acquire military merit? Shalbufan inquired, hoping for a straightforward answer. Naturally, through engaging in battle and conquering lands to earn corresponding military merit. Surely your species change hasn't dulled your wit to the point of greed and lust, the system derided. Who is greedy or lustful? I merely forgot for a moment. Shalbufan's face betrayed a hint of guilt. Now that the mushroom soup task was complete, it was time to issue a new one. The new task is to prepare your soldier's favorite food. Additionally, produce and sell 100 portions of his preferred dish. Upon hearing Xiao Bufan's words, the system promptly posed a new question. What is your name? Xiao Bufan turned to the Qin soldier, who replied, I am Bai Qi, originally from my county of the Qin state. I am proficient with any weapon. Xiao Bufan thought to himself, Bai Qi, is he the renowned general known for his mass slaughter? Surely it must be a coincidence. He reassured himself to avoid overthinking it. What do you enjoy eating most? Xiao Bufan inquired, curious about Bai Qi's culinary preferences. I particularly enjoy tofu, with its smooth texture and tender consistency. It is a delicacy fit for the heavens, paired with a fine wine from Qin. It is truly a taste of paradise, Bai Qi responded earnestly. Xiao Bufan silently noted Bai Qi's fondness for tofu, pondering how to prepare it quickly and deliciously. As he walked, he stumbled upon a small stall selling books. Excuse me, could you fetch me a compendium of species and a local specialty cookbook? Upon completing his request, he watched as a humanoid figure of mud swiftly produced 2 books and handed them to him. Strangely, the books bore no trace of dirt. Here, 2 books for 6, the mud figure rasped. Xiao Bufan gratefully paid the vendor and hurried off. First, to make tofu, one must grind soybeans into soy milk, then add slime gel to coagulate the liquid? Can this even be consumed? Lastly, the cooled tofu must be pressed to remove excess moisture, and voila, it's complete. Xiao Bufan perused the content with confusion. Can slime gel really be eaten? It can, but only female slimes produce it. The system snickered mischievously. What exactly is slime gel? Tell me, you deceitful system. Xiao Bufan's impatience surged. You wanted to know? Don't blame me for not informing you later. Slime gel is the byproduct of female slimes. Though they appear gelatinous, they are hermaphroditic mammals, the system explained. What? I must use that substance to make tofu. Is such an exotic flavor even feasible? Struggling with revulsion, Xiao Bufan felt overwhelmed by the prospect of extracting slime gel from a slime's body. Your expression is quite colorful. I know what you're thinking, but thankfully, a single unit of slime gel can solidify an entire pot of soy milk, so you need not worry about making multiples. The system reassured. However, I must caution you, if a slime chooses to be female, it will typically attract many males for mating, leading to polyandry. So be prepared. The system added kindly, that sounds rather troublesome. The number of slimes we face could multiply exponentially. It seems we need a well-thought-out plan before acting. Bai Qi, how many do you think you can handle? Xiao Bufan pondered aloud. I would not presume too much. I believe I could easily slay 5 slimes. Bai Qi stated solemnly, exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan was impressed. Such strength would certainly make the task manageable. After devising a detailed plan, he noted that the first step was to obtain the gel from a female slime, followed by acquiring the chili sauce for the tofu from the flesh-eating flower-s red peppers. The ripe peppers needed to be soft to the touch, so they would first tackle the flesh-eating flower, which according to the compendium, only attacked with its whip-like tendrils. As long as they dodged skillfully, capturing one should be a simple matter. With the plan set, the duo boldly ventured forth to hunt for slimes. Chapter 4: The Great Ingredient Battle. Bai Qi and Xiao Bufan ventured alone into the Cloud Sea forest in search of the flesh-eating flower-s red peppers. These peppers were said to be both easy and difficult to find. The compendium clearly stated that aside from whipping with tendrils, they could also burrow underground to launch surprise attacks, necessitating vigilance. Xiao Bufan, consulting the book in his hands, remarked to Bai Qi, I will not commit such a rookie mistake. As they advanced, the sight of a pool of black water emerged. How peculiar! Why is this water black? Is it even safe to drink? Xiao Bufan pondered aloud, unsure. He turned to the system. What is this water? This lake connects to this vast forest, yet lacks any visible water source. It is an inland lake, but the color is black. Could it possibly be related to the Black Water River from Journey to the West? The system mused, equally perplexed. The Black Water River, isn't that the territory of the West Sea Dragon King's nephew, the Toad Dragon? Could there be a powerful lord residing in this black water lake? That would pose a significant challenge, Xiao Bufan whispered anxiously. Do not worry, my lord. I will follow you steadfastly, whether up the Knife Mountain or into the Sea of Fire. I shall not shy away. Bai Qi's words bolstered Xiao Bufan's spirits immensely. After all, what was there to fear but death? With this newfound resolve, Xiao Bufan clapped Bai Qi on the shoulder and declared, Indeed, with you by my side, we shall claim this world as our domain. Having gathered his equipment, he contemplated venturing into the dense forest. However, as he walked, Bai Qi suddenly sensed a subtle tremor beneath his feet. My lord, be cautious. Just then, the ground split open, and dust erupted in all directions, filling Xiao Bufan's limited field of vision with yellow earth. Damn, this old trickster has finally shown himself, the man-eating flower, the red pepper, he exclaimed. Take this, you vile creature. With that, he drew a rust-covered kitchen knife from his system space.as. The blade was unsheathed, flakes of rust fell away. No matter, it's as if it has been enchanted, inflicting magical damage. Yet the red pepper was no pushover. A root, as thick as a man, surged from the earth, covered in sharp thorns. Damn, this fiend comes equipped with thorns, truly troublesome. Spitting, Xiao Bufan called out to Bai Qi. There's a gap beneath it, according to the text, that's its weak point, devoid of thorny protection. Bai Qi, upon hearing this, quickly grasped the situation. Damn it, covered in thorns, I can't cut through, I'll stab you right in your rear. At that moment, Xiao Bufan swung the kitchen knife fiercely at the base of the red pepper's root. The man-eating flower retaliated, manipulating its tangles of vines to strike at Xiao Bufan just as the knife plunged into the root. A vine lashed out unexpectedly, sending him crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his nose and mouth, accompanied by excruciating pain and intense dizziness. Am I to perish here so soon after my rebirth? The red pepper seemed to sense Xiao Bufan's life force waning, controlling its vines to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, the vines halted mid-motion, plummeting from the air. Xiao Bufan, stunned, gazed at the vines mere inches from him. His heart racing, turning to the base of the red pepper, he discovered Bai Qi's weapon firmly lodged in, well, that particular area, but he could not see Bai Qi. Where is Bai Qi? Surely he hasn't been sucked in there. As Xiao Bufan envisioned Bai Qi's unfortunate state, he was startled by a warm sensation enveloping him from behind. My lord, please remain still, I shall channel energy to heal your wounds. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Bufan felt a wave of relief wash over him. A warmth surged within him as he thought, one day, I will make you Bai Qi, a figure feared throughout the world. The system, eavesdropping on Xiao Bufan's inner thoughts, nodded in approval, pleased that this young man had finally shed his despondency after all the effort taken to summon Bai Qi. Bai Qi, intent on restoring his lord's health, quickened the flow of energy he directed towards him. Half an hour later, Xiao Bufan coughed up a clot of blood that had lodged in his chest. The energy Bai Qi had channeled linked all his meridians, restoring them to their original state. Even stronger than before, it seems this man-eating flower, the red pepper, possesses treasures beyond measure. Aside from its most striking fruit, its teeth might serve well as culinary tools or weapons, and its thorny exterior and roots could be used for fire or forged into sturdy linings. Xiao Bufan mused, gazing at the enormous corpse. Bai Qi, what material is your armor made of? Reflecting on the red pepper's thorny exterior, he inquired. In my previous world, I held the rank of a minor commander. Thus my armor is made of iron, though it is of poor quality and offers minimal protection. Bai Qi replied, wary that Xiao Bufan might overthink things. In truth, his armor had long since lost its effectiveness, serving merely as decoration. That's splendid. I read in the compendium that the thorny exterior of the man-eating flower can be fashioned into a defensive lining of 1-to-1 quality. This way, my subordinates will have additional protection. Xiao Bufan chuckled upon hearing this. Bai Qi was deeply moved. The usually stoic commander had tears welling in his eyes. Asu command, my lord, I shall heed your every directive. After shedding tears, Bai Qi reminisced about his former lord, King Zhao of Qin. Regretting that he had perished in that bloodless war, the seeds of humanity had been sown in Bai Qi's heart, giving rise to a new concern for this once ruthless general. From this day forth, I vow to defend my lord's honor and protect him as he ascends to the pinnacle of this world. Once Xiao Bufan's body had recovered, he promptly seized the kitchen knife and began to dissect the corpse of the red pepper. First, he retrieved the fruit to use as seasoning. Goodness, this must be at least 15 meters tall. How long will it take to prepare this seasoning? Next, he collected the 2 teeth at the base of the fruit, which could enhance his culinary tools and provide Bai Qi with a new weapon. I wonder if Bai Qi will be accustomed to a knife made from these teeth, Xiao Bufan pondered. Lastly, he approached the toughest exterior of the root, but to his surprise, once the man-eating flower had perished, its outer layer resembled that of ordinary wood, easily removable. Thus Xiao Bufan scraped off strips of the root's exterior with his knife. After gathering all the materials and ingredients, he stuffed them into the system space until there was no room left. After such a lengthy endeavor, he finally completed the dissection of that accursed creature. With a sigh of relief, he set down the kitchen knife and called Bai Qi over. Bai Qi, do you know how to wield a knife? Upon hearing this, Bai Qi realized that he was to receive a new weapon, which was quite significant. I can handle various weapons, though I may not master them all. I am certainly skilled enough. Xiao Bufan, pleased, decided to use the 2 teeth, one for a kitchen knife and the other to provide Bai Qi with a new weapon. It should be far more powerful than that long spear, which I believe is still lodged in that spot. Turning to look, he found that Bai Qi had already extracted the spear, its tip smeared with a greenish substance. After organizing their spoils, several hours had passed, and night had fallen. We should hurry. I have a feeling this desolate place will harbor danger after dark. Sometimes a man's instincts are more reliable than a woman's intuition. Xiao Bufan urged, pulling Bai Qi as they fled the forest. Upon emerging, they were met with an indescribable roar and an unbearable stench wafting from the depths of the woods. I knew this cursed place would bring nothing good. Xiao Bufan exclaimed, this foul odor signals to my body that we are in grave danger. Xiao Bufan and Bai Qi made their way back to the city gates, only to find them closed. Surprisingly, the vendors at the entrance had not left, rather, they seemed more animated than during the day. How peculiar. Why are the vendors more excited now than they were earlier? Although perplexed, Xiao Bufan approached one of the vendors and inquired. The gates are shut. Why do you remain here to peddle your wares? The vendor looked at him disdainfully. Come, give me 2 magic blades, and I will share the answer with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan turned and walked away, ignoring the vendor's pleas as he stepped beyond the city gate's confines. Well, it seems the gates won't open. We can only plan for tomorrow. Let's rest now, Bai Qi. To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 5. Preparations underway. Continuing from the previous chapter, after resting in an open area outside the city gates, Xiao Bufan and Bai Qi soon fell into a deep slumber. However, a cacophony of drums and gongs jolted them awake, alerting them to danger. Following the raucous noise, the vendors at the city gates erupted into a frenzy. A closer look revealed numerous floating spirits. Their garb indicating various backgrounds, commoners, nobles, and beggars, yet their former professions and races were indiscernible. What time is it? Xiao Bufan asked, holding Bai Qi close. Bai Qi gazed at the night sky and replied, it is likely around the hour of high. The moon is obscured by clouds, casting no light. After this exchange, Xiao Bufan began to piece together the situation. This phenomenon, it seemed, could only occur under specific conditions, between the hours of high and Z. With no hint of light in the sky, allowing these spirits to manifest. Having grasped the essence of the matter, Xiao Bufan decided to rest once more, while Bai Qi insisted on keeping watch to ensure his safety. Though he was able to retreat to the system space for rest, the night passed swiftly, and when Xiao Bufan awoke, he stretched, performed a series of elementary exercises, and summoned Bai Qi from the system space before heading toward the city gates. Upon seeing Xiao Bufan, the guards immediately recognized him. Our Goblin chef, what delightful treats do you bring today? I still remember the taste of that mushroom soup. The guards laughed heartily. I haven't brought any food today, but I promise to prepare something even more astonishing next time. I've come to purchase some seasonings. I hope you can assist me, Xiao Bufan replied, deftly addressing their curiosity while expressing his needs. The captain of the guards, upon understanding the situation, promptly ordered the gates to be opened for Xiao Bufan to enter the city. As Xiao Bufan stepped into the city, he made his way directly to the most renowned blacksmith shop in the outer city. It was said that the owner of this establishment was a genuine member of the dwarven race, commanding nearly 100 apprentices who toiled under his guidance. Upon arriving at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Xiao Bufan was greeted by a cacophony of clanging metal, the sounds echoing through the expansive 2,000 square meters of the workshop. Observing about 10 apprentices at the entrance, he pondered that just as a chef must possess the sharpest of knives to create the finest dishes, he too required the best tools for his craft. Thus, he called out to the apprentices, young man, I wish to speak with your master. Please inform him that it is a matter of great importance. One of the blacksmith's apprentices paused his work and glared at Xiao Bufan, retorting, what business does this green-skinned creature have with my master? If you cannot present a satisfactory reason, you shall find yourself in quite a predicament. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan's expression darkened, and he turned to leave, adding, I take responsibility for my own affairs. Do not come seeking my aid when matters go awry. It seemed that this apprentice was lacking in manners, so Xiao Bufan decided to seek out another blacksmith shop to forge what he needed. He proceeded to a neighboring establishment, repeating his request. This time, the apprentice did not speak much, promptly going to consult his master. Although this blacksmith shop was not the most prestigious, the master was indeed a dwarf, and his craftsmanship was unlikely to be subpar. In less than half an hour, a stout dwarf with robust arms emerged. Adorned with a metal helmet shaped like horns and sporting a prominent beard, wielding a heavy hammer. He regarded Xiao Bufan with curiosity. Who are you, and what brings you to my shop? Xiao Bufan replied unhurriedly. I am a chef seeking a sharp steak knife and a quality dao. With that, he produced 2 teeth from the carnivorous flower red pepper from his inventory. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Andrew Dorsey, a blacksmith by trade. However, my fees are not insignificant, as the owner of the adjacent shop is my apprentice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan was taken aback. What, the owner of that shop is your apprentice? Is he truly so lacking in decorum? Andrew understood the situation and explained, my apprentice is solely focused on his craft and tends to be lenient with his subordinates. I hope you can overlook this. I shall personally forge the 2 items you require and will only charge you 50 gold coins. How does that sound? Feigning hesitation while inwardly elated, Xiao Bufan thought, this dwarf is truly a good person. Surely the master of the neighboring shop possesses commendable skills as well. Thus, he readily agreed, saying, then I shall entrust this task to you, Andrew. He promptly retrieved 50 gold coins from his inventory, the profits from his previous sale of mushroom soup, and handed them to Andrew before hastily departing. After bidding farewell to Andrew, Xiao Bufan exited the city, heading towards the outskirts, where he noticed the guards discussing the delightful taste of the mushroom soup from before. He couldn't help but reflect on the urgency of preparing tofu, not only to evoke a sense of nostalgia for Bai Qi but also to earn more gold coins for future needs. Xiao Bufan understood that no matter the world, wealth was a necessity, and lacking it was simply unacceptable. About 3 hours later, Bai Qi emerged from the inventory, and Xiao Bufan stared blankly at him. Realizing he had forgotten to prepare the inner lining, Bai Qi, noticing Xiao Bufan's distraction, felt puzzled and soon exclaimed, my lord, I forgot to prepare the inner lining for you. Hearing this, Bai Qi felt warmth in his heart. Assuring, my lord, this is all for you, there is no need for concern on my behalf. Xiao Bufan, alarmed, insisted, no, Bai Qi is my strongest asset, you must not speak such nonsense that a lord must care for his soldiers. After exchanging pleasantries, the two re-entered the city to retrieve the 2 crafted weapons from Andrew, only to find that the weapons in their hands seemed somewhat peculiar. Observing their expressions, Andrew remarked, it seems this is your first time receiving crafted equipment. In this world, items forged by dwarves are blessed by the god of forging, granting them a unique trait. Additionally, equipment varies in quality, the most common being those crafted by apprentices, followed by ordinary artisans, legendary craftsmen, and finally the prized creations of dwarves. The ultimate weapons, of course, are those forged by the god of forging, of whom no one knows anything. After Andrew's explanation, Xiao Bufan examined the 2 weapons crafted for him. One was identified as the Blade of Sharp Teeth, which bestowed a unique ability against food-based monsters, halting their innate talents for 15 minutes. What is this? I expected attributes like lifesteal or sharpness. What use is this, and what does it mean to have a monster's unique talent? Xiao Bufan inwardly lamented. At that moment, the system suddenly appeared, elucidating, this unique talent refers to skills inherently possessed by certain monsters, which do not drop upon death and accompany the monster throughout its life. Only powerful figures such as the human high priest or the goblin shaman king can consume and utilize such skills. Xiao Bufan grasped the concept and then turned his attention to the reverse blade sword crafted for Bai Qi. But Andrew, why is this Dao a reverse blade? How is one meant to wield it effectively? Andrew scratched his disheveled beard, awkwardly explaining, it was initially crafted with a standard edge, but the god of forging imparted the reverse blade trait, altering its form. Xiao Bufan pondered this revelation, wondering if the god of forging could foresee Bai Qi's dark past and intended to prevent him from becoming a ruthless warrior again by bestowing a reverse blade. The thought momentarily stunned him, but he dismissed it as fanciful. Despite the reverse blade's unconventional design, it granted the ability to enhance strength by using the back of the blade to strike. So I can simply knock my foes out with the hilt, he mused, relieved that the teeth from the carnivorous flower red pepper were sturdy enough not to break with the desired items in hand. Xiao Bufan took Bai Qi to an armor shop, presenting 10 bundles of carnivorous flower red pepper thorns. As shopkeeper, please forge a sturdy inner lining from these, and consider the remainder as payment for your labor. The shopkeeper, recognizing a generous client, eagerly accepted the materials and commenced his work. Approximately 2 hours later, after receiving the completed thorny lining, Xiao Bufan and Bai Qi gazed up at the bright night sky. It seems we shall have to postpone our plans regarding the slime gel until tomorrow. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. With that, the two settled into an inn within the city, paying 25 gold coins, nearly exhausting Xiao Bufan's funds. The night passed quickly, and with the dawn of the next day, the two equipped themselves and set out towards the Cloud Sea Great Forest. According to the compendium of species, slimes preferred to inhabit dark, sunless caves, and different varieties of slimes possess distinct attributes. Dark caves, there are plenty within this forest, but finding them will take ages. Xiao Bufan sighed to Bai Qi, lamenting the task ahead. Do not worry, my lord. Bai Qi reassured him. I vow to follow you to the end. If necessary, we shall search every cave until we uncover the slime's lair. Bai Qi's steadfastness offered comfort to the disheartened Xiao Bufan. As they ventured deeper into the vast expanse of the Cloud Sea Great Forest, they encountered numerous potential ingredients but refrained from letting any escape. After a day of searching, they had thoroughly explored a 10-kilometer radius of caves. Yet not a single slime was in sight, let alone a slime queen. While roasting skewers of mushroom, Xiao Bufan grumbled, "This is ridiculous, not even a glimpse of a slime." Bai Qi continued to munch on the roasted mushrooms in silence. Content to endure the evening devoid of any unpleasant odors or chilling sounds from the forest, they settled for the night, cooking mushrooms to sustain themselves. The following morning, they awoke early, prepared their gear, and pressed deeper into the forest. However, as they ventured further, both opportunity and peril loomed, and soon Xiao Bufan found himself in a troublesome predicament. A fish-like creature, encrusted in mud, with human limbs sprouting from its body at intervals of every 10 centimeters. The sight sent Xiao Bufan's sanity spiraling. "What on earth is this abomination? I cannot fathom how such a creature came to exist," he thought, shielding his eyes from the grotesque sight, attempting to distance himself from it. Unfortunately, despite his efforts to remain quiet, the creature detected them. In the blink of an eye, the monster pivoted and charged towards Xiao Bufan and Bai Qi. Observing its ferocity, Xiao Bufan braced himself for the encounter. Without a trace of hesitation, I swiftly turned away from Bai Qi, distancing myself as I watched the creature charge towards him. In a hurry, I took out the compendium of species to examine this monster. I observed that once the creature had fixated on Bai Qi, he stood his ground, motionless, gripping his long spear tightly. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, thrusting his spear towards the monster's head. However, the creature, undeterred, barreled towards Bai Qi, bracing itself against the spear. Despite Bai Qi's considerable strength, his full-force strike failed to penetrate the monster's tough exterior. Conversely, the creature continued its relentless charge, and Bai Qi, relying on his armor and inner lining, withstood the impact of the beast's assault. A dull thud resonated. "What the hell are you? Your skin is as tough as a rock." Bai Qi muttered a curse, adding that claiming it didn't hurt was a lie. Who wouldn't feel pain when struck like a train? Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan was desperately searching for a weakness in the creature, fortunate that the book mentioned this monstrosity, resembling a humanoid with fish-like features, was called a humanoid Jialian. Goodness, it's hideous, no wonder it slathers mud on its face, Xiao Bufan remarked, then shouted to Bai Qi, "Aim for its underbelly. It has no armor there." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi sprang into action. Drawing his reverse blade sword, he struck at the creature's limbs with precise ferocity, and blessed by the entries of the compendium, his blow severed several of its appendages. The Jialian lost its balance, crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qi retrieved his previously deflected spear, gliding to the creature's other side, and drove the spear forcefully into its abdomen. Just as Xiao Bufan had indicated, the spear slid easily into the Jialian's midsection, releasing a pool of bluish-green liquid from the wound. The moment the liquid touched the ground, it emitted a sizzling sound. Bai Qi, alarmed, quickly withdrew from the vicinity of the creature. "Damn it, there are hidden weapons!" he exclaimed as he swiftly drew his reverse blade sword once more. With a flick of his wrist, he angled the blade to form a scythe-like curve, accelerating towards the Jialian's wound. All he had to do next was run forward. Bai Qi, with the sword embedded in the Jialian's belly, dashed towards its tail. The humanoid Jialian, in pain, relied on its remaining limbs to rise. Bai Qi had no choice but to withdraw his sword and maintain a safe distance. Then, the Jialian let out a shrill cry, emitting piercing sound waves towards Xiao Bufan and Bai Qi. Xiao Bufan quickly sidestepped behind Bai Qi, dragging the dazed warrior away. Upon witnessing this, the Jialian also turned around, retreating deep into the forest. "My lord, why are you dragging me? Let me go. I want to slay that beast," Bai Qi protested as he regained his senses, struggling to break free. Allowing the enemy a moment to catch their breath was akin to courting trouble. Xiao Bufan observed Bai Qi's incessant writhing. "With such a gaping wound, you won't last long. If I hadn't pulled you back, you'd be dead by now," he stated firmly. Bai Qi immediately ceased his struggles, and Xiao Bufan finally released him. "Now, we simply need to follow the blood trail. Keep your distance. If that Jialian retaliates, we both could find ourselves in dire straits." Thus, the two continued along the bloodied path, conversing about the events that had transpired. Then Xiao Bufan inquired, "How should fish fillets be prepared for the best flavor, Bai Qi?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qi perked up. "A fish is typically grilled in our group, but it lacks flavor." Xiao Bufan, inspired, asked, "Have you ever had pan-fried fish?" Bai Qi shook his head. "In that case, we should find some yellow-brown fruits that exude oil when squeezed. Those are huangniaogua, ideal for frying fish." Bai Qi nodded in agreement. As they continued, stopping periodically to gather various ingredients, after 2.5 hours, they finally located the carcass of the Jialian by a patch of water. Is this the Black Water Lake? Oh no, could this creature be a guardian of the lake or a spawn of the toad dragon, stirring up trouble? Despite his complaints, Xiao Bufan continued to dissect the Jiao Lian's body with his steak knife, cutting it into large and small chunks until only a complete skeleton adorned with limbs remained. Why not take the limbs as well? Because in his past life, Xiao Bufan was human, and the act of consuming humanoid limbs was beyond him. After neatly stowing away the various meat pieces in his system space, he pressed deeper into the forest. To no more, one must await the next installment of the tale, Chapter 7, The Final Ingredients. Picking up where we left off, Xiao Bufan and Bai Qi ventured further into the depths, encountering numerous ingredients along the way, yet they merely glanced at them before retreating. The background of that Jiao Lian seemed formidable. It likely preyed on explorers, backed by significant power, otherwise it wouldn't be so brazen in attacking. Upon sighting one, a sense of unease gripped Xiao Bufan, prompting him to prepare for the worst. The two continued their search until they stumbled upon a glowing slime at the entrance of a cave. Damn, you pesky gelatinous creature, how hard you are to find! Without hesitation, they charged towards the slime, Bai Qi being the swifter of the two, swiftly cleaving the slime into a puddle of gel. However, the gel seemed to possess a will of its own. Coalescing towards a specific direction, observing the writhing gel, Xiao Bufan recalled a character from a computer game he had played in his previous life, the biochemical demon, which had the innate ability to reassemble after being shattered. Realizing this, Xiao Bufan understood that his steak knife was the key tool for this hunt. With newfound clarity, Xiao Bufan brandished his steak knife and struck at the fragmented gel. In an instant, the incapacitated gel ceased its movements. Bai Qi, witnessing this, quickly realized, "My lord, I have failed to detect such a beast's trickery. Please punish me." Xiao Bufan waved him off and proceeded into the adjacent cave. With Bai Qi hastily following, upon entering the cave, an odd occurrence transpired. The entrance was blocked by an extraordinarily viscous substance, impervious even to Xiao Bufan's steak knife. "Well then, let us brave it," he declared. Armed with their weapons, they cautiously advanced deeper into the cave, sticking close to the walls. After roughly 10 meters, they discovered a mineral emitting a faint blue glow. Xiao Bufan rifled through the compendium of species for information on minerals. Finding no record of such a substance, he concluded that either it was unrecorded or not classified as a mineral. However, the likelihood of the former was minimal. He continued searching the compendium for answers, but to his surprise, the mineral suddenly sprang to life, rapidly lunging towards his face. Bai Qi reacted swiftly, unsheathing his Tang Dao and striking at the mineral-like entity, severing it in one blow, though it appeared highly defensive. The creature was still very much alive, lunging at Bai Qi. Fortunately, Xiao Bufan swiftly intervened, delivering a decisive strike to the two gelatinous masses, extinguishing their vitality. Soon after, more slimes charged at them, but through their coordinated efforts, they managed to eliminate each one that approached, ultimately reaching the Slime Queen. "Today, you shall meet your demise," Xiao Bufan proclaimed, pointing his blade at the Slime Queen. "An impressive human, to have reached me," the Slime Queen croaked, her voice akin to having a lump of gel lodged in her throat. The sound was utterly revolting. "And you truly deserve to suffer." Before he could finish his words, Xiao Bufan swung his knife towards the Slime Queen. But midair he was ensnared by a suddenly appeared tentacle, causing his steak knife to fall to the ground. Bai Qi, seeing this, was instantly enraged and picked up the knife that had dropped. Striking at the tentacle that bound Xiao Bufan, with a single stroke, the tentacle that had ensnared him was reduced to a puddle of gelatinous substance. "So this slime can play tricks too. It was my oversight," he thought, subsequently reclaiming the knife from Bai Qi's hand. The two charged towards the Slime Queen together. Bai Qi focused on severing the attacking tentacles, while Xiao Bufan aimed to plunge the knife into the body of the Slime Queen. Just then, the Slime Queen unexpectedly split into hundreds of smaller slimes, forcing Xiao Bufan, who was suspended in midair, to descend and observe. Although these slimes were no match for the duo, they understood that this was merely a delaying tactic from the Slime Queen, and both were continuously searching for her whereabouts. After slaying countless slimes, Bai Qi's keen eyes spotted a single slime crawling toward the cave entrance, and he immediately shot towards it, realizing the situation. Xiao Bufan followed suit. Bai Qi swiftly lifted the slime at the cave's edge into the air, and Xiao Bufan seized the opportunity to strike downwards. Suddenly, all the slimes in the cave vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. "Could this be an illusion? That would be terrifying," Xiao Bufan murmured as he gazed at the two halves of the Slime Queen. After skillfully disassembling the remains of the slime, he extracted the most vital slime gel from beneath its eyes, albeit in two halves. Noticing the crown beside him had not been split in two, he quietly picked it up and stored it in his system space. Following this, a voice resonated that did not belong to anyone present, announcing, "Congratulations on passing the trial of the slime den." Distributing rewards to the brave warriors, Xiao Bufan looked at Bai Qi in confusion. And Bai Qi was equally bewildered. How could they have stumbled upon the trial and completed it? Before Xiao Bufan could ponder further, the trial's voice continued. Reward: Crown of the Slime Queen effect. The trialist wearing this crown will deal 150 increased damage to slimes. Reward: Slime Hook effect. Possesses a certain degree of extensibility. Reward: Title of Slime Slayer effect. Any slime encountering this trialist will have its defense reduced by 10. After this series of announcements, a warning followed. The death of the Slime Queen has alarmed the Emperor Slime. And the aura of the trialist has been locked onto. Damn it, I knew there were no free lunches from the sky. How could it be both a trial reward and? Xiao Bufan wore a knowing expression. The priority now was to produce tofu and obtain system rewards, not to worry about the Emperor Slime. It is well known that novice villages have protective barriers. I do not believe it can enter. After handing the slime hook to Bai Qi and equipping the title, Xiao Bufan prepared to return to the outside world of the cave. To learn how this unfolds, stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 8, Tofu Rewards. Continuing from the previous installment, the two re-equipped themselves and exited the cave. Returning to the city, they found a small stall to purchase 100 pounds of yellow soybeans for grinding, realizing they were genuinely out of money, with no place to grind in the city. They had no choice but to venture outside. Arriving at the outskirts of the Yunhai Great Forest, they located a large stone slab and poured the 100 pounds of soybeans onto it. They then found another stone slab to press down on top. As the saying goes, what is not clean won't cause illness. After completing these tasks, Xiao Bufan had Bai Qi stand guard to collect any juice that flowed out. At noon, with little juice having emerged, they removed the stone slab and gathered the soybean residue, which could be fried later for a delightful, crispy treat. Once collected, they proceeded to boil the soy milk. Xiao Bufan skillfully set up an iron pot, added the prepared 100 pounds of soy milk, and slowly brought it to a boil. After approximately 15 minutes, he added the crucial slime gel. Once the fire was extinguished, he allowed it to cool naturally. Time passed until around midday, when the pot of soy milk gradually cooled and transformed into a batch of delightful tofu. Success. Next came the task of selling the tofu. As Xiao Bufan looked at the anthropomorphic pieces of fish meat and the spicy sauce made from the man-eating flour in his system space, he suddenly envisioned preparing a pot of fish meat stew with tofu. And he acted upon it. Xiao Bufan stored the tofu from the pot into his system space, rekindled the fire, heated the pot, and added the oily fruit he had collected from the system space. After extracting the oil, he immediately tossed in the fish meat, which, still moist, sizzled vigorously in the pot. This is bound to get burnt. Oh well, it's not for me to eat. After frying the large chunks of fish meat until they turned white, he poured in a substantial amount of water to boil. Once the broth turned milky white, he added all the tofu and continued boiling over high heat. After approximately 45 minutes, a pot of creamy fish soup with tofu was completed. However, lacking any seasonings, he had to add a bit of the spicy sauce from the man-eating flour. Xiao Bufan quickly served a bowl of fish soup tofu to Bai Qi, who remarked, "I never expected to enjoy tofu here. In the past, I had to win a battle just to eat it." After saying this, he tasted the fish soup tofu with the creamy broth flowed down his throat, the savory flavor tantalizing his palate. And the tender tofu burst in his mouth, a truly exquisite experience. Ding, system side quest. Provide food that Bai Qi loves has been completed. To reward Bai Qi skill, leading troops LV1. The master can expend corresponding attribute points to summon soldiers of the Qin dynasty for his command. After Bai Qi finished his bowl of fish soup tofu, the system's voice echoed, and Xiao Bufan received his reward. This reward was far too enticing. If I had enough attribute points, wouldn't I be able to summon the Qin army back into this world? Remarkable. Xiao Bufan joyfully accepted the reward. Following this, it was time to sell the 100 servings of fish soup tofu. The rewards for side quests were so impeccable, one could only wonder what the main quest would entail. After contemplating, Xiao Bufan stored the large pot into his system space and set off towards the city gates. Before long, he arrived at the city gates, skillfully setting up a small stall and bringing out the pot of fish soup tofu. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the pedestrian street at the city entrance. A vigilant guard noticed him and rushed over. "Hey, little boss, do you remember me? I'm the one who opened the gate for you last time. Is this your new dish? It looks delicious, give me a bowl." Recognizing the familiar face, Xiao Bufan decided not to charge him, serving a small bowl for the guard to taste. "What is this white square object?" The guard asked, bewildered. Without any explanation, Xiao Bufan ignored his question, leaving the guard to taste it first. Upon tasting, the guard couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly divine delicacy, this must be something celestial." His words attracted a crowd, stirring the attention of several merchants within the city, including the 2 blacksmith apprentices he had encountered previously. Xiao Bufan's stall was soon crowded with eager customers. He set the price for the fish soup tofu at 12 silver coins per serving. Although steep, it was justified by the quality. The 2 apprentices, drawn by the aroma, also approached the stall. Spotting the apprentice who had previously harassed him, a mischievous idea sprang to Xiao Bufan's mind when it was their turn to purchase. He first served the polite apprentice a bowl without asking for payment. The apprentice, initially intending to pay, glanced at the other apprentice behind him and understood the unspoken message, retreating to the side to enjoy his meal. The other apprentice, seeing Xiao Bufan give away the fish soup tofu for free, called out, "Aren't you that green-skinned creature? How about this? If you give me a bowl for free, I'll forge the tools you need." The apprentice wore a smug expression, making Xiao Bufan feel as though he had bitten into something unpleasant. Xiao Bufan turned back to the bowl he had prepared and added a generous serving of chocolate sauce before handing it to him. The apprentice, puzzled, asked, "What is this black stuff?" Xiao Bufan replied, "This is the essence of the fish meat." Hearing this, the apprentice quickly finished the soup in a few gulps. Xiao Bufan couldn't help but burst into laughter. While the apprentice remained confused about the source of his amusement, until a wave of nausea surged through him, he could barely contain his urge to vomit, shouting at Xiao Bufan, "What did you make me eat?" This drew laughter from the onlookers, evidently aware of the apprentice's character. "Isn't my dish delicious? Isn't it exquisite?" Xiao Bufan taunted, pointing at his own backside. Upon hearing this, the apprentice dashed aside to vomit. "I will surely seek revenge on you," he exclaimed, retreating with a queasy demeanor. Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan continued serving bowl after bowl of fish soup tofu to the customers, ultimately selling every serving he had prepared. The area around his stall was filled with patrons relishing the fish soup tofu. After tidying up the pot and dismantling his stall, he headed straight into the city. The guard at the entrance, upon recognizing Xiao Bufan, hurriedly opened the city gate for him. Having just observed Xiao Bufan's demeanor towards that apprentice, it is clear that no one wishes to provoke a chef, fearing the day he might poison them without their knowledge. Successfully entering the city, Xiao Bufan was determined to fulfill his promise and made his way to the blacksmith shop where he had previously commissioned his weapon. "Hey, Andrew Dosa!" A single exclamation jolted the slumbering figure awake, revealing the disheveled blacksmith, clutching a large wooden barrel typically used for drinking, who approached Xiao Bufan with a scowl. Groggy and irritable, Andrew unleashed a barrage of invectives upon Xiao Bufan, cursing his lineage from ancestors long past. Once Andrew had exhausted his tirade, Xiao Bufan gently lifted his eyelids. "You seem to be quite spirited in your cursing. Do you no longer desire to eat?" Andrew, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly retracted his previous remarks, yet shamelessly sought the tofu from Xiao Bufan, who had intended to give it to him all along, thus choosing not to dwell on the matter. Subsequently, Xiao Bufan retrieved a bowl of fish soup tofu from his system's storage and handed it to Andrew. Cautiously savoring the small bowl of delicacies, Andrew relished each bite, exclaiming, "This is exquisitely delicious. It was worth my effort in forging those 2 divine weapons for you." Once Andrew finished his meal, Xiao Bufan presented him with the exoskeleton of a luminous beetle. "Hey, where did you acquire this? It is quite a rarity." As Andrew examined the small piece, he realized it held the potential to upgrade armor. "Well, isn't that fortuitous?" Xiao Bufan pointed to the armor worn by Bai Qi. "Do you think my brother's armor could be upgraded?" Andrew quickly grasped the implication. "You cunning fellow, you were indeed waiting for me here." Xiao Bufan chuckled, "Well, I won't concern myself with that. After all, you've eaten my tofu, so you must do my bidding." Thus, Andrew had no choice but to comply and upgrade the armor. Bai Qi, overhearing the exchange, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "Ding, congratulations to the host. Bai Qi's loyalty has increased to 100. Unlocking evolution conditions. Bury hundreds of thousands of beings to immediately evolve into a slaughterer." Xiao Bufan was equally moved, yet he pondered the seriousness of these evolution conditions. Hundreds of thousands, how long would that take? But there was no alternative. It would have to be done gradually. After Andrew completed the armor upgrade, it fused with the exoskeleton of the luminous beetle, granting it the ability to emit a soft blue glow in dark places. Alongside enhanced defensive capabilities, listening to Andrew's explanation, Xiao Bufan found it futile to critique the second attribute. Once the armor was donned again, they encountered the aggressive apprentice accompanied by a group of fellow apprentices and some guards. What do you mean by this? Is this your way of seeking revenge against me? You better consider the consequences, Xiao Bufan threatened brazenly. Upon recognizing Xiao Bufan, the guards hesitated and quickly sheathed their weapons. Having initially been dispatched to address complaints about someone adding rice to the diner's bowls, realizing it was Xiao Bufan, they had no desire to offend him, lest they be deprived of his culinary delights. Moreover, having witnessed the apprentice's prior treatment of Xiao Bufan, they redirected their ire towards him and forcibly escorted him away. The apprentice's entourage, witnessing this turn of events, dispersed unhappily, leading to all onlookers being sent away. Afterward, Xiao Bufan and his companion exited the city. The long-awaited system rewards then appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the 100 tofu task. Next, you will receive the reward of Intermediate Culinary Arts LV. 5. Allowing your dishes to be even more delectable, prices can increase, and you may freely allocate 50 attribute points. Additionally, the host receives one random lucky draw from the wheel. Lastly, a new task was issued. Buried 1 million beings. Reward, Bai Chi will directly advance to a slaughterer. For every 10,000 beings buried, gain 1 freely allocatable attribute point. As the rewards were credited, Xiao Bufan grew curious about the random lucky draw. Pondering what he might obtain. To discover the outcome, one must await the next installment. Chapter 9, Summoning Meng Tian. Continuing from the previous narrative, Xiao Bufan, intrigued by the random lucky draw, decided to give it a try. Suddenly, a celestial phenomenon occurred. The sky darkened with thunder and lightning, accompanied by distant cries of battle. Abruptly, the heavens turned crimson, and the sound of clashing weapons grew nearer. A column of golden light descended before Xiao Bufan, and a figure emerged from the radiance. With a dignified and serious demeanor, exuding handsomeness, he presented himself as a true general, embodying valor and might. I am Meng Tian, here to serve my lord. Meng Tian's resolute declaration resonated with Xiao Bufan, filling him with satisfaction. Upon noticing Bai Chi standing beside Xiao Bufan, Meng Tian was taken aback. Could it be that you are the legendary slaughterer Bai Chi, the one who led the Zhao army to its demise? Numbering 40,000, though composed, Meng Tian maintained a respectful demeanor. Bai Chi, initially irritated, wondered why he had not been afforded such grandiose circumstances upon his own arrival, feeling overshadowed by the spectacle surrounding this young man. Hearing Meng Tian's assessment of him brought a slight sense of balance to his feelings. Indeed, it is I. Bai Chi confirmed succinctly, affirming his identity. Ding, due to the host activating the random lucky draw. The valiant General Meng Tian of the Qin dynasty has been summoned. A new task is now issued. Create Meng Tian's favorite meat dishes. Reward, Meng Tian will advance and gain the ability to command troops, allowing the consumption of corresponding attribute points to summon golden fire cavalry. After receiving the system's task, Xiao Bufan promptly interrupted the conversation between Bai Chi and Meng Tian. Meng Tian, what kind of meat do you prefer? The question left Meng Tian momentarily stunned, until Bai Chi prompted him. Surely you know this. Newly enlisted soldiers can choose a dish to have their lord prepare for them. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian's eyes lit up. I have fought in the northern front for years against the Xiongnu, often feasting on beef and lamb. However, fish is a rarity, so I would like to eat fish. Any type will do. As Xiao Bufan, pleased with this, recalled that he had a substantial amount of anthropomorphic catfish in his system storage, retrieving over 50 pounds of meat. Both Meng Tian and Bai Chi stared in awe, as it was only natural for a martial general to favor meat. Then I shall prepare butter-fried fish and grilled fish steaks, Xiao Bufan declared. The two quickly agreed, and thus they were dispatched by Xiao Bufan to gather firewood and move stone slabs, tasks that posed no challenge for the two seasoned warriors. Subsequently, Xiao Bufan crushed the buttery fruit and placed it in the pan, the sizzling sound filling the air. He swiftly placed the fish meat into the pan, frying it until golden on both sides, allowing it to absorb its own juices over low heat. He then laid a large piece of meat on the stone slab, which crackled and popped as it was grilled. The fish skin adhered tightly to the stone, and a layer of oil was brushed on to enhance its allure. In no time, the two sumptuous fish dishes were ready, the butter-fried fish glistening and irresistible. However, Meng Tian first sampled the grilled fish steak, the tender flesh bursting with flavorful juices in his mouth. Impressive, my lord. I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills. Initially, I thought you were merely a diminutive goblin, but now, with this talent, I am committed to following you. Meng Tian mumbled through mouthfuls, reaching eagerly for the butter-fried fish. The aroma of butter overwhelmed him, and the crispy skin combined with the succulent flesh left him enchanted. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Meng Tian's loyalty has risen to 80, unlocking the troop type, Golden Fire Cavalry. Hearing the system's notification, Xiao Bufan nodded in satisfaction. Next, he needed to procure a suitable weapon for Meng Tian. Meng Tian, you are adept with blades and spears, correct? How about I forge you a fine iron spear? Xiao Bufan inquired, addressing Meng Tian, who was still enjoying his meal. Then I shall express my gratitude to you. My lord, once Meng Tian had finished his meal, Xiao Bufan stored the leftover fish in his system space. With daylight still remaining, he decided to make a quick trip into the city. Approaching the city gate, he encountered a familiar young guard. After sharing a piece of fish with him, he hurried inside. Upon reaching Andrew's blacksmith shop, Xiao Bufan called out, "Andrew, hurry out!" A nearby apprentice, unfamiliar with him, rushed over to cover Xiao Bufan's mouth. "Shoo, keep it down. If the master wakes up, he will be furious." Ignoring the apprentice, Xiao Bufan marched directly into the bedroom, where he found two elderly figures drinking, one being Andrew Dosa and the other his brother. "Andrew Dasaki, damn it, you old rascal, hiding here drinking without inviting me. Next time I won't bring you food." Xiao Bufan feigned anger. "Oh, for heaven's sake, why do you always pester me? Can't you see I'm enjoying a drink with my brother?" Dosai was also fearful that the young man would deny him food, which is why he pleaded in a low voice. Xiao Bufan had his own plans. He retrieved the remaining fish from the system space. "Here, these 2 platters of fish are for you as a side dish, but you must do me a favor," he said. "You just say the word, and I shall grant your request." Dosai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fish as he hurriedly made his promise. "Look at this fellow beside me, he lacks a proper weapon. Why don't you provide him with a fine iron spear?" Xiao Bufan pointed at the dazed Meng Tian. Meng Tian, still in a stupor, was surprised that Xiao Bufan was indeed procuring a weapon for him. He scratched his head in confusion and hurriedly thanked Xiao Bufan, while a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, Meng Tian's loyalty has increased to 100. Hearing this, Xiao Bufan's face broke into a joyful smile. Dosai, observing Xiao Bufan's expression, mistakenly thought he was still mulling over the earlier disrespect shown by Dosai's apprentice, and thus chastised the young apprentice in front of Dasaki. Dasaki, not being foolish, quickly grasped the situation, realizing that his subordinate had offended the goblin before him. He hastily apologized. "Esteemed one, my subordinate has shown a blatant disregard for hierarchy, and I am willing to offer the most precious dragonstone from my blacksmith shop to craft a spear as compensation. I hope you will forgive my subordinate's transgressions." Xiao Bufan's initial intention was merely to take advantage of the old man, Dosai, but unexpectedly Dasaki presented him with a grand gift. Reluctantly, he accepted it. Masking his true thoughts, "I do not wish to see that boisterous fellow again, ever," he declared, startling Dasaki, who nonetheless nodded in agreement. Afterward, that noisy individual truly vanished from sight. This is merely an aside. Once Xiao Bufan achieved his objective, he swiftly led Meng Tian away. After preparing a weapon for Meng Tian, he contemplated how to allocate his 50 attribute points and how to complete Bai Chi's advancement quest. In this world where strength reigns supreme, one must possess formidable fists. Xiao Bufan decisively allocated half of his attribute points to strength. In an instant, every muscle in his goblin body tore and reformed, a process excruciating enough to render him unconscious multiple times. However, recognizing one's own insignificance compels one to strive for greatness. We are inherently small. The pain of evolving from ignorance to knowledge signifies growth. As we face and overcome challenges, life is rife with splendor. When Xiao Bufan finally awoke, drenched in sweat, the distinct contours of his muscles proclaimed to all that the old Xiao Bufan had truly perished, and what emerged next was a reborn version of himself. After carefully inspecting his transformed physique, he allocated the remaining attribute points to his height, for as the saying goes, an inch taller, an inch stronger. This time, he raised his height to 170 cm, but the accompanying pain felt as if multiple ribs had shattered, akin to the sensation of an egg yolk being crushed, causing him to momentarily lose his vision. After some time, Xiao Bufan managed to steady himself and stand, though he remained the shortest among the trio. Yet now he could stand proudly before his enemies instead of lurking behind Bai Chi, executing ambushes as a shadowy goblin. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have met the advancement criteria and evolved from a shadow goblin to a robust goblin. Please continue your efforts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan's expression bore no trace of joy, rather, it was clouded with frustration. He still had not escaped the goblin's fate, but at least he had progressed, with his emotions in check. Xiao Bufan began devising a plan to bury 1,000,000 beings alive. To learn how, stay tuned for the next chapter. The grand plan of burying alive. Since summoning Meng Tian, the unparalleled team had gained a formidable ally, marking a significant leap in strength. Should the plan to bury 1,000,000 beings succeed, it would allow for the summoning of numerous troops to coordinate their offensive. The future appeared bright, yet reality was stark. The challenges of locating such a vast horde of creatures and ensuring no backlash after the burial loomed large. If the outcome mirrored the previous encounter with the Slime Queen, only to be targeted by the Emperor Slime, The endeavor would be fruitless, with his meager cultivation and 2 unadvanced generals. Confronting a swarm of creatures was out of the question, thus, the immediate goal was to locate a massive creature horde before strategizing further. Insects could be considered creatures, and ant species typically boasted large populations. As Xiao Bufan pondered summoning such ants, he hoped not to encounter another fluorescent beetle that had been a complete disaster. With a plan established, it was time to execute it. He retrieved the bloodstone spear crafted for Meng Tian from Disaki, made from the dragonstone. Naturally, under the dwarven craftsmanship, it bore some attribute enhancements. The bloodstone spear exuded a draconic aura, instilling fear in lower creatures, diminishing their will to fight, and boasting a 5 chance of causing enemies to flee outright. This is simply splendid, isn't it? Meng Tian exclaimed as he grasped the spear. Adorned with golden patterns and a straight, silvery metallic sheen, radiating a commanding presence. He was thoroughly pleased with the weapon, playfully wielding it with a flourish, performing sweeping motions, thrusts, and strikes, culminating in an impressive finish with a spin. Though its attributes were somewhat lackluster, Meng Tian's delight was more than sufficient. Xiao Bufan observed Meng Tian's childlike joy over his new toy and could only shake his head. After offering the remaining fish soup and tofu to Disaki, he departed with Bai Qi and Meng Tian. To locate a vast ant colony, they would need to venture deep into the Cloudsea forest. Any creatures encountered along the way could be buried as well. Contributing to their numbers, after discussing their plans, the trio set forth into the Cloudsea forest. No sooner had they taken a few steps than they encountered a giant scarab blocking their path. Towering roughly 6 meters high, its 2 mandibles resembled scythes, razor-sharp, and its body was enshrouded in a glossy black exoskeleton. Its 6 legs, as thick as saplings, were adorned with sharp spines. All these features signaled to the 3 that they had stumbled into a predicament. Goodness, it's enormous, Meng Tian gasped, his mouth agape, while Bai Qi and Xiao Bufan calmly drew their weapons, ready for battle. Seeing this, Meng Tian hastily took position, assuming an aggressive stance. However, as soon as Meng Tian brandished his spear, the previously indifferent scarab's eyes turned a menacing red, as if it had a vendetta against the dragon-kin. Before the trio could react, the giant scarab charged at them, its mandibles cutting down trees in its path. Realizing the enormity of the situation, Xiao Bufan and his companions quickly spread out. Bai Qi initiated the counterattack, using his slime grappling hook to ensnare the scarab's leg and leveraging momentum to leap onto its back. He swung his weapon with all his might, but the strike merely produced a metallic clang, rebounding him from the scarab's shell and sending him crashing to the ground. The scarab, feeling the impact on its back, prepared to retaliate against the fallen Bai Qi, raising its thick leg to crush him. Bai Qi narrowly escaped the strike by utilizing the agility of the slime grappling hook to evade. Phew, that shell is incredibly tough. I need to devise another plan. While fending off the scarab's charge, Xiao Bufan communicated with Bai Qi telepathically. Bai Qi, the joints of shell creatures often have gaps, aim for those weak points. Upon receiving the message, Bai Qi, along with Meng Tian, skillfully used the slime grappling hook to ascend back onto the scarab's back. Together, they thrust their spear into the gaps with all their strength, producing a satisfying thwack. This is remarkably effective, they exclaimed, yet, within moments, the scarab shook violently, throwing both of them to the ground, where they landed unceremoniously. Fortunately, Meng Tian's spear remained firmly embedded in the scarab's back, proving that their attack had indeed made an impact. Xiao Bufan, pleased with their progress, quickly regrouped with his companions. However, the scarab continued to endure the pressure from the spear lodged in its back, refusing to retreat, which made it increasingly irritable. Instinctively, it charged at the trio. This time, Xiao Bufan and his companions had learned from their previous encounter. They held hands and used the slime grappling hook to soar back onto the scarab's back. United, they delivered a powerful kick to the wound where the spear had penetrated, driving it deeper into the scarab's flesh, causing it to thrash about in agony. Yet, they still felt this creature's vitality was far too vigorous. Why won't it retreat? Xiao Bufan pondered, acutely aware of the scarab's resilience. It may be better if we work together to break its legs one by one, than bury it alive, Meng Tian suggested. But the idea was deemed too reckless by the others. With no other options, they decided to let the scarab exhaust its energy before attempting to bury it. This was the safest course of action, and they all agreed on it. How about we have a picnic on it? Xiao Bufan proposed, and the saying in a group of 3, one must be a strategist, rang true, as his suggestion was quickly accepted by the others. With resolve, they set about their plan. Though they faced a pressing dilemma, they lacked food. No, we have no ingredients for our picnic, Bai Qi grumbled in frustration. Let us dispatch the formidable General Meng Tian among us to gather some ingredients. It is evident that the strategy of flattery works exceptionally well on Meng Tian, who dutifully set off to procure the necessary supplies. An hour passed, and the two individuals seated upon the carapace of the giant beetle felt the rhythmic undulations beneath them. Remarkably, this fellow appears to be impervious to fatigue. Perhaps we should deliver him to the Pan Hong campus for a couple of servings of dragon fruit. The jolting has left me quite numb. Although my posterior is indeed numb, it is fortunate that Meng Tian has returned bearing a significant bounty of ingredients. Meng Tian, in your recollection, is that mushroom resembling a toxic fly agaric, the red-capped one, edible? And what about that vibrantly colored tree frog, is it consumable as well? I inquire, remarked Xiao Bufan, pointing at the ingredients Meng Tian had retrieved. So it's inedible, I assumed the brighter the color. The more delectable it would be. I even specifically gathered the reddest specimen, Meng Tian explained awkwardly while scratching his head. While it may not be fit for consumption, it can be crushed and applied to the wounds over there. My lord, Bai Qi interjected with an ill-conceived suggestion. Excellent idea. Upon saying this, the toxic fly agaric was crushed and placed alongside the deceased tree frog at the injury site. Hiss. What is this black smoke billowing forth? Meng Tian, startled by the sudden appearance of the smoke, broke out in a cold sweat. The unexpected pain caused the carapace beneath him to become increasingly agitated, bouncing with fervor, akin to a mechanical bull. As if his very rear were splitting apart, yet, this commotion did not disturb the trio atop. It was, after all, picnic time. The carapace served as a splendid makeshift grill, boasting ample ventilation. Once a fire was adeptly kindled, Xiao Bufan began to roast the food that Meng Tian had brought back. Hooray, it's a barbecue party, Meng Tian exclaimed, dancing with excitement as small meats and mushrooms sizzled and released tantalizing aromas that tantalized their taste buds. The roasted fare not only exuded an enticing fragrance but also boasted a perfect golden hue. The three of them, accompanied by spicy sauce, indulged in the feast while exchanging their stories, despite hailing from disparate realms and times. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. The most entertaining part was when Bai Qi and Meng Tian teased Xiao Bufan about his previous life. It was not until they had devoured the last morsel that they noticed the massive creature beneath them had seemingly ceased its movements. In a flurry, the trio dismounted and approached the creature. Discovering it still clinging to life, they quickly divided the labor and began to dig a grave for the colossal beast. 3 hours later, they were finally prepared with a substantial pit mechanism. As Xiao Bufan delivered the final stomp, the once compact ground suddenly gave way, revealing a deep pit before them, into which the beetle promptly tumbled. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully buried the giant beetle alive. This is the first creature you have completed your task with. There are still 99.99 creatures left to go, the system's voice echoed as the beetle fell. And upon receiving the system's acknowledgement, Xiao Bufan led the two away. The further they ventured into the depths of the cloud sea forest, the more bizarre the creatures appeared. Monkeys resembling horses and cows resembling fish flitted by as twilight descended. Reluctantly, they decided to halt, replenishing their energy to continue their efforts the following day. Throughout the night, each of the three arose in turn to resume their search for the ant nest, hoping to directly encounter an enormous ant colony that would allow them to fulfill their task. Xiao Bufan novelly mused, and as they pressed on, fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a small ant colony. Well, even the smallest fly is still meat, right? Xiao Bufan sighed in resignation. Let us practice on this group first. Suddenly, a mass of red ants surged forth from their burrow. Wait, aren't they supposed to be digging? Meng Tian questioned, looking quizzically at Bai Qi. Bai Qi mirrored his confusion. Glancing at Xiao Bufan, the three men, seemingly devoid of sense, charged forward recklessly. What to do now? Dying in the mud counts as a live burial, right? Xiao Bufan concocted yet another scheme, instructing Bai Qi and Meng Tian to gather mud from the lakeshore. As soon as they returned with the muck, Xiao Bufan eagerly began to launch clumps of it at the ant mound, smearing the viscous, moisture-laden mud over the entrance. A swarm of red ants, just about to enter their burrow, found themselves firmly ensnared within the muck. The system's voice urgently announced the progress, confirming Xiao Bufan's suspicion that this method was indeed effective. He instructed his companions to continue gathering mud while he mounted a fierce assault on the burrow. To learn more, stay tuned for the next installment, Chapter 11, The Grand Burial. Continuing from the previous narrative, Xiao Bufan, having mastered the technique of burying the ant colony alive, unleashed a torrent of mud upon the ant mound. Clumps of mud were hurled into the burrow in rapid succession, each fresh barrage forcing the previous ones deeper into the nest, after exhausting the mud that Meng Tian and Bai Qi had gathered. Xiao Bufan finally felt the strain in his arms. Oh no, cramps. The sudden discomfort caused him to leap several feet into the air, flailing his arms in an attempt to stimulate blood flow and hasten recovery. The system indicated that the task's progress had reached 25, a delightful piece of news for Xiao Bufan. Subsequently, he received 25 attribute points from the system, igniting his excitement. He quickly checked how many attribute points were required for Meng Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry, 15 points. Goodness, that's an exorbitant amount, he exclaimed. Then, he examined the attribute requirements for Bai Chi's unit, the Tiger and Wolf Army, which demanded 10 points. Could this be the system's ploy attempting to reclaim the points I just earned? He thought, dismissing the notion without further ado. Who needs your paltry attribute points? How presumptuous, the system retorted. As the system's words concluded, two figures appeared before Meng Tian and Bai Chi. The duo recognized their soldiers by their distinctive attire. Impressive, my lord, you have this capability as well. If you could summon tens of thousands more, I would conquer this world for you, Meng Tian exclaimed joyfully. You get lost. Do you think these attribute points come free? As someone was eyeing Xiao Bufan's attribute points, anyone would be reprimanded. The Golden Fire Cavalryman and the Tiger and Wolf soldier knelt before Xiao Bufan, clad in heavy armor, Soldier Yuan Jun and Soldier Luo Haoge. Reporting to the Lord, Xiao Bufan hastily helped them to their feet. There is no need for such formalities, my valiant warriors. Here, we do not adhere to such strict protocols. The more he gazed at them, the more he found them appealing, akin to precious jewels. His unrestrained greed was palpable, making the two feel uneasy. Your task is simply to accompany the two soldiers and assist me in transporting a large quantity of mud. It is as simple as that, he instructed them methodically. With their mission delineated, the five set off toward their next destination. The journey of life is fraught with hardships, and once again, Xiao Bufan encountered an obstruction. However, this time it was not a beast or ingredients, but rather a gathering of adventurers, likely from a certain guild. Hey, that green-haired goblin over there, what are you up to, sneaking about? Have you pilfered some treasures from others again? And those four humans beside you, are you all in cahoots? Then you shall all be taken, the leader of the opposing adventurers boisterously declared. How is it that encountering goblins in this world is tantamount to an insult? I am truly at my wit's end. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Charge at them, Bai Chi and Meng Tian. Since Xiao Bufan's level had risen, his self-assessment had undoubtedly soared. And the derogatory remarks from others incited his ire. Hearing their lord's command, Bai Chi and Meng Tian promptly grasped their weapons and charged at the opposing adventurers with unwavering resolve. The adventurers, caught off guard by this sudden assault, quickly regrouped, some enhancing their abilities, others providing healing support, while the frontliners braced for impact. Yet, how could a mere handful of damage-absorbing warriors withstand the furious onslaught of Bai Chi and Meng Tian? In an instant, the frontline was sent tumbling, while the support warriors hastily cast buffs and retreated from the battlefield. However, the warriors, unable to match their opponents in direct confrontation, were not without backup. They soon sensed two irregularly moving masses of gas approaching Xiao Bufan. Post-advancement, Xiao Bufan was not lacking in ability. Although he did not perceive the ambush, his heightened reflexes allowed him to effortlessly evade the surprise attack. With a swift motion, he seized the two assailants. Their strength far surpassing that of an average human, it felt as if he had almost dislocated their arms, but once they realized what had happened, they found themselves utterly unable to escape. Rendered helpless beneath his grasp, watching the warriors they had led succumb to defeat at the hands of Bai Chi and Meng Tian filled them with a profound sense of despair. No, my dear sister Yun, I have yet to properly cherish you, the apprehended leader of the adventurers cried out in anguish. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan's mind conjured a wicked thought of Bai Chi and Meng Tian. You two, bring that girl over here. Upon hearing this command, the leading warrior immediately understood its implications and struggled violently, but to no avail. In less than half an hour, Bai Chi and his companion had cleaned the battlefield, burying the remaining few alive. Yet they managed to bring back the girl. Meng Tian asked, "What does the Lord want with this woman? Are you foolish? What else would the Lord want with a woman?" Bai Chi replied, reacting swiftly and feeling slightly disillusioned with Xiao Bufan, for despite being a great general of the Qin dynasty, Bai Chi had only ever married one woman, eschewing the customs of concubinage. The three then returned to Xiao Bufan. You two, hold them down and prevent them from committing suicide, Xiao Bufan instructed, gesturing towards the two on the ground. He took the girl, Yuner, to a nearby grove. Though Xiao Bufan was a goblin, he had once been human and was quite averse to the idea of forceful acts. He merely pretended to. He gave Yuner's pert posterior a sharp slap, coaxing forth her cries for quite some time. Although he did not truly violate her, the sounds of her moans inevitably reached the ears of the leading warrior, who could not help but imagine what Xiao Bufan was doing with his Yuner. Causing his blood to surge, seeping from his 7 orifices, Bai Chi looked at the subdued warrior and could not help but feel a sense of admiration. at least he respected him for his pure love. Yet, in a brief moment, the bleeding warrior lost all vitality. Alas, another pure-hearted warrior departs from this world, Bai Qi lamented, but he silently channeled his vital energy to heal him, keeping him alive, for the Lord had commanded that he be spared from suicide. About half an hour later, Yunar's delicate backside bore the imprints of Xiao Bufan's slaps, a rosy hue adorning her skin. Strangely, it seemed that Yunar had taken a liking to the treatment and was unwilling to leave Xiao Bufan's side. Could it be that this woman is a masochist? After I gave her a good spanking, she wants to stick with me, Xiao Bufan pondered. Nevertheless, he scrutinized Yunar closely. She stood at 175 centimeters taller than him. Her long legs trembling slightly beneath her skirt, there was not an ounce of flab on her abdomen, and her bosom was remarkably full, stirring a rush of blood within Xiao Bufan. Her delicate face seemed as if it could be squeezed for water. And her fox-like eyes were exceedingly alluring. Most importantly, she was a priestess, capable of healing. As a man of virtue, how could Xiao Bufan retain her in his party merely for her appearance? Surely he must have recognized her potential contribution to the team. He reasoned, as he convinced himself to keep Yunar around. The two emerged from the grove, and the warrior, hanging on to life, gazed at the alluring Yunar with an expression of one who had just been favored. Blood surged within him again, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Bai Qi thought to himself, you two should be ashamed. I barely managed to keep him alive, and now you've sent him back to the brink of death. Still, he intensified the flow of vital energy into the warrior. Once more, Bai Qi dragged the warrior back from the threshold of death, who gazed at Yunar and asked, Yunar, you still love me, don't you? Hope flickered in his dim eyes, as if he prayed for a definitive answer from the girl before him. Unfortunately, Yunar did not even glance at him, scoffing lightly as she turned away to approach Xiao Bufan. This was the final straw. The warrior violently coughed up blood once more, leaving a chunk of flesh on the ground. Suddenly, he broke free from Bai Qi's grasp, his life force surging as he charged toward Xiao Bufan and his companion. If I cannot have you, then let us die together. In the underworld, I can still love you, he roared. Bai Qi's complexion paled, clearly injured by the warrior's last-ditch effort. Xiao Bufan stood his ground, watching the warrior rush toward him. Let me see how strong I become, but if I cannot even defeat you, how can I face Bai Qi and Meng Tian as their lord? Xiao Bufan thought, spreading his legs and squatting to stabilize himself. Cracking the earth beneath him, with a twist of his body, he concentrated all his strength into a single fist and struck out, colliding with the warrior's punch. A thunderous boom echoed as dust exploded around them. Both Xiao Bufan and the warrior locked in a fierce contest, their faces contorted with determination to overpower one another. After a few minutes of stalemate, the warrior was sent flying, clearly outmatched by Xiao Bufan, who slowly retracted his fist. The warrior crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. What have I done to deserve this? The earth seemed to lament, despite his grievous injuries and the blood staining his body. The warrior continued to call out, Yunar, please don't leave me. Then, he drew his last breath. Good, let me spare him alive. And what do? You kill him outright, wasting my vital energy, Bai Qi exclaimed. Xiao Bufan waved his bloodied fist at Bai Qi and Meng Tian. Meng Tian buried that fellow. Following his orders, Meng Tian promptly dug a grave for the fallen warrior. Yet, oddly, during the struggle, Xiao Bufan felt a mysterious force aiding the warrior. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Bufan examined the lifeless body. Guess what? I found something unusual. On the warrior's hand, a ring was embedded deep into his finger, while the other 4 fingers were blown apart. The finger bearing the ring remained intact, without a speck of dust on it. Well, this is quite the treasure. I wonder if it holds powers from ancient beings, Xiao Bufan mused as he attempted to remove the ring but found it impossible to budge. This ring is quite tight, I refuse to believe I cannot get it off, he declared, taking a steak knife to sever the warrior's finger. After painstakingly scraping away the flesh, he discovered that the ring was embedded in the bone itself. How troublesome, even in death. You won't let me rest easy, Xiao Bufan sighed, returning to his camp with the severed bone. Meng Tian, come here, I have a task for you. Hearing this, Meng Tian dusted off his hands and hurried to Xiao Bufan's side. Meng Tian, you have great strength, but I doubt you can remove this ring from the bone. Meng Tian bristled at this statement. Back in the day, I made the Xiangnu barbarians cry for mercy and flee north. And you think I can't handle this small task? With that, he snatched the finger bone from Xiao Bufan and strained against it, despite exerting all his might, turning his face a deep shade of purple. The ring remained stubbornly attached. Fearing Meng Tian might faint from the effort, Xiao Bufan quickly intervened. Since brute force won't work, let us try a different approach, he thought, placing the ring into his spatial storage. The immediate priority was to complete the task of burying the dead and collect the remaining attribute points for a swift upgrade. After assigning the men to dig mud, he took Yunar by the hand. Carefully searching for any potential ant nests, with everyone working together, Xiao Bufan soon discovered 2 connected ant colonies seemingly fighting over territory. Since you wish to brawl, then I shall play the role of the hidden predator. He thought. At that moment, the mud-digging quartet returned laden with a substantial haul, providing ample ammunition for Xiao Bufan. He set Yunner aside, aware that such messy work was unsuitable for a girl, and called the remaining 4 to begin their task. Relentlessly hurling mud at the battling ant colonies, striking them like a barrage from a Katyusha rocket. Watching Xiao Bufan vigorously swinging his arms, Yunner found herself lost in thought, recalling the scene of his earlier punishment. Stirring a wave of excitement within her, despite the lingering tingling sensation on her backside, before long, both ant nests were filled to capacity with mud, unable to accommodate any more. Noticing the system's task prompt, Xiao Bufan realized he still needed a bit more progress, but it was already late, and darkness had fallen. He decided to claim the rewards for the completed tasks, receiving 70 attribute points, after arranging for everyone to take turns keeping watch and resting. He allocated all 70 points to his strength. To dominate, one must possess formidable power, and increasing his strength was imperative. As the 70 points surged into his strength, Xiao Bufan felt an unprecedented sensation coursing through his body. What this entailed would be revealed in due time. Chapter 12, Evolution. Continuing from the previous passage, as the 70 attribute points surged into Xiao Bufan, he felt a feverish intensity, as if his very skin were about to ignite. His 206 bones felt as though they were melting, muscles tearing and reconstituting, and the sensation of growth coursed through him. Black mud seeped from his skin, and smoke wafted around him, as if he were on the brink of combustion. What an astonishing turn of events! Suddenly flames erupted across Xiao Bufan's body, startling him into a frantic dash towards the water basin. Heedless of whether anyone was watching, with a swift somersault, he plunged into the water. The flames were extinguished, but the surrounding water was scalded by the intense heat. But guess what? While Xiao Bufan emerged cleansed, he was not alone in the basin. Indeed, there was another occupant, Yunner, as you might have surmised. In the dimness of twilight, she had ventured into the water alone for a bath, only to be startled by a fiery figure rushing towards her. In a flurry, she scrambled out of the basin. Barely managing to don her garments, however, the commotion did not escape Xiao Bufan's notice. Upon discerning the source of the disturbance, his heart raced uncontrollably. Before him stood a figure adorned only by a modest piece of fabric. Droplets of water clinging to her perky form, while her slender legs were completely bared to the cool air. Everything that ought to be concealed was unabashedly revealed. The sight ignited a fervor within Xiao Bufan. A peculiar sensation intertwining with the heat surging through his body, rendering him utterly tormented. To alleviate this overwhelming feeling, he submerged himself entirely in the water, muttering to himself, "Not seeing, not thinking, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." As he chanted, the sudden heat subsided, but Yunner, upon recognizing Xiao Bufan, boldly re-entered the water, swimming closer to him. Lost in his meditative mantra, he remained oblivious until a soft touch against his back jolted him into awareness. Oh no! After all, he was a man. Must he endure such torment? I am guilty. Let the king of hell judge me, but spare me this agony. His primal instincts clouded his rationality, yet a flicker of sanity compelled him to return to the shore. Meanwhile, Yunner giggled uncontrollably in the water, exclaiming, "Brother Bufan's abs are so hard, and his strong hands exude such power. I can't wait for the next time," as he awaited the evaporation of water from his body. Flames burst forth once more. "Damn it, am I destined to be roasted today? Let us see if you can truly scorch me." With that, Xiao Bufan seated himself firmly, enduring the searing pain and the tantalizing aroma of his own flesh as it cooked. The flames raged from midnight until the early hours, gradually subsiding. Beneath the charred skin, fresh flesh burgeoned forth, and his height increased to 178 cm, rendering him even more robust and imposing. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the second evolution into a robust goblin. Your body now exhibits a natural affinity for ordinary flames. Reward: hardening technique. This technique allows the essence within to adhere to the skin's surface, reinforcing specific areas. The essence is cultivated through rigorous self-discipline. Consuming foods rich in true energy, or mastering the art of drawing from the natural world. Congratulations, host, on officially embarking on the path of physical cultivation. Please decide on your future direction. Gods shall be slain. Buddha shall be slain. In this world, I reign supreme. The flesh shall attain sanctity. Who else but I shall carve my path with my fists. As Xiao Bufan reveled in his transformation, he swore an oath to the heavens. Affirming the trajectory of his future, the pressure emanating from his vow felt as though it belonged to an ancient being, one that had existed for centuries. This formidable aura was soon detected by a group of ascended beings in the distance. What a delightful little fellow, such potential for greatness, how confident he is. Discussion swirled in waves of excitement. Before long, Xiao Bufan acclimated to the newfound strength coursing through him. Each punch he threw resonated with explosive sound, awakening the five still slumbering nearby. Who is it? What an inconsiderate nuisance, it's not even dawn yet. The sleepy voice belonged to Meng Tian, who, rubbing his eyes, was taken aback by the scene before him. Xiao Bufan stood at the foot of a mountain, relentlessly pounding against the wall, creating a hole large enough to accommodate an adult male. Pray tell, who among you possesses such strength, Bai Qi or Meng Tian? Clearly neither will suffice. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Bufan turned to face the source of the noise. It's the Lord. Please carry on, I merely rose to visit the restroom, Meng Tian stammered, hastily retreating from Xiao Bufan's sight. It seemed those 70 attribute points were well invested. Even Meng Tian was compelled to act respectfully, as if standing before a superior rather than a lord. Xiao Bufan couldn't help but muse. Indeed, strength is the law of survival in this world. Subsequently, he experimented with the hardening technique, attempting to channel the essence throughout his body as surface. Though straightforward in concept, the execution proved incredibly challenging. Locating the essence within and mastering its adhesion to the skin were daunting tasks. After several unsuccessful attempts, Xiao Bufan decided to pause and reconsider. As dawn broke, the others began to awaken. Bai Qi was engaged in training his soldiers, while Meng Tian, recalling the previous night's events, realized they were not merely dreams upon seeing Xiao Bufan's transformation. In a hurry to inform Bai Qi, Meng Tian's astonishment was palpable. Nevertheless, witnessing Xiao Bufan's imposing figure, he felt reassured. Yet, as loyal soldiers to their lord, they could not afford to remain idle. That would be disgraceful. They resolved to train with renewed vigor, a determination to grow stronger imprinted in their minds. Thus, both men dedicated themselves to rigorous physical training, while Bai Qi also focused on refining his essence. Simultaneously, he instructed Meng Tian in harnessing the natural energies of the world. Xiao Bufan observed them meditating with a steady rhythm, their essences flowing in and out. Bai Qi can manipulate true energy. Surely the essence is akin to it. Perhaps he possesses a technique for harnessing it. With this thought, he approached Bai Qi to inquire, only to discover that Bai Qi lacked any such technique, explaining that he could only absorb true energy during midday. Xiao Bufan imitated Bai Qi's meditative posture, attempting to draw on the true energy. Yet, he found that the essence repelled the energy, forcing it out through his pores. What a challenge! Truly, it is difficult to manage. Frustrated, Xiao Bufan abandoned this approach. The essence will have to wait. After all, I still have the hardening technique to master. With a resigned sigh, he resolved to fill his stomach first, craving something sweet. In this vast forest, he wondered if wild honey might be found. Having determined his next course of action, Xiao Bufan led the group onward in search of honeycomb under the guise of their task. To learn how it unfolds, stay tuned for the next installment. Chapter 13, The Butcher of Men. Continuing from where we left off, Xiao Bufan and his companions, driven by the desire to complete their mission and satisfy their cravings for sweetness, sought out beehives. After a prolonged search with no results, they encountered a few ant nests, yet Xiao Bufan paid them no mind, puzzling the five trailing behind him. He seemed entranced, murmuring incessantly about honey, leaving his companions with no choice but to follow his lead. Ultimately, their efforts bore fruit. The team discovered a hive nestled within a tree hollow, surrounded by a swarm of bees. Upon closer inspection, they noted the presence of tiger-headed bees. To extract honey without harm, I shall demonstrate once. Watch closely. With that, Xiao Bufan ignited a bonfire beneath the tree, allowing the flames to engulf the trunk. Oh dear! An arsonist. Let us hope it does not spread to other trees. The five silently prayed. In less than a minute, the fire climbed to the hive, smoke billowing as the flames voraciously consumed the sturdy trunk. The patrolling tiger-headed bees quickly recognized the imminent danger. Buzzing frantically, the worker bees rushed into the hive, retrieving the unhatched larvae. Chaos reigning in the scene, the queen bee directed her subjects, first rescuing the larvae, then commanding the remaining bees to transport damp earth in a desperate attempt to quench the flames. Xiao Bufan, witnessing the scene, felt anger rise within him. The honey he had sought was now at risk of being tainted by soil. In a fit of rage, he leaped into the air, seizing the queen bee, larger than the average of her kind. As she was captured, the hive descended into turmoil, the bees frantically searching for their queen, only to find her in Xiao Bufan's grasp. Should you approach another step, I shall crush your queen. In that instant, the swarm paused, as if understanding his words. With his goal achieved, he held the queen with one hand while using a knife to slice the hive into 49 portions. With a swift motion, he stored around 30 pieces within his spatial system before releasing the queen. The queen bee observed as Xiao Bufan released her and even left a modicum of honey for her colony. Reflecting on her recent ordeal, she felt a momentary panic at being captured by this human before resolving to extinguish the flames first. However, Xiao Bufan was not the sort to pursue absolute extermination. He understood the value of a gradual approach. Yuner, you must possess some magic or enhancement abilities, do you not? Yuner, evidently startled by the fiery scene created by Xiao Bufan, could only nod numbly, unaware that Xiao Bufan had already developed an immunity to ordinary flames. Then conjure a small water column to assist in extinguishing the fire, he instructed. As Yuner dazedly summoned the water to douse the flames, Bai Qi and Meng Tian stood by, utterly astonished. Our Lord himself mentioned he feared not the fire. And yet we nearly ventured in to accompany him. With the conflagration finally subdued, Xiao Bufan waved at the queen bee, as if to express gratitude, saying, "Thank you, I shall return another time." The queen bee flitted about, seemingly conveying her own message. "Oh dear, do not return, my friend, the consequences of your visit were rather severe, heed my warning and refrain from coming back." Xiao Bufan then leaped down from the hollow tree and regrouped with his exceptional team. Performing a rite of passage for the nearly suffocated hornets on the ground. At that moment, the system notified him that the task of burying the living had been completed, allowing Bai Qi to undergo his advancement to a human butcher. Overjoyed, Xiao Bufan promptly led his subordinates away from the Cloud Sea Great Forest. Upon exiting the forest, the group basked in the long-awaited sunlight, their tense nerves finally relaxing, especially under the leadership of someone as remarkable as Xiao Bufan. Xiao Bufan hurriedly urged Bai Qi to attempt his advancement while he himself tended to the honey he had just salvaged. Extracting honey was a meticulous task. A moment's inattention could result in the honey burning at the bottom of the pot. While insufficient heat would allow the beeswax to remain mixed with the honey. As Bai Qi began his advancement, a strange phenomenon erupted in the sky. A large-scale war commenced, with drums resounding and the air filled with the sounds of clashing soldiers. Yet, as time passed, the cacophony gradually subsided, replaced by a mournful melody. The scene transitioned to the gates marked with the character Zhao swinging open, revealing waves of soldiers emerging. The thunderous drums signaled the shattering of this intricate plot. Awaiting the Zhao army were vast, bottomless pits, and from within emerged a warrior clad in silver armor, issuing orders that led to the demise of 400,000 troops in this snow-laden expanse. The vision concluded, giving way to the haunting melody of a flute, seemingly heralding the victory of the Qin state while lamenting the countless lives lost to the abyss. However, the face of Duke Mu of Qin was marred by the accusations of other states, their voices rising in reproach, casting blame upon Qin for its transgressions. An unvarnished attempt to vilify Bai Qi, under the fervent condemnation of the other 6 states. Bai Qi ultimately chose to bear witness to his own truth, providing a satisfactory answer to them all. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed in their ears as red-black flames erupted from Bai Qi, akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell. The inferno scorched Xiao Bufan, who, unable to assist, could only watch in despair. "You wretches, who only know how to wield your tongues, you conspired against me, driving me to the brink of ruin. This time, I shall cleanse the world of all that displeases me, and no longer be a pawn of that foolish Duke Mu of Qin." The inferno erupted violently, engulfing Bai Qi's visage in form and flames. Despite the flames scorching his flesh, Bai Qi continued to lament and chastise the tragic circumstances he faced. Soon, not a single piece of his body remained unscathed, his entire being radiating the dark flames of the underworld, as if seeking to incinerate the world entirely. As the stage of his advancement to a human butcher neared its conclusion, the inferno retreated back within him, and his ravaged flesh rapidly healed. Reborn, Bai Qi's eyes sparkled with a fire never seen before. "I, Bai Qi, shall no longer be a mere pawn, I shall forge my own path." Ding! Congratulations, host Bai Qi has advanced to the status of human butcher. The soldiers he leads have transformed from a fearsome host into the infernal flame army. Congratulations, let us anticipate the host's more splendid performances. The infernal flame army. The soldiers now wear armor that ignites with a shield of infernal flames, which can also be imbued onto their weapons, enhancing their combat prowess. The summoning attribute point increased from 10 to 15. For there is a reason for its value. Having reviewed the enhancements, Xiao Bufan found them quite satisfactory and inquired about Bai Qi's advancements. "Now I can summon infernal flames from any part of my body, both offensively and defensively. Moreover, the true Qi I cultivate transforms into nourishment for the infernal flames. The more true Qi I possess, the more formidable the flames become. I can also project a chain from within me, which serves to bind injured foes for judgment. Of course, the interpretation of good and evil lies solely in my hands," Bai Qi explained. Content with this, Xiao Bufan felt fortunate that his honey had not burned. The honey and beeswax had perfectly separated. He retrieved a steak knife and neatly sliced through the dividing line, extracting the beeswax and leaving behind nothing but pure honey. Xiao Bufan sampled the fruits of the hornet's labor, finding it exquisitely sweet, a delightful sensation that warmed his very core. This is true qi. I am absorbing true qi. No, this is the true qi from the honey, not that of the heavens and earth. My yuan qi is increasing. Another piece of good news brought even greater joy to Xiao Bufan, as he cherished the honey in his hands like a precious gem. Though the other 5 had contributed little, Xiao Bufan generously shared some of this extraordinary honey with them. Inviting them to savor its exquisite flavor, they accepted without hesitation, experiencing sensations akin to Xiao Bufan's, first feeling elation and then sensing the true qi that left them feeling ethereal. At that moment, the system issued task rewards, allocating the remaining 5 attribute points and announcing new missions. Task 1, locate a significant NPC within the city characterized by a fondness for wine and an affinity for revolvers. Completing the task, they present Task 2, seek out the village of Yuming on the city's outskirts, resolving the supernatural occurrences there and uncovering the legendary materials. Task 3, investigate the rumors of a beast within the city, gathering intelligence from the residents and successfully slaying the creature. A friendly reminder, the Emperor Slime is approaching your direction. The sudden array of tasks left Xiao Bufan momentarily flabbergasted, and the final reminder caused his heart to race anew. He was uncertain if he could currently confront the Emperor Slime. The other tasks could wait, but this one demanded his immediate attention. To learn more, stay tuned for the next installment. Chapter 14, the debut of new weapons. Continuing from the previous account. Upon learning that the Emperor Slime had set its sights on him, Xiao Bufan began to prepare earnestly. He gathered all useful items, determining that he likely no longer needed recovery potions, especially with Unaris' divine capabilities at hand. Next, he resolved to re-equip Bai Qi and the other 3 with new weapons, leading him to seek out Duosai. The exceptional team hurried into the city, acutely aware that it was no longer safe. They needed to inform the city lord to prepare. Uncertain if he would trust them, Xiao Bufan first sought out Duosai. Duosai, quickly forge weapons suitable for my 4 companions. I offer this bottle of royal jelly in exchange. As he spoke, he produced a small vial of honey. Duosai's eyes widened at the sight. Having lived here for so long, he recognized the considerable value of the honey before him, yet he sought to negotiate further. Thinking that such a small amount was insufficient given the number of weapons required and the time constraints they faced, his threats were evident, but Xiao Bufan was undeterred. He hastily produced another vial for Duosai. Stop dawdling, get to work immediately, I want to see the weapons today. Seeing Xiao Bufan's generosity, Duosai was quick to respond, saying, wait for your order, I guarantee quality and quantity. With the matter of weapons resolved, Xiao Bufan hurried to the city lord's residence to report. However, the guards at the entrance firmly barred his entry, their long spears crossed in front of his chest. No unauthorized personnel may enter the city lord's residence. Noticing the guards' unyielding demeanor, Xiao Bufan realized that time was of the essence. He pushed them aside forcefully, declaring, step aside, you cannot stop me from entering. Ignoring their protests, he surged toward the city lord's residence, only to have the grand doors swing open at that moment. How dare you? Who dares intrude upon the city lord's residence? A tall man in ornate attire appeared at the entrance, his alchemical cultivation radiating power that immediately pressed down on Xiao Bufan. Xiao Bufan, barely having entered the Qi blood realm, could not withstand the pressure and was forced to kneel on the ground. Why have you trespassed? State your name, boy. Xiao Bufan struggled to glance up at the imposing figure, seemingly pleading for the man to ease his pressure so he could speak to the man. Realizing his own error, quickly retracted his aura and inquired again, state your name. The junior, Xiao Bufan, has come to report to the city lord. The man frowned, displeased. Then why did you not announce yourself, instead choosing to barge in? After a moment of silence, he relented. Very well, you may speak as if you were addressing someone else. Tell me what you have to say. If it is not of significant importance, you shall remain here. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Bufan hastily reported the matter of the Emperor Slime to the man before him. What? It's merely a slime. What is there to fear? No, wait. What kind of slime are you referring to? Xiao Bufan recounted the story once more. It's a colossal Emperor Slime, far larger than my city. How can we possibly withstand it? I am willing to lead my team to the front lines, drawing the Emperor Slime's ire away from the city. With these words, Xiao Bufan not only distanced himself from the responsibility of bringing the Emperor Slime but also sought to claim credit in front of the man. Upon hearing this, the man replied, if you, Xiao Bufan, can return victorious, the gates of our city shall forever remain open for you. Moreover, you shall be hailed as a hero, and I will bestow upon you the title of city hero. From this statement, Xiao Bufan surmised that the man before him was the city lord, yet he remained still acquiescing to the mission. He then took his leave, while the city lord began to fortify the city's defenses. Preparing for a prolonged battle of brothers, Xiao Bufan addressed his team members, "Our adversary is the Emperor Slime, a formidable threat, so we must deliberate carefully before we strike." Bai Qi, aware of the incident involving the Slime Queen, made more meticulous preparations. Meanwhile, Meng Tian, having not experienced the cave dungeon incident, believed this battle would be similar to previous encounters and acted nonchalantly, causing his soldiers to follow suit. This infuriated Xiao Bufan, who promptly slapped both of them, exclaiming, "I warned you that this is perilous, exercise caution, or I shall not hesitate to strike you both again." With no outlet for his frustration, Meng Tian vented his anger on his subordinates instead. As time passed, Xiao Bufan hurried to the blacksmith's shop, where he acquired 4 powerful weapons from Duosa, Yulong, Jiangyun, Feizhou, and Keishan, each representing a 3-section staff, a halberd, a flying dagger, and an axe respectively. Yulong, composed of 3 metallic heavy staffs. The tops are adorned with red jade, and the chains are stained with the blood of Azura. The 3 staffs are interlinked, allowing for a seamless blend of offense and defense, blessed by the god of forging. It grants a 25 increase in attack damage and a 150 increase in critical strike damage. Critical hits can only occur when targeting an enemy's weak point, Jiangyun, based on a halberd. Its form resembles a fusion of a spear and a polearm, with silver metal engraved with swirling clouds, designed to prevent slipping. Weighing 75 kilograms, the halberd's blade is sharp and gleaming, radiating a faint red glow. Also blessed by the god of forging, it can burn one's own essence to grant a 5-fold enhancement to the weapon. Typically, burning essence only provides a 2-fold increase. Feizhou, a 50-centimeter iron chain affixed with a flat silver blade. Suitable for both close and ranged combat, with a swift flick of the chain, it can strike down foes. In close combat, one can quickly entangle the enemy's weapon and then reap with the blade. Blessed by the god of forging, it can deal 3 times the normal damage when launching a surprise attack from the shadows. Kaishan, a formidable iron axe weighing 100 kilograms, nourished with essence, emanating a palpable aura that instills dread. Typically, axes rely on brute strength, and only those with innate divine power can unleash their true potential in a clash of might, with the loser cleaved in twain. Blessed by the god of forging, the wielder can temporarily triple their strength but will suffer from weakness for 2 hours thereafter. The 4 weapons were stored in Xiao Bufan's system space and subsequently distributed among his subordinates. Clearly, Jiangyun was perfectly suited for Bai Qi, enhancing his strength through the burning of essence, while Bai Qi could utilize his own infernal fire to further amplify the Feizhou was allocated to Meng Tian's robust soldier, enabling better stealth and execution of Feizhou's skills. Kaishan was naturally given to Meng Tian, a seasoned warrior against the Xiangnu, who could wield its weight more effectively. Meng Tian was intended to be a trump card, only to be unleashed when absolutely necessary. Lastly, Yulong was fittingly assigned to Meng Tian's subordinate, offering both offense and defense to minimize casualties. Once the weapons were allocated, the remaining preparations involved administering royal jelly to invigorate the quintet's inner energy, particularly for Yunar, whose blessings consumed the most vitality. Consequently, Xiao Bufan nearly emptied an entire jar for her. Although it was initially unpalatable, Xiao Bufan leveraged Yunar's unique attributes to compel her to consume it. The process may not have been graceful, but the outcome was favorable, and now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the Emperor Slime, as every preparation had been completed, and they stood ready for the impending confrontation. To see how events unfold, stay tuned for the next chapter, Chapter 15, the first clash. Picking up where we left off, all preparations were in place, and they awaited the arrival of the Emperor Slime. Xiao Bufan gazed at the formidable weaponry capable of countering the slime race and quietly stored it away for the final moment of release. He could only unleash his most powerful strike when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences if the creature reacted in time. The great bell at the city gate rang out, echoing until the 9th toll, causing the citizens to pause momentarily before quickly springing into action. They knew all too well what the 9th toll signified, and they hastily retreated to their homes. The soldiers at the city gates donned their weapons and armor, clearly aware that danger was imminent. Suddenly, a shadow darkened the bright sky, engulfing the vast city in darkness, prompting the citizens to fervently pray for the danger to pass. After all, they had no desire to meet their demise and could only hope that the soldiers would hold the line. Unbeknownst to them, standing in front of the soldiers was another squad tasked with safeguarding the city's safety. The appearance of the shadow startled Xiao Bufan's team, even causing the usually carefree Meng Tian to feel a twinge of anxiety. Wow, that's a massive roar. How long will this fight take? A jest broke the silence, and the team members charged at the Emperor Slime. Yuner continued to bestow blessings upon everyone, stacking them high, while Xiao Bufan led the charge towards the Emperor Slime. He understood that this creature was a consequence of his own actions, thus he had no reason to retreat. Brothers, let's give it our all. Who among us does not have the same vulnerabilities, if you're a man? Fight with me. This rallying cry significantly boosted their morale, and the five surged forward. The Emperor Slime, however, had its sights locked solely on Xiao Bufan, propelling its massive form toward him while releasing a multitude of smaller slimes to encircle the team. Though the guards at the city gates could not contend with the Emperor Slime, they were more than capable of handling the smaller slimes, which was precisely their duty. Xiao Bufan pressed on. Carving a bloody path through the encroaching waves of slimes, the ground was a gelatinous mass of varied colors reminiscent of jelly, but Xiao Bufan paid no mind, relentlessly advancing toward the Emperor Slime. This was precisely what the Emperor Slime desired, as it sprouted two appendages resembling arms from its sides and struck at Xiao Bufan by Qi brandishing. Jiang Yun cleaved through one of the giant hands mid-air. Yet Xiao Bufan remained oblivious to Bai Qi's actions, fixated on his forward charge, slicing through the slimes in his path with his knife. As the distance between them diminished, the Emperor Slime unleashed a glob of viscous slime toward Xiao Bufan, which emitted wisps of white smoke as it flew through the air. Observing this, Yuner swiftly enveloped Xiao Bufan in a speed-enhancing buff, enabling him to evade the attack just in time. The gooey mass splattered on the ground, scorching it and releasing acrid smoke. Thank the heavens I ran fast, otherwise I would have been turned to mush. Xiao Bufan counterattacked with his knife, severing a portion of the Emperor Slime. Enraged, the Emperor Slime's color shifted from blue to red, radiating heat. What an opportune moment! Watch me carve you into pieces. Xiao Bufan rushed forward, relentlessly hacking at the Emperor Slime, even giving it an impromptu hairstyle. Yet, the Emperor Slime remained still, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. Xiao Bufan, however, was unfazed by the enemy's actions and continued his relentless assault. It was not until Bai Qi sensed something amiss that he urgently relayed a warning to Xiao Bufan, yet, it was too late. Several sharp spikes composed of slime erupted from the ground, piercing through the Emperor Slime and impaling Xiao Bufan. Stunned, he gazed at the spikes penetrating his body, helpless to resist as they drove deeper. With a furious roar, Meng Tian severed the spikes with a single swing, but Xiao Bufan was still dragged toward the ground. However, hidden soldiers, utilizing Fei Zhao, ensnared Xiao Bufan and pulled him back, while Yuner hastily provided aid. Foolish humans, do you dare oppose me? Do you believe you can defeat me? Such delusions are impractical. Cease your daydreaming. Suddenly, the colossal Emperor Slime transformed into a puddle of liquid, cascading down to the ground. In an instant, the ground bore no trace of moisture, and a creature resembling a human, standing approximately 3 meters tall, slowly materialized. Xiao Bufan let out a bitter laugh, saying, "So I was merely attacking a lifeless illusion. How foolish of me, ha 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 ha." The injuries he had sustained began to heal rapidly amidst the echoes of his laughter. Waves of vitality surged forth from Xiao Bufan, causing the temperature around him to rise steadily, while his skin ignited under the heat. Bai Qi, witnessing this, recalled that fateful night when a fiery figure relentlessly hammered against the mountainside. Oh, is it truly getting serious now? I eagerly anticipate this. The two faced off for merely 2 breaths before vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, only to reappear entangled in combat. With such meager strength, you shall never defeat me. Worthless fool, let me see where your limits lie. As soon as the words left his mouth, their fists clashed with increasing speed, culminating in a sudden sonic boom that forced them apart. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bufan swiftly replenished his energy. After all, as someone at the Blood Qi realm, he could hardly contend with the foe before him, while the Emperor Slime continued to spew insults. Is that all you can muster? You are woefully inadequate. Were it not for the signal emanating from that cave, I wouldn't even bother with you. Yet, it was indeed his wife, albeit one among many. Her death would still leave him grievously saddened. Simultaneously, the Emperor Slime unleashed a horde of its kind to cause trouble for the city-state, as they had also played a part in this conflict. Had they not, the Emperor Slime patiently awaited Xiao Bufan to recover. And in a fleeting moment, the two resumed their fierce battle. This time, however, it utilized its spikes to restrict Xiao Bufan's movements, ultimately delivering a devastating blow that sent him crashing away, showing no mercy this time. The impact shattered half of Xiao Bufan's body, yet with the aid of Yuner and the surge of vitality, he stood once more, facing the Emperor Slime defiantly. You had best unleash your techniques quickly. My patience is wearing thin, and what of that observer beside us? Will they not step forward to greet me? Xiao Bufan, fully focused on battling the Emperor Slime, was suddenly taken aback. Could there be another enemy? But upon the arrival of the newcomer, his guard lowered. It was none other than the city lord. "Well, it appears I have been discovered by you, so allow me to engage with you." The city lord feigned calmness, though internally he was in turmoil. "I merely came to confront him. Why do you seek to hinder me? Do you wish to oppose me as well?" The Emperor Slime disregarded the city lord, merely stating, "You seem to have a rather inflated sense of self-importance." The city lord felt his dignity trampled upon, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Today, whether you like it or not, we shall engage in battle," he declared, channeling his energy to initiate an attack against the Emperor Slime. Learn more. Stay tuned for the next installment. Chapter 16. Has Xiao Bufan perished? Picking up from where we left off. The city lord felt utterly dismissed. He hastily performed a hand gesture to summon a lightning strike. With the incantation, a massive bolt of lightning struck the Emperor Slime, instantly charred one of its limbs black. "You have enraged me, you insignificant insect." The Emperor Slime appeared beside the city lord in a mere instant, delivering a swift kick aimed at his midsection. However, the city lord, a cultivator at the Dan forging stage, reacted with impressive speed to phosphorescent armor. Just before the kick landed, he conjured a shield to absorb the blow, although the residual force still struck him squarely in the abdomen. Xiao Bufan's robust physique, bolstered by his cultivation of the blood chi realm, allowed him to withstand such impacts, but the city lord was different. A typical cultivator focused on enhancing the power of their spells, neglecting their own defenses. The city lord's protective measure was likely only intended for survival. After being struck so decisively, he likely felt a desire to perish. Just as before, the city lord felt as though the sky had fallen. "That was my only defensive item. How am I to fight now? My spells are ineffective against this creature." Despite the turmoil within, he maintained a facade of calm. "Is this truly all you can do? You would do well to retreat swiftly lest I inadvertently harm you." This dismissive remark bolstered the city lord's confidence, while simultaneously attempting to bluff the Emperor Slime into restraint. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. The very next moment, a colossal fist was mere inches from his face. With a resounding thud, the city lord braced for impact, yet he felt no pain. "Am I already in paradise? This place resembles the outskirts of my city-state. But wait, I'm still alive." Before him, a hand halted in midair, having clashed with the Emperor Slime's own. "Hey, your opponent is me. Do not strike at others." Xiao Bufan glared fiercely at the Emperor Slime. "You clever little brat, it seems my last punch did not teach you a lesson." Undeterred, the Emperor Slime pivoted to deliver another punch at Xiao Bufan, who, this time, caught the blow. "Have you been forced to tap into your essence blood? Are you burning your life force now? Have you reached your limits? Then let me test just how far those limits extend." With that, the onslaught of punches continued, and although a few landed on him, Xiao Bufan remained unfazed, retaliating with equal ferocity. The visceral sensation of each strike drove him into a frenzy, and his strength surged with each exchange. Suddenly, the unexpected ferocity caught the Emperor Slime off guard, allowing Xiao Bufan to land several hits. Yet, the Emperor Slime soon adapted to the rhythm of Xiao Bufan's strikes, absorbing them all before retaliating with a powerful punch that sent him soaring once more. This time without holding back, utilizing its innate ability, hardening, it delivered a devastating blow that pierced through Xiao Bufan's chest, emerging from his back, followed by a kick aimed at his head. Xiao Bufan flew through the air, his gaze unfocused, his face smeared with blood obscuring his features. The gaping hole in his chest signified the arrival of death, as his once beating heart now lay still. Meng Tian leapt to catch Xiao Bufan in midair, observing his rigid face as tears streamed down his cheeks. Yuner, please save our lord. He is on the brink of death." Yuner, beside him, was inconsolable, her arms trembling as she fought to mask her sorrow. "Our lord has departed, we must not disturb him any longer, but this vengeance must not go unpunished. Meng Tian, follow me to eliminate that fiend, we shall avenge our lord," Bai Qi shouted as he charged toward the Emperor Slime. Knowing that this life was gifted by their lord, he had nothing left to cherish. Bai Qi ignited with blazing fury, biting through his own tongue to ignite the essence blood state, transforming into a hellish specter as he surged toward the Emperor Slime. Unsheathing a long spear that gleamed with silver light, he thrust it directly into the Emperor Slime's abdomen. Despite the Emperor Slime's desperate attempts to halt the weapon's advance, Bai Qi, in this state, was unstoppable. With a fivefold increase in power coupled with the flames of wrath, his strength surpassed even Meng Tian's. For the first time, the Emperor Slime found itself cornered, hastily resorting to division, splitting itself apart. Yet, Bai Qi was acutely aware of this minor maneuver. He swung his spear again, targeting the Emperor Slime's head, which could only desperately defend itself. At that moment, Meng Tian arrived, wielding his axe to join the fray. Disregarding the potential toll on his own strength, together, spear and axe descended upon the Emperor Slime, which struggled to withstand their life-or-death assault, rapidly retreating to maintain distance, but such a retreat was futile. Bai Qi and Meng Tian closed the gap swiftly, striking simultaneously, their weapons piercing into the Emperor Slime's skull. In a fleeting moment, the head severed and soared into the air. I suspect you are nearing your limits. Otherwise, such powerful techniques would not manifest in you. It seems that young one's demise holds great significance for you, doesn't it? Yet he still perished at my hands. With your strength, you cannot hope to kill me. The head suspended in the air taunted, recounting the circumstances of Xiao Bufan's demise. Bai Qi and Meng Tian seethed with rage, yet they understood their current state could not endure much longer. Your hand is responsible for our lord's death, and we shall risk everything to avenge him. The Emperor Slime detected their resolve. Then I shall wait for the moment you can no longer sustain yourselves. And I will relish in your slow demise. As they launched their attacks, the Emperor Slime evaded, skillfully dodging their strikes while simultaneously unleashing spines to obstruct their movements and splitting itself to assault the city-state. The city lord stood aghast, watching Bai Qi and Meng Tian fight with reckless abandon against the Emperor Slime, the ruins of the city-state in the background littered with fallen slimes. It is over. Everything is lost. Muttering words of defeat, he abruptly shifted his tone. Mother, I am unfilial. Forgive me for my transgressions. Father, I am ungrateful. Forgive me for your nurturing. Once I ascend, I will personally inform you both that your child is no coward. Xiao Bufan, this life was given to me by you, otherwise I would have perished long ago. Now I return it to you. Who among us truly treasures this wretched life? The city lord swiftly moved to the side of the lifeless Xiao Bufan. Sprawled on the ground, Xiao Bufan, mark my words, I owe you nothing. With that, he began to chant the incantation for the Yin-Yang resurrection technique. As fate would have it, let us await the next installment. Chapter 17, the Yin-Yang resurrection technique. Continuing from where we left off, the Yin-Yang resurrection technique unfolded. Suddenly a portal materialized in the sky, and the city lord's body was uncontrollably drawn to its center. The ethereal doorway cracked open, and a gaunt, elongated hand extended forth, piercing through the city lord's body. In a sudden, fierce grasp, it extracted his intact heart. Throughout this ordeal, the city lord let out agonized screams. As if subjected to inhuman torment, with clarity, he gazed upon the pulsating heart, yearning to reach out and touch it, yet his limbs were utterly unresponsive. It was only when the heart was pulled into the portal that a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. I am not a coward. The citizens within the city looked up at the door in the sky and the plummeting city lord, their hearts heavy with sorrow. They understood the legends surrounding the door. The heart, and the fall. Their ancestors had endured the sacrifice of a prior city lord who had saved them, and the city lord's demise signified his acknowledgement of another. The dismembered Xiao Bufan began to rise from the ground, his gaping chest rapidly healing. The moment the city lord crashed to the earth, Xiao Bufan opened his eyes. The Emperor Slime sensed Xiao Bufan's presence anew. What a clever lad, resurrecting in such a manner. This truly astounds me. Let me witness how many times you can come back to life. In an instant, the Emperor Slime surged forward, launching a punch aimed directly at Xiao Bufan's face. Bai Qi and his companion, having noticed the Emperor Slime's absence, searched frantically until they spotted that familiar silhouette in the air. My lord, he is not dead. Xiao Bufan, just having opened his eyes, faced the approaching fist, with a gentle deflection. He effortlessly redirected the Emperor Slime's punch. The aura emanating from him, indicative of the critical copper vein realm, startled the Emperor Slime. How can this be? Did you not just enter the blood chi realm? This complicates matters. Every ascension in physical cultivation bestows significant benefits, and a cultivator on the verge of the next realm begins to enjoy a fraction of those advantages, just as Xiao Bufan, now at the pinnacle of the blood chi realm, stood a mere step away from the copper vein realm. The meridians within Xiao Bufan surged with power. A faint hue of bronze began to radiate from him. What of the copper vein realm? I shall not falter. The Emperor Slime unleashed a flurry of punches toward Xiao Bufan, yet he remained unhurried, evading as if lost in contemplation. The chi released from his body enveloped him. Adhering to his form, this was the essence of the hardening mantra, continually echoing within Xiao Bufan as he avoided the onslaught of the Emperor Slime. After a moment, the Emperor Slime sensed something amiss and retreated hastily. Xiao Bufan's chi flowed outward, not dissipating into the air, but rather gracefully adhering to his surface. The Emperor Slime realized the dire implications and rushed forward to interrupt Xiao Bufan, launching several sharp spikes towards him, while simultaneously throwing a punch, but it was too late. Xiao Bufan's eyes suddenly widened, a golden-black radiance swirling within them, as a layer of golden-black chi enveloped his fist. Congratulations, you have provoked a formidable opponent. Prepare to pay with your life. The Emperor Slime, unwilling to engage directly, decided to sever his own arm to escape, though his fist still collided with Xiao Bufan's, albeit with only a fraction of its strength. Despite this slight force, it erupted upon contact, causing the Emperor Slime's shoulder blade to shatter, slime-like substance scattering through the air. Indeed, the strength of a physical cultivator is formidable. I shall not hold back. The Emperor Slime's severed arm rapidly regenerated, and he twisted a valve-like structure on his chest. Today, it is either your demise or mine. I shall unleash my trump card. As the valve turned, his aura surged. The blue hue of his form shifting to a deep red, transforming him into a fearsome red-skinned demon. Xiao Bufan, undeterred, launched a kick that sent the Emperor Slime soaring into the air, relentlessly hammering his body. The Emperor Slime remained immobile, even as his form was battered, until a massive cloud of steam erupted forth, propelling Xiao Bufan backward. You shall become the first soul to perish under my current state. Your journey in this world shall not be in vain. With that, the Emperor Slime unleashed a punch radiating mist towards Xiao Bufan, initially intending to counter with a punch of his own. Xiao Bufan suddenly noticed the flying claw materializing in his line of sight, ensnaring the incoming fist, rendering it immobile in the air. Now is my chance. Xiao Bufan's chi-infused fist struck the Emperor Slime squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away. What? You have reinforcements? The Emperor Slime exclaimed, frustrated. I will deal with this annoying distraction first. He hurled a punch at the flying claw, but Xiao Bufan intervened, unleashing a combination of strikes. The two clashed once more, trading blows that left both injured. However, the Emperor Slime's superior technique, bolstered by his enhanced regenerative capabilities, steadily wore down Xiao Bufan's stamina, leading to a moment where Xiao Bufan was sent reeling. This will not do. I shall eliminate you at once. The Emperor Slime charged toward Xiao Bufan, who, midair, retrieved the last 3 jars of royal jelly from his system space. He downed them in quick succession, feeling an intense burning in his throat, rendering him speechless and in discomfort. Yet, the chi within him surged back to life, halting his backward momentum in midair. How can you still have tricks up your sleeve? I am truly at a loss for words. You are insufferably relentless. Upon witnessing this, the Emperor Slime hastily retreated, preparing to continue his battle of attrition, but Xiao Bufan paid no heed, fiercely pursuing the Emperor Slime. You may cheat, but your escape shall be in vain. Despite the banter, the Emperor Slime's speed remained unabated. It fled while Xiao Bufan relentlessly pursued. Just as he was closing in, a sudden gust of ominous wind disoriented him. Upon closer inspection, the Emperor Slime was overjoyed to see his wife, the Slime Queen, arrive to aid him. What a stroke of luck! Now, with my wife by my side, we shall strike you down together. Chapter 18. The defeat of the Emperor Slime. You, who claims to have allies, now faces my wife. Watch as we, a united front, bring you to your knees. The Emperor Slime reveled in his newfound confidence, while Xiao Bufan, taken aback by the sudden appearance of another slime, muttered, What, another one? You truly are an unkillable pest. Why won't you just perish? How dare you speak to me thus, just because you have assistants? Does that mean I cannot call for reinforcements? This time, you shall face dire consequences. The Emperor Slime and his wife joined forces, unleashing a torrent of spikes propelled by the winds towards Xiao Bufan's team. Are you attempting a sneak attack? Brothers, retreat. Bai Qi led the charge, swiftly guiding his comrades to cover, effectively neutralizing the barrage of spikes. Now your allies are of no use to you, are they? The Emperor Slime taunted, launching an aggressive assault on Xiao Bufan. I can single-handedly take down both of you. If I can slay one wife, I can certainly slay the second. As the two engaged in fierce combat, the Slime Queen resorted to underhanded tactics, sowing chaos across the battlefield. You, the harbinger of discord, I shall deal with you first. With that, having endured numerous underhanded attacks, Xiao Bufan drew forth his steak knife, aiming a decisive strike at the Slime Queen. The Emperor Slime, realizing the imminent danger, rushed to shield his wife from harm, but it was too late. With one swift motion, Xiao Bufan's blade cleaved the Slime Queen in two, and thus she was vanquished. No, no, no. Xiao Bufan, you have slain yet another of my beloved. I shall not rest until I have avenged her. Come then, if you possess the courage, try to slay me as well. The Emperor Slime's eyes burned with fury as he witnessed his wife's demise, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. Determined to avenge her, the Emperor Slime recklessly tore the valve from his chest, blood gushing forth. Even if I perish in the act, do not disappoint me, or you shall find yourself in dire straits. The Emperor Slime's form shrank dramatically, vitality draining rapidly as he visibly aged, until his body became a mere husk. Xiao Bufan, this is my final move. Regardless of whether you withstand it or not, I shall perish. I am bound to meet my departed wives. With that, a surge of power coursed into my right fist, A frail and withered punch aimed at Xiao Bufan. He did not underestimate the emaciated Emperor Slime before him, instead channeling all the vital energy within his body and burning his essence without hesitation. He transmitted all his strength into his right fist, colliding fiercely with the Emperor Slime's blow. It was the most radiant sky the townsfolk had witnessed in years, more blinding than the sun itself. Rendering it impossible to gaze upon even with one's eyes shut, the dazzling light did not diminish in the slightest. The two fists clashed, and the immense energy fluctuation caused both of their arms to rapidly disintegrate. It was only when two charred masses fell from the sky emitting black smoke that this relentless battle drew to a close. The charred body of the Emperor Slime crashed heavily to the ground. Unlike Xiao Bufan, there was no one to assist him. Ha, Ayao, the Slime Queen's pet name. Am I finally going to see you? It is my inadequacy that prevents me from avenging you. Aro, the Slime Queen's affectionate name. Father could not repay your grievances. Do not blame me, dear, for I shall soon join you, and you shall no longer be alone. The charred form gradually disintegrated into powder. Leaving behind a bulging spoils bag, Xiao Bufan, disregarding his severed arm, stared blankly at the drifting dust above. After a considerable time, he mused, indeed, the weak are destined to be abandoned in this era of survival of the fittest. Only strength holds true significance. Emperor Slime, your error lies in your readiness to act for others, even for the sake of protecting your family. There was ample time for us to engage in battle. Ample time for you to enhance your strength for a decisive confrontation, yet, you sacrificed yourself for the sake of your loved ones. I, Xiao Bufan, commend you for your resolve. A farewell, old friend. He picked up the spoils bag dropped by the Emperor Slime and casually placed it into the system space. For he had little inclination to examine the rewards. His primary concern lay with his two loyal brothers who had risked their lives for him, those two foolish souls, Bai Qi and Meng Tian. Both consumed by essence and engulfed in demonic flames, had long surpassed the limits of their endurance. Their meridians were severely damaged, and their bones were slightly fractured. They were perilously close to the gates of death. Fortunately, they had witnessed Xiao Bufan's resurrection, otherwise, they would have deemed their lives forfeit. Yuner, curry, and tend to their wounds. Only this young girl, who had recently joined their ranks, remained unscathed. However, her vital energy was nearly exhausted, rendering her akin to an ordinary person. She could not even handle the most basic slime alone. Forget it, rest for now. Without vital energy, you can do nothing. This single remark inflicted considerable harm on Yuner, plunging her into a phase of self-doubt. Am I truly of no help? Am I so useless? Yet soon she recovered from her despondency. Indeed, without vital energy, I am entirely ineffectual. I cannot assist anyone, therefore, I must grow stronger, so that no one can do without me. Reluctantly, Xiao Bufan opened the spoils bag. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Slime Division Device 1, Slime King Summoning Item 1, Rapid Recovery Potion 3, 100 Ways to Prepare Slime 1. Seeing the potions, Xiao Bufan hurriedly administered them to the two fallen comrades on the ground. Bai Qi's charred form rapidly reassembled, while Meng Tian emitted the sound of air fracturing, the sound of bones mending themselves. Xiao Bufan was overjoyed. At least the lives of his two generals were secured. This last potion must be preserved for a critical moment, but looking at the remaining items, Xiao Bufan found them somewhat perplexing. Anything is better than nothing. No matter their current utility, they would surely prove beneficial. With these thoughts, Xiao Bufan ceased to dwell on the matter, called for his team to regroup, and contemplated completing the remaining 3 tasks before departing this city-state. After all, the path to dominance was still long. Upon returning to the city, the citizens wore expressions of sorrow as they gazed at Xiao Bufan, all aware that the Lord had entrusted his life to this young man. Yet they also recognized that it was this very youth who had saved their city-state. More significant than mourning the loss of their lord was the fact that the city-state remained intact, and its people were still alive. Thus, the Lord's sacrifice was not in vain. Xiao Bufan organized the supplies and tools necessary for his forthcoming journey, but how could a journey be undertaken without a craftsman? Furthermore, the journey had not yet begun, and the tasks within the city remained uncompleted. However, he truly required a craftsman. As fate would have it, he decided to seek out a craftsman to join his team. And the first person who came to mind was the one who had assisted him numerous times, Dose Ida. He wondered if that old coot would still be willing to venture out with him. Without further ado, Xiao Bufan arranged for the others in the unparalleled team and headed toward Dosei's blacksmith shop. Dosei, come out, I have matters to discuss. The inebriated Dosei, upon hearing this, immediately recognized the troublemaker had arrived. To sigh, what do you want this time? Dosei reluctantly acknowledged Xiao Bufan. Hey, you old man, have you become too pleased with yourself after consuming my royal jelly, such a glutton? Observing Dosei's reluctance to engage, Xiao Bufan continued, "Old fellow, would you consider joining my team? You could enjoy my culinary creations daily and merely focus on maintaining the equipment at the back." Dosei's ire flared at those words. "Who are you calling old, you little rascal? You think I only need to maintain equipment at the back? You have no idea of the prowess I wielded on the battlefield." Leaving the opposition in disarray, "And let me ask you, can you brew alcohol? If not, be gone and do not disturb my peace." Upon hearing Dosei's words, Xiao Bufan sensed an opportunity. If he could brew alcohol, then he could easily manipulate the old man, but where could he find the method to brew? Ultimately, he had no means to produce alcohol. It would be best to complete the remaining 3 tasks first. Seeing the myriad expressions on Xiao Bufan's face, eventually settling into one of dejection, Dosei understood that this young lad had no knowledge of brewing, yet he realized that this team's prospects were quite promising. And he still had some fight left in him. However, the absence of alcohol would be a considerable hardship. He thought to himself, if only this kid could brew fine wine, he would surely follow him. Let us commence with the first task, as the journey will provide an opportunity to learn how to brew, he resolved. Moreover, this task involved seeking out individuals fond of alcohol, which might yield clues or methods. Soon Xiao Bufan arrived alone at the Sunset Tavern, ordering a glass of Icelandic green tea. This was no ordinary tea but a uniquely flavored alcoholic beverage. As he sipped and scanned the tavern for the person he sought, the tavern owner, suspecting him to be a spy from another establishment, unceremoniously expelled him before he could finish his drink. Fortunately, he found no one he sought within. Xiao Bufan proceeded to the next tavern, the Setting Sun Tavern. Wasn't this name directly opposed to the previous one? Would that owner mistake him for a spy here as well? He approached the bar and ordered a glass of Icelandic red tea. Not again, even the drinks are in opposition, he lamented. Just as he was venting his frustrations, he encountered a drunken patron, who was causing a ruckus while brandishing a revolver. This is precisely the person I am searching for. Such good fortune arrived too swiftly. Before Xiao Bufan could fully process the situation, the bartender bellowed, "Truss, if you're going to lose your mind, do it outside, don't disrupt my patrons." All the patrons turned their gaze towards Truss. Eager to witness the spectacle, however, Xiao Bufan rose and took Truss away, leaving some coins on the table as he exited. Upon leaving the tavern, Xiao Bufan eagerly inquired, "Truss, do you have a task for me?" Hearing this, Truss's drunken stupor faded, and he scrutinized Xiao Bufan. "Don't look at me like that. Do you truly have a task for me? I hope I haven't mistaken you for someone else." Just as Xiao Bufan was about to turn away, Truss called after him, "Wait, I am the person you seek. I need your assistance in retrieving a wine jar taken by a beast outside the city. Within that jar lies the brewing techniques I have acquired throughout my life. If you can help me find it, I shall impart that knowledge to you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan was elated. The brewing techniques were being offered to him on a silver platter. Wouldn't that ensure Dosei's inclusion in the team? Contemplating this, he readily agreed. "Hunting beasts is my specialty. Expect good news from me." After successfully coordinating with Trulis, Xiao Bufan immediately summoned all members of the extraordinary squad to venture outside the city in pursuit of the beast that had stolen the wine jar. Wait, could this beast be the one rumored within the city? Contemplating this, Xiao Bufan made another trip to the Adventurers Guild to inquire about the local legends regarding the creature. The clues provided indicated that it was a wolf-like beast, part human, with a penchant for alcohol, residing in a cave that housed an enigmatic wine jar, said to contain great secrets. Indeed, this was the same creature. What a delightful surprise! Upon receiving the news, Xiao Bufan and his squad members frantically rushed outside the city, fervently searching for the beast's trail. After 2 exhausting hours of searching, their legs weary, they finally stumbled upon a massive cave exuding a rich aroma of wine. At last, their perseverance bore fruit. The squad stealthily entered, gliding along the walls, only to be greeted by the sight of a colossal wolf-like creature, its bulk pinning down a black jar from which the intoxicating scent emanated. "Indeed, this is the one. On the count of 3, we strike." But before they could even begin counting, the beast opened its eyes and fixated its gaze upon Xiao Bufan and his companions. "Oh no, it's awake. What are we waiting for? Attack!" Under Xiao Bufan's leadership, the group launched an onslaught upon the creature, with Xiao Bufan himself landing 2 powerful punches squarely on its snout. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and the creature, in agony, began to thrash about the cave. Yuner, positioned behind, cast supportive buffs while Bai Qi and Meng Tian unleashed a flurry of fierce blows. The remaining duo executed surprise attacks and opportunistic strikes, demonstrating remarkable synergy. Before long, the beast lay lifeless upon the ground. More accurately, it lay in a state of unconsciousness. The group seized the jar tightly clutched in its grip and hastened back towards the cave entrance. we got it, Xiao Bufan exclaimed as he led the team back into the city. The repeated exertion had left the squad members utterly exhausted, yet Xiao Bufan remained blissfully cheerful. Eagerly anticipating the moment he could recruit Dusei into their ranks. In his excitement, he danced about, while his companions wished to distance themselves from him. As fate would have it, stay tuned for the next installment. Chapter 20, a unique wine. Continuing from where we left off, they had finally acquired the wine jar, promising the creation of an unparalleled vintage. Dusei, just wait, you'll soon join my team and help me with equipment. With the jar in hand, Xiao Bufan approached the entrance of the Setting Sun Tavern, where he found Trulis waiting curiously. It struck him as odd that Trulis would linger at the entrance. Reminiscent of a mother waiting for her child to return home, after handing over the jar, Trulis revealed a note containing the recipe for crafting the exquisite wine, stating that every type of wine in the world is unique, each with its own distinct flavor and sensations. However, the only constant remains the moment it transforms into alcohol. On the reverse side of the note lay the fundamental recipe for brewing flavored wines. Alas, there was still no ready-made method for producing that extraordinary vintage. Dusei, I shall conquer you with my own skills. Xiao Bufan commenced brewing with the most basic ingredients. He poured high-quality grains purchased from within the city into a large vat, the soaked grains emitting a gentle, comforting aroma. Following this, he sprinkled the yeast into the vat, ensuring thorough contact with the grains. Brewing is a time-consuming endeavor, yet this is another world where magic and sorcery are commonplace. Xiao Bufan stored the vat, now undergoing a chemical transformation, within his system space and hurried off to the church, where magic was practiced. Upon arriving at the church entrance and pushing open the door, he was greeted by a group of nuns harmonizing with the high priest in an unknown song. Unfazed by this, Xiao Bufan sought out the high priest to request magical assistance. The priest initially ignored him until Xiao Bufan revealed a small bag of coins from his pocket, which caught the priest's attention. So even the old priest is greedy. No wonder working in a church can be so lucrative. After both parties achieved their objectives, their brief conversation concluded, and Xiao Bufan left the church. Unable to resist inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from the vat, this brew was truly exceptional, and the enticing scent of the pure grain alcohol was delightful, recalling the cherry wine his grandmother used to brew. With cherries from her own garden, an idea sparked within him to create cherry wine. Seizing the moment, before nightfall, Xiao Bufan ventured into the streets in search of a fruit vendor. However, the fruits in this otherworldly market were quite bizarre, featuring apples with human-like faces, watermelons with tentacles, and bananas scampering about the shelves on legs. Can these truly be consumed? He pondered. At least the cherries he found were relatively normal, possessing just a mouth, making them more palatable than the others. After paying, he hurriedly exited the shop, fearing that lingering any longer might lead him to encounter even stranger produce. Chapter 21, Fine Wine and the Blacksmith picking up the cherries he needed. Xiao Bufan eagerly began the brewing process. He transferred the pure grain alcohol into smaller jars and crushed the cherries to mix in. With everything prepared, all that remained was another visit to the ever-greedy high priest to complete the final aging process. Though it was another expense, the thought of Dusei soon assisting him made it worthwhile. Once again, he sought out the high priest, exchanged a bag of coins, and followed the familiar procedure. Finally, cherry wine emerged into this world. Unable to contain his excitement, Xiao Bufan poured himself a cup and took a sip. The taste was familiar yet bittersweet, evoking memories of his grandmother, though it felt like a fleeting dream, though she was no longer present. The essence of her legacy remained in this cherry wine, a token of his affection for her. The success of the cherry wine filled Xiao Bufan with joy. At least now, Dusei had no reason to refuse him. He carefully bottled the cherry wine into jars and, cradling one, made his way to Dusei's blacksmith shop. The enticing aroma of the wine and cherries attracted numerous patrons along the way, all inquiring about the price of the jar. Xiao Bufan felt grateful that his wine could draw such interest, affirming its quality and eliminating any doubts about Dusei's potential refusal. Upon reaching the familiar blacksmith shop, he encountered the apprentice, who promptly informed Dusei of Xiao Bufan's arrival. Old man, I brought the wine you requested. Let us see if you have anything to say now. Dusei, captivated by the aroma of the wine jar in Xiao Bufan's hands, felt his inner wine enthusiast stirring awake, drool escaping the corner of his mouth. Xiao Bufan knew he had the upper hand. Dusei, contemplating his long-established blacksmith shop and his brother's shop, felt a twinge of reluctance but recognized that words once spoken could not be retracted. Eventually Dusei accepted the wine jar from Xiao Bufan. Boy, grant me one more day, and I shall become your dedicated blacksmith. Seeing Dusei agree so readily, Xiao Bufan felt no reason to refuse and encouraged him to prepare thoroughly. In the interim, Xiao Bufan occupied his time by investigating the eerie tales surrounding the village of Yuming outside the city. It was said that a peculiar creature had ensnared the entire village, leading to a prolonged period of poor harvests and suffering among the populace. Having received a superior education in this new world, Xiao Bufan could not bear to witness the plight of the common folk. Such sentiments echoed a hint of communism. Only when the people lived in peace could their journey proceed smoothly. Bai Qi and Meng Tian, members of the squad, understood that the welfare of the populace formed the foundation of a nation, thus wholeheartedly supported Xiao Bufan's endeavors. As time passed and the appointed day approached, Xiao Bufan arrived early at Dusei's blacksmith shop. Dusei appeared ready for action, equipped with a large pot on his back, a hammer at his waist, and an ancient anvil, its surface rusted but still strong. Prepared, I see, let me help you with that. Xiao Bufan swiftly stored all of Dusei's belongings in his system space. The members of the extraordinary squad had grown accustomed to such occurrences, yet Dusei remained astonished. His mouth agape. Xiao Bufan explained that he had obtained the space ring through a stroke of luck. Barely managing to placate him, congratulations, host. Your team has gained a blacksmith. Chapter 22, Arrival at Yuming Village. As the story resumes, the extraordinary team of Xiao Bufan has welcomed a new member. For Xiao Bufan, it simply means an additional mouth to feed. However, what weighs most heavily on his mind is the prospect of no longer having to invest money into repairing his long-used, worn-out equipment. After ensuring all preparations were completed, their next destination is Yuming Village, where they aim to rescue the villagers from their dire plight. Congratulations, host. You have completed 2/3 of your task, the system announced. Only one final task remains, after which you may claim either a random lottery gift pack or 100 attribute points. Xiao Bufan paused momentarily, contemplating the tempting allure of the 100 attribute points, yet the thrill of a random draw was simply irresistible, an exhilarating gamble indeed. He resolved to take another chance on the lottery. With his heart racing, Xiao Bufan set off from the city. Citizens lined the streets, pausing at their doorsteps or along the roadside, bidding him farewell. The glimmer of hope in their eyes reassured him of the righteousness of his mission. Even if he were to sacrifice himself, it would be worth it. Tears welled up in his eyes as he fought to restrain his emotions, hastening his departure from the city. It wasn't until nearly half an hour after leaving that the soldiers who had come to see him off reluctantly returned to their posts. Xiao Bufan relished this sense of purpose and resolved to ascend to dominance in this world, liberating the people from the oppression of class and race, ensuring that everyone could live a good life. After a few days of rest, the members of the extraordinary team appeared revitalized, each brimming with energy. Bai Qi's gleaming silver armor reflected the sun's rays, dazzlingly bright, while Meng Tian's axe, having been well maintained, radiated an imposing aura. The two little rascals were equally invigorated, their robust forms a testament to their indulgent feasting over the past few days. Yunair had tailored herself a new outfit, exposing her fair, slender legs to the breeze, and a rosy blush adorned her delicate face. Xiao Bufan felt his heart race at the sight of her, struggling to avert his gaze, resisting the urge to look at Yunair repeatedly. More than once, he wondered if she had mastered some enchanting skill, causing his heart to flutter every time they met, leaving him feeling restless and uneasy. Androdosa was as usual, inebriated during their journey, leading Xiao Bufan to question whether the old man still possessed a liver. With such excessive drinking, could it even function? As they chattered and laughed, they arrived at Yuming Village, situated 3 to 4 hours from the city. However, from a distance, the village appeared shrouded in dark clouds, exuding a morose atmosphere devoid of sunlight. The trees lining the road stood withered, their gnarled branches swaying in the chilling wind. As they approached, it became evident that the crops in the fields lay dead, and even the irrigation ditches were parched, devoid of a single drop of water. With each step closer, an unsettling anticipation gripped the group. As if they sensed an impending revelation, the coachman who had brought them to Yuming Village halted 2 miles from the village, insisting they disembark and refusing to approach any closer, with no choice but to proceed on foot. They reached the village entrance, where a wooden archway bore the weathered inscription Yuming Village, creaking ominously in the breeze. Chapter 23, the grim scene. As the story continues, the team, under Xiao Bufan's guidance, cautiously entered the eerie village. Unlike other villages, there were no elders gathered to share stories. The atmosphere was suffocatingly somber. They advanced slowly and soon encountered the first farmhouse. Xiao Bufan mustered his courage to knock on the door, but silence reigned within. A gentle push revealed that the door was unlocked, yet the sight within made it clear why it had remained ajar. 3 skeletal remains lay on the floor, 2 adults and a child, evidently a family of 3. The house was completely bare, devoid of furniture, truly a shell of a home. The remains bore no clothing, having evidently been stripped away. Ziobufen sighed deeply, a lament for the world's cruelty echoing within him. Mourning the fact that these souls had not even found peace in death. Task alert. The host is to bury all the corpses within Yuming village to prevent them from further decay and pestilence. Reward, summoning spellbook secrets of the soul. Having intended to bury these unclaimed remains, Ziobufen found his purpose reinforced by the system's directive. He summoned Bai Qi and Meng Tian to assist in gathering the bones. Storing them within the system's space. He then hurriedly knocked on several nearby doors, but met only silence, leaving him feeling desolate. The absence of response suggested that either the inhabitants had fled or had permanently succumbed to their fate. Though I possess little power, I can at least ensure you receive a proper burial, he murmured. He directed the 5 sturdy members of his team to efficiently gather the remains. Before long, a collection of skeletal frames lay before him. Prompting another sigh as he prepared to collect these tragic remnants of life. Is there truly no one left alive in Yuming village? Have they all perished? The haunting silence seemed to echo the village's plight until an aged voice broke through the stillness. As you can see, there is little vitality left in Yuming village. The strong and capable have long departed to seek their fortunes, leaving only the frail and the ill behind. An elderly man, his hair streaked with gray and leaning on a cane, emerged from a nearby house, slowly recounting the village's sorrowful tale. Ziobufen, observing the gaunt figure, refrained from pressing him with questions. Instead, he produced food and water from his pack. Offering it to the old man. Young man, you are truly kind, but I am but a weary old soul. There is no one left to share these provisions with me. Do not waste your food on me. Keep it for yourselves, the elder replied, shaking his head in refusal. Ziobufen hesitated for a moment but then firmly placed the food into the old man's embrace. Please accept it. We have come to address the peculiar happenings in Yuming village. The elder remained silent, lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, he began to reveal the events of recent years. This strange occurrence began long ago. At first, we did not perceive it as anything unusual. Believing it to be mere clouds. We hurried home from the fields, unaware of the encroaching darkness, yet the black mist has persisted, and our crops have not seen the sun for ages. They wither in the fields. And we have not harvested food in a long time. With no other options, the villagers sought the aid of adventurers in the city, only to be met with deceit. Those rogues took their coin without delivering any assistance, leaving them hopeless. As the elder's agitation grew, Ziobufen soothed him, offering water to calm his emotions. He realized the elder had come to view him as just another unscrupulous adventurer, reluctant to accept his kindness. Chapter 24, Bai Qi and the Fire Demon. After calming the elder, Ziobufen learned that the source of the black mist lay on a mountain 2 miles behind Yuming village, where a cave had claimed the lives of those who ventured inside. Armed with this knowledge, Ziobufen left a generous supply of food for the elder and hastened toward the mountain. The elder, watching the team's retreating figures, could no longer contain his tears, whispering, "At last, my dear Chonner. My precious granddaughter, we are finally saved." Riding swiftly, Ziobufen and his companions soon reached the base of the mountain, where dark smoke billowed from the cave entrance, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of blood, confirming they had found the source. Alert, the host is near legendary materials. The inquiry function has been activated. The system chimed in, realizing that the task at hand and the materials were in close proximity. Ziobufen felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, a piercing scream erupted from within the cave, its sound waves distorting the air around them. Suddenly, a massive bat, engulfed in flames, soared from the cave, circling ominously above the team. Alert, the host is encountering a creature known as the Fire Demon, typically residing in caves. It feeds on human blood, storing drained corpses within. This creature is capable of utilizing fire, cooking its prey, and exuding vast amounts of black mist. Ziobufen realized the formidable nature of this opponent. It not only consumed human flesh but also possessed the ability to create cooked meals, raising the possibility of it possessing intelligence. With this realization, he understood the difficulties that lay ahead, especially considering the battle was taking place on unfamiliar ground, with neither the advantage of time nor terrain on his side. Bai Qi observed the creature circling in the air, as if searching for an opportunity to break through. This, however, was futile. He decisively launched the slime grasp, ensnaring it around the creature's form. The Fire Demon sensed something was amiss. Realizing its movements were being controlled, in a hurried response, it unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the slime grasp that bound it. After executing this maneuver, it squawked at Bai Qi, as if mocking him. How absurd, being ridiculed by a mere bat. By all that is sacred, if I do not vanquish you, I shall no longer bear the name Bai. With that declaration, he ignited with infernal fury and charged forward. Xiao Bufan, about to remind him that they were atop a mountain, was taken aback as Bai Qi summoned flames from his feet, creating a jet-like propulsion. Xiao Bufan found the scene amusing, watching Bai Qi engage with the fire demon in mid-air. While the creature appeared momentarily stunned, it could not comprehend why this particular human could fly. Would Bai Qi afford it the chance to understand? Without hesitation, he thrust the cloud descender downwards, piercing the chest of the fire demon with an iron chain that shot forth from his own body. The fire demon, feeling the pain, reacted instinctively, yet found itself unable to escape the grip of Bai Qi's iron chain. If you think you can break free, you are sorely mistaken. Bai Qi relentlessly pummeled the fire demon. Ultimately, the creature endured the agony, extracting the iron chain along with chunks of flesh, before hastily fleeing. Curse that wretch, I cannot believe it escaped. Bai Qi lamented his failure, unaware that in Xiao Bufan's eyes, he had performed admirably. Mastering one's skills was no small feat, and Xiao Bufan deemed the fire demoness escape to be of little consequence. Chapter 25, The Son of Eternal Flames. Continuing from where we left off. After Bai Qi drove away the fire demon, Xiao Bufan and the others ventured into the cave to explore, expecting a scene of carnage and devastation. Xiao Bufan found himself too optimistic. What greeted them was a landscape littered with bones. The air thick with the stench of decay. Gazing upon the remains, still reeking of putrid flesh, his stomach churned violently. Further along, against the wall, lay several untouched corpses draped in human skin, their faces contorted in sheer terror, as if they had suffered unspeakable anguish in their final moments, silently pleading for salvation. As Xiao Bufan surveyed the cave strewn with skeletal remains, a flame of anger ignited within him, vowing to eradicate the fire demon from this world. The members of the Bufan squad were perplexed. Why did their goblin leader care so much for human suffering, unable to bear witness to the atrocities committed by monsters? Perhaps only Bai Qi could fathom the answer. But with the fire demon having fled in pain, they could only devise a plan for the future. Xiao Bufan led the group deeper into the cave, seeking the source of the ominous black mist that permeated the air. Strangely, the mist seemed to emanate from the depths of the cave, driven by a thirst for discovery. Xiao Bufan was the first to slide down into the cave. Oddly enough, the tunnel was remarkably smooth, devoid of any protruding stones or debris, allowing for an unobstructed descent. Before long, they reached the bottom, where a flickering flame came into view. The squad members remained vigilant, wary of any unforeseen danger. However, Dosai, seemingly entranced, stepped forward towards the burning flame. Could this be Huoli? As Dosai approached, he halted just 2 steps away, repeatedly murmuring the name Huoli. The others exchanged puzzled glances, but the flame appeared almost sentient. Fixating its gaze on Dosai, it tentatively extended a small tendril of fire towards him. Sensing the danger, Dosai instinctively recoiled the flame. Perceiving the dwarf's fear, swiftly withdrew its fiery reach. That moment, Dosai snapped back to reality and explained to his bewildered companions, Huoli is the youngest son of the Eternal Flame. According to Dwarven lore, the Eternal Flame was seized by the god of forging and became a tool in his hands. The god of forging scattered the children of the Eternal Flame across various regions, each becoming a flame that would never extinguish. The group began to comprehend that the small flame before them was indeed what Dosai referred to as the son of the Eternal Flame. No wonder he had approached it without hesitation. If that was the case, Huoli's potential must be formidable. Dosai, do you think you can attempt to harness it? Dosai shook his head. The Eternal Flame had been forcibly taken by the god of forging, indicating its power surpassed that of the god. Gaining the acceptance of the children of the Eternal Flame required a significant price. Not everyone could earn their favor, otherwise, consider the fire demon above, such flames would be immensely beneficial to it, possibly even the key to its evolution, Dosai explained with a hint of melancholy. And we, beings such as ourselves, stand little chance of gaining their acknowledgement. Observing Dosai's sorrowful expression, Xiao Bufan felt a pang of sadness for his companion, who lacked the courage to even attempt. This acknowledgement was rooted in Dosai's deep appreciation for life, avoiding actions without certainty. Ultimately, Xiao Bufan encouraged him, give it a try. Without failure, how can there be success? No matter the cost, even if you become incapacitated and can no longer assist the team, I will still keep you by my side and guide you through our forthcoming journey. After a moment, inspired by his captain's words, Dosai recalled a lesson from his mentor. The quality of a weapon reflects the skill of its smith. But we cannot rely solely on that to judge their craftsmanship. The most vital aspect is whether they have the courage to try and persist. The words of his mentor in Xiao Bufan resonated deeply within him. The captain had already made his stance clear. Even if he failed, he would continue their journey together. What reason did he have to shy away? Chapter 26, Trials and Rewards. Continuing from where we left off. Dosa-e approached Huoli unencumbered by doubt, and took 3 steps forward. Huoli, displaying surprising sentience, beckoned him with a finger. Without further ado, Dosa-e grasped Huoli and placed it against himself. The flame enveloped Dosa-e's left arm, burning fiercely yet contained, focusing solely on him. Despite the searing pain, Dosa-e remained silent, embodying the resilience of a true warrior. The measure of a smith's skill is not determined by the quality of their weapons but by their willingness to strive and endure. Echoed in Dosa-e's mind. Eventually, the intense heat severed his left arm, leaving it to smolder on the ground, while the remnants of his tattered sleeve fluttered in the aftermath. Huoli then leapt onto Dosa-e's shoulder, forcefully burrowing into the stump of his severed arm. Pain surged through Dosa-e, tempting him to extinguish the flame, yet he persevered, watching as his dismembered limb gradually transformed into a charred heap. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, a wave of excruciating pain radiated from his left arm, persisting for what felt like an eternity. Dosa-e, dizzy from the torment, repeatedly forced himself to stand. Eventually, from the remnants of his severed arm, a new left limb emerged, intricately inscribed with symbols and incantations. Dosa-e understood that Huoli had accepted him, transferring its power at the cost of his arm. From this moment forth, I am you, and you are me. I shall become your left arm, igniting the eternal flames on your behalf. Let us forge a pact. A weighty declaration resonated within Dosa-e's heart. I agree. His silent affirmation triggered a violent reaction in his newly kindled left arm. The inscriptions and symbols glowed with a fiery brilliance, flames dancing as if they would never be extinguished. Having gained Huoli's abilities, Dosa-e felt an invigorating surge of vitality flooding his being. His body brimmed with boundless energy, each organ revitalized by the warm embrace of Huoli's flames. Dosa-e underwent a remarkable transformation, returning to the age when he first sought out a mentor. His once gray beard turned a lustrous black, and his belly transformed into a physique enviable to all. His powerful left arm blazed with an unquenchable fire, while his right arm radiated limitless strength. Dosa-e was reborn. No, the power of Huoli had elevated him to new heights. Did this mean that the god of forging wielding the eternal flame could not perish? If he were to confront that being, what would await them? Xiao Bufan mused internally. While he was relieved that Dosa-e had acquired Huoli's powers, he couldn't help but wonder if Dosa-e could truly contend with the god of forging. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the absurd notion. For now, at least, that foe was beyond their reach. What was the point of dwelling on such thoughts? Offering heartfelt blessings to Dosai, I also extend my congratulations on his remarkable surge in strength. Chapter 27, The Holy Essence and the Formation. Continuing from the previous chapter, Dosai successfully passed the trial of Huoli, acquiring the formidable abilities of fire. This transformation granted him a left arm that burned perpetually, enabling him to forge superior equipment. Ding, the host is near the legendary auxiliary materials. Please search carefully. Upon receiving the system's notification, Xiao Bufan glanced around, only to find walls surrounding him, no trace of auxiliary materials in sight. This cannot be. Could the system be malfunctioning? Where could the materials possibly be? Yet, the system has never misled me before. I should keep searching. Xiao Bufan began to scour the walls for clues, tapping and listening intently. The team members, witnessing his peculiar behavior, were filled with curiosity but refrained from asking questions. Instead, they followed his orders, assisting him in the search for the unknown. As he knocked around, he indeed uncovered a suspicious spot beneath his feet. While wandering about, he noticed that this particular ground produced a distinct echo, confirming his suspicion. Eager to complete the task, Xiao Bufan hurried to uncover the area, but was met with unanimous opposition from his teammates, who warned of potential dangers lurking beneath. However, Xiao Bufan, driven by urgency, paid no heed and launched a series of swift attacks. To his surprise, the ground showed no reaction, as if it could absorb all energy that struck it. Ding! The system automatically detects that this floor is crafted from the Holy Essence, capable of absorbing all energy sources below the Holy Realm. It is forged from the bones of fallen saints, leaving behind the questions or formations of the deceased, or perhaps even talismans. How astonishing! Yet, this means my efforts are in vain. It cannot be opened. Wait, the system mentioned it leaves behind questions, formations, or talismans. If I unravel these, could I not unlock it? Theory must be tested through practice. He then called upon Yunar, asking her if she recognized the symbols on the stone. Regrettably, she did not, but she was willing to give it a try. During Yunar's examination, a howl from a beast echoed from the cave entrance, leading everyone to speculate that the fire charm had returned. Damn, that creature dares to come back. I shall confront it once more. Bai Chi exclaimed, rushing back to the cave's mouth. There, he saw the fire charm had brought a larger bat-like creature. So you sought assistance. I shall take my leave then. With a swift motion, Bai Chi slid back down the tunnel. Xiao Bufan, perplexed by Bai Chi's return, wondered why he had come back. Did he not triumph the first time, yet falter now? Bai Chi quickly reported that the creature had brought a larger beast, and seeing the odds stacked against them, he thought it wise to return for reinforcements. Meng Tian, hearing this, felt excitement surge. He had longed to join Bai Chi in battle. Let us go, General, too. I shall accompany you to face those two beasts, he declared, laughing heartily as he followed Bai Chi back to the cave entrance, eager to confront the flying beasts. Chapter 28. Having defeated the young, the elder arrives. Continuing from the last chapter, the two great generals of the Qin kingdom join forces to confront the beasts. Eyeing each other warily for a moment, Bai Chi made the first move, launching iron chains from his chest, hoping to ensnare the fire charm once again. However, the fire charm had learned from its previous encounter. It swiftly dodged the chains, mocking Bai Chi for his repeated tactics. Seeing his chain ineffective, Bai Chi opted for a direct approach, igniting himself in flames and leaping into the air. The two beasts, witnessing this, were overjoyed and unleashed a combination attack. Point 1 released a torrent of black mist while the other ignited its flames, setting the mist ablaze and resulting in a violent explosion. Caught off guard, Bai Chi was severely injured and propelled 10 miles away, crashing against the mountainside, causing the ground to tremble inside the cave. Xiao Bufan felt the tremor and assumed the two had swiftly dispatched one of the beasts. Not giving it much thought, he continued to observe Yunar as she attempted to decipher the formation, but Dosai felt differently, eager to verify Xiao Bufan's hypothesis while also testing his newfound powers. Informing Xiao Bufan, he ascended the slide. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Bai Chi being blasted away, Meng Tian was alarmed and rushed to assess his condition. The explosion had knocked Bai Chi out of his fiery state. Leaving him wounded and unconscious, Meng Tian hastily extracted Bai Chi from the mountainside, carrying him back through the slide. By coincidence, they collided with Dosai, who immediately assisted in bringing Bai Chi to Yunar. Startled by the sudden appearance of newcomers, Yunar quickly regained her composure and cast a basic healing spell on Bai Chi. Xiao Bufan stared at Bai Chi, whose eyes were clouded with blood, instructing Yunar urgently to save him before darting out of the cave. Dosai, seeing Xiao Bufan leave, assumed everything was under control and chose to remain in the cave, watching over the injured Bai Chi. Upon reaching the surface, Xiao Bufan noticed Meng Tian still engaged with the two beasts and patted his shoulder, urging him to go heal. You, my lord, Meng Tian began, but was forcefully pushed back before he could finish. Glancing at the circling fire charms, Xiao Bufan bellowed, "Are you the ones who harmed my subordinate? Prepare to face your demise." In an instant, the power of the Copper Vein Realm erupted. The two fire charms, seeing only a Copper Vein Realm opponent, erupted in laughter. "You dare challenge us both at your level?" Ha! Unfazed by their mockery, Xiao Bufan simply beckoned them forward, inviting them to attack. Undeterred, the two beasts launched their combination assault at him. Xiao Bufan stood his ground, absorbing the damage that had once gravely injured Bai Qi. As the black mist dissipated, he remained steadfast, seemingly untouched by their assault, though a few wounds adorned his body, confirming the impact had indeed reached him. "Is that all? Is this your strongest strike? Prepare to be reduced to mere pulp." Chapter 29. A one-sided beating. Continuing from the last chapter, Xiao Bufan spoke without granting the beasts a moment's respite, delivering a powerful strike that collided with the smaller fire charm. Seizing the opportunity, he targeted the grievously wounded area, hammering relentlessly, reopening the scabbed wounds and causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain. In pain, the fire charm attempted to escape Xiao Bufan's grip, igniting its flames in a desperate bid for survival. However, having undergone a transformation, Xiao Bufan could withstand ordinary flames, enduring even the more potent ones for several moments. Ignoring the flames, he continued to rain blows upon the fire charm's head, leaving a myriad of welts and bruises until, with the final strike, the creature fell into unconsciousness, its teeth shattered. This one-sided assault lasted for roughly 10 minutes. As the fire charm plummeted toward the ground, the larger one, initially intent on aiding its companion, now sought to flee. Observing the larger fire charm preparing to escape, Xiao Bufan refused to allow it. Utilizing the unconscious smaller fire charm as a springboard, he leapt onto the back of the larger beast. To the larger fire charm, Xiao Bufan appeared as a shadowy figure, smoldering and menacing, akin to an unknown creature launching itself toward it. In that brief moment of distraction, Xiao Bufan landed firmly atop it. "Alas, I should have known better than to follow this fool out here," Xiao Bufan thought as he unleashed a flurry of punches upon its head. While the fire charm contemplated that it would rather fight than be beaten to death. In a sudden burst, it released a cloud of black mist, obscuring Xiao Bufan's vision. In that instant, he instinctively loosened his grip. Momentarily distracted, seizing the opportunity, the fire charm surged away, but the sudden shift propelled Xiao Bufan forward, causing him to cling tightly to the creature. Despite the disorientation, Xiao Bufan flipped back onto its back, disregarding the haze, and continued to pummel the fire charm's head relentlessly, leaving it dazed and reeling from the onslaught. Xiao Bufan realized that despite his relentless strikes, his opponent still showed no signs of losing consciousness, prompting him to cease wasting time. He then seized the wings of the fiery enchantress with a fierce tug, causing her to feel a sharp pain at the junction of her body and wings, jolting her back to full awareness. In response, she executed a deadly roll through the air, seemingly intent on dislodging Xiao Bufan. However, he would not grant her such an opportunity. He summoned all his strength to yank her wings down forcefully. Blood gushed from the wound as he swiftly stored the severed wing in his system space and attempted to grasp the other wing, yet the fiery enchantress denied him the chance, succumbing to blood loss and slipping into unconsciousness. Feeling the sensation of falling, Xiao Bufan wiped away the obscuring black smoke from his eyes. Gazing at the smoldering peak of Cuckoo, he was astonished to realize he had traversed a distance of 10 miles. The pressing concern now was how he would safely descend from such a great height. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to first twist off the head of the fiery enchantress and store her body in his space. Utilizing her head as a makeshift springboard, he leaped onto a nearby mountainside, gradually scaling the sheer cliff face until he reached level ground, then hastening towards the billowing smoke. Chapter 30, Spicy Demon Feast. Continuing from the previous account, Xiao Bufan had thoroughly disciplined both fiery enchantresses and was now racing toward the smoke-emitting peak, eager to prevent any unforeseen mishaps that might disrupt his acquisition of supplementary materials and the completion of his task. Meanwhile, Bai Qi was undergoing continuous treatment from Yuner, with his wounds gradually healing, showing signs of awakening. Unexpectedly, Bai Qi's first words upon regaining consciousness were a furious exclamation about those treacherous scoundrels daring to conspire against him, demanding to be helped up so he could engage in a fierce battle with them. Seeing Bai Qi suddenly yelling, Yuner swiftly delivered a light smack to his head. Rest well, honestly, as a patient. You should be less troublesome. The blow jolted Bai Qi to full awareness. Where's the boss? Why can't I see him? He looked around only to find Xiao Bufan's absence conspicuous. The boss went to avenge you. Upon hearing of your grievous injuries, he rushed off to confront those two demon beasts. I wanted to assist him but had to restrain myself, Meng Tian explained in response to Bai Qi's query. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's eyes glistened with tears, realizing that his leader was indeed a protective figure, unlike his former lord, who had sacrificed him for the sake of appearances in a silent battlefield. At that moment, Xiao Bufan hurried back, relieved to find Bai Qi in relatively good condition. He then returned to the ground, swiftly dispatching the still unconscious fiery enchantress. He quickly skinned, cleaned, deboned, and cut the meat, discarding the lymphatic tissues until the fiery enchantress was unrecognizable. Holding a bare, bird-like yet bat-like creature, he entered the cave, calling for Dusei. Curiously, Dusei scrutinized the meat in Xiao Bufan's hands, wondering why he had been summoned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bufan pressed Dusei's left arm to the ground, placing a cast iron pot atop it. Hey, make the fire hotter. Dusei was taken aback, initially thinking he had been called for a specific task, only to find himself becoming the source of heat. Nevertheless, he obediently began stoking the fire. Once the pot was steaming, Xiao Bufan deemed the temperature sufficient, pouring in oil extracted from yellow-brown fruits before adding the fiery enchantress's meat to stir-fry. He continued to stir, eventually adding a splash of spring water to braise the meat until it became tender. When the time was right, he unveiled the pot, adding a scant amount of spicy sauce to thicken the dish. However, the spicy sauce was running low. After reducing the sauce, a visually enticing and aromatic spicy demon feast was finally completed, filling the air with a potent scent of chili, raising the ambient temperature. Yuner, attracted by the aroma, approached but felt the heat rising, prompting her to consider shedding her clothing to avoid staining it during the meal. However, upon witnessing Yuner preparing to undress, Xiao Bufan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, causing him to bleed from his nose. Elated by this response, Yuner began to pose enticingly. Xiao Bufan hurriedly urged Yuner to put her clothes back on. Fearing he might lose control, reluctantly Yuner complied, donning her attire again. Simultaneously, she pondered whether something was amiss with her leader, as she had always been so forward, yet he seemed unresponsive. Little did she know that Xiao Bufan was not disinterested. He simply had not yet acclimated to the liberated attitudes of this world. Noting his lack of interest, Yuner left to fetch Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and their companions. Once everyone had gathered, Xiao Bufan lifted the pot lid, unleashing a fragrant wave that combined spice and aroma, a testament to his intermediate culinary skills. Bai Qi, recalling the taste of the fiery enchantress's flesh during battle, directly grabbed a sizable piece and began to devour it. Seeking a second round of flavor, seeing Bai Qi burn his mouth, the others learned to be more cautious, blowing on their portions before eating. Yet, as the fiery enchantress's meat settled in their stomachs, an extraordinary sensation washed over them. Warmth enveloped their insides, invigorating their qi. Meng Tian felt a surge of strength, and others began to notice changes within their bodies. Filled with delight, this demon meat has such effects? Remarkable, we must consume more. Amid laughter and chatter, the spicy demon feast was swiftly consumed. However, just after finishing, those who had eaten the most, including several young soldiers and Meng Tian, clutched their bellies and rolled on the ground. Lamenting their overindulgence, Xiao Bufan paid them no mind, knowing well that overconsumption of restorative food could be detrimental. As the three writhed on the ground, they eventually made their way outside the cave to recover. Fortunate that their stomachs were still somewhat filled, allowing them to quickly regain composure. Chapter 31, Tales from the Essence of Holy Power. Continuing from the previous account, after everyone had eaten their fill, Xiao Bufan felt he had fulfilled his responsibilities towards his subordinates. Now, it was time to secure the legendary supplementary materials he had long desired, urging Yuner to expedite the formation of the magical array. He noted that none of the older men present had any knowledge of talismans or cryptic texts, thus it fell to Yuner to undertake this task. Meanwhile, the older men busily took turns massaging Yuner's shoulders and legs. However, one particularly unruly individual kept glancing at Yuner's undergarments while attending to her legs, leading to predictable consequences. Although Yuner refrained from punishing him, she could not escape the wrath of Xiao Bufan, who chastised him as he walked by. I'm not even involved yet, and you're already peeking. Just wait until you see what I do to you. He delivered a sound beating, leaving the miscreant with bruises. Even though the punishment was delivered through armor, originally intending to continue punishing the insolent soldier, Xiao Bufan reconsidered, thinking it best to leave him to his commander, Meng Tian, who had a carefree demeanor. Meng Tian, with a grin, gazed at his bruised subordinate. Well, you little rascal, daring to eye my brother's woman, I admire your audacity. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Bufan's voice echoed in his ear. If you don't discipline your men properly, I'll deal with you too. Instantly, Meng Tian began to train his subordinate diligently, though he reminded himself that they were still his men, so he only needed to perform adequately for show. On the other side, Yuner joyfully exclaimed, I figured it out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan hurried over to check, only to find that he still couldn't comprehend a single character. This was rather embarrassing. Noticing Xiao Bufan's discomfort, Yuner quickly explained that the magical array illustrated a story detailing the life journey of the owner of this essence of holy power. An unnamed child had been reluctantly abandoned by his mother. Placed in a small wooden boat drifting down the river, the mother could only watch from the shore, tears silently streaming down her face. Unbeknownst to her, a band of ruthless marauders lurked behind her, prompting her to separate from her child for his safety. Though she saved her child, she could not save herself. Her faint sobs were soon discovered by the marauders, and after that, her fate became uncertain. The child continued downstream until he was discovered by a woman washing clothes by the riverbank. The family did not reject the foundling, raising him as one of their own. One day, a mysterious old man, walking on clouds, arrived in the village to select gifted children as disciples. Initially, he chose a young girl, but upon noticing the strong and robust young man, he decided to take him in as well, assigning him menial tasks like sweeping and organizing books. Occasionally, he was allowed to peruse the cultivation manuals. In this nurturing environment, he gradually embarked on the path of cultivation, diligently studying the texts of the old man. Impressed by his ability to grasp the teachings through reading alone, accepted him as a formal disciple. Among the other disciples taken in that year, the young girl had already succeeded in reaching the alchemy stage. While he had barely managed to enter the qi refinement stage, however, he firmly believed that he could eventually match the girl's pace, which compelled him to toil even harder than usual, all in the hope of one day catching up to her. The old man observed all of this with keen eyes, subtly offering him a bit more guidance. Time flew by swiftly, and before long he had reached the yuaniying stage, yet the girl remained far ahead. Still eluding his grasp, then, an unforeseen calamity struck, shattering the tranquility of the present. The old man, determined to combat the encroaching Azura, pursued them to their lair, intent on slaying their leader. Tragically, he fell into an ambush and perished on the spot. Upon hearing the news of the old man's demise, the girl could no longer remain passive. She resolved to storm the Azura's den. He had previously deterred her from such a reckless decision. Torn between the desire to surpass her and the stirrings of affection he felt for her, yet, he could not dissuade her, and she too met her end in that place, upon learning of this tragic turn of events. He became enveloped in a cold solitude, harboring disdain for all those around him. At this juncture, he was on the verge of reaching the sacred stage, however, upon receiving the news of the girl's demise. He could no longer suppress his feelings for her. A potent urge for vengeance coursed through his veins. He was willing to expend his very lifeblood to forcefully break through to the sacred stage. Yet he ultimately failed, his resolve shattered, his cultivation plummeted from the peak of the transformation stage to its early phase. Following this ordeal, he secluded himself in his chamber, ignoring all that transpired outside. Even the relocation of the sect failed to disturb him as he remained quietly ensconced in his room. Thus concludes this segment of the tale. Yuner, in disbelief, continued to peruse the story, while Xiao Bufan, equally engrossed, found himself disheartened by the abrupt end. He shook Yuner's shoulders, pleading for the continuation of the narrative, yet it was truly finished. Yuner found herself unable to concoct the next part, as she had yet to embark on the path of cultivation herself. Xiao Bufan too felt immense disappointment, but resigned himself to the situation. Chapter 32, The Pit of Devourers. Continuing from the last segment, since the story could not proceed, they could only hope for the materials beneath the stone slab. Praying they were not anything peculiar. As Yuner methodically dismantled the formation, the 4 circles of light began to dim, the central triangle spun rapidly, and the keyhole within it rotated on its own. Culminating in a thunderous crash, the entire stone slab and the ground beneath it collapsed, sending Xiao Bufan and the others plummeting down, while only Meng Tian outside the cave remained obliviously reprimanding his subordinates. Really, is this how it ends? Xiao Bufan gazed into the abyss, then turned to the continuously shrieking Yuner. He pragmatically withdrew a steak knife, embedding it into the adjacent stone wall to slow their descent. He then turned and embraced the still screaming Yuner. Bai Qi and Dusei, witnessing their leader's preoccupation with the girl, were left with no choice but to fend for themselves. Bai Qi mimicked Xiao Bufan, drawing his own weapon to mitigate their fall, while simultaneously grasping Dusei, who was also descending. Oh dear, I almost thought I was going to perish. Dusei exclaimed, breathless with anxiety. Yuner, sensing a return to weightlessness, forced her eyes open, only to find herself nestled in Xiao Bufan's arms. Her heart fluttered restlessly, comforted by the warmth radiating from him, yet, just as she wished to linger in his embrace a moment longer, they landed. Xiao Bufan, exhausted, had only one arm to slow their descent, mirroring Bai Qi's own exhaustion as they both struggled. Reluctantly, Yuner extricated herself from Xiao Bufan's grasp, tenderly tending to the fatigue in their arms. As they surveyed the vast pit, a sudden cacophony erupted overhead. Glancing up, they were met with the sight of stones being hurled downward. Who dares toss stones down here? Just after narrowly avoiding the barrage, a figure descended from above, unmistakably the old scoundrel Meng Tian. You scoundrel, do you wish for my demise? Xiao Bufan, incensed at Meng Tian's presence, yanked his ear and chastised him, while Meng Tian, wincing in pain, hastily apologized to the others. Having endured this farce, the group resumed their examination of the concealed pit beneath the sacred energy essence. Cautiously exploring, they soon discovered numerous blue glimmers in the distance. Fighting against their curiosity, they approached to investigate, only to realize they were swarms of glowing beetles. Delightful, Dusei, did you not mention these creatures were scarce? Why are there so many here? Xiao Bufan fixed an incredulous stare at Dusei, who was equally astonished by the spectacle before them. Unable to provide an explanation for the swarm, sensing Dusei's inability to respond, Xiao Bufan lost interest in pressing him further. No matter how many there are, we shall collect them all. We can enchant our gear anew. Upon hearing Xiao Bufan's words, the others immediately began stuffing the glowing beetles into their pockets, yet, it seemed as though there was no end to their collection. They continued to gather, gradually sensing something amiss. These creatures resembled guiding fish, luring prey deeper into the abyss before disposing of them. These beetles seemed suspicious. Everyone refrained from further action, Xiao Bufan commanded, and the group, pulled from their excitement, realized they had strayed from their original position. They now found themselves in an unmarked area, surrounded by a sea of blue, with the path they had taken now overrun by beetles, leaving them utterly disoriented. This is bad. We are lost in this pit. Xiao Bufan cautioned everyone, stay calm, do not panic. I possess enough provisions in my spatial storage to last you all for 20 years or more. Yet, it was Xiao Bufan himself who felt the most anxiety. Alert, the mysterious materials lie 60 miles ahead, please proceed promptly. The sudden system notification provided Xiao Bufan with a semblance of reassurance. At least he now knew the location of the materials. It was fortunate that he had the system, or the others who had fallen might have met their doom here. Chapter 33, the enigmatic formation. Continuing from the previous segment, after receiving the system's guidance, Xiao Bufan led the group forward, exploring the monotonous cave. However, the abundance of beetles ignited the greed within. Thankfully, the members of the team were wise enough to weigh their priorities, following the system's instructions. Xiao Bufan and the others traveled for 60 miles, arriving at a sealed iron gate. The gate was adorned with intricate patterns and seals that Xiao Bufan could not comprehend, so he requested Yuner to examine it. As Yuner scrutinized the seals, a sound not belonging to the cave reached their ears, a low-frequency sound wave reverberating among them. Only Yuner, engrossed in her task, remained oblivious to it. The others seemed entranced. Drifting aimlessly toward different directions, Xiao Bufan was not spared. He felt like a marionette advancing northward, while the others scattered to the east, west, and south. Bai Qi and his soldiers ventured east, Meng Tian and his men headed west, and Dusei wandered southward, leaving them all separated. After about half an hour of wandering, Xiao Bufan arrived at a location devoid of beetles, though visibility was exceedingly low. Before him lay a glowing energy stone. Casting an image of his grandmother upon its surface, grandmother, Xiao Bufan gasped in astonishment, yearning to embrace her once more and bask in the warmth of her embrace. However, this was precisely the trap of the memory stone. It reflected one's innermost desires. Xiao Bufan stood entranced for a few moments, wishing fervently, if only you were truly here. With that, he struck the vision before him with a mighty punch, shattering the memory stone, which, although it could manipulate other sentiments, was fragile itself. As the stone crumbled, the image of his grandmother faded into dust, slowly drifting away, though she seemed to be murmuring something. Meanwhile, Bai Qi encountered the illusion pearl, a transparent stone tinged with darkness, showcasing a horrific scene. Children were mercilessly slaughtered, and women were dragged off to unspeakable fates, while men were bound to shields serving as human shields. The only item indicating the time of the scene was the fallen flag of the Qin, trampled mercilessly by the advancing forces, leaving behind a desolate city devoid of life. Witnessing this, Bai Qi's heart ached as he realized that even in death, the Qin had perished. Is there no way to quell the wrath of the six states? Even with my demise, was it wrong of me? Should I have sacrificed those 400,000 Zhao troops, allowing my soldiers and citizens to perish? Bai Qi lamented, grappling with guilt over his past actions, while his subordinates were haunted by memories of that winter when he buried the Zhao troops alive. Yet, he believed he had done nothing wrong. Was it not better for the enemy to die than for him to face death himself? Thus, he swiftly emerged from the phantasmagoria, yet, gazing at Bai Qi, who was still in a state of remorse beside him, he contemplated whether to awaken Bai Qi. After all, a physician had previously warned that awakening someone in a frenzied state could result in a transformation of their very essence. Hence, he hesitated to take the risk. However, Bai Qi continued to weep uncontrollably, prompting him to choose to rouse Bai Qi. Yet, all Bai Qi could perceive were hands of unknown origin incessantly patting his back. As he surveyed his surroundings and found nothing amiss, clarity dawned upon him. So you wish for my demise yet remain unsated in your insatiable greed, then I shall personally doom your realm. With that, Bai Qi erupted into manic laughter. I shall slay you all, every last one of you, ha ha. Subsequently, Bai Qi, having escaped from this frenzied state, left the illusion behind, while the nearby soldiers feared they were the cause of Bai Qi's current condition. Bai Qi, casting a glance at the trembling soldiers, commanded, "You shall join me in eradicating them all." The soldiers could only nod frantically in agreement, interpreting his words as a directive to eliminate their comrades. Yet, the prevailing circumstances left him no room for refusal. The scene shifted to Yuner, who was diligently deciphering the constraints before her, discovering that they corresponded to 4 focal points, of which 2 located to the north and east, had already dimmed. However, upon turning her gaze, she found herself utterly alone, devoid of any companions. After a brief contemplation, Yuner surmised that a unique mechanism within the cave had separated their group into different locations, with the ultimate goal being those 4 focal points. The extinguishing of 2 indicated that 2 groups had successfully disrupted the focal points. Once the remaining 2 groups completed the destruction of the last 2 focal points, the iron gate before them would be unlocked. Chapter 34, Joy, Anger, Sorrow, and Happiness. Continuing from the previous account, Xiao Bufan and Bai Qi's respective factions had dismantled the focal points, thus returning to the location where Yuner awaited. Upon reuniting, they engaged in a discussion regarding the focal points. Xiao Bufan recounted encountering his most cherished memories, seeing his beloved grandmother, the person who had shown him the utmost kindness. After hearing Xiao Bufan's narrative, Yuner shared her insights. It seems the illusions encountered by our leader evoke joy and happiness. But what kind of illusion did Bai Lao experience? Yun'er gazed at Bai Qi, eager for a response. Bai Qi, observing Yun'er in Xiao Bufan, felt his fury gradually subside, recounting the events that unfolded within his illusion. Indeed, it is infuriating. Not only did they massacre the city, but they also cruelly slaughtered the innocent. Such treatment of the populace is utterly beastly. Upon hearing Bai Qi's description of the illusion, Yun'er was filled with indignation. Then it appears that Bai Lao's corresponding illusion is one of rage and fury. If we discern a pattern, it seems to reflect at least 4 fundamental human emotions. If so, the remaining illusions must pertain to sorrow and joy. After Yun'er's analysis, the group generally concurred with her assessment, yet she sensed a lingering skepticism among them. Hastily, she led them to observe the 4 focal points corresponding to the constraints on the iron gate. This revelation won over the group, and they resolved to patiently await the remaining factions to dismantle the focal points. The scene shifted to Dusay, who encountered a peculiar stone. The center was an impenetrable black devoid of color, while a faint white light radiated around its perimeter. This stone represented the sorrow attribute known as the Li Shan Pei. Though Dusay was unaware of this, for reasons unknown, Dusay stepped forward and was drawn into a sorrowful illusion. The scene unfolded as he had just become a disciple of a dwarf master, accompanied by his brother Lusaki. The master, upon noticing Lusaki's exceptional talent, devoted more attention to him, even as Dusay forged weapons superior to Lusaki's. The master consoled Lusaki, asserting that Dusay's success was merely due to luck. This memory, long buried in Dusay's heart, was unearthed by the Li Shan Pei, forcing him to confront his inner turmoil. The unbearable recollections intensified, and a dark manifestation of Dusay emerged, obscured, and surrounded by a faint white glow. "You are no match for Lusaki," the inner demon taunted Dusay, each word an echo of his inadequacy and anguish. Dusay grappled with this memory he wished to forget, unwilling to acknowledge his perceived inferiority. At that moment, the fire on his left arm surged, engulfing his entire limb in flames, as if to reassure him. "Fear not, I am with you." Dusay stared at the flames, tears streaming down his face. "Indeed, in the past, I was inferior to Lusaki, but now I am surrounded by steadfast companions. Xiao Laodai, Bai Laodai, General Meng Tian. I am no less than Lusaki, and perhaps I surpass him 100-fold. With a fierce declaration, Dusay swung his flaming arm at the dark manifestation, shattering it into shards. The ability of the Li Shan Pei to draw forth one's inner demons meant that by vanquishing them, one could escape the illusion. Dusay gazed at the remnants of the shattered Li Shan Pei, bowing deeply in farewell to his former, timid self. The focus then shifted to Meng Tian, whose joyful illusion ensnared him and another. They found themselves in a lavish brothel, surrounded by enchanting beauties. As Meng Tian reveled in the company of lovely maidens and fine wine, the brothel madam approached him, leading the head courtesan to his side. However, as the beauty neared, the madam transformed into a giant serpent, coiling tightly around Meng Tian's neck, seeking to ensnare him in this false paradise. Yet, Meng Tian's words startled the madam. "It has been ages since I last visited a brothel. But how times have changed. I recall the head courtesan being Xiao Chui. Why is she not here now?" He nodded toward the illusory madam, who, sensing something amiss, relaxed for a moment, only to be caught off guard by Meng Tian's further comment. Let us continue drinking." Chapter 35, Breaking the Focal Points. Opening the iron gate. Continuing from the previous account, Meng Tian indulged in the wine, as the beauties continually filled his cup, and he accepted every offering without reservation. The madam, observing this, gradually tightened her grip. Just then, Meng Tian exclaimed, "Hey, have you had enough of this charade, madam? And you too, with all your extravagant attire, aren't you done yet?" With a forceful tug, he tore the serpent from his neck. The madam was thrown to the ground, revealing her true form, dissipating into a cloud of smoke, while the real madam writhed in agony. The surrounding courtesans, realizing their ruse had been exposed, shed their disguises, revealing themselves as thick, serpent-like creatures. The thrill of revelry is delightful, yet so easily mistaken. Despite having appeared intoxicated, Meng Tian was now composed and unflinching. Drawing forth his hefty axe, he brandished it effortlessly, dwarfing the serpents that now appeared diminutive in comparison. "Now, who among you dares to challenge me?" he declared, swinging his axe with ferocity. He even roused a nearby soldier from slumber, delivering 2 resounding slaps that left the soldier dazed and bewildered, brandishing a 3-section staff in defense. As the madam directed the swarm of serpents to attack, Meng Tian showed no mercy, cleaving through them with each swing, painting the ground crimson with their blood. The soldier, though unable to match Meng Tian's prowess, wielded his staff with determination, forcing the serpents to retreat. Sensing the tide of battle turning, the madam sought to escape while the two were preoccupied, hoping the serpents would hold their ground just as she prepared to flee. Meng Tian hurled his axe, severing her head from her body. As her long form writhed on the ground, the remaining serpents, witnessing their leader's demise, lost their resolve and fled for their lives. Meng Tian made no effort to pursue them, allowing the situation to unfold naturally. The moment the madam fell, the colorful Xian Zui Jing representing joy shattered. With the last focal point dismantled, the constraints on the iron gate began to fade away. Meng Tian returned to the iron gate, accompanied by the decapitated courtesan. Unexpectedly, the brothel turned out to be an illusion, yet the courtesan was not. The onlookers observed Yunar gradually unraveling the restraints, the runes above shifting incrementally, until the sound of shattering glass signaled the complete destruction of the barrier. At once, the surrounding scene transformed. Gone were the countless insects. Instead, there lay an array of ominous white bones. The insects in everyone's pockets crumbled to dust, and it dawned on them that upon entering this vast pit, they had already stepped into an illusion. No wonder they could not discern their bearings. They were ensnared by an illusionary spell. Thus, the scattered bones belonged to adventurers who had ventured here before, perishing from hunger due to greed, lost in ecstasy, and mentally influenced by the sights before them. After Xiao Bufan stored the courtesan in the system space, he engaged in discussions about the illusion with the others. During their conversation, the iron gate slowly creaked open. Chapter 36, An unfathomable danger. As the iron gate opened gradually, Xiao Bufan was the first to notice, calling out to the others as he prepared to step inside. However, the group decided to proceed in succession, ensuring mutual support to avoid encountering any bizarre mechanisms or illusions. Yunar was notably proactive, stepping forward to grasp Xiao Bufan's hand, causing the youth, in the bloom of his youth, to flush a deep crimson, while the followers behind cast amused glances. As they ambled forward to explore, the path below suddenly bifurcated, leading in two distinct directions, seemingly intent on splitting the group. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Bufan assigned Bai Qi and Meng Tian to one team, while the two soldiers accompanied the generals. On the other side, Duo Sai and Yunar followed Xiao Bufan, ensuring both teams maintained a level of combat capability for safety, as Xiao Bufan could not bear to see his companions harmed. Once the arrangements were made, they split into two teams for exploration, with Xiao Bufan leading the left path while Bai Qi and Meng Tian took the other, both groups hastening onward. On Xiao Bufan's side, the path seemed devoid of traps. However, the persistent sound of crackling electricity served as a reminder to remain vigilant. Fortunately, the initial stretch presented no dangers. In contrast, Bai Qi's team encountered every conceivable trap, leading them to suspect Xiao Bufan had orchestrated it all. Hidden arrows, rolling boulders, ground spikes, and flying stakes were all present. Thankfully, the group consisted of elite soldiers, their physical prowess allowing them to evade arrows, sprint back when faced with boulders, and rely on teammates to navigate spikes, making for a thrilling and perilous experience. Ultimately, the four navigated the first half of the journey without incident, arriving at a clear expanse devoid of traps, yet adorned with a wall on the right inscribed with incomprehensible text. Although the writing was indecipherable, it was meticulously arranged, suggesting it was not hastily carved by human hands. Even if someone had passed through, it was improbable that so many mechanisms would remain intact. Among the four, only Bai Qi and Meng Tian had perused military texts, yet the current inscriptions perplexed them both, making them lament the missed opportunity to read more, perhaps allowing them to decipher even a few characters. Complaining proved futile. Thus, the four took a moment to rest before continuing their exploration. Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan's path grew narrower, forcing him to bend low. As he gazed at the increasingly constricted and dim corridor, darkness was inconsequential. At least one person's glow illuminated the way. Duo Sai, understandably, was positioned at the forefront as a source of light. Xiao Bufan guarded the rear, placing Yunar between them to shield her from any potential traps lurking behind. However, the path became increasingly uncomfortable, prompting Xiao Bufan to devise a solution. If the path is impassable, I shall clear it with my fists, he resolved, recalling a phrase from a game he had played in his previous life, uttered by a character known as the Bald Donkey. With that thought, he swung his fists against the walls, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fall from the struck surfaces. To his surprise, the walls proved resilient. Undeterred, he continued to smash through the obstacles. After 2.5 hours of labor, the once narrow passageway transformed into an expansive clearing, though the ground still quaked slightly after his efforts. Warning, warning, an unidentified creature is approaching the host. Please prepare. The system's voice intruded unexpectedly. At the last time such a notification had sounded was during his battle with the Emperor Slime. Could it be that this legendary material had a guardian beast? Oh my, it seemed another fierce battle awaited. Chapter 37, first encounter with the Devourer's larva following the system's brief announcement, Xiao Bufan's nerves heightened, while Yun'er preemptively bestowed several buffs upon him. Duo Sai retrieved his old companion, re-infusing it with power. Target approaching, the system chimed again, alerting Xiao Bufan to the imminent presence of the unknown creature, scanning the surroundings by the dim light emitted by Duo Sai. Xiao Bufan noted the increasing intensity of the electric crackling below and hastily retreated a step. Just as he did, a creature, as thick as an elephant's leg, burst forth from the very spot he had just vacated. Leaving Xiao Bufan gasping in relief, World Devourer larva detected. Unlike the gluttonous beast, which consumed everything but itself, the mature devourer could swallow entire continents. Is it truly so fearsome at this stage? Xiao Bufan pondered, taken aback by the sheer size of the larva the two individuals could scarcely embrace. However, a memory struck him. After defeating the Emperor Slime, he had acquired a summoning item for the Slime King, which had remained unused. Perhaps these two entities could engage in combat. Retrieving the Slime King's summoning item from his space, he activated it. Although he could not see any slimes, the unmistakable squelching sound characteristic of slimes filled the air. Upon summoning, the Devourer larva immediately lunged at the Slime King, swiftly attacking with its gaping maw. In an instant, a large hole appeared in the Slime King's body as the Devourer pierced through. Seizing the opportunity while the Slime King was occupied, Xiao Bufan advanced with haste. However, it was evident that the Slime King was unable to counter the Devourer's assault, succumbing to its relentless appetite. The Devourer then fixed its gaze on Xiao Bufan, burrowing swiftly underground. Having digested the Slime King and emerging coated in a thin layer of slime, hearing the rumbling of the creature tunneling above, Xiao Bufan halted his advance and dashed towards the open area, narrowly evading the Devourer's attack, while Yun'er and Duo Sai found themselves directly in its path. Strangely, the Devourer seemed oblivious to their presence. Charging directly at Xiao Bufan, "Hey, there are two large individuals right there, and you choose to come after me," Xiao Bufan exclaimed, feeling slightly affronted. Thus ensued a game of chase within the cavern, with Xiao Bufan resembling a red flag and the Devourer acting like a bull, both darting through the confined space. The creature's segmented form, each segment adorned with a massive eye, was unsettling to behold. Uncertain of its capabilities and wary of the system's warnings regarding its mature form, Xiao Bufan maintained a cautious attitude, refusing to underestimate the larva. As the two continued their pursuit, Duo Sai and Yun'er, perceiving no threat from the Devourer, sat back to observe, occasionally providing Xiao Bufan with buffs. Internally, Xiao Bufan lamented, "I truly regret taking you two in. You offer no assistance and merely watch the spectacle." At Duo Sai, "I'll brew you more wine, and I feel like a fool for it. Someone, please save me." However, the Devourer relentlessly pursued Xiao Bufan, compelling him to focus and not allow himself to be distracted by the two spectators. After enduring a prolonged chase, Xiao Bufan realized that unlike the Devourer, which replenished its strength by consuming, he had reached his limits. "Fine, if you wish to chase me, I shall make you regret it," he declared, pivoting sharply to gather his strength, channeling all his energy into a single punch directed at the Devourer. The Devourer, perplexed, wondered why Xiao Bufan had stopped running, questioning his adherence to the rules of combat. Yet, it was too late to halt its advance, crashing headlong into Xiao Bufan's fist, the impact fracturing several of its teeth. Expecting the Devourer to retreat in the face of pain, Xiao Bufan was dismayed to find that it continued its charge undeterred despite the agony coursing through its form, even though a few teeth have been lost. If one consumes the Devourer, they might just grow back and perhaps even gain a few extra inches, the Devourer also remarked with disdain. Truly deserving of its boss-level status, its vitality is astonishing. This area has already been thoroughly ravaged by it, and a few more digs might just cause it to collapse. The reality mirrored the conjectures of the Devourer, for beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, the ground had been nearly consumed entirely by the Devourer. If they lingered any longer, a collapse was imminent. Chapter 38, Disadvantage. Continuing from where we left off, the Devourer relentlessly pursued Xiao Bufan. Left with no choice, Xiao Bufan surmised that the ground beneath might be hollow and resolved to engage the Devourer in an underground brawl. For a time, he maintained a chase on the flat terrain, but in an instant, the ground fractured violently, and the entire surface split apart, sending Xiao Bufan and Yun'er plunging down alongside the Devourer. The ground's inner thoughts: does no one consider my feelings? During the descent, the Devourer, much like the others, had no points of leverage and remained suspended in mid-air. However, Xiao Bufan and the two companions were different. They possessed weapons to slow their fall. With a resounding thud, the Devourer crashed heavily into the pit, its body shattering into fragments, while Xiao Bufan and his companions skillfully reduced their descent speed and landed in the pit. Gazing at the scattered remnants of the devourer, this creature shouldn't be this fragile. Has it met its end already? Xiao Bufan pondered over the dismembered devourer, only to be taken aback when the pieces began to stir once more. This time, each fragment exhibited independent consciousness, and now, with multiple segments pursuing different targets, the longest fragment opted to chase after Xiao Bufan, as he, being at the copper vein realm, held the greatest allure for the devourer. Sensing the impending threat, Xiao Bufan readied his steak knife, bracing for a direct confrontation. The devourer, recognizing that this young man had finally ceased his retreat, felt invigorated. Xiao Bufan directed his blade at the devourer, poised to cleave it in two upon its approach, yet the devourer paid no heed to such considerations. It was solely focused on the delectable prey. Before in a flash, the segment lunged at Xiao Bufan, only to be severed in half, simultaneously splitting into two more pieces that charged towards him. Initially, Xiao Bufan merely wished to test whether its innate abilities mirrored those of a slime, expecting some peculiarities. Little did he anticipate that its powers far surpassed those of a slime. Each segment could transform into a new entity, coordinating attacks, which proved to be a troublesome predicament as the more they fought, the more adversaries emerged. What could be done? Just then, he caught a glimpse of Yuner, who was casting a fireball spell at the devourer. Initially, he presumed it would have little effect, but to his astonishment, one small segment of the devourer ignited instantly, burning with remarkable speed and reducing to a pile of ash in mere moments. Yuner, akin to one who had discovered a new world, continued to hurl fireballs at the devourer. "You vile creature, it seems I have discovered your weakness. You beg me not to slay you." Xiao Bufan grinned wickedly at the devourer, his expression resembling that of a villain, however, lacking the means to self-ignite. He had no choice but to rush towards Yuner. Why not seek out wholly over it to say? Because Xiao Bufan had yet to reach the level of immunity to the eternal flame's fire. Seeing Xiao Bufan dash toward Yuner, the devourer deduced that he currently lacked the capability to retaliate, prompting it to hasten its pursuit in hopes of intercepting him. But how could Xiao Bufan's speed rival that of the devourer? Thus, he was ultimately intercepted. "Damn it, just a hair's breadth away." Xiao Bufan muttered a string of curses, venting his frustration upon the devourer's lineage. Yet the devourer paid no heed to his grievances and lunged at Xiao Bufan. He managed to position his knife in front of himself just in time to deflect the devourer's bite. Meanwhile, the smaller fragment, noticing Xiao Bufan's momentary vulnerability, seized the opportunity to bite into his shoulder, twisting its head in an attempt to tear the flesh from his body. With no recourse, Xiao Bufan endured the gnawing of the smaller fragment, knowing that if he dealt with it, the larger one would surely take a bite out of him. A risk not worth taking. Thus, the standoff persisted, with only Yuner and Dusei tirelessly combating the smaller fragments of the devourer. Yet it seemed an unending battle. Shifting focus to Bai Qi, they had meandered through the entire passage, triggering every trap, yet found no one. It was akin to answering a multiple-choice question incorrectly on every count, having set off every mechanism. Consequently, the four returned to their original fork in the road. "What a joke! After all that, we're back here. What was the point of our exploration?" Bai Qi exclaimed impotently. However, they took a moment to regroup, retracing the path Xiao Bufan had taken, only to discover that their leader had left no trace of traps. "Xiao Bufan, you did this on purpose. How could there be traps only on one side? You're leading me astray," Bai Qi shouted furiously. Yet as they approached the gaping chasm, they sensed something was amiss. The narrow path at one end contrasted sharply with the vast pit before them, a discrepancy too glaring to ignore. Bai Qi conjectured that Xiao Bufan might be located beneath this large pit. After a brief moment of preparation, they carefully descended, only to find that Xiao Bufan had already lost chunks of flesh from his shoulders, revealing ghastly white bone, still marked with bite marks and remnants of torn flesh. Chapter 39. Preparations before battle. Continuing from where we left off, the small fragments of the devourer prepared to feast upon Xiao Bufan's body. "Halt, you audacious beast, do not harm my master." Just as the smaller fragment was about to bite into Xiao Bufan, the four-member team arrived on the scene. Bai Qi swung his weapon, descending upon the creature, while Meng Tian swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Bufan, granting him a moment to breathe. Bai Qi, "Meng Tian, do not reduce it to fragments, burn it instead, otherwise it will multiply infinitely, with each segment possessing its own consciousness." Bai Qi responded, "Isn't that just walking into the line of fire? Watch how your grandpa Bai deals with them." With that, he ignited his infernal flames, enveloping his body in a dark crimson blaze. He then thrust his weapon, and a surge of flames wrapped around it, a testament to the adage, "a spear smeared with feces pierces whoever it touches. My weapon, now ablaze, shall be truly formidable. In Bai Chi's hands, the weapon danced like a living serpent, fluidly maneuvering as the devourers succumbed to the flames, perishing in anguish, seizing the moment. Xiao Bufan evaded the devourer's grasp and hurriedly sought Yun'er for assistance and healing, as the gaping wounds on his shoulders were quite alarming, rendering him unable to endure further injury. During the healing process, Dusei took on the responsibility of dispersing the smaller devourer segments, allowing their leader to recover while bravely confronting the encroaching threats. With their relentless efforts, the devourers were gradually forced back, while the larger devourer lurked in the shadows. Gathering the remaining smaller segments, the two factions paused, both sides watching each other warily, each fearing an unforeseen attack as they prepared to recuperate. Meng Tian suggested, "Why not take advantage of this opportunity to catch that creature off guard and eliminate it?" Bai Chi countered, "Not advisable. While we appear to hold the advantage, the main adversary has yet to engage, and we cannot ascertain if it has any tricks up its sleeve." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Bufan remarked, "We must prepare appropriate countermeasures. It is known that devourers fear flames. Any fire will reduce them to ashes, though the duration may vary. However, I noticed during our earlier confrontation that the slimy coating on its surface bore no color. And the slime is inherently fireproof. It would be foolish for it to lack awareness of this." His statement garnered nods of agreement from the others. Acknowledging Xiao Bufan's insight, they took a moment to rest, preparing some flames in advance for when the battle commenced. Yet, in a moment of distraction, they lost sight of the devourer's movements. "So this is not good. We are in the light while the enemy lurks in the dark. This situation is precarious," Xiao Bufan warned. Drawing from his prior experiences of being ambushed, he urged the group to move towards a more open area. However, a soldier at the back was suddenly struck by a devourer that emerged from the ground, sending him soaring into the air before crashing to the ground. Bai Chi, witnessing the airborne soldier, could not ignore the situation. He leaped high to catch the falling comrade, yet this maneuver played into the devourer's strategy. As Bai Chi turned, the devourer lunged, its massive maw aimed at him. With no point of support in mid-air, Bai Chi had no choice but to activate his infernal state, releasing the soldier from his grasp. However, the devourer, realizing the danger posed by Bai Chi's flames, coated itself in a thin layer of the digested slime, becoming impervious to flames. Bai Chi's inner thoughts, "This is truly disastrous. I am about to perish. And I have yet to assist my lord in ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Alas." But let us not forget, the weapons in the hands of the fallen soldiers are indeed the flying claws, which successfully ensnared Bai Chi in a mere moment. The devourer, realizing its strategy has failed, can only retreat underground to seek another opportunity. Meanwhile, on the side of Xiao Bufan, after enduring an assault, the team swiftly relocated their position. However, in their frantic disarray, they found themselves in a cavern filled with chunks of flesh, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. This noxious miasma caused the team to retch, yet it also rendered the devourer unable to track Xiao Bufan. The multitude of eyes adorning the devourer's body, though unsettling, proved ineffective. It relied primarily on its acute sense of smell to locate its prey. Such a dense aroma of blood obscured its target, compelling it to re-emerge from the ground in search of Xiao Bufan's whereabouts. However, upon pinpointing his location, it chose not to attack but instead retreated in a hasty manner, observing the erratic movements of the devourer. The team was perplexed, unable to fathom why it chose to burrow back underground, and they quietly exited the cavern filled with flesh. Chapter 40. The devourer is devoured. As they emerged from the gruesome cavern, the team soon grasped the reason for the devourer's flight. From the depths of the cave, a cacophony of roars echoed, accompanied by the sound of thundering footsteps rapidly approaching the cave's entrance. Truly, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. In front of them stood the familiar devourer, while an unknown threat loomed behind. After careful consideration, Xiao Bufan resolved to confront the devourer head-on. For at least they were acquainted with it. However, the ominous footsteps grew ever closer, leaving them no time for deliberation as they charged forward to confront the devourer, sensing Xiao Bufan and his companions. The devourer broke through the earth to engage in battle. Despite their prior encounters, the sheer size of the creature still struck awe into the hearts of the team. One must confront either the wolf or the tiger. So Xiao Bufan discarded his steak knife and engaged the devourer in close combat, aiming for a swift resolution. Faced with such a massive adversary, Xiao Bufan unleashed a barrage of punches, landing every blow on the numerous eyes of the beast, causing it to howl in pain. Yet, the devourer could not keep pace with Xiao Bufan's speed. Its sheer bulk rendered it slow, with only its tough hide and high attack power to its advantage. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Bufan expertly evaded its advances, darting away when it lunged and retaliating when it ignored him. In such a scenario, anyone would eventually succumb to exhaustion. Realizing it was gaining no advantage against Xiao Bufan, The devourer prepared to burrow away, only to be seized by Xiao Bufan's grip of the devourer's thoughts. This is the end, I cannot escape, cannot land a blow, and I may not even prevail. A great terror awaits me behind. Just as Xiao Bufan yanked the devourer out, a creature emerged from the depths of the cave, leaving the team utterly astonished. To their disbelief, a small lamb with a tiger's head emerged, its fur a striking blood red. Its eyes reflecting an uncanny intelligence, exuding innocence at every moment, yet upon seeing it, the devourer struggled even more fiercely, while Xiao Bufan, unaware of the unfolding scene behind him, tightened his hold, fearing the creature's escape. The team, however, was captivated by the lamb, yearning to approach it, as if ensnared by its allure, but the lamb lingered at the cave's entrance, showing no signs of coming closer, concerned that the devourer might flee. Xiao Bufan executed a throw, flipping the creature onto the ground just shy of the cavern's entrance. In that moment, the lamb revealed its true form. A pair of elongated, sharp horns sprouted from its head. Accompanied by fragments of shattered skull, blood flowed from the gaping wounds, yet the lamb seemed impervious to pain, its jaw elongating into a grotesque underbite as coarse teeth gradually fell away, replaced by rows of sharp fangs and vicious tusks. Exuding an air of primal ferocity, the creature's transformation deterred those who had once wished to approach it. The freshly landed devourer attempted to flee, but was ensnared by the embodiment of Satan. Dragged slowly into the blood-soaked cavern as the sounds of gnashing teeth filled the air, the sensation was akin to the crunch of frozen flesh, a sound oddly soothing, yet torrents of blood flowed from the cavern, saturating the ground, which quickly sprouted a layer of delicate flesh buds, ravenously consuming the spilled blood. As the buds thrived under the blood's nourishment, they gradually transformed into distinct chunks of flesh. Curious, Xiao Bufan observed the flesh buds. Realizing they were living entities devoid of aggression, perhaps they could be of use, he decided to collect a few. Congratulations, host, you have collected the legendary ingredient. This type of flesh bud is part of the task issued by the system. Meat tooth bud is a life form that is carnivorous yet non-aggressive, capable of reproduction simply by leaving blood or meat on the ground where they grow. Or upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Bufan understood the purpose of these peculiar entities. Chapter 41, Testing the Meat Tooth Bud. After grasping the system's explanation, Xiao Bufan encouraged his companions to begin harvesting the flesh buds. Focusing solely on them, ignoring the already formed chunks of meat, this peculiar substance seemed inexhaustible. As long as there was blood, they would continue to sprout anew. Frustrated, Xiao Bufan lamented, "These are endless, we can't possibly gather them all." Nevertheless, he persisted in collecting the meat tooth buds. 2 hours swiftly passed, and the team finally amassed a substantial collection of meat tooth buds, ready to depart. Just then, the lamb that had devoured the devourer sauntered out of the cavern, lowering its head as if bidding farewell. Aware of the lamb's true nature, the team could only smile and part ways, hesitant to approach any closer, yet, captivated by the lamb's innocent gaze, and having just emerged from a fierce battle, their exhaustion was palpable. Xiao Bufan lingered, intending to prepare a stew from the old brothel snake in his system space while also tasting the meat tooth buds to see if they lived up to their legendary reputation. Skillfully, he set up a large pot, chopping the snake into sizable pieces for easy boiling. Having heard that snake meat was exceptionally delectable, he ignited the fire with the left arm of Dusay, declaring, "Using our own kind ensures a delicious meal." Unconcerned with Dusay's willingness, he utilized her as a tool, delegating tasks to the others. Meng Tian, with his strength, was tasked with carving a path upward. Bai Qi organized the spoils and provisions they had gathered thus far, uncertain if the devourer had dropped any spoils. Yuner and the others continued to harvest the meat tooth buds while keeping an eye out for any spoils that might have fallen from the devourer. Contemplating whether they could negotiate with the lamb for assistance, although success seemed unlikely, Iduse remained the human torch. As Xiao Bufan placed the chopped meat into the pot, he added a generous amount of the basic liquor brewed in town to eliminate any foul odor. Serving as a cooking wine, during the boiling process, Xiao Bufan attempted to communicate with the lamb, yet their exchange was entirely nonsensical. With no results from their conversation, Xiao Bufan returned to skim off the blood froth. Ensuring the dish would not be too pungent, he retrieved the cooked snake meat, allowing it to cool before reheating the pot and adding oil, preparing to create a dish of braised snake meat. As the oil heated, he swiftly added the cooled snake meat, stir-frying it vigorously. The aroma unique to meat sizzling in hot oil wafted through the air. Finally, he added the appropriate seasonings, with the meat tooth buds being the most crucial ingredient. After a brief stir-fry, a dish of braised snake meat emerged from the pot. The snake skin appeared gelatinous, while the meat was incredibly firm, reminiscent of a timeless delicacy. Upon tasting it, Xiao Bufan experienced a flavor distinct from traditional braised dishes. A robust blend of spices and meat essence, rendering the snake meat both tender and resilient, yet never losing its succulent quality. Beside them, the little lamb and Duosai watched with mouths agape, while Xiao Bufan, unreserved, hastily summoned everyone back to replenish their strength with a meal, assuring them that they would resume their endeavors afterward. He did not forget to toss a sizable morsel to the little lamb. As Xiao Bufan retrieved the cherry wine he had brewed himself, the group indulged in food, drink, and lively conversation, reveling in the simple joys that life unexpectedly bestows upon us. Thus, it is not that life is inherently bitter. Rather, we ought to find joy amidst the hardships, for a cheerful disposition each day is the true path to fulfillment. Chapter 42, the first emperor. Continuing from where we left off, once everyone had feasted and quenched their thirst, they bid farewell to the little lamb and resumed their ascent, eventually returning to the surface, exhaling a collective sigh of relief as the mission was finally accomplished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 3 tasks. The reward is now available, 100 attribute points or a random draw one. Please make your selection. Of course, it's the random draw. Last time I drew the formidable General Meng Tian. I can hardly contain my anticipation for this reward, Xiao Bufan exclaimed, his face alight with expectation. Ding! The system is conducting a random draw for the host. Xiao Bufan rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a random soldier card pack from the Qin dynasty. May you summon a commander or strategist to your liking. A random soldier card pack. I have randomly drawn a random item. Is this a glitch? Xiao Bufan gazed at the virtual card pack that had materialized in the system space, inwardly wishing for a commander who possessed both wisdom and martial prowess. Unlike the foolishly hefty Meng Tian, who lacked the conditions for advancement. As Xiao Bufan made his fervent wish, he carefully opened the soldier card pack. A brilliant golden light enveloped the area, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that erupted into the world. Wow, the same entrance effect as Meng Tian, it surely cannot be inferior. After all, it must be a general of considerable caliber, he mused, believing it to be a worthy contender against Meng Tian. Yet, this time, the golden light was intertwined with a hint of purple energy, swirling around the golden pillar, resembling vigorous purple dragons. A dragon, Xiao Bufan stared, rubbing his eyes to confirm the phenomenon's authenticity, questioning whether he was merely imagining things. This time, he was not mistaken. The others also witnessed the dragon-like purple energy. The arrival of a significant figure imminent, who in the Qin state deserves such an entrance. This is astonishing, Xiao Bufan speculated. Having already pieced together the situation yet unwilling to admit it, after all, how could a mere card player like himself attract such a grand figure to serve him? How could he presume to command such a person? While Xiao Bufan was lost in thought, the anomaly shifted once more. A long worm-like figure emerged amidst the flickering black clouds. Where it appeared, the dark clouds radiated golden light. All were captivated by this spectacle, including Xiao Bufan, who sank into profound contemplation, realizing he might have summoned an extraordinary being. A resounding dragon roar echoed, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, as a figure clad in a 4-clawed dragon robe stepped forth from the golden light. Why a 4-clawed dragon robe? Shouldn't it be 5-clawed? Xiao Bufan pondered incessantly. A figure, measuring 8 feet and 6 inches, emerged from the golden glow. His features gradually came into focus, a prominent nose, elongated eyes exuding an air of intimidation, and a pronounced breastbone. Who has summoned me? Is humanity once again in peril? The voice was deep, resonating like that of a wolf. These characteristics painted a formidable, towering image of an emperor, albeit dressed in a dragon robe. Who has dared to replace my dragon robe with a python robe? Do you think that enhances your longevity? This individual was none other than the first emperor of the Qin state, revered by posterity as Shi Huangdi, the eternal sovereign of history. Ying Zhang. Xiao Bufan gazed at Shi Huangdi, his eyes sparkling with awe as he scrutinized Ying Zhang's attire and demeanor. In times past, who would have dared to stare at Ying Zhang so boldly? Although Ying Zhang felt uncomfortable, he could not retaliate against Xiao Bufan. Oh, my charming ancestor, I have truly met you, Xiao Bufan exclaimed animatedly. Yet to Ying Zhang, he was merely an odd green-skinned creature marveling at him. With a shift of his gaze, Ying Zhang noticed Meng Tian and Bai Qi kneeling in reverence, expressing confusion. He recognized Bai Qi from historical texts but found the other clad in Qin military armor, strikingly similar to his own subordinate, Meng Wu. May I inquire if you are Wu Ho? I have read of you in my family's writings, hence I recognized you. But is this young brother the eldest son of Meng Wu? Ying Zhang disregarded Xiao Bufan and turned his attention to Bai Qi and Meng Tian. Bai Qi, upon seeing the emperor, was overcome with tears. Knowing his sacrifice had paved the way for the unification of the Qin dynasty, Meng Tian was equally invigorated. Indeed, my father is Meng Wu. As the three became acquainted, Xiao Bufan received a new task notification from the system. Ding, a new task has been issued. The advancement conditions for Shi Huangdi Ying Zhang. This world harbors a vast sword tomb dungeon. At its deepest lies 4 swords that have remained unblemished for a millennium. Each positioned in one of the 4 cardinal directions: to the east, the Tai sword; to the south, the Lulujian sword; to the west, the Luolu sword; and to the north, the Dingqin sword. These 4 swords are the very ones Ying Zhang wielded throughout his life and are required for his first advancement. Chapter 43, the cost of advancement. Continuing from the last chapter, once the host collects these 4 swords and presents them to Ying Zhang, a new Qin dynasty shall be reinstated, thereby fulfilling the conditions for Ying Zhang's first advancement. Subsequently, should Ying Zhang wish to advance a second time, he must vanquish a 5-clawed golden dragon, strip its hide, extract its essence, and weave its scales into a dragon robe. This robe, while resembling the dragon robe in appearance, boasts defensive capabilities akin to a 10-meter thick carbon steel plate. Only when clad in the dragon robe can Ying Zhang undertake his second advancement. For a third advancement, the host must possess a plethora of troops. Transfer command to Ying Zhang, and retrieve a millennium-old ice crystal from the Crystal Mountains to forge a national jade seal for Ying Zhang, enabling the third advancement, unlike previous summons of Bai Qi or Meng Tian. Upon Ying Zhang's summoning, Xiao Bufan immediately received the conditions for Ying Zhang's 3 advancements. The system's voice paused briefly before resuming. Additionally, congratulations, host, you have summoned the linchpin of the Qin state. Ying Zhang is the founder of the Great Qin. Unlocking the advancement conditions for Bai Qi and Meng Tian. At first, the condition for Bai Qi's second advancement is to await Ying Zhang's second advancement, don the dragon robe, and issue a sacred edict, thus elevating Bai Qi to Wuan Ho, enabling his second advancement to become Wuan Ho Jun. Next, Meng Tian's first advancement condition necessitates self-sacrifice for the human race against an external invasion, and to instill fear in the invaders, ensuring they dare not attack again, thus completing Meng Tian's first advancement to become the foremost warrior of China, while also unlocking the conditions for his second advancement. Once Meng Tian's second advancement conditions are unlocked, he must reclaim human territories from foreign invaders, eliminate all rebels, and ensure that his name is forever remembered, deterring any future invasions. Moreover, a general lacking wisdom is inept. Thus, he must independently compile his combat experiences and perspectives on the current world situation into a book to complete his second advancement. Earning the title of War God, Xiao Bufan stood dazed, absorbing the system's explanations and processing the newfound information. He realized a novel insight: summoning the founder of a dynasty or a figure of significant impact unlocks all relevant advancement conditions for that dynasty's generals. Furthermore, while generals could advance twice, figures like Ying Zhang could advance thrice. As Xiao Bufan was lost in reverie, Ying Zhang had already engaged the others in conversation and garnered the admiration of a young admirer named Yuner. From her, he learned that in this world, Ying Zhang had achieved immortality. Reflecting on his own quest for enlightenment, Xiao Bufan pondered whether there might exist an elixir of immortality in this realm. His solitary wish was for the original world to speak and write in Chinese characters, yet, in this world, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the realization of his desires, thus his life would not be in vain. In his previous life, he had met an untimely demise on the streets without warning, leaving him with grievances and an unwillingness to perish so easily. He had wandered as a restless spirit, evading the grasp of the underworld time and again, yearning to uncover the truth behind his demise. Little did he know that in the modern era, he encountered the bustling metropolis, learning from the populace that the individual who had concocted the elixir of immortality for him had infused it with heavy metals, leading to his eventual death. Nevertheless, this revelation granted him another opportunity to return to this world, albeit one different from the one he once knew, yet it awakened hope for unifying the realm. Once Ying Zhang swore to re-establish his dominion over the world, Xiao Bufan approached him, declaring his ambition to become the sovereign of this realm, to wield control over all of the multitude of words spoken precisely aligns with Ying Zhang's aspirations for the future. At the same time, he cast a discerning glance at the greenskin being before him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against allowing this individual to become his superior, for he had yet to meet the expectations that resided within Ying Zhang's heart. There was not a single aspect about him that captivated Ying Zhang. He had yet to genuinely acknowledge Xiao Bufan. Their relationship was merely one forged under pressure, a facade of leadership. Xiao Bufan, too, recognized the difficulty of convincing a sovereign to submit to his command. He could only rely on the passage of time to gradually touch Ying Zhang's heart. At least, for the moment, He had garnered Ying Zhang's trust, having organized all the acquired information. Xiao Bufan led everyone back to Yuming village, a desolate place, devoid of life, where not a single rooster crowed for 1,000 miles. And no human presence could be found for Ten. As the emperor, Ying Zhang, gazed upon this barren and suffering village, a pang of sorrow struck his heart, piercing through his ambition to dominate the world. Xiao Bufan sought out the elder who had originally come to welcome him. The village chief, however, the elder, unable to await the good news, had already taken his own life by hanging at home. As he looked at the elder swaying gently in the wind, Xiao Bufan felt a profound sorrow. Witnessing the brutality inflicted upon his people while being powerless to effect any change filled him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chapter 44. The Secret Codex of Souls. The weight of frustration left Xiao Bufan feeling impotent, yet he could not alter the course of events. He gazed at the first task in the system, to bury everyone in Yuming village and guide them to the capital of the deceased nation, allowing them to continue their existence on the other side of this world. Gently laying the scattered bones he had collected on the ground, Xiao Bufan instructed everyone to bow 3 times before the remains and recite heartfelt Buddhist scriptures for their salvation. This was reminiscent of his past life, listening to his grandmother at temple fairs, where the monks would chant their prayers, a ritual he had heard year after year until the words became etched in his memory. Once the scriptures had been recited, the people began to prepare for the purification of Yuming village, a place steeped in despair that now required rejuvenation. The system's task was to ensure the burial of the entire village. Yet would this not turn it into a mass grave? Who would come here in the future? He needed to devise a plan. A mass burial would resemble a charnel ground, water burial would contaminate nearby water sources, and tree burial was also unfeasible, as the bones held no nourishment to sustain the trees. My lord, why not set the village ablaze and let it release its final warmth? Meng Tian suggested. Xiao Bufan embraced this proposal and inquired with the system if this would suffice to complete the task. Receiving confirmation, he instructed everyone to gather the dead wheat stalks from the fields and pile them beneath the large locust tree in the village center. Before long, the fields lay barren, with only the desolate earth remaining, while the area beneath the dead locust tree was strewn with the flammable stalks. Finally, he ordered the remains, neglected and forgotten, to be brought out from every home and arranged under the large locust tree. Xiao Bufan led the group in bowing 3 times before the tree, and they slowly retreated to the village entrance. He commanded Yuner to unleash a fireball, igniting the locust tree at the village's heart. Instantly, flames soared into the sky, and wisps of smoke curled upward. Ying Zhang stood by, astonished as a woman conjured such a massive fireball seemingly from thin air, not an illusion, but a tangible force capable of causing harm. Even in his transformations into a wandering spirit, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. The inferno grew ever larger, its brilliance illuminating the dark night, creating a vivid scene. In the flames, it appeared as though a group of figures, hand in hand, bowed deeply to Xiao Bufan and the others. Their haggard faces radiated joy, united with their families in death, fulfilling a long-held wish. Together, they walked toward the heart of the fire, with an elderly man and a child bringing up the rear, the village chief who had come to greet Xiao Bufan. The old man waved goodbye, gesturing toward the distant hill, as if to thank Xiao Bufan for rescuing Yuming village. Unbeknownst to him, there would be no Yuming village left in this world. The elder, along with the young child, leaned on each other as they stepped into the inferno. The flames consumed every corner of Yuming village, devouring every house, every withered blade of grass, and every trace of human existence. Xiao Bufan and the others stood at the village entrance, watching as the fire gradually engulfed the village, hoping it would extinguish soon and that the villagers might find better homes in the next life. Although Xiao Bufan did not believe in such fantasies, he sincerely wished for their betterment in another world. The fire incinerated the indifference of this world, the suffering of humanity, and the coldness of existence. The blaze raged through the night, growing fiercer, until it seemed that even the heavens could no longer bear witness, shedding tears of compassion. But what could be done? Regret would come too late after the fact. As rain fell, washing away the remnants of dreams, Xiao Bufan called upon the group to rise swiftly lest they catch a cold from the downpour. Gazing at the remnants of Yuming village, now reduced to a heap of charred remains. Task completed. To reward, 1 copy of the Codex of Souls has been placed into the system space. Please check it, announced the system. Xiao Bufan stared blankly at the Codex of Souls within the system, questioning whether this skill book was the culmination of Yuming village's existence in this world. He carefully entrusted the Codex to Yuner, recognizing it as the final testament of Yuming village's history, urging her to use it wisely to grow even stronger. Yuner gazed at the tattered ancient book in her hands, its cover adorned with intricately carved skulls, pulsating with the echoes of life once lived. As she opened the blood-stained pages, a sense of ancient incantations flooded her consciousness, constructing the image of an elder from the undead race. The elder continuously imparted cryptic verses, elucidating the primary operational mantras of the Codex of Souls. This sensation made Yunar feel as though an eternity had passed, a moment, a day, a month, or even a year. However, to Xiao Bufan, it seemed as if Yunar merely blinked, and in that fleeting instant, she had fully grasped the essence of the Codex. Attempting to chant an incantation, the ground trembled, fissures appearing as a bloodied skeletal hand emerged from the earth, followed by a fragmented skull that revealed itself before the onlookers. Subsequently, a skeleton, still bearing remnants of flesh, crawled forth, awkwardly making its way to Yunar, ready to heed her command. Chapter 45. Talent Identification. Initializing identification process for the current creature. This type of being resides in an alternate dimension beneath our own. Presenting before you is the most common inhabitant, a skeleton. This dimension is the realm of the undead, the destination for all beings post-mortem. Skeletons are the most prevalent form of humanoid existence after death. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, the undead race's compendium has been unlocked. The talent identification module is now active." Successful activation. This module cannot be utilized on beings of 3 minor realms higher than yourself. After hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Bufan endeavored to accept this skeletal creature from the undead race. Although slightly terrifying and somewhat disconcerting, he reflected that he too would resemble this form after death, and thus he felt no aversion. He proceeded to conduct a talent identification on the skeleton race. Undead, type, skeleton, class, any realm, Qi blood realm, first layer, Qi cultivation stage, innate talent, undying, has a chance to resurrect upon defeat. In an instant, Xiao Bufan acquired all the attributes of this creature, including its realm and innate abilities, laid bare before him as if there were no secrets left to conceal. Realizing this, Xiao Bufan turned to his companions. Wearing a warm smile, though it sent shivers down their spines, he paid no mind to their discomfort and instantly teleported before Bai Qi, who was startled by his sudden appearance, just as Bai Qi attempted to speak. Xiao Bufan initiated a detection. Name, Bai Qi, race, human, type, human, class, general, realm, Qi blood realm, 8th layer, innate talent, hellfire. The flames of hell scorch the impure body, trading for eternal peace. The system's announcement reverberated in Xiao Bufan's consciousness, revealing all the details about Bai Qi and providing insight into his current level of prowess. After being thoroughly examined, Bai Qi found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, but after a brief moment, he regained his composure. My lord, what exactly did you just do to me? Bai Qi questioned, persistently inspecting his own body. Xiao Bufan, at a loss for words, scratched his head and chuckled. I still have no interest in men. He then turned his gaze towards Meng Tian, who was conversing with Ying Zhang nearby, and in a flash, he appeared before Meng Tian. Detection skill activated. Name, Meng Tian, race, human, type, human, occupation, general, realm, Qi blood realm, 6th level, innate talent, as strong as an ox, innate divine strength. Before long, Meng Tian's attributes appeared in Xiao Bufan's consciousness. Eyeing Meng Tian, Xiao Bufan smirked and inquired, Meng Tian, have you been slacking off in your training lately? At this question, Meng Tian snapped back to reality, his gaze avoiding Xiao Bufan's, his words stumbling as he frequently glanced around. Observing his performance, Xiao Bufan had already drawn a conclusion, so he decided not to press Meng Tian any further. You ought to train harder, you certainly cannot match Bai Qi at present. Ying Zhang, watching the exchange between Xiao Bufan and Meng Tian, was utterly perplexed. Just then, Xiao Bufan's gaze shifted his way, and he too was curious to ascertain the prowess of Ying Zhang, the Eternal Emperor. Subsequently, he activated his detection skill once more. Name, Ying Zhang, race, human, type, human, occupation, unknown realm, Copper Vein realm, 3rd level, innate talent, Tyrant's aura, Dragon Qi protection, possesses a certain intimidation ability over humans. With Dragon Qi surrounding the body, capable of withstanding a lethal blow, Ying Zhang's attributes materialized in Xiao Bufan's consciousness, but this time there was a notable difference. Ying Zhang's occupation was marked as unknown. Moreover, how could this fellow's cultivation surpass his own? To top it all off, this old man possessed 2 innate talents, differing from Bai Qi and Meng Tian. If one were to insist on a classification, it could only be said that Ying Zhang was indeed an emperor. In contrast, Ying Zhang observed Xiao Bufan, who appeared dazed, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Unlike Meng Tian, Ying Zhang remained unaffected by the detection, maintaining his focus on Xiao Bufan as he absorbed the system's report. Xiao Bufan could only surmise that Ying Zhang's superior cultivation rendered him impervious to his influence, relying on this notion to reassure himself. As Xiao Bufan gazed into Ying Zhang's piercing eyes, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to concoct a hasty excuse to vacate Ying Zhang's line of sight. WOC, truly befitting of an emperor. This tyrant's aura is quite unsettling. Am I not a goblin? Why am I affected? Pondering this conundrum, Xiao Bufan hurriedly approached Yuner, scrutinizing the enchanting young woman before him. Her captivating fox-like eyes held significant allure for Xiao Bufan. Not wishing to reveal his flustered state to Yuner, he swiftly activated his detection skill, rendering Yuner momentarily vacant. Name: Yuner. Race: human. Type: human. Occupation: summoning mage. Realm: chi. Cultivation 9th level. Innate talent: boundless learning, acquires new skill books more rapidly than others. Favorability towards the host, 98. Before long all of Yuner's attributes appeared in Xiao Bufan's consciousness, yet this time an additional attribute caught his attention: favorability towards him. And what was this judgment? No, she must be coveting my body. Realizing this, Xiao Bufan hastily made his escape, darting 2 miles away in an instant, disappearing from Yuner's sight. Once Yuner regained her senses, she shyly played with her hair, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the captain is truly mischievous. At this age, can't he be more direct?" Her heart swelled with sweetness akin to being smeared with honey. As Xiao Bufan ran, glancing back to find Yuner had not pursued him, he let out a long sigh of relief. Now only Dosa E remained. A rascal indeed, this fellow obtained the fire glass and somehow became younger. It's truly astonishing. While searching for Dosa E, Xiao Bufan took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The nearby mountains were interconnected, and water resources were abundant. The site of the underworld village was exceptionally chosen, yet, why did they not consume fish? After a diligent search, Xiao Bufan finally located Dosa E in a cave within the mountains. True to his craft, the blacksmith was busying himself in the cave, and one might mistakenly think he belonged to the rodent family, given his penchant for burrowing. Upon seeing Xiao Bufan, Dosa E turned to greet his captain but was immediately immobilized by Xiao Bufan's detection. Name: Andrew. Dosa E. Race: dwarf. Type: dwarf. Occupation: master blacksmith. Realm: personal realm, chi. Blood realm, 8th level. Fireglass: foundation realm, 3rd level. Innate talent: perfect forging, possesses the chance to create perfect equipment, adding extra attributes. After completing the detection, Xiao Bufan was left bewildered. Was the concept of fusion being employed again? Can realms be shared? What does it mean for one's realm to equal personal realm plus auxiliary realm? Truly, this is absurd. I am beset by an array of bizarre teammates. Only Bai Qi and Meng Tian seem relatively normal. Despite his grumbling, Xiao Bufan genuinely hoped for their improvement, since acquiring the system's new module and gaining insight into his team's capabilities. He felt somewhat reassured. His primary objective now was to secure Ying Zhang's allegiance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing all tasks mandated by the system's first phase. Now a new task is issued: provide a dish that Ying Zhang cannot refuse. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, one must first conquer his stomach. Good luck, young man. The system has faith in you. Truly, it seems that whatever I desire comes to fruition. Does this dog of a system possess mind-reading abilities? How does it know my every thought? The system. You are the dog. Your whole family is comprised of dogs. Speak ill of this system again, and I shall withhold your rewards. After being threatened by the system, Xiao Bufan fell silent. Chapter 46, Meatball Tofu Soup. Continuing from the previous account, after being threatened by the system, Xiao Bufan resigned himself to the task of begrudgingly inquiring about Ying Zhang's culinary preferences. In an instant, he stood before Ying Zhang, trembling as he asked, "What do you enjoy eating?" "I dine on fare akin to that of the common folk, though I indulge in more meat, such as beef, mutton, and venison. Additionally, I have a penchant for vegetables, particularly cucumbers, eggplants, and tofu, with my staple being a type of flatbread known as guakuyazi." Ying Zhang did not withhold his preferences, recounting them to Xiao Bufan, who perceived it merely as a task to understand his team members' tastes. Though Ying Zhang did not acknowledge his inclusion in the team, upon learning of Ying Zhang's preferences, Xiao Bufan feared that the emperor might not tolerate overly rich dishes. After considerable thought, he decided on a hearty stew featuring both meat and vegetables. Ultimately, he chose meatball tofu soup as the welcoming dish for Ying Zhang's enlistment. However, how could one feel satiated merely by soup? Xiao Bufan rummaged through the system's storage, recalling he had a stash of supplies from the city. After a thorough search, he discovered a bag of flour, with a texture reminiscent of poor quality wheat. With no other option, he resolved to make do with this ingredient. Surely Ying Zhang, possessing the heart of a king, would not hold this against him. He chuckled to himself. For the meat selection, mutton had a strong gamey flavor unsuitable for meatballs, better suited for stewing in large chunks with seasoning. As for venison, Xiao Bufan had never tasted it, so he couldn't offer insights. Ultimately, beef proved versatile for all cooking methods, be it frying, boiling, or baking, and could even be fashioned into semi-finished products like handmade meatballs. The pressing matter now was sourcing fresh beef. He could only hope that Bai Qi and Meng Tian would search the nearby mountains or plains for cattle. After all, only freshly sourced beef would yield the most delectable meatballs, while awaiting news from the two. Xiao Bufan skillfully prepared a large pot, pouring in the flour and mixing it with water from the nearby well, resulting in a plump dough resting quietly in the pot. When asked why he did not add yeast, it was simply because he lacked any. Next, he retrieved familiar tofu ingredients from the storage, successfully acquiring 30 pounds of soybeans. Soaking the soybeans in water for half an hour allowed the skins to swell. Once the soybeans were properly soaked, he called over the remaining 2 soldiers to extract the soybean juice, collecting the remaining pulp. This soybean pulp was a delicate matter, light yet firm, leaving a fragrant soybean flavor that would compel one to crave seconds. Moreover, the pulp could serve as a seasoning or be incorporated into staple foods for added softness. The extracted soybean juice was slowly simmered over low heat. The 2 soldiers, upon witnessing the large quantity of soybean juice, eagerly anticipated the tofu-making process. As time ticked away. As the soybean juice reached a boiling point, he added the remaining half of the slime gel from the previous tofu-making venture, turning off the heat to allow it to cool naturally, thus forming the tofu. With both the tofu and dough nearing completion, all that remained was the fresh beef. As soon as Bai Qi and Meng Tian returned, they could commence the preparation of beef meatballs. Half an hour had passed, yet there was still no word from Bai Qi and Meng Tian. Unable to wait any longer, Xiao Bufan felt that if he continued to linger, he might as well forego dinner and endure the night on an empty stomach. Thus, he instructed 2 soldiers to keep watch while he set out to search for the pair. With a few swift movements, he distanced himself from the base and, after a brief survey of the surroundings, soon discovered their trail. However, the situation was far from favorable. The 2 were encircled by a group of humanoid beasts resembling cattle. Without hesitation, Xiao Bufan activated his detection ability from a distance. Species: orc. Type: bovidae, yellow cattle. Realm: first level of copper vein. Innate talent: battle hardened. The more severely injured, the greater the damage dealt. Before long, the attributes of the bovine warriors appeared in Xiao Bufan's consciousness. No wonder they were struggling. The leader was already at the copper vein realm, while the others were at the 7th or 8th level of the vitality realm. It was impossible for them to prevail. Xiao Bufan wasted no time, as it was unbecoming for a leader to witness his subordinates suffer. In an instant, he appeared before the bovine commander, locking eyes with him. Another challenger. Very well, let us engage. If you can best me, you 3 may leave. It is my lack of skill that has brought me here. However, should you fail, you shall remain as sustenance for me. Old bull. Xiao Bufan welcomed the challenge of a one-on-one duel, and the 2 engaged in a fierce confrontation. Do not hold back. My steak knife is specially designed for butchering beef, Xiao Bufan remarked. The commander scoffed. Who fears such a tool? Let us fight. Chapter 47. Fresh beef. The 2 swiftly clashed, and with just one exchange, Xiao Bufan felt the overwhelming force of the bovine warrior's strikes. This was no ordinary bout. It felt as though they were intent on ending his life, embracing the resolve to defeat his opponent. Xiao Bufan unleashed all his strength, gripping the steak knife in a reverse hold. He aimed for maximum impact. As he seized the commander's punch, he plunged the blade deep into the warrior's back, the entire length of the blade embedding within. The old bull bellowed in pain, yet its formidable muscles rendered it unable to scratch its own back. Curiously, Xiao Bufan sought to test the toughness of the bovine flesh. Indeed, it was resilient. However, this action triggered the commander's innate ability, igniting a fierce rage within him. With bloodshot eyes, he unleashed another punch at Xiao Bufan. Recognizing the shift in his opponent's demeanor, Xiao Bufan understood that the commander was now fighting on pure instinct, his strikes increasingly reckless and full of openings. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Bufan deftly evaded the bull's wild punches while landing a few blows of his own. Each strike accumulated damage, inciting the commander's fury. You coward, all you do is dodge. Do you dare face me head-on? The bull bellowed, agitated by the taunts. The incompetent. Practice more. Defeat is defeat, Xiao Bufan retorted, refusing to be intimidated. The commander, unable to land a hit, grew increasingly flustered. Pacing in frustration, seeing that his verbal jabs were having an effect, Xiao Bufan capitalized on the commander's momentary lapse in focus and struck upward at his jaw, a vulnerable point for any carbon-based lifeform. However, the commander had anticipated this feint and prepared to counterattack. As Xiao Bufan advanced, the bull retaliated with a powerful punch, catching Xiao Bufan off guard. The impact sent him crashing to the ground. The weight of the blow amplified by the commander's innate ability, 600 pounds of force, lying on the ground and tasting dirt, Xiao Bufan cursed under his breath. This brute had a flair for theatrics. And the act was quite convincing. Wiping the blood from his mouth and spitting out the dirt, he rose to face the imposing opponent once more, sizing him up with renewed determination. The commander, astonished that Xiao Bufan could still stand, recognized the tenacity in him. Most opponents would have succumbed by now. Seizing the initiative, Xiao Bufan launched a rapid series of jabs at the bull's face. Each strike quick and well-placed to maintain distance. The commander attempted to evade, swaying his body to dodge the majority of the blows, yet he ultimately sought to close the gap, anticipating the approach. Xiao Bufan retreated, maintaining his distance while continuing to wear down the bull's stamina. The barrage of punches left the commander bloodied and battered, his face marred by injury, yet he could not bridge the distance. Resorting to a defensive posture, Xiao Bufan, aware of the commander's defensive stance, remained cautious and continued his relentless assault, carefully plotting to offer a false opening. Drawing on his previous experience, he launched a straight punch. Predicting the commander would attempt to catch his arm, indeed, the commander lunged, but Xiao Bufan expertly withdrew his arm, countering with a powerful uppercut that connected with the bull's jaw. The blow left the commander dazed, stumbling and ultimately collapsing to the ground. As he fell, the steak knife embedded within him pierced through, puncturing the heart and unleashing a torrent of blood. Xiao Bufan watched intently, ensuring the commander's vitality waned. Before swiftly storing the body within his system space, he departed in front of the astonished bovines, leaving them to grapple with the demise of their leader. Chapter 48, Mission accomplished. Xiao Bufan strode confidently away, unperturbed by the onlookers, and none of the bovine warriors dared to impede his progress, their shock at witnessing their leaders fall rendering them speechless. However, one among them exhibited a glimmer of excitement, an ambitious contender vying for the now vacant leadership position. This contender had long been a rival of the fallen leader, equally matched in strength, yet lacking the popular support that had elevated the previous commander, and now the path was clear for him to ascend to leadership. A coveted position every bull aspired to. With this newfound authority, he anticipated that the females of the herd would flock to him, especially after previously being rejected by a beautiful cow who had deemed him a loser. Upon returning to the base, Xiao Bufan skillfully extracted the commander's carcass and efficiently divided the prime cuts of beef, presenting an array of rich, marbled meat. The skeletal remains were stripped clean of flesh and, rather than waste them, he decided to use them for broth. Opting for a more indulgent preparation this time, he chopped the bones into various sizes, tossing them into a large pot, boiling them vigorously to remove impurities. Then simmering them gently, selecting a piece of brisket and a tenderloin, he pounded them into submission, marveling at the toughness of the copper vein beef. After an exhaustive effort, he mixed the shredded meat, adding a touch of starch and stirring it together. After a few more vigorous strikes, he retrieved the bones from the broth, presenting a clear, aromatic beef bone soup. Forming the meat mixture into round meatballs, he swiftly severed them from his grip, allowing them to plop into the pot. Next, he neatly sliced a batch of tofu, adding it to the simmering broth, ensuring it cooked just right while the meatballs were still tender. To enhance the flavor, he introduced a hint of meat seasoning, reminiscent of a blend of sea salt, black pepper, and cumin. With the seasoning complete, the broth reached its pinnacle of flavor. Had he only possessed cucumbers and eggplants, he would have prepared a refreshing cucumber salad and minced meat eggplant dish. Lastly, he turned his attention to the preparation of the flatbreads. Mixing the rested dough with the leftover soybean pulp for added texture, he incorporated a suitable amount of flour to prevent stickiness. After shaping the dough into long strips and cutting them into smaller pieces, he flattened them out, setting them aside for later use. However, upon realizing he lacked the necessary equipment to bake the flatbreads, he resolved to procure the required tools anew, call Dosa E and Yun Air over, instruct them to construct a clay stove. In no time, the stove was completed. Then, with a fierce fire, the moisture within the clay was baked away. Xiao Bufan, with a bit of water on his hands, skillfully placed several semi-finished pot lids into the stove to roast, managing to cook 4 or 5 at once, while the stove also allowed for the roasting of beef and similar delicacies. Xiao Bufan further skewered some beef with a tree branch and hung it inside the stove to cook, allowing the roasted pot lids to absorb the enticing aroma of the beef. By the time of the dog hour, the pot lids were sufficiently roasted for everyone, ensuring that both the officers and soldiers could each enjoy 3 large pot lids accompanied by meatball and tofu soup. Once the meal was prepared, Xiao Bufan called everyone to eat and also invited Ying Zhang to join. Ying Zhang readily accepted, and the gathering brought him a sense of warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. Typically, he would sit in the main seat, looking down at others as they ate, but now he found himself sharing a meal with these companions, a truly marvelous experience. Xiao Bufan also produced his homemade cherry wine to treat everyone, providing each person with a small jar, ensuring abundance for all. This lively meal filled Ying Zheng's heart with joy, allowing him to genuinely experience the camaraderie of the team, which led him to contemplate the idea of joining them. Ying Zheng did not sense any reverence from Xiao Bufan, rather, he felt the captain's concern for his team members, devoid of any hierarchical distinction. Perhaps it was time for him to relinquish his lofty position. Ding, congratulations to the host Ying Zheng for achieving a favorability rating of 85. Observing Ying Zheng's impassive expression, Xiao Bufan would have thought he was reluctant to join if not for the system's reminder. Chapter 49, Culinary Delights and Journeys. Continuing from the previous chapter, amidst the revelry, everyone enjoyed the delicious meatball and tofu soup. The rich fat from the beef brisket combined with the tender pure lean meat from the beef tenderloin resulted in meatballs that were firm yet retained the fragrant essence of beef fat. With a delightful, bouncy texture reminiscent of a ping-pong ball, the preparation of the tofu was similar to last time, but this batch boasted a more appealing shape, further whetting the appetite. Sipping the beef bone broth enriched with meat and spices brought warmth to the body, seemingly allowing some genuine energy to flow within, breaking through previously insurmountable blood clots. As Xiao Bufan, who was at the copper meridian realm, felt each meridian and acupoint thoroughly cleansed, each became thicker, facilitating the storage of more genuine energy. However, unlike others, his energy was a more potent form known as Yuan Qi, which required more genuine energy to maintain its strength, while an ordinary person's meridian might be the size of a middle finger. Xiao Bufan's could expand to the thickness of a wrist under the cleansing of Yuan Qi, an extraordinary feat that would inevitably make him even stronger. In a meal, staple foods were unavoidable. And during the Qin dynasty, where blood and flesh built the empire, it was common for the common folk to suffer from hunger, thus, even this inferior wheat flour could be considered a delicacy. Moreover, the addition of soybean dregs in the pot lids softened their texture, making them less tough, with a delightful crunch accompanied by a hint of softness. Ying Zheng was particularly eager to taste the pot lids. He quickly grabbed one, tearing off a piece and chewing it in the air. The crunching sound was quite satisfying. He found it immensely enjoyable, despite its unappealing appearance, with some parts burnt and carrying a slight earthy aroma. However, this did not detract from its excellent flavor and texture. The meal lasted for an hour, and as the crowd prepared to rest, they decided to establish a night watch, taking turns to keep watch. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ying Zheng's culinary preferences, based on the host's performance, rewards are being issued. It has been detected that Ying Zheng's satisfaction with this meal is at 78. Triggering a hidden reward to Ding, awarding 5 attribute points to the host. Please manage them wisely. 0.5 points. After all the hard work, only 5 points. Are you serious, system? Xiao Bufan was perplexed, unable to comprehend how another task completion had suddenly appeared. Well then, this directly caused Xiao Bufan's mind to short-circuit. 0.5 attribute points. Couldn't he even summon a single soldier? When he questioned the system, it merely evaded his inquiries, leaving him with no choice but to accept this unfair outcome. Ding, the following new tasks are issued to the host. 1. You are located 800 miles west, where there lies a mountain range known as the Chao Mountain. Within this range, the first peak, Jiayao Mountain, contains a piece of cold iron from beyond the heavens. Seek and obtain it. 2. Forge a suitable sword from the retrieved cold iron for Ying Zheng, enabling him to unleash his true potential. 3. In the village at the foot of Jiayao Mountain known as Guiping Village, there are rumors that the blacksmith possesses a fragment of the Ever Flame. Please verify its authenticity and complete the tasks assigned by the village chief. 4. On Jiayao Mountain resides an unparalleled physician, the 18th generation heir of the Zhuyu sect, a renowned medical sect containing vast quantities of elixirs and alchemical secrets. Recruit this extraordinary physician into your team. Having just completed the culinary task, Xiao Bufan found himself passively accepting a series of new tasks, which seemed more numerous than usual. However, an increase in tasks often meant greater rewards, filling Xiao Bufan with anticipation. Chapter 50, Night Raid. Continuing from the previous chapter, upon accepting the system's issued tasks, Xiao Bufan noted that night had fallen and decided to rest here for the night before embarking toward Chao Mountain to seek the cold iron. The night watchmen were Dosa Yi and Meng Tian. When asked why Xiao Bufan had never taken a turn at watch, he replied that someone had to be the captain, who dared to suggest that the captain take the watch. The night was unusually calm, devoid of any sound or movement, which felt rather strange. The more serene it was, the more it hinted at impending trouble. Suddenly, a gust of dark wind swept through, accompanied by the haunting howls of wolves. The two night watchmen immediately became alert, hastily rousing the sleeping crowd. Feeling the coldness in the wind, everyone swiftly got up to prepare, and within moments, they were ready to charge out of the tents. Confronting the swirling black smoke in the air, holding a steak knife, Xiao Bufan gazed at the dissipating black smoke, which gradually coalesced into formidable black wolves, the leader being noticeably larger than the others. Framed by a waning moon above, although Xiao Bufan had only just awakened, his mind quickly processed the situation that he was not foolish enough to rush into battle but instead utilized the system's detection module to swiftly gather information on the adversaries. Ding, crescent moon shadow, race, beast, type, wolf, class, wolf pack leader, realm, second layer of copper meridian, innate talent, cloud summoning, transforming oneself into mist, blending into the air as black smoke, since the leader was merely at the second layer of copper meridian. The other followers likely lacked that level of power, making them manageable for the others. As for the leader, it would be best to leave it to Ying Zhang. Xiao Bufan swiftly made judgments and positioned his troops. Ying Zhang squinted at the black wolf before him, scrutinizing the foe. With the protection of Dragon Qi, his defense was assured. However, he lacked a suitable weapon and could only rely on his fists to confront the enemy. Which was not ideal but unavoidable. The black wolf leader wasted no time, lunging at Ying Zhang with a vicious bite aimed at his neck, having risen to the throne amidst chaos and subdued various tribes. Ying Zhang undoubtedly possessed formidable skills, otherwise he would not have commanded respect. Seizing the opportunity during the wolf's sleep, Ying Zhang swiftly countered, grasping the black wolf's throat. The wolf, realizing it had no leverage mid-air, attempted to twist away from Ying Zhang's grip, yet, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape, and soon Ying Zhang had it pinned to the ground, mounting it and raining punches down upon its head. Despite the copper meridian third layer being only a single layer above the second, the increase in strength was significant. The subdued black wolf leader could scarcely retaliate, resorting to using its innate talent to transform into swirling black wind. Merging with the air, Ying Zhang observed the erratic black wind in the air, finding himself at a loss for how to deal with it. Thus, the man and the wolf stood in a standoff, both waiting for the other to expose a weakness. Shifting his gaze by Qi and the others were engaged in combat with the remaining black wolves, evenly matched, without any one-sided domination, except for Dosei, who relied on external assistance, with Huoli's left arm glowing as the only light in the darkness. Xiao Bufan, on the other hand, found himself without any wolves to contend with. It wasn't that there were no wolves left, but rather that none among the remaining followers possessed the strength of the copper meridian, making it akin to seeking death against Xiao Bufan. Thus, he remained in the team, observing the capabilities of his comrades, while also testing their individual combat prowess. Chapter 51, Wolf Attack, Defeat. Continuing from the previous chapter, Xiao Bufan observed the battle without any desire to intervene. However, just then, a black wolf that could not contend with Meng Tian charged toward him. Unfazed, Xiao Bufan delivered a punch, sending the wolf crashing to the ground, leaving it no opportunity to retaliate, its body going limp. As the words of warning were about to escape Meng Tian's lips, the black wolf met its untimely demise before he could utter them. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Meng Tian awkwardly retreated, muttering to himself, "Why choose to provoke him of all beings, and now you assist others in battling against the other black wolves?" Following Xiao Bufan's decisive strike, the numbers of the black wolf pack were evidently no match for Xiao Bufan's small team. Once the breach was created, it could not be contained, and one by one, the black wolves fell victim to the onslaught of the team members, causing their ranks to dwindle rapidly. On the other hand, Ying Zhang observed that the number of black wolves under his command was diminishing swiftly, prompting him to seek a swift conclusion. Seizing the opportunity presented by his black smoke state, he launched an initial attack against Ying Zhang. In this state, he was impervious to damage, and the black wolf leader exploited this trait to inflict considerable harm upon Ying Zhang, who found himself at a loss, unable to counter the black wolf leader's aggression. However, in the midst of the assault, Ying Zhang swiftly unleashed his talent, enveloping himself in the protective aura of dragon energy, which manifested as a faint shield surrounding him. The black wolf leader's attack struck Ying Zhang's shield, causing him to momentarily reveal himself, a moment that Ying Zhang ceased to grasp the leader by the throat. Engaging in a fierce ground battle once more, captured once again, the black wolf leader had no opportunity to summon his allies. With one hand firmly clutching the leader's throat, Ying Zhang relentlessly pummeled the leader's head. The relentless blows transformed the once intact head into a grotesque mass, blood initially seeping forth, followed by the cracking of the skull, leading to teeth dislodging and a metallic taste of blood flooding the air. Ultimately, Ying Zheng shattered the Black Wolf leader's skull, causing internal bleeding as the fractured bone pierced the fragile brain. The Black Wolf leader, pinned to the ground, convulsed a couple of times before falling still. Consumed by fury, Ying Zheng failed to observe the state beneath him and continued to hammer the Black Wolf leader's head until it was beyond recognition, a bloody and unrecognizable pulp. It was only upon surveying his gruesome handiwork that Ying Zheng finally ceased his assault. Slowly rising from the lifeless body of the Black Wolf leader, ironically, the leader's torso and limbs bore no significant wounds, while the head was unrecognizable. Ying Zheng stood up, shaking off the remnants of blood and flesh from his hands. Surveying the remaining foes with an air of dominance, exuding an aura of a conqueror, the remaining black wolves, sensing the overwhelming scent of blood in the air and realizing their leader's absence, instinctively turned to flee. Xiao Bufan, noticing the retreating wolves, swiftly appeared before them. Ha, you bold beasts thought you could simply escape after attacking us, how juvenile. Faced with each other, the wolves exchanged glances and resolved to attack collectively, seeking an opportunity to escape one by one, but they were outmatched. Before they could deliberate, Xiao Bufan had already positioned himself before them. With a single punch, palm strike, kick, and stomp, for black wolves were dispatched as easily as seedlings thrust into the ground. The remaining two also met a similar fate when Xiao Bufan seized one by the tail, swinging it through the air before forcefully driving it into the earth. Clapping his hands, Xiao Bufan concluded this farce and decided to return for a brief rest. However, the sky was already brightening, and the sun was soon to emerge, leaving him unable to find solace in sleep. Chapter 52, the nightmarish dream of fish. Continuing from the previous chapter, the wolf attack had ended. Yet daylight had arrived. Observing that his companions had battled through the night, Xiao Bufan decided they should all rest before setting off again. He sought a shaded spot beneath a tree to catch a brief respite when suddenly the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the wolf attack incident. This unexpected event grants you additional rewards. Furthermore, this type of event is classified as a hidden event with a probability of triggering. Now, the system will distribute your rewards. Due to the black wolves' ability to transform into black smoke, their carcasses had been swept away by the wind during the day. Consequently, Xiao Bufan was unable to collect any valuable spoils. The system compensated him with 15 wolf pelts, 2 black wolf fangs, the title of Wolf Slayer, and 5 attribute points. Setting aside all else, the mere 5 attribute points brought Xiao Bufan immense joy. After all, the main quest only offered 5 points. Overjoyed, he danced about. Once the excitement subsided, Xiao Bufan examined the other 3 rewards. The first 2 were materials that could be traded or used to forge armor and weapons, while the title conferred a 30 damage increase against all wolf-type beasts for all team members. Gazing at the augmented attribute, Xiao Bufan felt grateful for the benefits, even if they were modest. After the earlier commotion, sleep eluded Xiao Bufan, though he rested briefly, his mind occupied with strategies for future formations and ways to enhance Ying Zheng's favorability. Half an hour later, the group began to rouse one another, not due to an inability to sleep, but because the sun had grown brighter, its rays painfully blinding their eyes, compelling them to rise and continue their journey. Subsequently, Xiao Bufan's team set forth westward. The reason for their direction was unknown to the others. They simply followed Xiao Bufan without inquiry. The 800-mile journey felt both long and short, prompting the group to engage in light-hearted conversation to alleviate the monotony of the trek. Along the way, Xiao Bufan organized a fishing expedition. At a nearby pond teeming with plumpfish. Though not hungry, they yearned for a snack. Xiao Bufan instructed everyone to set down their gear for a moment and join him in catching fish. Each member showcased their unique skills. Bai Qi nimbly shed his armor and leaped into the water, emerging shortly with a plump fish in hand. In contrast, Meng Tian, lacking Bai Qi's agility, struck the water's surface with force, causing the pond's fish to leap ashore. The 2 young followers utilized their weapons to catch 2 fish, while Yuner summoned skeletons to retrieve 1. Dosa quietly awaited the fish's approach by the shore, and Ying Zheng, opting for efficiency, directly requested 1 from Meng Tian. Xiao Bufan skillfully prepared the caught fish, removing the entrails and gills, thoroughly cleaning the scales, and making precise cuts to drain the blood. Using a steak knife, he halved the fish, angling the blade to ensure a clean cut and applying gentle pressure to prevent excessive movement, resulting in a pristine fillet. The fresh fish flesh gleamed with a hint of redness. Rich in oil, ideal for sashimi. Naturally, Xiao Bufan intended to prepare sashimi with it. Uniform slices of fish were arranged neatly, revealing translucent flesh with visible blood veins. Half a fish made a generous serving, ensuring everyone received their share. The simple sashimi, devoid of any seasoning, offered a subtle sweetness, not overpowering, yet lingering on the palate. Indeed, fresh sashimi was unparalleled. The group savored the meal, while Xiao Bufan dedicated himself to the laborious task of slicing fish. Feeling utterly exhausted, Chapter 53, the projection stone. Continuing from the previous chapter, the group, having feasted, pressed onward. The scenery was breathtaking, with towering mountains piercing the sky and crystal-clear rivers flowing alongside swaying willow trees, undulating in the breeze. Yet, no matter how beautiful the landscape, it was fleeting. Regrettably, without digital devices to capture the splendid sights encountered over the 800 miles, one could only wonder how future generations might remember the beauty of the present. "Hey, boss, why are you asking this? Are you thinking of recording something?" queried Yuner, who leisurely examined her spatial ring. Shortly after, she produced a stone engraved with a small magical array. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary pebble, save for the added array. "Hee, are you hoping to take a picture with this enchanting beauty, boss?" she teased. Xiao Bufan scrutinized the familiar stone, seeking its hidden mysteries. Noticing his lack of attention, Yuner, in frustration, tossed the stone at him before storming off. "Humph, am I not more significant than a mere rock?" Casting a glance at the departing Yuner, Xiao Bufan resumed his examination of the stone in his palm, noting its smooth surface, distinct from ordinary stones, and the presence of small indentations that resembled some mechanism or switch. Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed one of the small depressions on the surface. Suddenly, a slender beam of light emerged from the pointed part of the stone head, and before Xiao Bufan's eyes appeared an image reminiscent of a liquid crystal display, continuously recording the happenings before him. Oh, could this possibly be a video function? Xiao Bufan thought, reaching out to touch the screen, only to discover that it indeed possessed a touch-sensitive feature. How intriguing! It can be touched. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bufan, in his curious fiddling, he inadvertently activated the gallery function, revealing a series of alluring images, including photos of Yuner and her everyday selfies. Her slender, fair legs and a slightly protruding abdomen bore a hint of excess flesh, yet did not appear overweight. Instead, they exuded a certain beauty reminiscent of regular menstrual cycles. After all, plump girls are often the most attractive and healthier. The soldiers and warriors behind Xiao Bufan were left dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the screen displaying Yuner. Once Xiao Bufan regained his composure, he hurriedly fumbled to turn off the screen, his face flushing like a pigskin roasted to perfection. "What are you all staring at? Get back to your own business." "Go on, disperse." With a reddened face, Xiao Bufan shooed the crowd away, prompting them to let out a collective cry before they reluctantly scurried off. Little did he know, Yuner, who had just run away, had witnessed the entire scene. At the moment her revealing photos appeared, she had contemplated dismembering Xiao Bufan, but upon seeing his blushing face, she reconsidered. This guy is rather adorable. After all, at Chapter 54, Guiping Village. Continuing from where we left off, after obtaining the projection stone, Xiao Bufan busied himself taking pictures along the journey, capturing many beautiful shots of Yuner, seemingly as an apology for the earlier incident. After several more hours of travel, the group arrived at the foot of the Jiayao mountain range. Located 800 miles west of their original encampment, the mountains loomed one after another, obscuring the horizon entirely. After walking a few more miles, they reached a location marked with an inscription, yet the characters were indecipherable. Several individuals attempted to translate it, but even Yuner could not comprehend it. Observing the fruitless efforts of his companions, Xiao Bufan decided to take a closer look at the inscription himself. To his surprise, the incomprehensible characters revealed familiar meanings within his mind. The inscription indicated that ahead lay the first peak of the Jiayao mountain range, known as Jiayao Mountain, which contained abundant ores, gemstones, and numerous magical beasts. Xiao Bufan understood the message and conveyed it to the group, who were astonished at how he could decipher what they could not. This mystery would soon be unraveled. The group continued onward until they arrived at a village where the entrance was adorned with more indecipherable text, yet only Xiao Bufan could understand it. "This is Guiping Village, and the Jiayao mountain we seek lies just behind this village." Upon reaching Guiping Village, Xiao Bufan was supposed to complete his task of finding the blacksmith, yet his mind was preoccupied with crafting a suitable sword for Ring Zhang. Thus, locating Han Tai became his priority. However, upon entering the village, they discovered something peculiar. The inhabitants appeared to be goblins, and their speech was unintelligible to everyone except Xiao Bufan. The others looked at him in bewilderment, hoping for a translation of the goblins' chatter. Xiao Bufan merely smiled without responding, leaving the group feeling as lost as a flock of quails entering the village. Throughout their journey, they relied on Xiao Bufan to glean useful information along the way. They encountered local delicacies such as cat ear rolls, candied pigtails, and seasoned shing legs. Meng Tian, the kind of person who could not resist meat, gazed hungrily at the bubbling pot containing marinated shing legs. which boasted no excess fat, only lean tender meat that made his mouth water. Although lean meat could be excessively dry without the accompaniment of fat, Meng Tian was undeterred, eager to taste the Xing meat immediately. He hastily urged Xiao Bufan to buy some, but with little money on hand, Xiao Bufan had to devise another plan, yet Meng Tian acted like a child deprived of candy, throwing a tantrum on the spot. Ying Zheng cast a glance and quickly turned away, muttering, "You're a soldier, not a child." At Xiao Bufan sighed in exasperation. "What can I do if I don't have money?" Initially intending to press on, they were diverted by Meng Tian's incessant whining. Leading them to a shop in the village, Xiao Bufan hesitantly rummaged through his backpack for the spoils from the wolf attack, the wolf pelt and fangs, merely hoping to sell them. To his astonishment, the goblin shopkeeper was utterly captivated by the items, recognizing them as potential offerings to the deity of Jiayao Mountain. The shopkeeper's eyes widened as he reassessed Xiao Bufan's group, which consisted of a towering goblin leading a band of humans. Nevertheless, driven by greed, the goblin shopkeeper decided to accept the valuable goods and offered Xiao Bufan and his companions 250 law knives in exchange. Xiao Bufan accepted the money without hesitation, turning to leave. Unaware that the shopkeeper was barely containing his laughter in a hidden corner, under Xiao Bufan's guidance, the group approached a vendor and purchased all the Xing legs from the pot, including the large pot itself, which contained enough to satiate everyone's hunger. Although they were unfamiliar with what Xing was, they feasted heartily on the leg meat. While they indulged, the vendor also brought forth several jars of fine wine. For as the saying goes, one cannot enjoy meat without wine. Reluctantly, they set aside their previous pursuits and asked the vendor to find them accommodations. They feasted on wine and meat, reveling in a boisterous display of camaraderie. And after paying the vendor 150 law knives for food and drink, they wobbled off to their lodgings. The quest for Han Tai would have to be postponed. Chapter 55, The Peculiar Village Chief. Continuing from where we left off. The group settled into the inn at Guiping village, indulging in wine and meat. By dawn none had awakened, perhaps due to the potent nature of the wine or the possibility that it had been laced with a sleeping agent. The following day, when they finally arose, they noticed nothing amiss. Their attire was normal, and their belongings and money were intact. Guiping village is remarkable. In other villages at the foot of the mountains, one would likely be robbed clean or worse. Xiao Bufan mused. He retrieved the law knives he had exchanged for the previous day, handing 25 to the innkeeper while requesting several jars of fine wine. Though potent, it did not detract from its delightful flavor, and he considered the remaining change as a tip. Life was becoming quite enjoyable, yet the task at hand could not be forgotten. Xiao Bufan called out to his still slumbering companions, urging them to prepare for their ascent to Jiayao Mountain. However, as they entered the village to seek directions for a map to the mountain, an unusual incident occurred. A flamboyantly feathered male goblin emerged slowly from the village's shrine, significantly shorter than Xiao Bufan but boasting impressive musculature. Upon seeing him, the villagers knelt, paying homage. He gestured for them to rise, asking, "Where do you hail from, and what brings you to Guiping village?" Understanding his status as a significant figure in the village, Xiao Bufan explained their purpose for visiting. However, before he could finish, the goblin interrupted, declaring, "This is a crucial moment. The mountain is currently closed, and you cannot ascend." Xiao Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief at the impolite interruption. "What if I insist on climbing?" he retorted, challenging the goblin with a defiant gesture. The goblin, now riled, swung his fist at Xiao Bufan, the punch emanating a faint red glow that exuded an unsettling aura. With the punch approaching, Xiao Bufan refused to simply absorb the blow. Instead, he advanced, closing the distance to the goblin. He crouched low, seized the incoming fist with one hand while pinning the goblin's arm with the other, using the goblin's momentum to execute a shoulder throw. Before the goblin could react, he was thrown to the ground. Xiao Bufan wasted no time, mounting the goblin and channeling his energy into his fists, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to the goblin's face like a torrential downpour. The penetrating force of the yuanqi and the hardened external injuries inflicted a dual assault upon Ling Yicheng, leaving him utterly defenseless. After enduring several blows, his mind gradually cleared, and with a furious roar, he cast aside Xiao Bufan, rising anew from the ground. However, his method of attack underwent a sudden transformation. He crawled upon all fours, resembling a beast, as his tailbone protruded, giving rise to new segments of bone akin to the tail of an animal. Subsequently, all his teeth fell away, replaced by sharp fangs reminiscent of a baboon, while his facial structure morphed grotesquely, with a visage marked by a pointed snout and wild features. His body sprouted dense tufts of hair, and he advanced toward Xiao Bufan in a ghastly form, prompting the latter to retreat hastily. Realizing that the being before him was no longer Ling Yicheng, the ground beneath him cracked under the weight of the impact, and the villagers witnessing this scene shrieked in terror. rushing back to their homes, crying out that the beast has possessed Ling Yicheng. The familiar term left Xiao Bufan bewildered. What creature had Ling Yicheng become, and why did the previously respectful villagers flee in panic? Aware of Ling Yicheng's transformation, the group recognized that Xiao Bufan would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage and joined the fray. Bai Qi and Meng Tian charged forward, flanking Xiao Bufan to provide support. Yun'er, from the rear, recited the secret incantations of the corpse soul, summoning a multitude of skeletons to aid in the battle. Ying Zhang and Dosa Yi maneuvered around to Ling Yicheng's back to launch their attacks, while the other two soldiers employed a strategy of stealth and direct confrontation. Faced with Ling Yicheng, who now towered at a height equivalent to 3 stories, the group lacked confidence in their ability to defeat him unscathed. Xiao Bufan led the attack, tearing open the battlefield with close combat, skillfully evading under the onslaught of massive fists due to his nimble form. Others drew the fire away, allowing their comrades to strike. In this chaotic battle, it was the skeletons that suffered the most, their fragile forms shattering upon mere contact, serving only as fodder. Under the overwhelming numbers, the transformed half-goblin Ling Yicheng was left battered and bruised, his body marred with wounds, and even his tailbone had broken in several places. His appearance was grotesque, curled up like a hairball, panting heavily as if caught in a gale. Just then, the villagers who had previously retreated re-emerged, and upon seeing the enormous hairball, they exclaimed, "Ling Yicheng is dead." Instantly, they surged forward to feast upon the grotesque form. After tearing the creature apart, they retrieved Ling Yicheng's remains from the chest cavity. Though he had long since lost all vitality, reduced to a mere husk of skin draped over bones, ignoring his lifeless body, the villagers cast it aside and continued to dissect the remains. Soon devouring the entirety of the monstrous carcass, each villager returned home with a piece of meat, and soon the air was filled with the savory aroma of their feast, yet devoid of flesh. Ling Yicheng trembled back to his feet, devoid of any semblance of life, while the villagers murmured incantations. Xiao Bufan leaned in to listen, catching fragments of phrases like mountain sealing order, no entry, curse. After uttering these words, Ling Yicheng froze in place, becoming a stone statue. Beneath this statue, a strange blood-like substance pulsed, seemingly materializing from thin air, gathering only beneath the stone form. Chapter 56, Jiayang Mountain. Continuing from where we left off, Xiao Bufan gleaned valuable information from Ling Yicheng's stone form, the mountain sealing order, prohibitions on entering the mountain, offerings to the mountain deity, and curses, all of which left him perplexed, unable to connect the dots. However, one thing was certain: their next destination was undoubtedly Jiayang Mountain. As for any challenges that lay ahead, he was determined to confront them head-on, driven by his quest for the cold iron. Once equipped, the group set forth toward Jiayang Mountain, picking up a wild map from an unattended stall along the way. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the towering mountain, gazing up at its majestic height. With the western side bordering the sea, where numerous osmanthus trees flourished, their enchanting fragrance intoxicating, the absence of dense foliage rendered the entire mountain barren, yet under the sun's radiance, it gleamed magnificently, with metallic ores shimmering in their unique hues. These were common iron ores, yet of remarkable purity, excellent for forging, accompanied by scattered jade fragments suitable for decoration. Dosa Yi, upon encountering the metallic elements, seemed entranced. Moreover, amidst the barren landscape, a patch of green emerged, covered in thick grass resembling chives, standing tall, some already blooming with delicate azure flowers, unfamiliar yet visually appealing. Xiao Bufan deemed it a sign of fortune and began to gather the herbs, although unaware of their properties or names. He was determined to acquire the skills of an 18th-generation physician and alchemist, collecting whatever he could find. After advancing a few more steps, the scenery abruptly shifted to a landscape littered with dead trees. Not osmanthus but rather resembling mulberry trees, their dark trunks adorned with unique wood-grain patterns, strikingly beautiful. The patterns glimmered faintly, transforming the eerie atmosphere into something almost magical, a juxtaposition of brilliance and heavy gloom. Again, believing in the serendipity of the moment, Xiao Bufan led the way in collecting some of the deadwood, convinced it would prove useful. If not, it could serve as firewood. As they traversed Jiayang Mountain, no peculiarities caught their attention, yet a persistent sensation of being watched lingered, an unsettling feeling of being scrutinized. Furthermore, they uncovered no tales of mountain deities, nor any altars for offerings, nor the ominous curses described by the village chief, leading Xiao Bufan to question the veracity of those claims. As dusk approached, he gathered the group to make camp for the night, hoping to search for the elusive cold iron in the morning. Xiao Bufan harbored a nagging suspicion that the cold iron was intimately linked with the mountain deity, yet lacked concrete evidence to substantiate his theory. The truth could only be revealed through experience. So he resolved to put such thoughts aside. After a long day, it was time for sustenance. Fortunately, the fish caught previously had provided ample reserves, and Xiao Bufan decided to prepare fish balls, believing that a warm dish would benefit their stomachs. After some fussing around in the system space, he unearthed a remaining bag of flour, which he resolved to mix into the fish balls for a hearty soup with meat and staples at hand. They were only lacking some vegetables for garnish. A glance at the gathered herbs sparked the idea that they could be edible, and even if not, they could be spat out. Thus, he tossed the herbs into the pot as well. The fish balls required vigorous kneading to achieve a bouncy texture, breaking down the muscle fibers to ensure the desired elasticity. A bit of flour would help bind the fish meat, preventing the dish from devolving into a watery mess. Before long, a fragrant pot of fishball soup was ready, with each person receiving a generous serving filled with fish balls and dumplings, sure to satisfy their hunger, accompanied by a sprinkle of herbs in each bowl. As the group pondered the edibility of the herbs, unsure if they should adopt the legendary Shenong's practice of tasting every plant, Xiao Bufan boldly took a large bite, chewing with gusto, describing the texture as reminiscent of fragrant vegetables. Seeing him relish the meal so heartily, the others lowered their guard and joined in with gusto, the warm soup enveloping them in comfort and relaxation, just as they settled in for the night. Shadows concealed by the osmanthus trees emerged, revealing sharp-featured beings resembling baboons, with a striking resemblance to the transformed Lingicheng. However, these creatures moved in packs, sporting mismatched white ears that clashed awkwardly with their golden fur. Creating a bizarre sight, they walked upright like humans, wielding the dry branches of trees as makeshift clubs, presenting an appearance akin to primitive humans with monkey tails. Both sides faced each other warily, neither daring to strike first. At that moment, Dosai stepped forward, releasing flames from his left arm, startling the baboons into retreat, their clubs clattering to the ground. Ha, it seems you beasts still fear fire, he taunted. Without evolved brains, how can you challenge our kind? Subsequently, the group of monkeys chattered excitedly as they retreated deeper into the forest, not forgetting to take with them the pot belonging to Xiao Bufan and his companions. Oh my goodness, my pot, you wretched beasts, Xiao Bufan sighed, lamenting the loss of the pot, but he surmised that they had likely come in search of the food within it. The other explanations seemed rather implausible. As the monkeys withdrew, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, deciding to settle down in place and prepare for a restful slumber. Chapter 57, The Temple of Xiaoyao Mountain. Continuing from the previous account. After a blissful night of rest, the group had accumulated sufficient energy to resume their exploration of Xiaoyao Mountain, attempting to discern whether they could uncover the elusive cold iron within the mountain or locate the missing unparalleled physician. The following morning, the group forewent breakfast and immediately set out. However, they encountered some minor issues. Erupting from the foot of the mountain were shouts that reverberated through the air, the content of which was indecipherable. Merely an irritating cacophony. Unable to quell his curiosity, Xiao Bufan decided to ascend to the mountainside for a closer look. To his astonishment, he discovered a throng of goblins from Guiping village charging up the mountain, each brandishing various items. The assortment was bewildering: incense for ancestor worship, an entire pig's head, and a variety of oddly shaped pastries. This piqued Xiao Bufan's interest, as the village chief had mentioned a recent closure of the mountain. What could this mob of villagers possibly intend? Yet, having arrived at this juncture, it would be illogical to confront them. Thus, he opted to proceed with caution. He turned to remind his companions to remain concealed and quietly awaited the villagers' ascent. Before long, the barren mountaintop was teeming with villagers, who danced and sang while reciting unknown incantations. The concealed group observed the villagers as they ventured deeper into the mountain. Once Xiao Bufan confirmed that there were no straggling villagers, he emerged from hiding, leading his companions to stealthily follow the villagers. In no time, they arrived near a mountain temple. Xiao Bufan pondered, had they not visited this place yesterday? When had this temple materialized? The peculiarity of the situation planted a seed of curiosity within him. As he watched the villagers enter the temple, two stone sculptures unexpectedly appeared at the entrance. These statues, resembling humans, were intricately carved, their musculature so lifelike they seemed almost animated. In disbelief, Xiao Bufan rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not witnessing an illusion. Upon confirming the reality of the statues, he fell into deep contemplation, unbeknownst to him. The eyes of the stone figures fixated intently upon the group. After observing for some time and sensing no immediate threat, he organized his companions to approach the temple. Although somewhat dilapidated, the entrance bore stone pillars adorned with intricately carved jade dragons, a stark juxtaposition of decay and remaining wealth that struck a discordant note in Xiao Bufan's mind just as they were about to raise their hands to open the temple door. The stone figures sprang to life, advancing toward Xiao Bufan from either side, despite their stony composition. An aura of rage emanated from them, suggesting that this temple was no ordinary place. Xiao Bufan swiftly vacated his previous position, narrowly evading harm. At that moment, Meng Tian brandished his axe and struck at the stone figures, causing them to shatter into fragments that flew in all directions. With the statues destroyed, Xiao Bufan continued towards the temple entrance. However, from the remnants of the shattered stone, one hand crawled slowly towards the entrance, an astonishing sight reminiscent of a cinematic scene attempting to prevent Xiao Bufan from opening the door. Yet, how could a mere severed hand obstruct Xiao Bufan? With a forceful push, the door opened smoothly, revealing not the villagers who had entered before, but a multitude of monkeys. They knelt in reverence before a grand statue in the center of the temple, their gestures unmistakably devout. As the group beheld the monkeys, a horrifying realization dawned upon them. Could it be that the monkey meat they had consumed in the village had once belonged to these very villagers? The thought stirred a tumultuous churn in their stomachs. The kneeling monkeys, seemingly sensing a familiar aroma, turned their gaze towards Xiao Bufan and his companions, their eyes glowing with a sinister red. Suddenly, one monkey leapt from its spot and lunged towards them, while the others, as if driven by some instinct, scrambled frantically for the vacated space. A mere monkey could hardly pose a challenge to them. With a swift motion, the monkey's head was severed and fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Strangely, the headless monkey remained kneeling, not collapsing. The smooth cut of its neck confirmed its demise, yet the blood that sprayed forth incited a frenzy among the other monkeys, transforming the scene into a nightmarish tableau of carnage. Littered with lifeless bodies and pools of blood, ultimately only one monkey, drenched in blood, remained standing. This creature was significantly larger than its kin, surpassing even the mutated form of Lingicheng. The peculiar monkey began to contort and expand until it erupted into a form that bore a human face, topped with antennae and devoid of fur, a sight that defied comprehension. As this monkey emerged, the towering statue behind it rapidly dissolved into the air, transforming into specks of light that coalesced into the monkey's back, manifesting a human visage. Dear patrons, what brings you so brazenly into my temple? Surely you do not intend to dismantle it? The monkey inquired, its voice resonating with authority. It appears you are eager for a contest. Allow me to indulge you. With that, the monkey revealed a staff adorned with 72 copper rings, which jingled melodiously with each step. As if imbued with an enchanting illusion, the monkey approached the group. Yet Xiao Bufan and his companions remained motionless. The monkey performed a respectful gesture while forcefully thrusting the staff toward Xiao Bufan, the sharp clang of the copper rings echoing as Xiao Bufan was sent reeling backward. A circle of Buddhist inscriptions imprinted itself upon his chest, swirling in tandem with his labored breathing. The others, startled by the resonant sound, reacted swiftly, with Duosa E at the rear of the group catching the flailing Xiao Bufan mid-air. Though the situation was dire, Xiao Bufan's eyes were vacant, his limbs rigid, his mouth moving in a futile attempt to speak. The inscriptions on his chest rotated methodically with the motions of his mouth. Your strength is rather lacking, is it not? Even the most fundamental of Buddhist sutras eludes your grasp. Perhaps you should descend the mountain, acquire some skills, and return. The monkey mocked, wiping away the bloodstains from its form. How dare you speak so insolently, you wretched creature? I shall deal with you at once, Meng Tian retorted, pointing his weapon at the monkey and stepping forward. Chapter 58, the 16-character mantra continuing from the previous account. Meng Tian charged forward, yet the monkey appeared oblivious to his approach, continuing to tend to its bloodied form. Feeling ignored, Meng Tian let out a roar and swung his axe, just as the blade neared his target. The monkey nonchalantly halted its actions, grasping the descending axe with one hand. Meng Tian, rendered powerless, slowly descended to the ground, futilely attempting to reclaim his weapon from the monkey's grip. It was as if the monkey's hand had melded with the axe, rendering it immovable. Despite Meng Tian's desperate efforts, perhaps you are too hasty, my friend. Patience is key to understanding this world, the monkey advised sagely. I care not for your nonsense, Meng Tian shouted, his face flushed with frustration. Return my axe at once. Yet the more he insisted, the more firmly the axe remained lodged in the monkey's grasp, until at last, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. What an unteachable brute! The monkey observed, regarding the axe with amusement. However, you possess some discernment. This axe is indeed extraordinary, yet still lacking. Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan remained in a daze, though within his consciousness, the 16 characters of the mantra spiraled incessantly, as if beckoning him to delve deeper into their meaning. Unable to exert control over his body, he could only observe the mantra, while a bald little monk recited sutras nearby, unresponsive to Xiao Bufan's attempts to engage him. Thus, he resigned himself to studying the mantra before him. In reflection, he recalled that upon entering Buddhism, the first text to be recited was the Heart Sutra, a fundamental scripture for newcomers. Even those uninitiated into Buddhism would encounter the Heart Sutra during local teachings. A common tactic employed by monks to entice individuals to embrace the faith, the final section of the Heart Sutra contained the 16-character mantra, designed to inspire believers towards an ideal world, instilling them with faith in Buddhism's promise of a brighter future. The mantra, though exceeding 16 characters, ultimately coalesced into the essence of the 16-character mantra: Gate Gate, Paragate, Parasamgate, Bodhisattva. The essence of this passage is an invitation to embark on a journey of experience, traversing all paths to the other shore, to liberate all beings and attain enlightenment through the wisdom of Prajnaparamita. It encourages believers to join together in pursuit of an ideal world and the transcendence of the mundane, urging devotees to cultivate wisdom and practice to achieve the state of the Buddha. However, the young monk recites not this 16-character mantra, but rather the 16 syllables of the heart mantra of Shakyamuni Buddha, which are Om Mani Padme Hum. This mantra, akin to the Heart Sutra, when chanted repeatedly, allows the reciter to experience a state of mind akin to that of the Buddha, thereby receiving the Buddha's recognition and accruing merit. It is evident that the young monk is striving to attain a mindset akin to that of the Buddha, while Xiao Bufan perceives that there is, in fact, no Buddha in this world, merely a construct created by adherents of Buddhism to deceive others. Yet, unable to control his own body, he remains here to decipher the meaning of this 16-character mantra. Meanwhile, the external figure, Xuanshuang, continuously points out the faults of others without resorting to violence, simply repelling everyone with a single move. Questioning their purpose in coming here, especially after damaging the 2 stone sculptures he painstakingly crafted, reassembling them would require considerable time. Tell me, what brings you here? You have even ruined the 2 stone sculptures I labored to create. He remarks to the dismembered figure that crawls in from the doorway. The dismembered hand, seemingly sentient, nods in acknowledgement, hopping into Xuanshuang's embrace, as the onlookers watch in silence, uncertain of their next course of action, whether to fight or flee, unsure of what to do next. Alas, you people are far too impetuous and restless. Why not join me in this mountain temple, reciting scriptures daily to quell the discontent within your hearts? The crowd remains silent, staring blankly at Xuanshuang. Observing this seemingly human figure. In contrast, Xiao Bufan, deep in contemplation, appears to grasp some profound truths, and the system rewards him with a small boon. Upon hearing the familiar voice of the system, Xiao Bufan nearly weeps with gratitude, exclaiming that he thought he would be trapped here forever, relieved that the system remains with him. Alright, I've never seen you in such a state before. However, due to your insightful observation of the 16-character mantra, I am willing to impart a defensive technique related to Buddhism. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan eagerly nods. Then I shall teach you the Arhat skill. Are you willing to learn? With his abilities in hand, Xiao Bufan feels no worry about where he might go. The Arhat skill is a method for strengthening the physical body. The more Buddhist scriptures one masters, the more potent this technique becomes, enhancing the physical form. As Xiao Bufan attentively listens to the system's explanation of the Arhat skill, curiosity peaks within him regarding its nature. Once the system concludes its discourse, a golden light surges into Xiao Bufan's being, and he perceives that indeed this technique manifests within his consciousness. Without hesitation, he promptly attempts to utilize it. Though the enhancement to his physique is minimal, the system indicates that mastery of more scriptures will yield greater strength. Determined, Xiao Bufan focuses on the 16-character Buddhist scripture before him, absorbing its essence. In an instant, the scripture transforms into a multitude of tiny characters, inscribing themselves upon his body, resembling intricate tattoos from a distance. Simultaneously, he senses an unfamiliar power coursing through him, with a faint golden aura illuminating his form. If my body is adorned with Buddhist scriptures, does that not make me akin to the Buddha? With no further deliberation, Xiao Bufan shakes the young monk's head vigorously. Though the monk continues reciting his scripture, oblivious, Xiao Bufan, undeterred, recognizes that Shakyamuni's Heart Sutra is also a Buddhist text and proceeds to absorb it, soon finding another layer of scripture embellishing his being. At that moment, the young monk unexpectedly waves goodbye to Xiao Bufan, stating, "My task is complete, I must take my leave." The young monk then transforms into a wisp of smoke and vanishes. As Xiao Bufan exits the realm of consciousness, he regains control over his body, the 16-character mantra dissipating from his chest. Xuanshuang appears to sense something, gazing intently at Xiao Bufan. Chapter 59, The Human Sandbag. Returning to the previous events, Shuang remarks, "It seems this 16-character mantra cannot contain you after all. You possess some skill." Shuang twirls his staff, observing Xiao Bufan's approach, concluding that he too must showcase some ability. Xiao Bufan casts a cold glance at Shuang. Still discerning whether this figure presents a benevolent or malevolent intent, the others, like Xiao Bufan, regard Shuang with a mixture of awe and confusion, realizing that despite being injured, he refrained from taking their lives. "Oh, look at you, are you afraid?" Shuang teasingly gestures, chanting Namo Amitba, invoking the Buddha's compassion, and then bows to the air before pointing at Xiao Bufan. "If you do not strike first, then I shall," with a swift step. He lunges towards Xiao Bufan. However, the copper rings on the staff are no longer of USE.in response. Xiao Bufan calls upon the Arhat skill, proclaiming, "Bless me." Instantly, Buddhist characters envelop his body, fortifying his physical form. "Ah, you've even learned the Arhat skill. Pray tell, where did you acquire this technique? Surely you haven't pilfered it from our Buddhist teachings," Shuang exclaims, revealing his own prowess. Strengthened, Xiao Bufan withstands the blow from Shuang's staff, and the two stand poised in the air. With a resounding crash, both are thrust back by the force of their clash. "Well, your physical strength is impressive. It appears I underestimated you," Shuang admits, halting his retreat and discarding his staff, which drifts down like a feather. Puzzled by the staff's peculiar lightness, Xiao Bufan barely has time to ponder before Shuang's fist, radiating a brilliant golden light, is upon him, having acquired the Arhat skill. Xiao Bufan instantly recognizes the immense power of the golden light, which far surpasses his own. Not one to be caught off guard, he deftly evades the punch and seizes the opportunity to unleash his own hardened strike. Transforming his fist to a hue reminiscent of refined iron, he retaliates with a punch aimed at Shuang's lower back. "You still have much to learn, young one," Shuang chuckles, his body adorned with an intricate tapestry of Buddhist characters. The result of the Arhat skill, yet Xiao Bufan's modest strength, stemming from his second layer of the copper vein realm, proves insufficient to penetrate Shuang's defenses. In stark contrast, Shuang absorbs the blow with ease, sending Xiao Bufan reeling several meters back, causing him to cough up blood. If the Arhat skill can be wielded with such mastery, then surely it renders the body invincible. Young disciple, do not be too arrogant. "Prepare to face my combination strike," Shuang declares, one hand forming a fist while the other remains open. This is the essence of the Shaolin Arhat fist, a technique of both offense and defense, comprising the Arhat's 18 techniques, each punch and palm strike imbued with devastating power. Xiao Bufan braces himself against Shuang's onslaught, ready to withstand the blows, yet Shuang employs a technique without honor, striking a vital point between Xiao Bufan's ribs. Underestimating the impact, Xiao Bufan collapses to the ground, dazed. "Young disciple, do not attempt to manipulate words in front of me. I have practiced this Arhat skill for over 100 years, Shuang laughs heartily. In truth, this Arhat skill has its vulnerabilities, as no object or being in this world is without flaw. Chapter 60. The landlord. Continuing from previous events, Xiao Bufan's application of the Arhat skill is effortlessly countered by Shuang, who, judging by his demeanor, seems to have lived for quite some time. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Xiao Bufan slowly rises from the ground, respectfully addressing Shuang. "Elder, it seems you are deliberately cultivating our skills. May I ask why?" Upon hearing this, Shuang chuckles, pleased that Xiao Bufan has finally grasped the situation after enduring multiple strikes. "You have finally caught on," he exclaims, pointing playfully at Xiao Bufan. Seeing Xiao Bufan bow, the others hastily follow suit, offering their greetings to the elder. Shuang chuckles again, transforming into a kindly old man, exclaiming, "I am the landlord of this Mount Yayao, should you not offer me some offerings?" Xiao Bufan and the others gaze at the landlord with reverence. Recognizing his stature, they promptly present several jars of fine wine purchased from the village below. However, Xiao Bufan is perplexed by the presence of Shuang in this mountainous region and the peculiar behavior of the villagers. "Ah, these matters shall be addressed once I am properly fed," the landlord states, gesturing toward the jars of wine and the empty offering table beside him. Xiao Bufan quickly comprehends the hint, retrieving some meat from his spatial storage and obediently sitting down to await the landlord's tales. The landlord now appears drastically transformed, donning simple robes and bamboo sandals, exuding an air of humility akin to that of a sweeping monk. The once resplendent golden temple has reverted to a dilapidated state, revealing the stark reality of its impoverished condition. Upon further observation of this land's venerable elder, his manner of eating is quite indescribable, clutching a wine jar in one hand and cradling a substantial piece of meat in the other. He devours his meal as if he hasn't eaten in 3 days. It seems as though he is oblivious to the presence of others, tearing into the meat with great gusto and gulping down the wine with abandon. In no time, the offerings upon the altar are entirely consumed, and the 2 jars of wine have toppled to the ground, leaving not a single drop behind. To put it charitably, this elder of the land does exhibit a certain respect for food, as he leaves no waste. However, one must wonder if this temple has been reduced to such a state by his gluttony. Such voracity is remarkable. Shao Bufan and his companions can only watch from below the altar until the elder has finished his feast. Gazing at him with eager anticipation, noticing their rapt attention, the elder of the land eventually ceases his indulgence, tidies up the remnants around him, and undergoes a transformation. He morphs into a rather shabby storyteller. Holding a handful of yellowed bamboo slips, draped in a long robe, and adjusting the spectacles perched upon his nose, he prepares to recount the tales of Xiaoyao Mountain. It is well known that the sun and moon, along with the rivers and mountains, are manifestations of Pangu's primordial creation, and we are no exception. This day represents Pangu's left eye, while the moon symbolizes his right. Pangu raised the heavens and the earth. Initially, the land was desolate and void of any substance until Pangu's demise, when his corporeal form transformed into the very elements of our world. His breath became the wind, the swirling sands turned into deserts. His decaying flesh nourished the earth, and his blood flowed forth to create rivers, with his bones rising as majestic mountains. Under the nurturing of heaven and earth, these peaks were blessed, awakening sentience, which subsequently manifested in every elder of the land. Chapter 61, Xiaoyao Mountain, Side Story 1. Continuing from the last account, I am the foremost peak among these myriad mountains, the mountain deity of Xiaoyao Mountain, also referred to as the Lord of the Land. A title bestowed upon me by the people. As I digress, I surmise that you are most eager to hear the tale of the foxes in Xiaoyao Mountain, so allow me to narrate it at a leisurely pace. When I first attained sentience, the heavens bore a gaping hole, through which emerged a being with a human head and serpent body, who inexplicably procured a colossal, multicolored stone and soared towards the void. Yet, after that moment, he was never seen again, and the foot of my mountain became bustling with activity. At that time, I was but a playful spirit, imitating the feats of those celestial beings, performing tricks to amuse the small creatures below. Merely causing the earth to tremble and rocks to fall was enough to terrify them. However, this led to a reprimand from the celestial authorities, who confined me here, condemning me to a life devoid of marriage and progeny. Yet, the small beings erected a monument in my honor, calling me the mountain god. I was unaware of why this mountain was named Xiaoyao Mountain. That title was chosen by those diminutive creatures. Perhaps it was due to my playful nature that they bestowed such a name upon me. However, in this world, aside from those little beings, other creatures existed as well. Just as now, this group of foxes have claimed dominion over the mountain, driving away all other avian and beastly inhabitants, asserting themselves as the kings of the mountain. They have gnawed away at my once abundant hair, leaving only the inedible roots, rendering me bald, and the relentless wind and sun have left me plagued by dandruff. Yet, their appetite remains insatiable, prompting them to send foxes down to the village, which ought to be inhabited by humans, creating chaos. The little beings, unwilling to yield, engaged in fierce battles with the foxes, ultimately emerging victorious and restoring their village. They even fashioned a clay statue of me at the foot of the mountain, which brought me immense joy, as it allowed me to transform into the likeness of the statue and visit the village below. Initially, upon seeing me, the people would bow in reverence, which took me by surprise. Realizing this would not suffice, I adopted a more human-like form, and this time, they failed to recognize me, allowing me to blend into the human realm and savor the essence of mortal life. If you wonder how I could experience life without wealth, I, as a dignified elder of the land, would certainly possess some means. However, such bliss was fleeting, as I soon learned that the beasts atop the mountain had acquired the sorcery of the southern domain's voodoo practitioners, enabling them to assume human forms and descend to disrupt the human populace. This calamity ensnared me as well. Divine retribution descended from above, casting blame upon me for the chaos that ensued. But thankfully, the little beings below did not face extinction, thus slightly alleviating the punishment. I was accused of neglecting my duties, failing to oversee the activities of both the mountain and the valley, which led to this tragedy. Consequently, I was imprisoned atop the mountain, never to descend again. This was truly a turn of events. Forbidden from marrying or bearing children, my joys were greatly diminished, leaving me to peruse the discarded scriptures from the celestial realm. As time passed, I assimilated the knowledge contained within those neglected texts, acquiring a wealth of skills, regardless of whether it pertained to Buddhism, Taoism, or other esoteric practices. I possessed a smattering of knowledge, though I lacked expertise, merely skimming the surface, yet it sufficed for my needs. Chapter 62, Xiaoyao Mountain, Side Story. Too long ago, a youthful friend sought knowledge here, and I, seeking to pass the time, imparted some medical wisdom to her. She studied diligently for 2 decades, evolving from a blossoming maiden into a woman of discernment, all while residing upon my modest mountain. She attracted the attention of those beasts on several occasions. Yet I always intervened to save her. How could I allow a companion capable of conversation to be taken by those creatures? Eventually, she established the Juyu sect upon my humble mountain, proclaiming it a medical sanctuary, offering free treatment to the villagers below. Under her promotion, the foot of the mountain grew increasingly lively. I lost track of the years, only noticing her gradual aging. She even took on an apprentice, much like myself, teaching him the art of healing, claiming he was a foundling, a child abandoned by others whom she adopted as her own. Over time, the leadership of the Juyu sect changed hands repeatedly, each successor being a lone heir. The sect remained rather quiet, primarily serving the occasional villagers who sought their aid. Eventually, the villagers began to inquire about the origins of the master's exceptional medical skills. Initially, the master dismissed their curiosity, but as the rumors spread, it became impossible to ignore. They learned that her medical knowledge was derived from the mountain deity. Subsequently, the villagers at the mountain's base constructed a temple in my honor, instituting a decree that prohibited disturbances during specific time periods. However, I, who revel in merriment, found myself quite bored with no one to accompany me in play. Fortunately, this decree was only temporary, and soon a variety of individuals began to traverse the paths of my ancient abode. Eventually, a horde of green-skinned beings, fleeing from unknown perils, arrived, resembling you. As the lord of the land gestured towards Xiao Bufan, recounting the scene from that time, they were a rude and immoral bunch, seizing control of the village I had watched over for centuries. The villagers were driven away or slain, and the village transformed into a stronghold for these creatures. However, heaven is just, and good deeds are rewarded while evil begets punishment. The foxes of the mountain, undeterred, continued to plot the conquest of the village below, but this time, they faced not mere mortals. Confronted by goblins, beings stronger than humans, the foxes suffered a crushing defeat and scampered back to the mountain, continuing to harass my ancient self without the companionship of the little beings. And with the green-skinned creatures showing no respect for the mountain deity, the mountain echoed only with the noise of a few foxes, driving me to the brink of irritation. Recognizing that the foxes were no match for them, I decided to impose a punishment upon them, banishing those I had nurtured from infancy. This punishment manifested as a decree to seal the mountain. However, this decree differed from the previous one. It incited the green-skinned creatures to flock to the temple atop the mountain. This temple, long neglected, had fallen into disrepair. As for the splendid appearance you behold, it merely reflects the recent construction of my humble abode. Each time I lured a new group of green-skinned creatures to the mountain, I would confine them within the temple and cast minor spells to blind them. In this dark, unwelcoming space devoid of sustenance, their desire to survive would only intensify. They would turn upon one another, engaging in brutal conflict, tearing flesh, drinking blood, and committing acts of cannibalism. Chapter 63, Jaya Mountain, Side Story 3. After the carnage, only the strongest among them would survive, while the rest became mere fodder. At that juncture, I would lift the enchantment obscuring their vision, forcing them to witness the gruesome scene of piled corpses, surrounded by their own kin, lifeless at their side. The ground beneath them would be slick with blood, leaving indelible stains, and in the wake of such harrowing visuals, it was inevitable that the last remaining creature would descend into madness, losing all sense of self, or perhaps they would even find the remains of their companions, and yet, they would be powerless to act, left only to mourn over the bodies of their fallen brethren. In that moment, regardless of how formidable the creature, their mental defenses would surely crumble. With just a subtle maneuver, I can seize control of such formidable creatures and manipulate them to wreak havoc upon the population of the mountain Shangshang. Under my provocations, these two factions have erupted into several significant conflicts, notably the skirmish between the green-skinned and the Shangsheng, which ended with a score of 5-3. The defeated Shangsheng or green-skinned individuals were taken back as spoils of war, a rare delicacy imbued with a multitude of emotions: joy, the elation of victory, or the despair of defeat, and pain, thus maintaining a precarious balance among them. Having relayed several intriguing matters, you must be weary of my tales. So do share your reasons for being here, for no one embarks on a journey without purpose. Upon hearing this, the crowd became entranced, for a storyteller often weaves narratives that resonate deeply with the listeners, leading them to become engrossed in the tale. The first to recover from the trance was Xiao Bufan, who, after a moment of contemplation, regarded the storyteller, now resembling the elder of the land, and realized the truth. We are in search of a treasure hidden within this mountain, said to have descended from the heavens, possessing a formidable exterior. Any artifact forged from it would undoubtedly be a weapon of unparalleled might. The elder of the land, upon hearing this, guessed that the item they sought was indeed here, an ancient cold iron, eroded for years yet remaining intact. With a wry smile, he said, "It seems you have arrived a step too late." Xiao Bufan, puzzled, inquired why it was too late. To be frank, this cold iron already has an owner, though I must warn you, this master is no benevolent soul. Frustrated, Xiao Bufan lamented, "Why is it that every time I am on the verge of success, someone else intervenes? Why can't they simply let me have it?" In a fit of impotent rage, he demanded, "Elder, tell me who has taken this cold iron. I shall ensure they relinquish it, each time." "It seems fate conspires against me." The elder's eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied, "The cold iron you covet has been claimed by the king of the Shangsheng residing in this mountain." Receiving this information from the elder, Xiao Bufan, with determination, prepared to lead his companions to confront the Shangsheng king. However, the elder hastily called out to him, "Why the rush? Allow me to impart a word of wisdom to aid you in subduing the Shangsheng king. But I must ask a favor of you in return once you obtain the cold iron." Chapter 64. Entering the cave. Picking up where we left off, Xiao Bufan pondered over the proposed exchange for a moment before deciding against it. After all, the elder himself had admitted that his knowledge of spells was merely superficial, certainly inferior to the complete techniques or mantras rewarded by the system. Noticing his hopes dashed, the elder waved his hand dismissively, escorting the group to the entrance of the cave where the Shangsheng king resided. Outside the cave, numerous Shangsheng stood guard, revealing a stark hierarchy within their species. The sentinels appeared to be aged, weak or infirm. Xiao Bufan pointed to the group before him, questioning their gender dynamics and whether they exhibited any form of gender discrimination. A cascade of inquiries flooded his mind, leaving him seemingly dazed in the eyes of others. Realizing Xiao Bufan was slow to react, Bai Qi prodded him with the butt of his weapon, startling Xiao Bufan into action, who leaped from behind cover and charged at the Shangsheng outside the cave. Leaving his companions in shock seeing their leader so recklessly advance into battle, they quickly followed suit. After all, they could not afford to lag behind their king. Only Ying Zhang noted with admiration Xiao Bufan's boldness, charging forth without hesitation. But Bai Qi understood that the king's impulsive action stemmed from a lack of awareness of the situation. There was no turning back. A confrontation had begun. The ragtag sentinels were no match for the group, and soon they lay defeated on the ground. Allowing the team to swagger into the cave. Inside, they found the Shangsheng king seated upon his throne, wearing a mocking expression as he surveyed the intruders. With a wave of his hand, he summoned other Shangsheng from within the cave to attack the group. As the battle commenced, each member of the team showcased their unique abilities, though the Shangsheng within the cave were stronger than the sentries outside. They still fell short against the coordinated efforts of the group. Within half an hour, only the Shangsheng king remained upon his throne. "It appears you hold considerable confidence in your abilities. Now it is your turn," declared Xiao Bufan, brandishing his steak knife as he prepared to confront the king. Ding, species, beast, type, Shangsheng, title, self-proclaimed king, realm, 5th level of copper veins, talent, spiritual eye, special effect, spiritual eye, a new talent. This could prove challenging. Xiao Bufan mused, ready to test the waters. With that, he charged toward the king, who leapt from his throne, executing a powerful kick aimed directly at Xiao Bufan. Unable to evade, Xiao Bufan raised his steak knife to shield his chest from the descending strike, resulting in a tense standoff between man and beast. Xiao Bufan was forced backward, while the king, undeterred, launched a spinning kick aimed at his head. Unable to dodge, Xiao Bufan took the blow squarely, only to be met with another spinning kick directed at his waist. Chapter 65. The leg technique. How could the same technique succeed twice? Xiao Bufan thought, swiftly activating both the Arhat skill and hardening to bolster his defenses. Yet, the king's might was overwhelming. The impact of the kick pierced through Xiao Bufan's defenses, sending him flying. Surprised, Xiao Bufan found himself airborne as the king pursued him, ready to deliver another strike. Suddenly, Bai Qi intervened, seizing the king's leg in a defensive grappling maneuver. Attempting to immobilize him, however, the king reacted swiftly, executing a spinning kick to break free, but Bai Qi capitalized on the moment, sweeping the king's other leg and sending him crashing to the ground. In that fleeting instant, Meng Tian seized the opportunity to leap forward, attempting to pin the king down, but to his shock, he found himself slammed to the ground instead. The force resulted in a fractured nasal bone, blood streaming from his nostrils. In the midst of Meng Tian's bewilderment, the others witnessed a sudden swap as the king took advantage of the situation and set squarely upon Meng Tian. The weight of the king was unbearable, prompting Bai Qi to rush in and create a distraction to free Meng Tian. After being hurled away, Xiao Bufan quickly discarded his steak knife, opting for close combat. Realizing that the king's leg techniques were formidable, he sought to restrict the king's movements. The king, undeterred by the interference, sprang up using Meng Tian's body as leverage, performing an elegant backflip into the midst of the encircling group. With every member of Xiao Bufan's team surrounding him, the king now faced the full might of their collective efforts. The king scanned the group, his eyes locking onto Yun'er. Perceiving her as a weaker target, he lunged at her, executing a series of rapid kicks. In response, Yun'er summoned 2 skeletons to shield her. Though they shattered upon impact, the king's assault was thwarted. Realizing his attack had failed, the king used the recoil of his kick to spring back into the fray. Meanwhile, Meng Tian, seizing the moment, scrambled to grab the king's hind legs. Trapped, the king attempted to reposition, but the rest of the team surged forward, sealing his fate. With arms raised to shield his face, the king braced for the onslaught, but Xiao Bufan, driven by determination, thrust his hand through the gap between the king's arms and gouged at his eyes. Before the king could react, one eye was plucked free, leaving Xiao Bufan holding the peculiar orb aloft. To his surprise, the eye contained 2 pupils, an unusual sight that hinted at the presence of a powerful being. As the pain registered, the king forcefully broke free from Meng Tian's grasp, kicking him away, and swiftly escaped the encirclement. Chapter 66, a fruitless venture. Emerging from the fray, the king bore numerous bruises and lacerations. Blood flowing profusely from his injuries, the creature cast a fierce glare at the crowd with a single eye, showing no intention of lingering, and promptly dashed out of the cave to flee. "Hey, that rascal got away," Montian grumbled, feeling particularly irked, for he bore the most grievous injuries from the recent skirmish. "Let it be. It shall return," Xiao Bufan remarked nonchalantly, continuing to scrutinize the eyeball he held. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired an item, strange eyeball. This eyeball contains a power that does not belong to it. It seems to harbor a presence within." Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Bufan felt increasingly convinced of the eyeball's dubious origins. A sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, as if a great terror lurked within. The group then took a moment to recuperate, while Xiao Bufan initially intended to have a bite to eat. He soon discovered that his supplies were utterly depleted, not even a drop of alcohol remained. "Curse you, old land spirit, return my food and drink." Outside the cave, the land spirit had been observing their battle. But upon catching sight of the eyeball in Xiao Bufan's hand, his eyes gleamed with interest. Yet, upon hearing Xiao Bufan shout, he scurried away in defeat. After a brief respite, the group resolved to set aside their quest for the coal iron. As their key target had fled, and wandering aimlessly would yield little, after some contemplation, Xiao Bufan decided to seek out the blacksmith in the village at the foot of the mountain, pondering whether the child of the eternal flame had been lured up the mountain by the old land spirit. Hastily, the group descended the mountain, returning to the now desolate village, which lacked the vibrancy they had previously encountered. After meandering about, they stumbled upon a blacksmith's shop, where only a little girl was seated inside. Xiao Bufan approached her to inquire about her guardian's whereabouts, only to receive the disheartening response that there were no adults present. "Who runs this blacksmith shop then? Are there any other blacksmiths in the village?" he asked, perplexed. The little girl candidly replied, "This is the only blacksmith's shop in the village, and I run it all by myself. There is no one else." Xiao Bufan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Having hoped it would be easy to procure a branch of the eternal flame for Dosei, just then, flames erupted from Dosei's left arm, threatening to engulf the shop, which piqued Xiao Bufan's curiosity. After communication between Dosei and Huoli, it became evident that the blacksmith shop bore a familiar scent reminiscent of his 5th brother. The stench of decay was unmistakable, yet strangely, there was no sense of direction from where his brother might be. Merely an essence lingering in the air. Huoli fluctuated in activity on Dosei's arm, the flames rising and falling in intensity. In Huoli's description, Xiao Bufan learned that his 5th brother was surrounded by green flames, emitting an odor akin to decomposing corpses, detectable only by himself and those who had merged with him. After absorbing this information from Dosei, Xiao Bufan confirmed that only the traces of Huoli's brother had been left behind. With no tangible evidence of his presence, after exchanging a few more words with the little girl and observing the layout of the blacksmith shop, he took his leave. Why does it always feel like a fruitless endeavor? Now, it seems the only task left is to seek out the healer that Ji Yumen is recruiting on the mountain. Chapter 67. Banter and trade. Continuing from where we left off. Xiao Bufan resolved to investigate Ji Yumen as his primary objective, as he had already gleaned the location of the creature from the land spirit, bidding farewell to the old spirit. The group ascended the mountain once more. After 2 hours, an ancient and fragrant archway appeared before them, inscribed boldly with the characters for Ji Yumen. Upon seeing this, they stepped inside. Upon entering Ji Yumen, they beheld a giant alchemical furnace standing 10 feet tall in the center of the courtyard, reminiscent of the legendary furnace of Taishan Laojun from their childhood tales. At that moment, a child was seated beside the furnace. Intently observing the flames as they maintained the high temperature necessary for alchemy, startled by the uninvited guests, the child's hand trembled, causing the furnace to erupt in blazing flames. The child quickly recoiled, casting a furious glare at Xiao Bufan and his companions. "Who are you? Why have you come to Ji Yu Men?" the child shouted in indignation. Hearing the child's outburst, Xiao Bufan responded truthfully. However, the child, fixated on the burnt blackened pills within the furnace, felt his heart bleed as he lamented, "You all owe me for my elixirs." Boo-hoo! Xiao Bufan and his companions were at a loss. Unsure of how to console the suddenly weeping child, with no other option, they sent Yuner, the sole female member of the group, to comfort him. To their dismay, the child refused to be soothed, insisting that they compensate him for his ruined elixirs. Montian, growing increasingly irritable at the child's incessant wailing, retorted, "You little brat, how can you be so unreasonable? We merely entered this courtyard, your elixirs were ruined by your own hand, how can you blame us?" Unexpectedly, this provoked the child to cry even louder, throwing himself onto the ground in a fit of despair, as if he had entered a realm devoid of others and lost in his own world. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng contemplated the charred elixirs, recalling his own relentless pursuit of immortality and the alchemical pills he had sought from the imperial physicians. He had not anticipated the existence of such a thing. Seizing the opportunity, Ing Zheng hastily approached the child, lifting him from the ground and cradling him in his arms, softly whispering, "Oh dear child, we did not mean any harm. You are all right, aren't you? I shall apologize on their behalf." The child, upon gazing into Ing Zheng's eyes, momentarily forgot his tears, nearly nodding in a daze, before quickly demanding to be set down. Upon witnessing that the child had ceased his cries, Ing Zheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He inquired of the young one, "Little one, do you possess the ability to concoct elixirs that grant immortality?" The child, wiping his nose, replied with a sense of pride, "Of course I can brew any elixir. There is not a single one in this world that I cannot create, however, my master forbids me from doing so." Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng realized that the child had a master, which implied that the master must possess even greater alchemical skills. "Pray tell, where is your master? Might you lead me to him?" The child instantly grew wary at the mention of his master. "What do you wish to see my master for? Are you perhaps nefarious individuals seeking to harm him?" Ing Zheng quickly reassured him, "Absolutely not. We are here precisely because we recognize your extraordinary talents. Your master must be an unparalleled master himself, and we wish only to pay our respects." The child considered this and found it reasonable. Indeed, his master was a figure of immense capability, adept at producing even the most obscure elixirs with ease. Noting the visitor's demeanor, he decided they did not appear malicious, though the leader bore an uncanny resemblance to the goblins from his past. He recalled how, as a child in his village, a sudden invasion of goblins had led to his family's demise, leaving him orphaned and alone. The sight of the leader, who resembled those goblins, filled him with disdain, except for the green-skinned one. This remark rendered Xiao Bufan momentarily speechless. "Why can't I go? Can someone please explain?" Consequently, he found himself locked outside the courtyard while the rest were ushered in to meet the master. Chapter 69. The severance of ties. As Xiao Bufan remained outside, the child guided the group to the main house. Before entering, they heard a voice, "Why, dear disciple, why were you causing such a ruckus in the courtyard?" Startled, the child immediately knelt, saying, "Disciple has erred. I beg for your forgiveness, master." After a brief silence, the master responded, "Arise, and explain why you were so upset." Upon hearing this, the child slowly rose, clasped his hands in greeting, and began, "Initially, I was in the courtyard refining the third transformation revitalization pill. Just as I was about to complete the process, a group barged in, startling me and causing my precious elixir to be ruined. I was heartbroken upon seeing my hard work wasted. I approached them to demand compensation, but they were unable to reimburse me, which led to my distress." After listening, the master fell silent for a moment before stating, "Why were you attempting to refine elixirs without my permission? You brought this upon yourself. I cannot assist you." The child, realizing his mistake, knelt once more, pleading, "Disciple acknowledges his fault. Please punish me as you see fit. Considering your diligent nature and that you sought experience through this endeavor, I shall spare you this time." The master replied. The child slowly rose, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your leniency, master." He then added, "Moreover, these individuals claim to have come specifically to seek you. I did not sense malice in them, so I brought them to meet you. Oh, from where do these gallant individuals hail, and what is it that they seek?" The master's voice inquired. Now it was only Ing Zheng who could articulate their purpose. "We have come to discuss whether you would be willing to join our ranks. Oh, you seek me specifically, how intriguing. Since you have entered my abode, you are indeed guests. Come, let us converse in the main hall." As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the main hall swung open, seemingly of their own accord. However, the group remained momentarily frozen in place, causing the child to look on in confusion. Before he could inquire further, the gates of the courtyard slowly opened, revealing Xiao Bufan, who had been invited inside. Why was this young one left outside while guests were welcomed in? The master interrogated. The child trembled slightly as he stammered, "Master, he resembles the green-skinned beings from my past, and in my haste I forgot myself and barred him from entry." After a long silence, the master finally spoke. "It seems your temperament is lacking. You are unfit to be my disciple. Let us part ways amicably." Upon hearing this, the child fell to his knees in desperation, pleading with his master to allow him to remain even if it meant foregoing the title of formal disciple, wishing only to serve as a humble sweeper in the courtyard. However, no voice responded, and he felt an unseen force lifting him from the ground, dragging him out of the courtyard. In that moment, the child comprehended his master's intent to expel him, realizing he had no other family in this world. After descending the mountain, he would be utterly alone. He blamed his misfortune on the group that had entered the courtyard, glaring at Xiao Bufan with red-rimmed eyes before departing in dismay. Chapter 70. Shangguan Haoyu enlists as Xiao Bufan cast a final glance at the child. He noted the malevolence in his gaze. This child cannot be allowed to remain, he thought, though he considered eliminating the child immediately. The presence of the other guests and the recent severance of their master-disciple bond rendered such an act imprudent. Yet, as he looked again, the child had vanished from sight. Reluctantly, he bowed deeply towards the main hall and then led the others inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a celestial table flanked by 2 grand chairs, with a plaque upon the wall inscribed with the words, "To alleviate the suffering of the world." Truly, the master possesses a heart full of compassion, Xiao Bufan mused, realizing the master's ambition was to alleviate worldly suffering. At that moment, a voice emerged from the adjacent bedroom. "Enough with grand ambitions. I am merely a physician tending to the needs of the common folk. You have come here, no doubt, to recruit me." "Indeed, we seek your esteemed services," came the reply, "for I aspire to dominate this world, yet I find myself lacking a skilled healer." Xiao Bufan's forthrightness rendered the master momentarily speechless. He had never encountered someone so blunt in their requests. After a brief pause, the master responded, "Your ambitions are lofty indeed, but do you possess the strength to back them? I fear a humble physician such as myself may not meet your expectations." Encouraged by the master's response, Xiao Bufan pressed on, "Had I not heard that your sect has endured for a century and that your lineage is illustrious, I would not have ventured here." The voice from within the bedroom was startled for a moment but quickly regained composure. "It seems you have indeed spoken with that old man. Before you arrived at Jiayao Mountain, I had already cast divinations regarding your arrival. The result, a foreboding omen. Your coming is sure to incite a bloodbath." "Should that be the case," replied Xiao Bufan, "then what power do I possess to counter such fate? Perhaps it would be better to accompany you and see what unfolds." With that, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing a tall young man of striking appearance, his features akin to that of a refined gentleman. His flowing black hair framed his handsome face, characterized by sharp brows and bright eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips, exuding an air of elegance that would surely captivate many a maiden. "It appears our destinies are intertwined," he remarked. "Let us forge a bond, for we shall soon be companions. I shall introduce myself first. I am Shangguan Haoyu, the 18th generation leader of the Zhuyu sect. I have little reliance on the mundane world, having been brought into the sect to cultivate and learn from my master since childhood." Upon observing Shangguan Haoyu, Xiao Bufan, noting his impressive stature and charisma, instinctively probed his information. Ding. Name, Shangguan Haoyu. Race, human. Title, 18th generation leader of the Zhuyu sect. Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Talent, Alchemy Prodigy, possessing a 50 chance of enhancing elixir quality with each refinement. In an instant, all of Shangguan Haoyu's information flooded into Xiao Bufan's consciousness. An alchemy prodigy. Indeed, if fortune favors me, this could lead to unparalleled power. However, Shangguan Haoyu, noticing Xiao Bufan lost in contemplation, patiently awaited his response, shifting his focus to the others. Bai Qi, observing his lord's distracted demeanor, realized he was likely engrossed in some peculiar thoughts, since introducing the team members was his responsibility. He took it upon himself to present each member to Shangguan Haoyu, fostering familiarity and cordiality among them. As Xiao Bufan emerged from his reverie, he found Shangguan Haoyu had seamlessly integrated into the group. With a sigh of relief, he addressed his companions. "Now that Shangguan Haoyu has joined our ranks, we must postpone the celebratory feast until after our mission is complete. Thus, the primary objective now is to capture the elusive Xian Xian and exchange it with the old land spirit for a martial technique." Chapter 71, The Power of Demons. Continuing from the last chapter, Shangguan Haoyu has successfully integrated into the life of the team, yet he is soon to confront the Xianxian King, following the instructions of the land spirit. He has navigated to another cave, as this old fellow seems to have numerous layers. Why then, does the soil outside this cave appear black? Truly a mystery. Nonetheless, this does not deter the group from proceeding to capture the Xianxian King alive. Upon entering the cave, they discover a hidden world within. Despite the cave entrance being merely 10 feet high, it feels as though they have pierced through the very Shayao mountain. In the cave stands a thick black pillar, adorned with carvings of several black dragons. Atop this pillar is the likeness of Andromalius, who ranks as a count among the 72 demons. Though resembling a human, he wields a staff transformed from a great serpent, said to be the distinguishing object utilized by sorcerers to summon Andromalius. Good heavens, could it be that the 72 demons truly exist in this world? Contemplating this, Xiao Bufan hastily retrieves a peculiar eye. To his astonishment, as the eye approaches the demon pillar, it emits a dark purple glow, seemingly responding to a call. Just then, the Xianxian King, concealed behind the demon pillar, leaps forth, missing one eye, yet the other radiates a faint dark purple light. Trouble brews as they have entered the enemy's domain, making this battle all the more perilous. Xiao Bufan swiftly assumes a defensive stance. Recalling previous experiences, he understands that defensive techniques are ineffective against this foe. Hence, he resolves to engage in a straightforward exchange of injuries. However, before the Xianxian King can land, Xiao Bufan channels his energy into his hands and strikes towards its abdomen, without the ability to evade. The Xianxian King takes the blow squarely. The energy surges into the creature's body. Although immediate effects are not visible, it has been previously indicated that this energy is double the potency of true energy. Capable of devouring it, the Xianxian King is sent hurtling away, yet strangely halts midair, then unleashes a fierce whip kick towards Xiao Bufan. Due to the excessive forward momentum, Xiao Bufan quickly reacts and evades. However, the whip kick serves as a feint. Leveraging its momentum, the Xianxian King supports itself with one hand on the ground, pausing its legs high in the air, then twists its body, closing the distance to Xiao Bufan. A double kick, suspended in midair, strikes at Xiao Bufan's abdomen that he quickly raises his elbow to block, but the opponent's internal force is too formidable, sending Xiao Bufan flying, yet the battle does not cease. The Xianxian King, taking advantage of Xiao Bufan's momentary suspension, swiftly closes the distance for a stomp. Nevertheless, Xiao Bufan does not exhibit excessive recoil, swiftly braces himself and performs a carp leap, rising to face the descending kick. Opting to dodge to the side and create distance, observing Xiao Bufan's reaction, the Xianxian King immediately follows suit, executing a stepping left kick aimed at Xiao Bufan's groin. Xiao Bufan reacts promptly, sidestepping to avoid. Seizing the opportunity from the follow-through to firmly grasp the Xianxian King's left leg, then unleashes a series of punches directed at its face. The Xianxian King, having taken a solid hit, hastily pushes off the ground with its right foot. Performing a spinning maneuver to escape Xiao Bufan's grasp, they create distance once more, both assuming stances, carefully scrutinizing one another's. Chapter 72, Victory. Continuing from the last chapter, after creating distance, both combatants meticulously assess their adversary. Xiao Bufan and the Xianxian King rotate half a circle before simultaneously launching their attacks, a customary punch and a customary kick. The Xianxian King delivers a soaring kick, while Xiao Bufan counters with a straight punch. Both techniques are formidable strikes. However, the strength of the arms pales in comparison to that of the legs, so Xiao Bufan barely manages to block the attack. Sensing an opening, the Xianxian King attempts to press the advantage, launching a series of probing kicks towards Xiao Bufan's lower body. As the saying goes, every discipline has its specialization. Xiao Bufan, primarily trained in boxing, finds his lower body defenses lacking, forcing him to evade continuously. Ultimately, the Xianxian King executes a stomp aimed at Xiao Bufan's foot, compelling him to leap to avoid what would surely be a grievous injury, seizing the moment of Xiao Bufan's airborne state. The Xianxian King performs a 720 spinning kick, completing 2 full rotations. The momentum from such a move often strikes at vital points, yet the well-timed intervention of Bai Qi disrupts the attack. With a swift motion, Bai Qi wields his spear, executing a circular block that deflects the spinning kick, then follows up with a direct thrust targeting the Xianxian King's center. The Xianxian King, unable to counter the thwarted attack, finds itself exposed to Bai Qi's thrust. Just as the spear is about to connect, the Xianxian King retaliates with a single hand, swinging at the spear, allowing the tip to pierce through its palm. After the spear penetrates, the Xianxian king grips tightly, attempting to wrest the weapon from Bai Qi's grasp. Despite its superior strength, the Xianxian king, now severely injured, finds it impossible to overpower Bai Qi, who wields the spear with both hands. Realizing that the spear cannot be drawn or thrust further, Bai Qi opts to exert forward momentum, employing a leaping thrust that uses the upward force to push the spearhead further into the wound. Even as the Xianxian king clenches the spear, it is forced to endure further injury as the spear shifts slightly deeper. Upon achieving his objective, Bai Qi discards the weapon, sprinting towards the back of the Xianxian king. Seizing the moment Bai Qi has created, Xiao Bufan rushes towards the Xianxian king. However, without someone drawing its attention, the creature quickly regains its awareness. At this juncture, Meng Tian leaps into the fray, declaring that this wretch caused him great harm previously. A devastating strike aimed at the Xianxian follows, its broad and forceful nature catching the creature off guard. With one arm bound by the spear, the Xianxian king cannot adequately defend against the incoming blow and swiftly retreats out of the attack range. Yet this retreat exposes a vulnerability to Bai Qi and the others, allowing Xiao Bufan and another to close in, each seizing one of its legs, binding its most formidable weapon, unsuccessful in his strike. Meng Tian charges forward with his axe, delivering a powerful blow to the Xuanxuan's left calf. Instantly, the Xianxian loses its balance and collapses. Nevertheless, Meng Tian remains unsatisfied, delivering a leaping strike aimed at the Xuanxuan's right knee pit. This attack proves grave. The knee pit serves as the junction between the calf and thigh, where vital arteries are located. The strike directly targets the main artery, causing blood to spurt uncontrollably, with no signs of ceasing. The Xianxian king, rendered unable to stand, becomes nothing more than a helpless beast awaiting slaughter. Observing that the Xianxian king is subdued, Xiao Bufan prepares to strike in accordance with the principle of seizing the moment of weakness. Chapter 73, A Dilemma. Please, not this. Continuing from the last chapter, just as Xiao Bufan is about to land a decisive blow, the subdued Xianxian suddenly convulses violently. Alarmed, Xiao Bufan quickly retreats, as do Bai Qi and Meng Tian, who hesitate to act recklessly. The convulsions persist for a while before subsiding, yet Xiao Bufan remains apprehensive, unwilling to approach for inspection. However, the Xianxian indeed lies motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Just then, a strange occurrence unfolds. The Xianxian king's remaining good eye floats out of its socket, still tethered by a nerve, presenting a rather unsettling sight. Yet, this eye does not seem to harbor malicious intent. It merely hovers above. Observing the group below, Xiao Bufan regains his composure, pondering whether this eye possesses the ability to detect objects or other entities, and decides to test it. Upon sensing the host's inquiry, the benevolent system responds, indicating that this detection function can indeed be applied to objects. Xiao Bufan, startled by the system's voice, contemplates the absurdity of the explanation. Following the system's guidance, he directs the detection towards the floating eye. Ding. The host is detecting an object. Name, Demon Eye, the eye of the great serpent held by Andumalius, positioned as a count among the 72 demon pillars. Function, unknown. Effect, unknown. This eye seems rather remarkable. No wonder that old man implored me to acquire it. It appears that such an item must firmly remain in my possession, although its effects and functions remain uncertain. It surely seems to be an extraordinary item or tool. After musing to himself, Xiao Bufan feels a surge of desire towards the demon eye. However, he suddenly recalls that he possesses another eye, prompting him to conduct another detection. Ding. Name, unknown eye, one of the Xianxian king's eyes, possessing peculiar properties. Function, short-range teleportation, activatable when held in hand. Effect, unknown. Alas, it is but a mere prop, quite commendable indeed. However, the old man requires an eye to fulfill his demands, which presents quite the dilemma. On one hand lies the unknown magic eye, and on the other, the eye that facilitates short-distance teleportation. Truly a challenging decision. Ultimately, Xiao Bufan opted for the magic eye before him, preparing to present the peculiar eye to the land elder. After all, he never specified which eye it should be. Just as Xiao Bufan severed the magic eye, the body of the Xiong king crashed heavily to the ground, lying motionless. At that moment, Shangwan Haoyu approached Xiao Bufan. Captain, may I have this corpse? I have a grand plan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan's interest was piqued, and the two retreated to a secluded corner to whisper to one another. Soon after, they returned to the group, laughing heartily. Just then, Yuner also emerged, drawing Xiao Bufan away to an unoccupied corner. Hey, Yuner, what are you doing? Don't come over. That is not allowed. While Xiao Bufan was lost in his thoughts, Yuner leaned close to his ear and whispered sweetly. With his attention fully on her, Xiao Bufan was taken aback by her words. Exclaiming, "Really, is that true?" This revelation thrilled Xiao Bufan and he readily agreed to Yunar's request, which was not of a peculiar nature. Chapter 74, Blood Showing Pulse Pill. Continuing from where we left off. After Xiao Bufan was pulled aside by Shangguan Haoyu and Yunar for hushed conversations, he consented to their requests. He then approached the corpse of the Xiong king and proceeded to dissect it. Extracting the skin, fur, tendons, flesh, organs, and bones meticulously. Once this task was completed, Xiao Bufan recalled the cold iron piece that was in the clutches of the Xiong king. Without hesitation, he delved into the corpse, searching for a while before discovering the cold iron nestled within the heart. Upon extracting the heart, he was astonished at how willingly this creature sacrificed its own flesh. The incision was made solely to accommodate the cold iron within its chest. After retrieving the cold iron, he tossed the dark red heart to Shangguan Haoyu. "Thank you for the generous gift, Captain." With that, Shangguan Haoyu cradled the heart, which was as large as his head, and scampered off to a corner. Xiao Bufan, unfazed, continued his work, meticulously separating every strand of flesh from the bones, storing the extracted meat in his spatial pouch. In no time, the massive corpse was reduced to a complete skeleton, which Xiao Bufan handed over to Yunar. With a beaming smile, Yunar dispersed the onlookers and remained with Shangguan Haoyu in the cavern, while the rest were ushered outside. As the crowd pondered the situation, Xiao Bufan had already seated himself on the ground, constructing a rudimentary barbecue grill from stones. He then rose to gather some dry twigs, during which the others speculated about the intentions of the duo inside the cave, yet no one could provide a definitive answer. Even Ing Zhang, who was usually taciturn, joined the conversation, though they still gleaned no insights, only that soon they would be feasting on roasted meat. Before long, Xiao Bufan placed the meat over the flames, which had been ignited from the fire drawn from Dusei's left arm. Outside the cave, Xiao Bufan diligently roasted the xiong meat, a delicacy familiar to all. Meanwhile, within the cave, the two engrossed in research remained oblivious to the sounds outside. Shangguan Haoyu had already set up an alchemy furnace before him, placing the heart, which was akin to a human head in size, inside. He then produced a delicate octagonal box from his sleeve, holding a semi-finished pill. After allowing the heart to refine for 49 minutes, it began to melt. Hastily, Shangguan Haoyu inserted the semi-finished pill into the furnace, applying a gentle flame to slowly incinerate it. As the gentle heat persisted, a subtle aroma of meat wafted from the furnace. Upon closer inspection, the heart was enveloped by the pill, revealing signs of fusion. 81 minutes later, a clattering sound erupted from the furnace top, which was then forcefully dislodged. A blood-red pill, adorned with intricate meridian patterns, descended slowly from within. At that moment, Shangguan Haoyu's innate skill activated, a faint red glow emanating around the pill. "It's done. It's done, I've succeeded." The pill settled into the palm of Shangguan Haoyu's hand, exuding a palpable aura of lethal energy. Startled by Shangguan Haoyu's exclamation, Xiao Bufan hurried into the cave, where he found Shangguan Haoyu entranced, and his gaze fell upon the pill in his hand. He quickly activated his detection ability. Ding, name, Blood Showing Pulse Pill, function, consuming it replenishes a significant amount of blood energy and enhances vascular thickness. Pill rank, Earth Grade Tier 3. Seeing Xiao Bufan's arrival, Shangguan Haoyu hurriedly offered him the pill, urging him to consume it quickly as delaying would diminish its effects. Adhering to the medical advice, Xiao Bufan swallowed the pill in one gulp, and immediately his chest heaved violently as a surge of true energy flooded into his body. The portion of his spine became animated, and if one could see within, they would observe the blood cells within his spine busily proliferating. The most evident change was that all the meridians on Xiao Bufan's body simultaneously bulged, thickening significantly over time. Simultaneously, a copious amount of true energy was absorbed into his body, as Xiao Bufan's internal energy relentlessly annihilated the influx of true energy, transforming into a veritable energy slayer. Within a mere 15 minutes, Xiao Bufan's cultivation level soared, directly ascending to the 5th layer of Copper Meridian Realm. Chapter 75, Repeating Utilization. Continuing from where we left off. Xiao Bufan's breakthrough of 2 minor realms was indeed a cause for celebration, now placing him on par with Ing Zhang. At that moment, a layer of black mud began to ooze from Xiao Bufan, emanating an unpleasant odor. Rather than reveling in his achievement, he dashed toward the water pool. The others outside, seeing the panicked figure emerging from the cave alongside the unhurried Shangguan Haoyu, assumed there was yet another danger and braced for confrontation. However, Shangguan Haoyu merely walked over slowly, calming the eager crowd awaiting their meal, assuming the role of the barbecue master, while explaining the situation to the rugged group. Soon, the gathering understood the events that had transpired. "Are you saying the Lord has advanced?" By Qi inquired, gripping Shangwan Haoyu's sleeve. Indeed, Captain, he has evolved, was the assured reply, which elicited joyous expressions from the crowd, for if their lord grew stronger, it meant the opportunity to dominate this world had increased. Consequently, they merrily feasted on roasted meat while conversing, shifting focus to Xiao Bufan. This young man, enshrouded in black mud, aimlessly searched for a water source, yet after a considerable time, he still found none. The land elder, weary from spectating, finally caught up to Xiao Bufan, guiding him to the water pool before giving him a swift kick into the water. Gulping down a mouthful of water, Xiao Bufan struggled to keep afloat, wiping the mud from his face to identify the culprit who had pushed him in, yet the mischievous land elder had already made his escape, with no one to vent his frustrations upon. Xiao Bufan could only sulk in the water, blowing bubbles in discontent. Back in the cave, Yuner stood before the intact skeleton of the Xiong King, chanting a spell. In no time, a faint green glow enveloped the skeleton, reminiscent of the scene when summoning the undead. Yuner then recited incantations from the secret of the corpse soul, causing the ground to crack open in several places, from which numerous skeletons emerged. Now capable of summoning 4 or 5 skeletons at once, Yuner demonstrated her growing mastery of the spells. Subsequently, the summoned skeletons positioned themselves beside the Xiong King's skeleton and began to lift it. Burrowing into the ground unexpectedly, the massive skeleton descended effortlessly as if it were insubstantial. Once this process concluded, Yuner emerged from her incantation, drenched in a sheen of sweat, akin to having undergone rigorous training. With elation, she rushed out of the cave to seek out Xiao Bufan, fortuitously arriving just as he finished washing himself. Without hesitation, Yuner leaped onto Xiao Bufan, clinging to him like a sloth upon a tree branch. Startled by this sudden display, Xiao Bufan felt his face flush with warmth, as Yuner's soft form pressed against his chest. Her lithe legs coiled around his waist like a serpent, leaving Xiao Bufan utterly flustered. "Ah, Bufan, I must tell you, But before Yuner could finish her sentence about having gained control over the Xiong King's skeleton, she felt a sudden pressure in her abdomen. Realizing this, her face flushed crimson, and she swiftly dashed back toward the cave. Xiao Bufan, too, hurriedly covered himself and retreated to the water pool where he had just cleansed himself. Oh dear, what a naughty thing to do. Bufan, how shameless. Chapter 76, Unusual Delicacies. Approximately 2 hours later, the two reunited. Yuner eagerly explained the product she had created, and before Xiao Bufan, she began to chant once more, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Xiao Bufan watched as, this time, instead of a skeleton, a 10-foot-tall skeletal structure of the Xiong King emerged, appearing rather dull and lacking the intelligence it once possessed. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Bufan sought to ascertain its attributes and activated his detection ability. Ding, name, Xiong King, skeleton, race, undead realm, copper meridian first layer, talent, none. Upon discerning the information regarding the creature before him, he nodded to himself in quiet approval. Indeed, while it may not compare to its living state, its attributes were commendable. Xiao Bufan gazed at the starry-eyed Yuner, who awaited praise, and stepped forward to gently pat her head, whispering softly, "You have done remarkably well." Encouraged by his words, Yuner resembled a joyous little girl, dancing with glee before scampering away. Meanwhile, the onlookers, amused, cast teasing glances at Xiao Bufan, causing his cheeks to flush. Go, don't you all have anything better to do?" he urged, dispersing the crowd and leaving only Shangwan Haoyu, with whom he inquired about his preferences. Shangwan Haoyu spoke in a calm manner, expressing a desire for richer flavors after a period of bland meals, and a wish to challenge himself with unfamiliar dishes. Having subsisted on either vegetarian fare or porridge, his palate had grown quite weary. Xiao Bufan, upon hearing this, pondered the hardships of the boy's past, realizing he could not allow him to endure further deprivation within his team. He glanced at the nearly consumed meat of the beast within the system's space and mused, "How voracious these creatures are, noting the remnants of offal," he thought. "If we're looking for something rich and untried, then offal would be an excellent choice." With a new idea in mind, he returned to the cave to ensure no lingering issues remained, observing the straight pillar in the center of the cave. He grew increasingly suspicious and, with a decisive punch, shattered it into 2 pieces before departing with a flourish. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bufan, after he and the others descended the mountain, the pillar mysteriously restored itself. Just as he prepared to leave Zhaoyang Mountain, the land spirit suddenly sprang forth, extending his hand towards Xiao Bufan, as if seeking something. Xiao Bufan quickly understood and handed over the peculiar eyeball to the land spirit, who appeared somewhat displeased. Before he could voice his objections, Xiao Bufan interjected, "You didn't specify which one I was to give you." Thus, the land spirit was left empty-handed, and Xiao Bufan proceeded to rummage through his belongings. Discovering 4 volumes of techniques, without further examination, he set off in search of ingredients. Regarding the preparation of offal, the most universally accepted method in Xiao Bufan's world was stir-fried intestines, known for their vibrant flavor and smooth texture. Ideally paired with steamed buns for a delightful meal, this village offered a plethora of ingredients, both peculiar and commonplace. As he prepared to create a spice blend for the offal, he listed some essential ingredients: cinnamon, nutmeg, white cardamom, cloves, Sichuan pepper, and fennel. However, these spices seemed trivial in the eyes of the local vendors. Observing their dismissive expressions, Xiao Bufan surmised that the vendors must possess superior goods. He humbly approached a vendor, offering 2 liang of beast meat in exchange for information on any exceptional spices. The vendor, sensing Xiao Bufan's eagerness, mysteriously produced a small pouch of spices from behind the counter, emanating a deep, rich aroma. With a grin, he explained, "This is a rare find, one that even the grandest city-states cannot boast in such abundance. This little treasure is called agarwood shavings, scraped from the wood of lord-class agarwood, extremely precious." Understanding the vendor's greedy gaze, Xiao Bufan quickly left behind 5 liang of beast meat before departing. Chapter 77, a perfect companion for stir-fried intestines. Continuing from where we left off, with the spices for the offal prepared, it was time to gather some supplementary ingredients: cornstarch, garlic, shiitake mushroom water, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, cooking wine, spring onions, ginger, and star anise. These were the essentials. However, since this world lacked the technology to produce cooking wine, he would have to substitute it with strong liquor. After purchasing several jars of fine wine from the local tavern and collecting additional ingredients, he also acquired some high-quality flour for making buns. Once all the items were gathered, Xiao Bufan set out to prepare the stir-fried intestines. The key ingredient for the stir-fried intestines was, of course, the large intestine, which required meticulous cleaning to avoid an unwelcome mess. Thus, the intestines needed to be turned inside out, ensuring the walls were thoroughly cleaned and any excess fat, known as water oil, was stripped away. The clean large intestine was then boiled in cold water along with 3 key ingredients to neutralize any odor and a small jug of strong liquor. Simmering for half an hour, without a pressure cooker, it would require a bit more time to achieve the right texture. He took advantage of this time to cook down the water oil until it separated from the fat. Collecting the remaining oil, which would impart the signature organ flavor to the dish, once the intestines were cooked, he removed them, cutting the smaller section into large chunks and the larger section into smaller pieces for uniform texture. He then added the agarwood shavings, cinnamon, and star anise to the pan, along with the collected oil, and heated it until fragrant. Carefully, he introduced chopped garlic, adding it in stages to create layers of flavor, cooked garlic for the base and raw garlic just before serving to enhance the taste. As the spices and garlic sizzled, he poured in the mushroom-soaked water and brought it to a boil, skimming off any floating impurities. After adding dark soy sauce for color, he included the previously diced intestines, allowing them to simmer slowly. Gradually, the color deepened and the enticing aroma filled the air. He seasoned it further with small amounts of soy sauce for flavor and color, enhancing its appeal. At this point, it was time to add the liver, which required minimal cooking, just a quick blanch to avoid overcooking, which would compromise its texture. As soon as the liver was added, he swiftly thickened the mixture with cornstarch slurry, ensuring it was added gradually to prevent the dish from turning into a clump. Cooking gently, he avoided high heat to prevent the base from scorching. Finally, just before serving, he sprinkled in the remaining garlic to elevate the fragrance and flavor. Completing the stir-fried intestines. Having finished the stir-fried intestines, he realized that without a staple accompaniment, the hearty portions would leave his companions unsatisfied given the labor-intensive nature of their work. Fortunately, he had enough flour left for making buns. Mixing in water and kneading the dough, he allowed it to rest while preparing a meat filling to complement the stir-fried intestines. The filling needed to be meaty, ensuring a harmonious pairing with the rich dish. He chopped the remaining beast meat, combining it with other offal including tongue, ears, heart, lungs, and stomach, seasoning it with soy sauce and allowing it to marinate until the dough had risen. The technique for shaping the buns was crucial. He cut the dough into even pieces, flattening them with his palmed eye in the center. He placed the meat filling, pinching one side to create a pleat and securing it tightly, compressing the filling within. He repeated this process, ensuring uniform pleats to prevent any filling from escaping. With a gentle rotation, he formed a beautiful bun, complete with a small hole at the top. Once all the buns were shaped, it was time to steam them, a straightforward process of placing them in a steamer over boiling water. After a serene 15 minutes, the buns would be ready to serve. Chapter 78, a feast to welcome new allies. Picking up from where we left off, The freshly steamed buns, paired with the steaming stir-fried intestines, created an authentic and enticing aroma. With all preparations complete, it was time to summon everyone to the table for a feast. One by one, the buns were brought to the table, stacked high in 4 or 5 trays, resembling small mountains. The sheer quantity was enough to daunt anyone, and soon a large pot of stir-fried intestines was placed on the table. Unlike the meager offerings found elsewhere, which scarcely satisfied one's hunger, Xiao Bufan's creation featured entire lengths of intestines and liver, while the buns were filled exclusively with meat, devoid of any vegetables, promising a rich, indulgent meal. The stir-fried intestines were best enjoyed by slurping them up the sides of the bowl, as this method prevented burns to the tongue. As he took a bite of a bun, the juices flowed, offering a delightful explosion of flavor. The filling contained crunchy bits of bone and tender sinew, providing a delightful contrast in texture. Each bite left him craving more, and amidst the ravenous warriors devouring their meals, Yun'er and Shangguan Haoyu each managed to consume 3 buns. The stir-fried intestines were surprisingly palatable, lacking the overwhelming taste of organ meat and instead offering a subtle flavor that was widely acceptable. The large intestine was tender and flavorful, while the liver was succulent and smooth, leaving behind a lingering taste of soy sauce. This dish proved to be an approachable way for those hesitant to eat offal to enjoy it. The remaining warriors were unpicky, consuming whatever was available, reminiscing about times when they had to make do with whatever rations they could find during battles, often lacking proper sustenance. As the meal drew to a close, several warriors embraced one another, their merriment evident as they indulged in drink. Yet, to Xiao Bufan's surprise, the seemingly frail Shangguan Haoyu showed no signs of intoxication. Appearing unaffected by the alcohol, Xiao Bufan raised his cup, casually draping an arm over Shangguan Haoyu's shoulder, and teased, "You can really hold your liquor, can't you? I never would have guessed you had such a talent for concealment." Shangguan Haoyu also lightly raised his cup, politely toasting the captain, "And this meal truly met my expectations." After hearing the satisfactory response, Xiao Bufan smiled and chatted with him for a while before swaying away by Qi, Meng Tian, and Ning Zhang, emboldened by the wine, disregarded the distinctions of master and servant. Engaging in a friendly spar, Xiao Bufan stood by, quietly anticipating the unfolding drama, beginning with some fierce banter. After a lively exchange, the atmosphere among the group ignited with palpable tension. Meng Tian, relying on his considerable weight, initiated the attack, only to find himself swiftly surrounded by the other two, who coordinated their assault with remarkable synergy, caught between them and receiving blows from both sides. Meng Tian soon found himself sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. The remaining two then entered a 1v1 true man mode, Bai Qi, a seasoned warrior who had accompanied King Qin Hung in expanding territories, faced Ning Zhang, who, despite his formidable martial prowess and robust physique, could not gain the upper hand. They exchanged punches, each testing the other's strength, until a pivotal moment led them both to collapse in exhaustion. Watching this spectacle alongside Xiao Bufan was Shangguan Haoyu, who also observed the sparring with a smile. Chapter 79, The Precious Sword. Continuing from the last account, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. With only a few still awake, counting on fingers, only Dusei Haoyu and Yun'er remained. Before Xiao Bufan succumbed to sleep, he entrusted the cold iron in his arms to Dusei, urging him to forge an exceptional sword. Dusei readily agreed, for with the diamond-like cold iron, why not create a masterpiece? Subsequently, apart from Dusei, who was brimming with enthusiasm for the rare treasure, the others, feeling exhausted or overwhelmed by drink, gradually drifted into slumber. Accompanied by the sound of Dusei's hammering the next morning, the sound of boiling water roused the slumbering group, but as they opened their eyes, the blinding light pierced through their eyelids. Those still asleep were jolted awake by the reflected glare. After a night of relentless crafting, the sword had undergone 36 quenchings and repetitive hammering. Who could fathom how Dusei managed it? This sword was sharp enough to slice through iron and hair alike. And with meticulous polishing and carving, every inch radiated a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, the sword's owner awoke, gazing at the straight blade over 3 feet long, exuding an aura of dominance. This sword was indeed extraordinary. This little fellow had chosen its master. I wish I could lift it to admire. Yet Dusei sighed in resignation. Ning Zhang, transfixed by the sight of the sword, approached it step by step, as if it possessed a spirit of its own. Resonating with a humming sound, it seemed to pay homage to him. Accepting the sword from Dusei, Ning Zhang swung it into the air, unleashing a wave of sword energy that drifted forth, though without much flourish. "Indeed, this is a splendid sword," he exclaimed, holding it aloft with one hand, laughing heartily as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Xiao Bufan, instantly recognizing its uniqueness, mused that if not for its length, He might have wielded it himself, yet seeing Ying Zhang play with the sword like a child brought him a sense of amusement. As Ying Zhang continued to wield the sword, he realized something was amiss. Where was the scabbard? He hurriedly approached Xiao Bufan, now understanding that he could not view this person through a mundane lens, demonstrating the action of sheathing the sword. He, having once been an emperor, found it difficult to set aside his pride. Xiao Bufan, amused by the charming ancestral figure before him, smiled and handed Dusei the skin of the Fox King. Regardless of others' capabilities, he entrusted it to Dusei, who, having prior experience in crafting scabbards, swiftly completed the task. Ordinary iron was insufficient for this sword, so he utilized the leftover scraps. Soon, a brand new scabbard, elegantly wrapped in beast hide, appeared before Ying Zhang, who eagerly took it and dashed off, reveling in his newfound possession. With all tasks accomplished, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have completed the assigned tasks, rewards granted, Guyuan Dan X1, Lu Yi Sword Technique, Volume 1 X1, free attribute points X25. Chapter 80, The Power of Guyuan Dan. Following the completion of the 4 tasks assigned by the system, Xiao Bufan received the corresponding rewards. Peering into the system space, he found a green pill quietly resting within, devoid of any ornate packaging or container. How unceremonious! Stretching out his hand to grasp the smooth, round pill, he recalled that Shangguan Haoyu was also an alchemist. He wondered if he would recognize it. Stealthily, he moved closer to Haoyu, displaying the pill with a raised eyebrow, noticing the captain's peculiar demeanor. Shangguan Haoyu's curiosity was piqued by the strangely colored pill. He took it from Xiao Bufan's hand, inspecting it closely, weighing it in his palm. He noted its lightness compared to ordinary pills, and the pill patterns were unfamiliar. Frowning, he brought it closer to his nose, inhaling its unusual fragrance, a blend of subtle sweetness and woody notes. In Haoyu's experience with alchemical creations, wood had never been used as an ingredient, nor had he utilized nether grass as a supplementary material. Though he hesitated to conclude that the aroma came from nether grass, it was undoubtedly something he had never encountered. He returned the pill to Xiao Bufan, bowing respectfully. Xiao Bufan was taken aback by this gesture. After Haoyu's bow, he inquired, Captain, where did this pill originate? I am unfamiliar with its name. Please enlighten me. Caught off guard by the question, Xiao Bufan struggled to explain the pill's origin, appearing quite embarrassed. Haoyu sensed his discomfort and recognized that some matters were best left undisturbed. Clearing his throat, apologies for prying. Seeing that Haoyu did not intend to delve further, Xiao Bufan explained, this pill is called Guyuan Dan. However, upon hearing this, Haoyu appeared bewildered. He too could concoct Guyuan Dan. Yet this particular one seemed distinctly different. Could it be inferior quality? Hesitant to withhold information from the captain, he admitted, I can also create Guyuan Dan, but I have never seen one like this before. Upon hearing Haoyu's response, Xiao Bufan rationalized to himself that a product from the system could not be compared to others. After a nervous chuckle, he took his leave, leaving Shangguan Haoyu behind, utterly puzzled as to why Guyuan Dan appeared in this manner. The captain seemed to have struck a remarkable deal. Could it be that he was deceived? With that thought, he discreetly followed. Xiao Bufan, holding the Guyuan Dan, remained uncertain of its effects, especially since Shangguan Haoyu had not divulged much. Thus, he decided to probe further. Ding, name, Guyuan Dan. Type, pill. Grade, heavenly grade 3. Effects, stabilizes the spirit, enhances the sea of consciousness, boosts mental capabilities. Heavenly grade, what on earth? Initially, Xiao Bufan thought the system was stingy, only providing such a trivial reward, yet it turned out to be rather generous. Of course, have you forgotten who I am? He mused, smirking. With newfound understanding of the pill's effects, Xiao Bufan did not hesitate. He swallowed it whole. Just then Haoyu, who had been following discreetly, saw this and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The pill was already in Xiao Bufan's belly. The pill's effects manifested instantaneously, as a surge of energy coursed into Xiao Bufan's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a small, hunched figure appeared within his mind, wielding a phantom pickaxe. Just as Xiao Bufan attempted to investigate further, the pickaxe struck down with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves through his mind. In an instant, he experienced excruciating pain, akin to the legendary Sun Wukong being subjected to the tightening of the golden hoop. Shangguan Haoyu, witnessing this, was astonished. Does Guyuan Dan possess such power? Is the energy so potent? Or is it that the captain's sea of consciousness is too small? It seemed unlikely. The only explanation was that the pill's grade was extraordinarily high, beyond his reach, prompting him to realize that he needed to train further. Truly, a master alchemist, even a novice, could discern such differences with a single glance. The younger generation was formidable indeed. Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan was overwhelmed by the pain, succumbing to unconsciousness. How could one endure such mental torment? Have you heard of being forcibly rebooted? Xiao Bufan, having fainted from the pain, experienced a forced reboot, oscillating between consciousness and unconsciousness after being tormented for several hours. How you watched in trepidation. Goodness, Iguyuan Dan is remarkably effective. Within the sea of consciousness, Xiao Bufan was utterly drained. The pain surpassed even the moment he had been marked with the Buddhist incantation. The small, hunched figure paused, smiled at Xiao Bufan, and then dissipated into a cloud of mist. Finally, it had departed. This was no ordinary experience. In contrast, Xiao Bufan's sea of consciousness had expanded significantly. It now felt capable of accommodating an elephant. Hao Yu had been observing for quite some time, but as Xiao Bufan was immersed in his own world, he had not noticed Hao Yu's presence. Captain, please tell me, what does it feel like? Chapter 81, The Willow Leaf Sword Technique, Part 1. Continuing from the last time, a sudden voice startled Xiao Bufan. However, upon realizing it was Hao Yu gazing at him with eager curiosity, he began to explain a bit. This pill possesses considerable potency. It had me bouncing around in agony, he recounted. Hao Yu listened intently, savoring every word. And it took him a while to process what Xiao Bufan had said. Is the effect of this elixir really that formidable? Where did you get it, Captain? Xiao Bufan found it difficult to explain and casually concocted a response to deflect the question. Fortunately, Hao Yu did not press further, and their conversation meandered until they eventually parted ways. As Xiao Bufan wandered aimlessly, he contemplated the sword technique provided by the system, which was clearly intended for Ying Zhang. He then opened the book on the Willow Leaf Sword Technique, Part 1, which contained not only obscure and convoluted text but also illustrations demonstrating each movement, even without prior swordsmanship experience. Xiao Bufan managed to grasp the gist of it. With the sword technique in hand, he set out to locate the elusive Ying Zhang. Luckily, this ancestor seemed to follow closely behind by Qi and Meng Tian. Or would ask Hao Yu if he had any longevity pills. Thus, it didn't take long for Xiao Bufan to find the old rascal. However, to his astonishment, Ying Zhang was single-handedly taking on two opponents. Having already knocked by Qi and Meng Tian to the ground, this charming ancestor truly this formidable after wielding a sword, he mused in disbelief. Not forgetting the matter at hand, he beckoned Ying Zhang to the side and handed him the sword technique. Urging him to practice diligently, Ying Zhang, like one who had discovered a treasured artifact, eagerly flipped to the first page and sat cross-legged, exhibiting no trace of an emperor's demeanor. He soon entered a state of epiphany. The once obscure text began to materialize beside him, while the sword technique floated gently in the air. At that moment, Ying Zhang found himself within his own sea of consciousness, where a willow tree stood by the water's edge. Beneath it stood a humble figure, gripping an exceedingly ordinary dull sword, its surface covered in rust, yet the mere presence of this figure exuded an intimidating strength. Ying Zhang grasped his sword and walked slowly toward the man. But as he approached within 3 feet, the man suddenly drew his sword and struck at Ying Zhang. Though momentarily dazed, Ying Zhang swiftly unsheathed his sword to block the blow. Not a bad sword you've got there, young man, but while the sword is fine, its wielder is lacking. Even the best sword is of no use if its owner is inadequate, the old man remarked, surprisingly able to converse even while engaged in combat. It has been ages since I visited this place, he continued, but this sea of consciousness of mine is still far from what it once was. As they clashed, the old man effortlessly sliced down Ying Zhang's sword with a seemingly decisive blow, disarming him without exerting any real force. Ying Zhang, now bereft of his weapon, looked at the old man in terror, knowing that losing one's weapon typically heralded death, yet the old man merely toyed with Ying Zhang's sword for a moment before returning it to him. Bewildered, Ying Zhang regarded the old man with confusion. The old man chuckled heartily. Young lad, your potential surpasses mine. Perhaps this willow leaf sword technique will soon be left behind by you, yet you still need this technique for now. But why do you only possess Part 1? Scratching his head, Ying Zhang admitted he had no idea why only Part 1 was available to him. The old man sighed. It seems I buried myself in an ill-chosen grave long ago. Dismissing that topic, he proceeded to teach Ying Zhang the essence of the willow leaf sword technique, instructing him to observe, learn, listen, and practice diligently. As the old man began to demonstrate a complete set of movements from Part 1, he suddenly found himself unable to replicate the actions. It appears that this realm restricts my ability to teach you the next part. However, should you venture to the willow tree's domain, perhaps you will discover the continuation of the technique. He laughed heartily. Ying Zhang, imitating the old man's movements, awkwardly attempted the demonstrated techniques. The old man patiently corrected his mistakes, emphasizing the importance of wielding the sword with flexibility, akin to a willow leaf that, while floating in the air, remains unaffected by external forces. Gradually, Ying Zhang began to comprehend the significance of the willow leaf. In the depths of his consciousness, time seemed to lose meaning. If one were to quantify it, He had been practicing the sword for over 3 years. During this time Ing Zhang felt no fatigue. Instead, he was consumed by the singular desire to master the willow leaf sword technique. Each small advancement filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Throughout this duration, the old man labored tirelessly to teach him, guiding him from initial comprehension to eventual mastery. When Ing Zhang finally grasped the entirety of Part 1, the old man's figure began to fade into a mere shadow. Vanishing before him, little one, should fate allow, we shall meet again. Life is not only about encounters but also farewells. Chapter 82, the new member, Xiaolu. Continuing from the last time, Ing Zhang gazed reluctantly at the figure before him. Akin to a mentor, as he dissipated into the ether. To claim he felt no sorrow would be disingenuous. After all, who in this world is devoid of emotion? Once the old man had completely vanished from his consciousness. Ing Zhang gradually awakened, feeling a bit stiff and draped in a hide. Noticing the sky had darkened, he covered Xiao Bufan with the hide before stepping into the nearby clearing. Ing Zhang began to gather his strength, executing strikes and parries under the moonlight, each movement forming a graceful dance. The fluidity of his actions made him feel more attuned to the sword in his hand. That old fellow just left without a care, claiming we would meet again. What a laughable notion, he mused. By the way, you still lack a name, don't you? How about I call you Xiaolu? He felt as if the sword responded to his words, emitting a resonant hum. It seems you rather like that name, he chuckled, continuing to practice the sword technique from his consciousness, each repetition becoming smoother. The following morning, Xiao Bufan awoke lazily, noticing the hide draped over him and the absence of Ing Zhang. Startled, he quickly scanned the surroundings and discovered Ing Zhang resting against an ancient tree of the sky. Let him sleep. He probably practiced late into the night and is now in a deep slumber. Xiao Bufan then approached Bai Qi and Meng Tian, who were sprawled on the ground, and playfully slapped the latter awake. He pointed to Bai Qi and the newly awakened Meng Tian, initially brimming with ire from being used as a practice dummy by Ing Zhang. Quickly calmed upon realizing it was Xiao Bufan, however, a nearby Bai Qi still simmered with rage. As Meng Tian turned to point out that Xiao Bufan was the instigator, he found no trace of him, and instead received a sound thrashing. Observing that everyone was awake, Xiao Bufan relaxed, knowing he need not worry about the rest. He turned his attention to the remaining attribute points, realizing he had 30 points saved up, which seemed utterly useless. With a sufficient number of allies already, adding more would only increase their food consumption. There was no need for that. Stuck in a rather vexing predicament, Xiao Bufan was frustrated by having resources but no means to spend them. Just as he was lost in thought, the system chimed in, detecting his remaining 30 attribute points and suggesting he allocate them to agility. With this prompt, a light bulb went off in Xiao Bufan's mind. He had entirely overlooked the crucial fact that he could allocate points. Upon examining his attributes, he noticed two peculiar ones, charisma and luck. Contemplating their potential usefulness, he decided to experiment with both attributes, distributing the 30 points evenly between them. Chapter 83, Luck. As soon as the attribute points were allocated, a moment passed, and the system notified him that the distribution was complete. However, Xiao Bufan felt no discernible change. Rubbing his head, he called forth the system, seeking clarity on the effects of his attribute adjustments. Why do I not see any noticeable results from these points? Foolish one, can you even perceive your own luck? Or have you forgotten your own face? He was chastised, leaving Xiao Bufan momentarily speechless, yet acknowledging the validity of the system's retort. As I pondered further, I considered whether it would be more prudent to allocate the 30 attribute points into strength or agility instead. However, since the points have already been distributed, it is evident that the system, with its unyielding nature, will not offer any refunds. Thus, I must bear this frustration silently within my heart. The rewards granted by the system have all been exhausted, leaving me akin to a moonlight clan, unable to accumulate even a single attribute point or reserve funds. Gazing into my empty pockets, I fell into a deep contemplation. Yet, upon reflection, I remembered the 4 tomes of techniques bestowed upon me by the land elder. There is no need to rush. Those 4 volumes will not sprout legs and flee. And now that the task at Jiayang Mountain has been completed, the system is soon to announce new missions. I eagerly anticipate the next set of rewards, hoping for an abundance of items such as solidifying elixirs. My immediate objective is to gather essential supplies, provisions, water resources, spices, and vegetables, to prepare for my next destination. Additionally, the advancement of my companions must also be prioritized, as the monsters we currently encounter have become rather formidable. But if we do not level up soon, our lives may be at stake. Thus, I set out to collect the necessary resources for our journey, only to realize that I lacked the funds to procure anything. Just as I was lamenting my misfortune, a cart unexpectedly barreled into Jiaoyang village, dropping an iron chest that landed with a dull thud. The cart then continued on its way without a care. By sheer coincidence, the chest fell right before me. My innate sense of virtue urged me to return it to its rightful owner. However, I thought to myself, damn it, I found it, so it is mine. I eagerly opened the chest to discover it brimming with faintly glowing, or what is this? I expected something like a magical blade or gold. What on earth is this? I was at a loss. Nevertheless, since it had come to me, I might as well accept it. If necessary, I could always consult to say for clarification, continuing my leisurely stroll through the village. I meandered to the spice shop, where I fortuitously encountered the shopkeeper tidying up. I watched as he discarded a long string of branches. Curiosity piqued, I activated my detection ability on the item. Ding! Detected item, Wailing Vine, Screaming Bones, Spicy Powder. These are all ordinary materials. Upon hearing the system's response, my interest was piqued. Ordinary items could still be quite valuable, especially since they were free. I followed the shopkeeper to the usual disposal site for useless items. Collecting all the auxiliary materials I had just detected, regardless of their usefulness, these materials might be employed in alchemy or even for stewing meat. Is this what they call the fortune of serendipity? I seem to be extraordinarily fortunate. Chapter 84. What is this technique? Continuing from where I left off, my luck was undeniably evident. I had never felt so fortunate before. As for my charm points, what effect do they hold? Ding! The allocation of charm points can alter NPC perceptions of the host, including villagers, citizens, nobles, and warriors. Given that the host is a goblin, the general impression among ordinary folk is that of malevolence and debauchery, often associated with a penchant for thievery. Thus, charm points can improve others' impressions of the host, a necessity for the host's ambition to dominate this world. After all, no one wishes to serve a repulsive goblin. Hey, could you refrain from describing me so unflatteringly? I'm afraid that is beyond my capabilities. Fine, at least there's a chance for change. The thought that those around me, despite seeing my unfortunate appearance, still choose to follow me is indeed comforting. That is because they were summoned by this system. They are bound by a contract, and should they refuse to follow, they will be returned. In exasperation, I thought, Nuwa, after all this, I've come to understand the significance of charm points. They exist to enhance my appeal. With this realization, I decided to seek out a beautiful woman as a test. Thus, I began a quest through the village akin to an eagle in a henhouse, searching for lovely maidens. However, I soon forgot that this was Jiayang village, populated entirely by goblins. After a fruitless search, I returned to my previous spot, disheartened, and retrieved the 4 tomes given to me by the land elder. The first tome, Postpartum Care for Sows. Do you wish to ensure the health of piglets? Do you desire a bountiful milk supply from the sow? Do you wish for numerous blessings? Trust in our postpartum care for sows, and satisfaction is guaranteed. I gazed at the book in my hands, its cover adorned with an old sow accompanied by 4 piglets, a sight that left me petrified. At that moment, a peculiar fire ignited within me, causing my green skin to flush slightly, and nevertheless, I decided to approach this with an open mind. Perhaps the cover was misleading. With trembling hands, I opened the first page, and unsurprisingly, it contained detailed instructions on postpartum care for sows, including how to manage their emotions, assist in lactation, and restore their appetites postbirth. Alas, Nuwa, unconvinced, I flipped through several more pages, only to find that my skin grew increasingly flushed. The essence of the goblin race seemed on the verge of transformation. Fuming, I stormed towards Jiayang Mountain, swiftly arriving at the foot of the mountain where I had first encountered the land elder. However, it appeared that there was no longer a temple, only a desolate ruin remained. Land elder, you had better not let me find you. Unbeknownst to me, the land elder had been trailing me since I began my ascent, skillfully staying out of sight, for this mountain was still his domain. Chapter 85. The Book of Fan Sheng. Continuing from where I left off, I scoured Jiayang Mountain, yet still found no sign of the land elder. The frustration of having no outlet for my anger was quite unbearable. Resigned, I sat down, gazing at the remaining 3 tomes, no longer harboring any expectations, given the explosive nature of the first tome. What could the subsequent volumes possibly contain that would astonish me again? Gradually, I retrieved the second tome from the system's space. The second tome, the Book of Fan Sheng, a treatise on agriculture. Holding this ancient text from the late Western Han Dynasty, I felt a mix of emotions. It was indeed a valuable book, yet it bore little relevance to my current circumstances, as I was not in a dire survival situation. However, since fate had brought it to me, I might as well peruse its contents. Of the Book of Fan Sheng, originating from the late Western Han Dynasty, begins with a section titled The District Farming Method, which describes drought-resistant and high-yield farming techniques. It elaborates on 2 methods, strip farming and cross-farming. The first method explains how to divide 1 mu of land into segments, with specific distances for both plants and pathways. facilitating easier cultivation. After reading the description, I found myself intrigued, for farming is deeply ingrained in the heritage of the Huasha people. Of flipping to the next page revealed a discussion on seed soaking methods, which also presented two variations, the Hoji method and the Shinnon method. The Hoji method involves boiling crushed bones with water, filtering out the residue, and soaking seeds in the resulting broth. After several days, the seeds can be planted without fear of locust attacks, yielding more harvest. The Shinnon method is similarly effective. I noticed that the agricultural principles outlined in this book adhered strictly to the chronological order of farming practices: first tilling, then seed preparation. With these insights, I decided to keep this book, as well as the tome on postpartum care for sows. After all, in this otherworldly realm, one can never predict the existence of artifacts that might harbor a miniature world, such as the human emperor banner. In that case, the inhabitants of my small world would be akin to my children, allowing me to relish the joys of imperial authority, should I acquire items related to irrigation, agriculture, or minerals through future character draws. They could be integrated into my small world. Yet the question remains, from where would such artifacts arise? In this world, where virtue exists, so too does vice. The malevolent factions must possess secret techniques or treasures, and if I could seize one, would it not become a small world in its own right? I am truly clever. With this thought, excitement surged within me as I indulged in daydreams. However, I still had 2 tomes awaiting my exploration of their capabilities. Silly host, being swindled yet still counting others' coins. What do you know? This is called great wisdom. I have already planned my path forward. It is futile to argue with you, but I strongly advise you to peruse the remaining 2 volumes. Chapter 86, The Reconstruction of Worldview. Picking up from where we left off with the systems prompt, Xiao Bufan sensed an unusual aura. This sensation sent a chill down his spine. Could there truly be any book more explosive than Postpartum Care for Sows and the Book of Fan Shang? Surely this old man wouldn't deceive me so brazenly. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Xiao Bufan retrieved the 3rd tome from the system, the 3rd book, The Bloodthirsty Demon Technique Volume 2. Gazing at the cover adorned with a mouth and speckled with bloodstains, he found it quite intriguing. If the first 2 volumes were intended to toy with his mindset, what could this one signify? Evil techniques? No, the distinction between good and evil should stem from an individual's morality. Are the honest, simple villagers inherently virtuous? Are the ruffians, who commit no good, necessarily wicked? Not necessarily. If the upright villagers resorted to thievery, and the ruffians aided an elderly woman across the street, could they still be classified as good or evil? The art of demonic prowess is inherently neutral. It is the intent of its wielder that defines its nature. As Xiao Bufan, for the first time encountering such a technique, succumbed to curiosity and began to peruse the initial page, meanwhile, the old land spirit observed him from the shadows. The energy of blood is boundless. What is displayed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Blood can only enter the body through 3 means: ingestion, injection, or natural production. In this world, weakness invites bullying, scorn, and contempt. To be weak is a fundamental sin. The opening lines shattered Xiao Bufan's previously held beliefs, for he had always been taught that strength is not a justification for oppression, that humanity is innately good, and that the powerful must protect the weak. With great power comes great responsibility. This notion struck him like a heavy blow, nearly obliterating his worldview. Staring blankly at the book in his hands, he felt his perspective shifting. No wonder those who had suffered hardships and led unfulfilled lives held differing principles. His thoughts were incessantly washed anew, and the grip on the book tightened, warping its form. After half an hour, Xiao Bufan gradually emerged from his daze, yet this time, he no longer believed in the inherent goodness of mankind. He only trusted that human nature is fundamentally malevolent. One must approach every individual with a mindset of enmity, as one can rely solely on oneself for protection. Swiftly, he turned to the first page, which revealed a fragment likely connected to the previous volume's technique. The art of summoning fangs. It detailed the control of one's jaw, akin to a serpent devouring its prey, allowing the defeated enemy to be consumed whole. The subsequent page described the method of digesting the consumed flesh rapidly through the swallowing demon technique. Even without mastering the digestion method, time alone would facilitate the process. The next page elucidated the essence of the technique, harnessing all of one's internal energy, or true qi, to envelop the energy emitted by the food. By circulating true qi and enveloping the energy back to the dantian, one could collect and absorb the energy from the blood. This was the most crucial step of the bloodthirsty demon technique. Of course, if one found the growth of power too slow, one could directly consume living beings or weaker groups such as goblins. Cackling at the final sentence, Xiao Bufan fell into deep contemplation. This last statement beckoned practitioners of the technique towards actions devoid of humanity, yet it also left the choice to the practitioner. What a true test of human nature. Chapter 87, the Young Family Spear Technique. Continuing from where we left off, after skimming through the Bloodthirsty Demon Technique Volume 2, Xiao Bufan discerned a method to swiftly enhance his power. Albeit through a brutal process, it was no wonder that those hunted cultivators were so despised. They had tread upon the most fragile aspect of human nature. As long as one adheres to their true heart and remains untempted, they could conquer the contents of this book. Having familiarized himself with the technique, Xiao Bufan kindled a fire, incinerating the book. May this volume not be replicated, let this technique end with me. Xiao Bufan harbored the delusion that such a method could extinguish the allure of the bloodthirsty demon technique. Yet how could a technique ever truly be destroyed? Even Qin Shi Huang's infamous book burning could not eradicate Confucian texts entirely. How could a mere cultivator at the 5th level of the Copper Vein realm hope to do so? This act was merely a psychological comfort to himself. If the middle and upper volumes of the bloodthirsty demon technique were laid before you, could you suppress your greed? Could you refrain from peeking? Clearly Xiao Bufan could not restrain himself. After the demon technique was reduced to ashes, he retrieved the final tome from the system space, the 4th book, the Young Family Spear Technique. This spear technique was undoubtedly the most fitting for Bai Qi. It was perfect for him. The Young Family Spear Technique comprises 18 forms, characterized by a unique style and technical system resembling a dragon in flight, bold, soaring, elusive, and unpredictable. The initial stance holds no tactical advantage in combat. The fundamental spear forms include: the poisonous dragon emerges from its lair, Zheng Fei strikes the horse, shaking the tiger from afar, chasing life's captive, the little returning horse spear, the serpent twists around the dragon. The scarlet dragon soars to the sky at advance before retreating, looking back at the moon, the defeat stance, the middle returning horse spear, the little lifting carriage, the iron chain across the river, and the whirling sweep of 1,000 troops. Additionally, there are supplementary spear techniques: intercept, seize, stab, slash, crash, hang, lift, penetrate, frame, flick, throw, puncture, and dance like flowers. Each form possesses its unique strengths, allowing for adaptability amidst the unpredictable battlefield. The Young Family Spear Technique was created by Yang Miaozhen, the wife of Li Quan, leader of the Red Robe Army during the late Southern Song dynasty. Since it was developed by a woman, its purpose was not to subdue opponents through sheer brute strength, but rather to deliver a decisive blow after disarming them. This technique was undeniably perfect for Bai Qi, who, in his fierce wielding of the spear, needed to learn a more graceful approach to face his adversaries. With that, he eagerly set off to find Bai Qi, who was likely with Meng Tian and Ning Zhang. Locating one of them would lead him to the others. With no pressing tasks at hand, Meng Tian had taken Ning Zhang and Bai Qi out for drinks, and they were found deep within an alley. Don't tell me you all have money. Drinking like this every day. Meng Tian was utterly intoxicated, Bai Qi was only slightly tipsy, while Ning Zhang was nearing the point of oblivion. Observing the trio, Xiao Bufan instructed Bai Qi to take care of Ning Zhang before dragging Meng Tian along. Leisurely exiting the alley once outside, Xiao Bufan handed the Young Family Spear Technique to the inebriated Bai Qi. Bai Qi, glancing at the spear technique, disregarded his responsibility towards Ning Zhang and let him tumble to the ground as he focused on the book. Chapter 88, Enlightenment of the Spear Technique. In an instant, Bai Qi plunged into a meditative state regarding the spear technique. Is this group truly so extraordinary? Did he just glimpse the technique and immediately begin to comprehend it, once within his consciousness? Bai Qi was deaf to the outside world and unable to control his physical form, rendering him vulnerable. During such a state, he could only watch helplessly as he faced potential harm. However, forcibly exiting his consciousness could lead to severe mental injury. Risking his sanity, Xiao Bufan observed this peculiar situation and felt helpless. Last time Ning Zhang was ensnared for 3.5 hours, he wondered how long Bai Qi would be this time. Back in Bai Qi's consciousness, this was his first visit to such a realm, and he remained vigilant of his surroundings, the effects of alcohol dissipating. At that moment, a woman wielding a red tassel spear appeared before him. It was none other than Yang Miaozhen, the founder of the Young Family Spear Technique. Yet, how could Bai Qi recognize someone from the late Southern Song dynasty? They were from entirely different eras. He only sensed that the woman before him exuded an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a heroic figure. From whence did this valiant woman come, and what was the significance of the red tassel spear she held? However, Yang Miaozhen did not respond. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because she was merely a manifestation of her consciousness, a fragment of the Young Family Spear Technique. Seeing the unyielding demeanor of the woman, Bai Qi drew his spear, the Xiang Yun, and held it before him. Yang Miaojin, upon witnessing his weapon, made no further moves, instead adopting a stance of respect. She grounded herself, firmly establishing her base, with one hand at the spear's tail and the other grasping the shaft. Observing her stance, Bai Qi launched an attack, executing a thrust towards her face. Yang Miaojin deftly swept her spear, redirecting the trajectory of his thrust. Bai Qi's spear veered upwards, exposing numerous openings, prompting Yang Miaojin to execute a series of relentless thrusts aimed at Bai Qi's face. Realizing the threat, Bai Qi swiftly retreated, dodging while simultaneously drawing back his spear, reclaiming his grip as the thrusting motion transformed back into a steady hold. The counterfire proved insufficient, leaving me no choice but to continuously wield the tip of my weapon. Successfully deflecting Yang Miaojin's relentless assaults. Observing this, Yang Miaojin quickly retracted her spear, opting to retreat before advancing, thus creating distance between us. Bai Qi, misinterpreting her intentions, assumed she aimed to create space and swiftly closed in with his weapon. Unexpectedly, Yang Miaojin did not withdraw. Instead, she executed a swift counterattack, thrusting her spear directly towards Bai Qi's face. Taken aback by this sudden strike, Bai Qi hastily leapt upwards, altering the trajectory of the counterstrike from below. Yang Miaojin perceived the vibrations coursing through the grip of her spear, undoubtedly a result of Bai Qi's forceful maneuver, and recognized him as a powerhouse, albeit lacking in finesse. Consequently, she twirled her spear. Showcasing a flourish, Bai Qi, though confronted by a woman, discerned that her techniques surpassed his own, leading him to realize that the Yang family's spearplay emphasized skill over brute strength. With this insight, he remained vigilant. Scrutinizing her grip and the techniques she employed while wielding her weapon, gradually he adapted his own style, moving away from reckless aggression towards a more nuanced approach. Yang Miaojin, noticing his rapid improvement, was momentarily taken aback, yet swiftly regained her composure and continued to strike at Bai Qi with unrestrained fervor. As the narrative unfolds, Bai Qi gradually grasped the essence of the Yang family's spear techniques, understanding that the true path lay not in mere displays of strength but in disarming his opponent. Yang Miaojin, witnessing Bai Qi's form beginning to mirror the principles of her family's style, exerted herself to facilitate his enlightenment. With a lethal thrust, she unleashed a move akin to poisonous dragon emerges from the cave. Aimed squarely at Bai Qi's face, this maneuver served as a test of his capabilities. Bai Qi adeptly parried with a defensive maneuver. Yang Miaojin, observing this, swiftly withdrew her spear, only to deliver a downward strike. Aiming to smash his weapon into the ground, she followed up with an upward thrust, attempting to disarm him, but Bai Qi countered with remarkable swiftness, reclaiming his weapon and employing the serpent coils around the dragon technique. Pressing closely against Yang Miaojin's spear, aware that proximity would diminish her spear's efficacy. After all, a spear's power grows with its length. Yang Miaojin feigned an attack while rapidly retreating. Bai Qi, misreading her intentions, believed she sought to employ a counterstrike and halted, maintaining a watchful gaze. To his dismay, Yang Miaojin genuinely retreated, causing Bai Qi to feel a pang of frustration for having squandered a golden opportunity. Despite this, he resolved to advance forcefully, and upon seeing Yang Miaojin create distance, he noted her newfound composure. With a powerful strike akin to tiger shakes the mountain, a tremendous force reverberated back to Bai Qi's hands, momentarily inflicting excruciating pain upon him, as if his grip were on the verge of being torn apart. Yet, through sheer strength, he managed to stabilize his weapon and leapt into the air, aiming a downward slash at Yang Miaojin. She raised her spear to block, not anticipating that Bai Qi would not employ a slicing attack, but rather quickly retract his force, delivering a precise thrust towards her. This thrust, unlike the earlier slicing maneuver, capitalized on the inherent flexibility of the spear, allowing it to transform its state from rigid to supple. Utilizing this shift, Bai Qi's thrust, aided by the red tassel spear's impact, successfully executed a transformation, dissipating some of its force while concentrating the majority at the spear's tip, which now surged towards Yang Miaojin's head. Taken by surprise, she found herself unable to evade the blow, which shattered her stance without fully dispelling her spirit. The impact from Bai Qi's thrust also shattered the wooden shaft of the red tassel spear. Yang Miaojin gradually reassembled herself, gazing at the broken spear on the ground, and nodded towards Bai Qi in acknowledgement of his prowess. Subsequently, she conjured a new red tassel spear from the depths of her being, demonstrating the intricacies of the Yang family's techniques before him, deliberately slowing her movements to enable Bai Qi to absorb and comprehend each form. The preceding battle merely illuminated Bai Qi's shortcomings, revealing that combat with spears transcended mere brute force, emphasizing the importance of skill. As Bai Qi meticulously imitated her every move, Yang Miaojin guided him through each technique, allowing him to master them with increasing proficiency. This process enlightened Bai Qi regarding the deficiencies in his own spear play. Embracing a mindset of learning, he continued to study Yang Miaozhen's methods, not with the intent of altering his essence, but rather to integrate his knowledge with newfound insights, ultimately deriving novel conclusions. After experiencing a battle within the confines of his consciousness and subsequently receiving guidance, Yang Miaozhen, seeing that Bai Qi had overcome most of his challenges, dissipated into a swirl of black mist. In an instant, Bai Qi found himself back in the tangible world, regaining control of his body. He noticed Xiao Bufan's astonished expression and felt puzzled, wondering why his master regarded him in such a manner. Unbeknownst to Bai Qi, Xiao Bufan had merely monitored his physical form during his journey within the depths of consciousness, and only an hour had elapsed. Observing Bai Qi's return to reality, Xiao Bufan nodded approvingly, advising him to keep an eye on the two incapacitated individuals before hastily departing. Bai Qi, perplexed yet obedient, assisted the two individuals, propping them against a nearby wall for support. As the tale continues, Bai Qi ensured the two were settled comfortably before retreating to a nearby open space to further practice the young family's spear techniques. The system, sensing Bai Qi's idle state, promptly issued a task. Xiao Bufan, contemplating his next move, welcomed the task with enthusiasm, eager to engage in meaningful activity. The task was to accompany Shangguan Haoyu to the wilderness, collecting various herbs or alchemical ingredients, with a reward of 25 magical blades. Elated at the prospect of both an excursion and the potential for herbal discoveries, Bai Qi swiftly set off in search of Haoyu. Given the compact size of Zhaoyang village, locating Haoyu proved relatively straightforward, particularly as he was often found in the apothecary hall. Given his profession as an alchemist, true to his expectations, Bai Qi soon found Shangguan Haoyu deep in thought at the counter of the apothecary hall. After expressing his intent, Haoyu readily agreed, and together they ventured into the wild. Upon their arrival in the wilderness, Haoyu quickly discerned the abundance of valuable herbs surrounding them, some suitable for alchemy, others for treating external injuries, and still others capable of remedying internal afflictions. Their first botanical encounter was with the Snake-Head King, which Haoyu explained could be applied to snakebite wounds, effectively inhibiting venom from permeating the bloodstream, and was also beneficial for contusions. Bai Qi observed the plant closely. It possessed a short, stout root with clusters of pale yellow fibers, and distinct buds sprouted at the top of the stem stood erect, covered in fine hairs, with noticeable ridges. Unlike other plants that typically bore 2 leaves at a time, this one produced a single leaf per growth cycle. Moreover, the number of leaves indicated its age and quality. This particular Snake-Head King bore only 3 leaves, marking it as a low-grade specimen. Haoyu cautioned Bai Qi that the growth cycle of this plant was exceedingly slow, implying that higher-grade spiritual herbs were typically cultivated under controlled conditions, nourished not by ordinary rainwater but by spirit-infused liquid. He advised Bai Qi to disregard any tall tales spun by the old or young cultivators of such plants. Bai Qi nodded in understanding and proceeded to harvest the Snake-Head King, passing it to Haoyu before advancing further. After taking a few steps, they reached the riverbank, where Haoyu began to elaborate on the flora. He explained that riverside locations rarely hosted herbs due to the poor soil quality, resulting in a scarcity of medicinal plants. However, aquatic species often thrived in such areas. To their delight, they stumbled upon a solitary plant nestled among the pebbles, an aromatic vine. Haoyu swiftly approached, aware that plants near water typically enjoyed fewer competitors for nutrients, thus often possessing superior quality. This particular vine could be used externally to heal injuries or brewed into a tonic for internal use. The aromatic vine was a small, evergreen vine, its bark a blend of grayish-yellow and light brown tones, while its leaves presented a long oval or elliptical shape. However, the valuable part of the plant was its stem, as the leaves held little utility. Every 3 years, it produced berries, which were highly toxic and shaped like elongated ovals, turning black upon ripening. These berries could be crafted into a lethal powder, colorless and tasteless when dissolved in water, rendering them imperceptible yet deadly. This particular specimen was estimated to be of low-grade quality, although it had yet to bear fruit. After harvesting some of the stems while leaving part of the root to allow for continued growth, the two men explored further, but after failing to discover additional herbs, they returned to Zhaoyang village. Early upon their return, they received their task rewards, and Bai Qi found a small pouch of magical blades added to his inventory. While monetary gains were secondary, he was eager for Haoyu to commence the alchemical processing of their harvested herbs. Without hesitation, Haoyu produced a cauldron from his sleeve and placed both the Snake-Head King and the aromatic vine inside, ready to begin his work. Simultaneously, he added both saltpeter and sulfur into the mixture, These two substances are critical for the formation of the elixir. Without incorporating these two auxiliary materials, the result would merely be a puddle of water. Subsequently, Shangguan Haoyu added firewood, ignited it, and closed the furnace door, subjecting the concoction to intense heat in order to refine the elixir. From his previous readings of online novels, Xiao Bufan was aware that professional alchemists possess their own unique flames, prompting him to inquire of Shangguan Haoyu with curiosity. Haoyu, do you use ordinary firewood for alchemy? Is such a temperature sufficient? Shangguan Haoyu scratched his head awkwardly, explaining that originally, the Zhuyu sect had a special flame dedicated to alchemy. However, he recalled the previous generation's sect master mentioning that this flame had been incessantly used for refining elixirs under the hands of the 16th sect master, ultimately becoming a lifeless ember. Of this flame, known as the Green Serpent, was a verdant fire whose embodiment took the form of a large green python, as thick as an adult's neck. Unfortunately, it was worked to death, reducing it to a mere dead fire. The death of a flame spirit is determined by its discoloration. The 17th sect master had warned the 16th sect master about the change in color, but was met with scorn. Within 3 days, the Green Serpent perished, its once vibrant green fire turning to a dull gray, which the 16th sect master discarded. In truth, even after a flame spirit turns to dead fire, there exists a method for revival, albeit requiring a substantial quantity of spiritually rich herbs and stones. However, the 16th sect master was unwilling to expend such resources, leading to the Zhuyu sect being devoid of flame spirits since the 17th generation. As Shangguan Haoyu elaborated, the elixir gradually took form. The crimson elixir embryo spun within the furnace, and at Haoyu's command, the furnace door swung open, revealing a batch of elixirs which had transformed from their original bright red hue to a rich brown. Glistening in the air, Xiao Bufan counted a total of 8 elixirs, along with one defective one. The quality of these 8 elixirs was stable, each approximately at the 8th rank of the mortal grade. Xiao Bufan promptly stored the elixirs into his pouch while simultaneously inquiring about their names and effects. Haoyu, holding the defective elixir, paused for a moment before responding. This elixir is simply the blood coagulation pill, with effects akin to those of the Snake King and the Spicy Vine. Designed for treating bruises and injuries. Upon learning of the elixir's properties, Xiao Bufan rewarded Haoyu with 3 blood coagulation pills for his efforts in alchemy. The remaining 5 were distributed among Yuner, by Cheat Dusei, Meng Tian, and Ing Zhang, serving as a small benefit for the Bufan team, though he regrettably forgot to keep a few for himself. After Xiao Bufan departed, Haoyu scrutinized the defective elixir in his hand. Noting its black coloration and the prominent white cracks on its surface, referred to as elixir fissures. As he rubbed the black ash from the surface, he unexpectedly revealed a faint yellow hue beneath, indicative of its yellow-grade quality. Once he had meticulously cleared away all the black ash, he discovered that despite its yellow grade 1 quality, the elixir still bore fissures, which signified that its effectiveness would be significantly diminished, potentially rendering it inferior to the mortal grade 8th blood coagulation pill. Regrettably, even with his innate skill to enhance quality, Haoyu faced the risk of failure, evidenced by the presence of these fissures. Chapter 92, Shopping. Continuing from the previous chapter, after distributing the blood coagulation pills, Xiao Bufan retrieved 25 copper coins from his system, preparing to procure some daily necessities. He first visited a butcher's shop, where the robust goblin proprietor, muscular and well-built, stood before an entire pig carcass. Xiao Bufan requested some pig bones and beef, while the butcher, wielding a cleaver, expertly butchered the pig, removing its limbs and cutting away choice cuts of meat. After paying the butcher 10 copper coins for his purchases, Xiao Bufan departed with the meat and bones, their exchange consisting solely of the initial request. He then proceeded to a grain store, where an elderly female goblin sold rice and flour. After requesting 15 pounds of rice and 30 pounds of flour, Xiao Bufan assisted her in filling the sacks, paying her 5 copper coins upon completion. Having acquired meat and grains, he wandered the village, unsure of what else to purchase. He stumbled upon a shop selling chicks and ducklings, where he inquired about eggs and spent 3 copper coins on a dozen eggs. Adjacent to this shop was one selling live fish, where a young goblin explained that customers typically only purchase the head of a large head fish. However, Xiao Bufan, needing a whole fish for his group, insisted on buying an entire specimen weighing over 20 pounds. After paying 5 copper coins for the fish, Xiao Bufan had 2 coins remaining. He then revisited a spice shop, purchasing various spices such as cinnamon, bay leaves, star anise, nutmeg, white cardamom, rosemary, and Sichuan peppercorns, spending 1 copper coin in total. The shopkeeper, pleased with his purchases, generously included additional scallions, ginger, garlic, and shallots, with bags of spices in hand and 1 copper coin left. Xiao Bufan set off towards a bookstore, yet found none after a thorough search. He then approached a backpacker in an alley, aware that such individuals are not officially recognized in villages and thus operate without stalls. Relying on word of mouth, as he brandished his shiny copper coin, backpackers rushed forward to peddle their wares, but none offered a map. Eventually, he spotted a child among the crowd, carrying an oversized backpack. Pushing through, he approached the child and inquired about a map of the nearby mountains surrounding Zhaoyao village. The child smoothly retrieved a crumpled map from his pocket, clearly marked with the terrain around Zhaoyao village. Xiao Bufan handed over his last copper coin to the child, prompting the other backpackers to retreat in dismay, adhering to their unwritten rules regarding fair trade. Chapter 93, Preparing for Departure with Supplies Ready. The journey was about to commence. A mission is now issued to the host. Please pay attention to the details and requirements, the system announced. 1. Travel west from Zhaoyao village for 500 miles to encounter a great river named Liji. Abundant in Yupei, which aids in preventing internal stone formation. Gather 10 Yupei, ideally 1 for each person. 2. Utilize the ferry operator on the Liji River to cross. Their fare is steep, but they favor Yupei as payment. 3. After crossing the river, head east for 300 miles to reach the second peak of the Zhan mountain range, Tangting Mountain. Resolving the issues at the foot of Tangting Mountain will complete the mission. Upon receiving the mission briefing, Xiao Bufan felt a surge of curiosity regarding Yupei and inquired with the system about its appearance. The system explained that Yupei resembles amber in both color and form, though its internal composition remains a mystery. Additionally, ferry operators despise haggling, so Xiao Bufan was advised to ensure he had sufficient funds to cover their fees. Armed with this knowledge, Xiao Bufan began preparing for his journey to the Liji River. First seeking out the errant companions, since Bai Qi had mastered the Yang family spear technique and Ing Zhang had learned the willow leaf sword technique, Meng Tian had become no match for them. Upon finding the trio, he discovered Meng Tian was the only one resting on the ground. Observing the continuing duel between Bai Qi and Ing Zhang, Xiao Bufan intervened, halting their sparring to inform them of the impending departure. He then set off to locate Desai, as he had a box of ore to show him. As expected, he found Desai engrossed in a dispute with a young blacksmith girl over whether to strike the sword with a particular hammer. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of their argument, Xiao Bufan hurriedly separated them and revealed the treasures from his box to both parties. The two individuals spoke in unison. This is merely ordinary blue crystal stone, whose function is to store true energy. Xiao Bufan pondered this revelation, realizing that he had stumbled upon a treasure trove of spiritual stones. What a fortunate turn of events. Subsequently, he decided to take Dasa away, informing him of their imminent departure to prevent any further quarrels with the little girl. Eventually, only Haoyu and Yuna remained, with Haoyu choosing to linger at the village entrance rather than wandering about, making it difficult to locate Yuna. After thoroughly searching the village, not a trace of her could be found. How curious and perplexing it was. Where could that woman have run off to? Just then, the cave on Zhaoyao Mountain, where the Beast King had been subdued, erupted with an explosion, startling Xiao Bufan. He hurriedly ascended the mountain, fearing that the demonic pillar had been restored and the Beast King had re-emerged. To his surprise, he discovered that Yuna was practicing her magical techniques within the cave. At first glance, it appeared to be a combination of the secret art of corpse souls and the fireball technique. But upon closer inspection, he saw a skeleton wielding a small explosive fireball, scurrying about. What on earth have you created? A ground-targeting explosive device. It seems you have fashioned a squad of suicide warriors. Upon noticing Xiao Bufan, Yuna was eager to showcase her creation, but he declined and informed her of their departure. As she turned to leave, this perilous cave, which had once housed only a fragment of the demonic pillar, was blasted into smithereens once more. Who is responsible? Who has destroyed my demonic pillar? And thus the tale continues. Chapter 94. On the road, after informing everyone, Xiao Bufan contemplated waiting at the village entrance for the others. Unexpectedly, on his way there, he encountered Ling Yicheng, who had been transformed into a stone statue, the village chief. For those who might remember, ever since the demonic pillar had been shattered a second time, he had regained his freedom, breaking free from that wretched statue. Upon meeting the village chief, a throng of villagers began to gather behind him, heading towards the village entrance. Xiao Bufan assumed there was some significant matter at hand, but was led by the chief to the village center. Beneath the grand locust tree, listening to the chief's impassioned speech, the villagers responded enthusiastically, leaving Xiao Bufan feeling rather embarrassed. It was evident that such a commotion had attracted the members of his team, and he found it amusing to see himself standing there alone. Fortunately, this awkward situation did not last long and soon came to an end. Xiao Bufan intended to depart from Zhaoyao village with the group, But to his surprise, the villagers returned to bid them farewell, presenting rice and meat. Xiao Bufan mused, so, what does it matter that I purchase these? The villagers' warmth made it difficult for him and his companions to refuse. So they accepted some provisions before setting off. Upon reaching the village entrance, the old man from Jiayao Mountain suddenly appeared. So you're leaving, are you? Well, fear not, given your current direction, you must be heading to Tangting Mountain across the Liji River. I've already spoken to the old man there, instructing him not to make things too difficult for you. Haha, Xiao Bufan was taken aback. You old rascal, you have such abilities, by the way. How did you come down from Jiayao Mountain? My task was to create obstacles for you along the way, as directed from above, and thus I received a reduced sentence to. He then pointed surreptitiously upwards. Realizing this, Xiao Bufan hurriedly resumed his journey, casting a lingering glance at Jiayao village, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, after his group departed, the villagers of Jiayao village transformed back into ordinary folk. No longer goblins. The reason for this remained a mystery. As Xiao Bufan and his companions set off westward toward the Liji River, they anticipated the unfolding of new stories. The group traveled tirelessly, and after covering a distance of approximately 250 miles, they stumbled upon an inn, more accurately a roadside tea house. Xiao Bufan knew that such establishments often heralded unexpected adventures. Typically, these encounters involved robbery, where one would be served a drink laced with a sedative, followed by being bound and subsequently threatened for their riches, often culminating in a grim fate. With such old tricks in mind, Xiao Bufan could conjure little else. Naturally, after such a long journey, they deserved a good rest. But lacking funds, they had no choice but to camp outdoors. As the group approached the tea house, they set up camp about 10 miles away to rest. Xiao Bufan took out the meat gifted by the villagers and began to roast it over the fire. Before long, the meat was ready, and everyone shared a hearty meal, though it was slightly lacking without wine. Then Meng Tian, the dim-witted one, boldly marched towards the tea house. Xiao Bufan did not stop him, curious to see what lay within. Chapter 95, A Test of Skills. Meng Tian approached the tea house, inquiring whether they had food and drink. The door was ajar, and when he received no response, he gleefully entered. What a fool! Lacking in caution, unexpectedly 3 ruffians sprang forth from within the tea house, swiftly overpowering Meng Tian. However, to their astonishment, Meng Tian possessed remarkable strength and managed to subdue all 3 of them, dragging them back to the campsite. Xiao Bufan, witnessing Meng Tian's return with the captives, felt a surge of curiosity. Shouldn't he have been the one rescued after being captured? But there was no time for such musings. As Meng Tian brought the trio before Xiao Bufan, their gazes locked. Now tell me, what is the purpose of operating a tea house in such a place? The 3 exchanged glances, yet none spoke. So you're quite stubborn, are you? It seems I must teach you a lesson, Meng Tian declared, dragging them off for some one-on-one training. Venting his frustration upon them, though it was termed training, it amounted to one person pummeling 3. However, as he struck, the 3 quickly fell unconscious. Yet, Meng Tian's pent-up frustration still needed release. And upon glancing down, he found not 3 men, but mere skeletons lying there. As the skeletal figures began to rise, Meng Tian paid them no mind. All he sought was an outlet for his anger. He charged forward, delivering another round of blows, reducing the skeletal remains to mere fragments. Satisfied and refreshed, Meng Tian returned to his group to recount the events. However, as he spoke of the skeletal figures, Yuner, who had initially shown little interest, suddenly perked up, her eyes fixed on Meng Tian, urging him to continue. After Meng Tian finished his tale, Yuner summoned 2 skeletons, which stood motionless, likely unwilling participants in this grim game. Yet, fate had dictated their roles, and the 2 skeletons were forcibly equipped with explosive fireballs, commanded to race towards the tea house. Ever since Yuner acquired the secret art of corpse souls, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. What ordinary girl plays with skeletons daily? Clutching a skeleton, she eagerly conducted experiments, testing their effectiveness. At that moment, the skeletons charged forward, and the fireballs ignited instantaneously, causing the thatched tea house to explode into the air, its roof obliterated, with black smoke billowing forth. Yet, amidst the dissipating smoke, a figure remained, clutching a staff adorned with a skull. Observing the stillness from the other side, Xiao Bufan hesitated, wary of making a move. He called out to Yuner to unleash a few pinpoint strikes towards that direction. In response, she summoned 4 or 5 skeletons, each holding a fireball, and sent them charging towards the ruins. The same scene unfolded again, but this time, the occupant within was not so fortunate, overwhelmed by the successive blasts. They were propelled outward. Xiao Bufan, seeing the figure hurtling towards him, felt a rush of excitement and called for Bai Qi to catch them, ensuring they did not fall. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. Preparing to intercept the incoming individual, fortunately, with Bai Qi present, the figure did indeed land, albeit in a rather undignified manner, face first into the dirt. Chapter 96. The expelled followers of the demonic cave, as all eyes were upon him. The unfortunate individual, having braked with his face, slowly pushed himself up from the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that he lacked facial features, appearing more like a skeleton, and was wrapped tightly in a dark shroud. Once he had risen, Xiao Bufan approached and seized his shoulders, forcefully pushing him back down to the ground. "What brings you to operate a tea house in such a place?" The newly arisen figure looked utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? I was inexplicably blasted away and now find myself restrained here. I should be the one asking you what your purpose is." Noticing the figure's silence, Xiao Bufan snatched the staff from his grasp and tossed it to Yuner. This sudden action caused the individual beneath him to thrash about, but he remained unable to escape. Realizing it was futile, he began to shout, "What do you intend to do? I merely rob the occasional passerby merchant. Have I wronged you?" Upon receiving this response, Xiao Bufan released his grip and continued to inquire, "What is your name, and what is your purpose here?" The individual, seeing himself surrounded by Xiao Bufan's companions, complied and began to explain his name and intentions. My name is Wang Jiahao, and I am the lowest-ranking disciple of the Demon Abyss sect, having clandestinely learned the techniques of the outer disciples. I was subsequently expelled." Originally indifferent, Xiao Bufan's interest was piqued upon hearing the term technique. He eagerly grasped Wang Jiahao and inquired, "What technique? Speak, and if you tell me, I shall let you go." After pondering momentarily, Wang Jiahao acquiesced to this proposition, for to refuse might invite a beating. "The technique I pilfered is a derivative of the second volume cultivated by a masteress disciple, while the first volume was entrusted to the inner disciples. The second volume was allocated to the outer disciples, and I had surreptitiously learned it. This technique is known as the art of puppetry, which involves skinning the deceased and crafting puppets from black locust wood. Ultimately, by chanting the incantation, one can envelop the puppet in the skin of the dead. Once captured, the puppet would disintegrate into ashes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan found the technique rather lackluster. First, one must locate a mass grave. As the deceased in orderly cemeteries are claimed, then one must possess dexterous hands to carve the puppet. This is a skilled endeavor. After contemplating these points, Xiao Bufan honored the agreement and released Wang Jiahao. However, he noted an intriguing aspect. He was unfamiliar with the term Demon Abyss sect and had no prior knowledge of it, yet this planted a seed of wariness in Xiao Bufan, as he had no affinity with these sects and their disciples. After releasing Wang Jiahao, Xiao Bufan refrained from informing others, knowing that Wang Jiahao would likely struggle to escape, especially with Meng Tian holding a grudge. Just as Xiao Bufan turned away, Meng Tian charged forward, seizing Wang Jiahao and unleashing a barrage of blows, tearing away the black cloth that shrouded him. Revealed beneath was a body tightly wrapped in layers of bandages. As Wang Jiahao was about to scream, he received a sharp slap to the face. Following a thorough beating, he was unceremoniously cast out. Once outside the woods, Wang Jiahao ignited in flames, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish them. Witnessing this, Meng Tian felt a pang of guilt and tossed the previously removed black cloth back onto Wang Jiahao, who hastily wrapped himself in it and cursed as he departed. Chapter 97. The end of future troubles, continuing from the last episode. Xiao Bufan's team acquired the steps for the art of puppetry but did not obtain the incantation. They also found a previously used staff, which was deemed useless by the older gentleman, and thus was given to Yuner, who practiced magic. As Yuner examined the staff closely, she noticed something peculiar. It seemed to possess a semblance of sentience. Upon further investigation, she discovered that a spirit resided within. She promptly relayed this revelation to Xiao Bufan, who was taken aback. Typically, items containing spirits were associated with Destiny's protagonists. Would Wang Jiahao, at some point, utter the phrase, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? Do not mock the youth for being poor. No, this individual must not be allowed to linger. Xiao Bufan instructed Yuner to guard the staff carefully, preferably keeping it close to her person to avoid eliciting sympathy from others. Then, with a swift stride, Xiao Bufan darted after the path Wang Jiahao had taken, pursuing him fervently. The others remained on standby, affording them a moment's respite, though the sun blazed mercilessly, making the woods feel stifling. It was unclear what mindset propelled Xiao Bufan forward. Before long, Xiao Bufan encountered Wang Jiahao, who was limping along, relying on a broken tree branch for support, muttering incoherently. Upon seeing this, Xiao Bufan sensed malice in his demeanor and anticipated revenge. In truth, Wang Jiahao was mumbling, so hot, those beasts." Without hesitation, Xiao Bufan advanced and delivered a kick, sending Wang Jiahao sprawling to the ground, then proceeded to rain down a series of blows. Wang Jiahao Bewildered, could scarcely comprehend how he had been so suddenly overwhelmed. After a relentless assault, Xiao Bufan drew a steak knife and aimed for Wang Jiahao's neck. With a swift strike, Wang Jiahao's head fell away. Caught unawares, his eyes had not even closed before death claimed him, yet, to ensure he was truly deceased, Xiao Bufan plunged the knife into his heart twice and even struck his right chest and the area around his rectum. Determined to leave no room for future troubles, having read in novels that a heart could be located in various places, even the rear, he understood the importance of thoroughness. The adage to eradicate the root of the grass aptly applied here. After Wang Jiahao was riddled with wounds, Xiao Bufan stripped him of his garments and discovered a piece resembling amber. Could this be the nurturing essence the system spoke of? If so, the location of the demon abyss sect must be across the Liji River. He then tore away the bandages, revealing only decayed flesh, quite unlike the skull-like visage of his face. At that moment, as Xiao Bufan removed the black cloth, Wang Jiahao's corpse spontaneously ignited. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the demon abyss sect, situated across the Liji River, a figure wrapped in bandages, with even his features obscured, suddenly shed tears that soaked the wrappings. My son, whose soul lamp has been extinguished, who is it, who has slain my child? After completing these deeds, Xiao Bufan retraced his steps, intending to reunite with his main party. Chapter 98. The remnant soul. Resuming from the previous narrative, Xiao Bufan returned to the campsite in the woods where the main group had settled. He took out the nurturing essence he had retrieved from Wang Jiahao. As the group gathered to examine it, they were immediately struck by the unique aura emanating from the essence, reminiscent of an unpleasant odor associated with corpses long submerged in water. Though the stench was not overpowering, it was still rather off-putting. Through the system, Xiao Bufan recognized its value, realizing it would be crucial when crossing the river, and the system advised that each person should wear one. Therefore, Xiao Bufan swiftly adorned Yuner with the essence, which seemed to emit a faint glow, although no one noticed. After securing the essence on Yuner, Xiao Bufan reclaimed the staff from her. Still warm from her grasp, unable to discern its nature, he decided to consult the system. Ding! The system is providing answers to the host. This item is Wang Jiahao's personal staff, within which resides a trace of a remnant soul. It is unclear which powerful being this belongs to, but its level is certainly not low. However, it is merely a fragment of a soul. Upon learning this, Xiao Bufan surmised that Wang Jiahao possessed significant backing and was not simply a mere thief expelled from a sect. Typically, remnant souls retain their consciousness. Perhaps he could inquire further. With this in mind, Xiao Bufan knocked on the staff, only to find no changes. He initially assumed it might respond like a genie in a lamp, but his attempts yielded no results. In a final, desperate endeavor, he shouted, "Father!" The area fell into an eerie silence, yet, at that moment, the skull atop the staff illuminated from its hollow eye sockets, emitting a voice that said, "Hey!" Feeling mocked, Xiao Bufan angrily hurled the staff to the ground, stomping on it fiercely, nearly shattering the skull. The voice hurriedly exclaimed, "Stop stomping! You want to know something? Can't I just speak? Please don't stomp." Only upon hearing this did Xiao Bufan cease his assault, retrieving the staff once more and inquiring, "Who are you? Why do you only possess a remnant soul here, and why are you imprisoned?" These three questions echoed the philosophical inquiries of existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The remnant soul replied tremulously, "I was an elder of the Sword Rhythm sect's outer court, perishing in battle against the demon beasts in the Liji River. Wishing for a swift end, I self-destructed alongside the beasts. Hoping to escape, however, I unexpectedly found myself in a state of soul separation and could revive, only to be ensnared by that treacherous individual lurking in the shadows, who captured my soul. Subsequently, I was taken to the demon abyss sect, where the sect leader utilized a soul extraction vessel to confine me, fragmenting my soul into countless pieces that were then distributed among various staffs, leading to my imprisonment here. I possess the power to show you my strength." Initially sympathetic to the elder's plight, Xiao Bufan's skepticism grew upon hearing the last statement, suspecting the old fellow was merely seeking profit. Nevertheless, he gleaned valuable information regarding the Sword Rhythm sect and the soul extraction vessel wielded by the leader of the Demon Abyss sect. Chapter 99. The first step to wealth. After unraveling the truth, Xiao Bufan disregarded the remnant soul and led his team onward towards the Liji River. Exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone, yet the remnant soul within the staff incessantly babbled, causing frustration among the group. Ultimately, Xiao Bufan could no longer tolerate it. He seized the staff from Yuner and warned the skull, "If you keep blabbering, I'll crush your skull." With the binding of your shackles now lifted, you are free to go wherever your heart desires. After uttering these words, the lingering spirit indeed ceased its incessant chatter, granting a moment of tranquility. A group of travelers, relentless in their journey, finally arrived near the banks of the exquisite Liji River on the third day after passing through a tea house. As they gazed into the distance, the horizon seemed boundless. Upon drawing nearer, they discovered that the riverbank was dotted with clusters of fishing villages, yet these so-called fishing villages appeared somewhat different from the quaint establishments one might envision. Likening it to calling Shanghai a fishing village seemed utterly ludicrous. What distinction does it hold from a city? Do any of these fishing villages boast walls? The weary travelers found themselves in this peculiar place. Smoothly passing through the guards at the city gate and entering Liji village, upon stepping within the city walls, they were greeted by 2 neat rows of stalls, each adorned with identical stones. "Ah, esteemed guest, come and take a look at our exquisite yupe. Each piece is of remarkable quality." Upon entering the city, one would inevitably encounter vendors eager to peddle their yupe, a gem sourced from these very stones. Thus requiring a discerning eye to make a wise purchase. It resembled a gamble with stones. Indeed, you are quite right. Yupe is akin to a game of chance. Win, and you strike it rich; lose, and you merely pay to gain experience. However, this scenario seemed somewhat unfair for a player like Xiao Bufan, who possessed a system akin to having X-ray vision. Yet, with no funds at hand, Xiao Bufan had no choice but to wave his hand in refusal. Firstly, there were financial constraints. Secondly, those who set up stalls in such a place typically possessed nothing of value, save for the occasional lucky find. Hence, to cross the river, the foremost task upon arriving at this village was to acquire funds. After inquiring with passers-by about swift means to earn money, he received 2 suggestions, one involving legitimate commissions and the other in clandestine gambling dens. Xiao Bufan dispatched Ing Zhang, Meng Tian, and Dusei to seek commissions, while he himself took Yuner to the underground gambling house to procure funds. As for Bai Qi and Hao Yu, they were free to do as they pleased. Thus, they split into 3 groups, with Xiao Bufan and Yuner making their way to the underground gambling establishment. As the adage goes, it is unseemly for a leader to be without a woman. At the entrance of the gambling house, 2 robust beastmen stood guard, one a lion, the other a tiger. After being welcomed inside, Xiao Bufan found himself in an eye-opening environment, having never before set foot in such a place in either of his lifetimes. Inside, a motley crowd mingled, yet what captivated Xiao Bufan's attention were the 2 dealers stationed at each table. Each was a strikingly beautiful maiden, fair-skinned and long-legged, attired in matching bunny girl outfits that exuded allure. However, the colors of their attire varied, seemingly indicating the stakes at each table. The more flamboyant the color, the higher the level, subtly warning gamblers that the initial stakes differed from one table to another. Upon entering the gambling house, Xiao Bufan, lacking funds, approached the dealer at the front desk responsible for cash exchanges. "Hello, I find myself without money but longing to partake in the games. Could you lend me some?" The dealer, renowned in the establishment as the Black Rose, was stunningly beautiful yet undeniably perilous. Upon sizing him up and finding no valuables on him, she shifted her gaze elsewhere. "What business do you have in a gambling house without money? Begone!" Yet, upon noticing the striking Yuner behind him, she recognized a promising prospect that the owner would surely appreciate. Just as Xiao Bufan turned to leave, Black Rose spoke again. "If I lend you money and you cannot repay it, how about you give me that lovely girl behind you as collateral?" Seeing that he had piqued her interest, Xiao Bufan feigned reluctance. "That won't do. She is my childhood friend. How could I trade her?" Black Rose, seeing his stubbornness, decided to take a different approach, presenting him with a stack of red chips. "These can be exchanged for 100,000 law dollars. If you cannot repay, you shan't leave." Xiao Bufan continued to feign hesitation, eyeing the red chips but delaying his decision. However, this indecision only served to irritate Black Rose, who was known for her penchant for tormenting her prey. Onlookers whispered among themselves, speculating whether Black Rose had taken a liking to the young girl. Noticing Xiao Bufan's indecisiveness, Black Rose's interest in the vulnerable Yuner grew stronger. With a bold move, she pulled out a stack of green chips. "These can be exchanged for 50,000 law dollars. If you refuse, kindly exit." Recognizing her ultimatum, Xiao Bufan donned a greedy facade and scooped up the chips of Black Rose. Realizing she had ensnared him, promptly notified the dealers at each table, seizing the opportunity to slyly grasp Yuner's delicate hand. "Oh my, your hand is so soft and tender. Truly, youth has its advantages. I shall be waiting for you, dear." Yuner, feigning fright, quickly withdrew her hand, unwittingly playing right into Black Rose's hands. Subsequently, Xiao Bufan led Yuner to the first gambling table, where a solitary dice cup sat, marked with big and small. Clearly, this was a dice game, a fundamental gambling method, and the dealer was the most likely to cheat. Xiao Bufan pushed through the crowd to the front of the table. The dealer, clad in a black bunny outfit, immediately recognized him as the big catch mentioned by Black Rose and greeted him with a beaming smile. "Is this your first time at our establishment? You seem quite new here. Don't be shy. how about a game with me? Feigning bashfulness at her flirtation, Xiao Bufan played along. The dealer, sensing her success, shook the dice cup, the dice rattling within. As the dealer forcefully placed the cup on the table, the dice settled inside. Now, dear guests, please place your bets, Xiao Bufan observed as some around him clutched their chips, hesitating to place their bets, while others wagered on big or small, some indecisively toggling between the two. Truth be told, Xiao Bufan felt uncertain, yet he had his system to rely on. His system. Please take a look for me, I beg of you. Ding. Inside are 3 dice, totaling 10 points. Armed with this knowledge, Xiao Bufan decided to quietly place a bet of 50,000 dollars on small. The dealer, noticing his wager, cheerfully announced, once you place your bet, there's no backing out. Let's see what fate has in store, wealth or ruin. As the cup was unveiled, the points shone brightly, 10 points. Those who had bet on big rejoiced, while those who had bet on small were despondent. Xiao Bufan too felt the sting of loss, but one must risk in order to gain. As long as others had not yet caught on, it was imperative not to withdraw. The dealer gleefully gathered the losing bets, taking a 30 cut, and redistributed the remaining funds to the winning side. No wonder this is an underground gambling house. The profits are exorbitant, yet, with another 100,000 dollars in chips still in hand, the dealer's mind raced with schemes to ensnare this unsuspecting sheep further. Once the chips on the big side were divided, the dealer raised the dice cup again, shaking it vigorously, the sound echoing. All the while, she flaunted her alluring figure, delighting the onlookers. Xiao Bufan feigned an infatuated demeanor. As the cup came to rest with a crisp sound, the dealer called out, ladies and gentlemen, those with money, place your bets, those without, merely observe. Once you bet, there is no regrets. Once more, Xiao Bufan summoned the system to ascertain the point total. A ding, the 3 dice total 5 points. After learning this, he quietly placed another 50,000 dollars on the big side, causing onlookers to shift their bets in response to his confidence. Those who had previously wagered big now hesitated, while those who had placed their bets on small were left in disbelief. The dealer, witnessing Xiao Bufan's decisive action, chuckled internally, recognizing him as yet another young lamb unaware of the game. As the dice cup opened slowly, the total revealed itself, 5 points. Without a doubt, the small bettors gasped in shock, eagerly anticipating their winnings, while the dealer reveled in the excitement, knowing that a portion of every game's earnings was theirs to keep. With a satisfied grin, the dealer pushed the winnings toward the small side and addressed Xiao Bufan, young man, will you continue to play? Do not cry or act petulant later on. Chapter 102, The Gambler's Fate, continuing from the previous chapter. If we are to gamble, then let us gamble. Who fears whom? If you have the guts, dare to challenge me again. Xiao Bufan wore a face ignited by desire, oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of the dealer, he was merely a fading ember, a facade of bravado. Very well, then let us agree not to shed tears later. I shall wager my entire day's earnings against you in this game. Should you lose, you will serve me for the night, and I shall require no repayment from you. With that, she struck a seductive pose, beckoning Xiao Bufan with a finger, as if to imply that her domain was warm and inviting. Xiao Bufan, however, remained silent, intently focused on the table, disregarding the dealer's every move. Of this act was nothing less than a declaration that he had already warmed up to the game. The dealer, unperturbed by his indifference, picked up the dice cup and began to shake it. The dice rattled rhythmically within. The duration of the shake unusually prolonged. Each tremor echoed like a portent, signaling to the onlookers that the stakes were significantly high this time. With a resounding thud, the dice cup was set upon the table, and in an instant, the dice settled, determining the fates of the wealthy and the destitute. In a fleeting thought, now then, bets are locked in. Everyone, yet none among those present seemed inclined to place their wagers, all eyes fixated on Xiao Bufan, eager to discern which side he would choose. Xiao Bufan glanced around, observing the absence of bets. Feigning a facade of immense pressure, only to call upon the system for assistance. Ding. The total points of the 3 dice in the cup amounted to 18. Xiao Bufan mused, what a stroke of luck. A 666. Knowing the outcome, he placed his remaining 50,000 chips on the small side, pausing momentarily, only to sense something amiss. He then transferred them to the large side. As soon as his hand withdrew, those beside him hastily placed their chips on the small side. From the conclusions of the previous rounds, it was clear that virtually no one was betting on the large side. The dealer, with a beaming smile, placed all her earnings for the day on the small side. Little brother, since you have chosen the large side, I shall bet against you. As time ticked by, the other gamblers gradually made their bets. Ultimately, only Xiao Bufan's solitary chips remained on the large side, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. However, the entire assembly remained oblivious to the fact that beneath his composed exterior, Xiao Bufan was grinning with glee. With only him betting on the large side, a new dynamic emerged in this wager. When the stakes on the table are unequal, new rules come into play. 1. The profit margin shall change, increasing from the original 0% to 100%, meaning that the original wager must be doubled for the winning side. 2. This wager will be overseen by the god of bets, Silas, ensuring that no cheating occurs. All participants may wager with confidence. 3. This is a dice game, and new mechanics will apply, with the possibility of dice points multiplying, such as a triple six, increasing tenfold since everyone has placed their bets. Allow me to unveil this final dice cup. Let us witness how this unfolds. As the cup was lifted, 3 sixes emerged, exposed for all to see. The sight sent shockwaves through the onlookers as despair washed over the gamblers. Not only would they owe double their stakes, but with the multiplier, they faced a staggering 20-fold loss. Even the dealer who revealed the dice felt a chill run down her spine, cold sweat trickling down her back. Meanwhile, Xiao Bufan was elated, dancing with joy akin to a child who had just received a new toy, except this time, he had truly struck gold. Chapter 103, Rising to Power. Continuing from the previous chapter. The glaring trio of sixes stood before everyone. In the ensuing silence, Xiao Bufan gathered all the chips from the table, red, green, yellow, blue, every hue imaginable. The previously anxious Yuner, witnessing the mountain of chips before her, broke into a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Upon quickly counting, Xiao Bufan realized that aside from his own chips worth 50,000, there lay another 1,673,500 in chips, meaning the casino owed him an astounding 31,796,500, yielding a total of 33,475,000. A fortune amassed overnight, a staggering 33,475,000, had alarmed the underground casino's manager, who rushed back upon hearing the news. Gazing at the trio of sixes, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Perplexed by the sheer luck required to roll such a number, the manager only hoped there would be enough funds in the vault to cover this gentleman's winnings. After all, such a sum was not easily swept under the rug. With so many witnesses, word of this calamity would surely leak, and should it come to light, the casino would undoubtedly be investigated. The repercussions would far exceed the mere 33 million. Thus, in a state of panic, the manager hurriedly checked the vault's accounts, discovering that after years of accumulation, there was barely 25 million available. In that moment, the weight of despair descended upon him, with almost 10 million in losses unaccounted for. Today could be deemed the casino's doomsday. The manager, now aware of the dire situation, slumped helplessly to the ground, staring blankly at the cold digits in his hand, powerless to change his fate. The only option left was to hand over the casino to someone else. However, if the other party refused, he would have no choice but to resort to ruthless measures. With trepidation, the manager approached Xiao Bufan and said, "Our humble establishment cannot accommodate such a great presence as yourself. Perhaps you could consider sparing us. I can transfer ownership of the casino to you, and I will find a way to gather the remaining 10 million." His demeanor was exceedingly humble, practically prostrating himself. Xiao Bufan's eyes darted around, contemplating that this individual likely had little left to offer. If he attempted to extract more from him, it could lead to hostility. It would be better to accept his request and do him a favor, allowing him to repay in due time. Besides, acquiring a casino was hardly a loss. "Very well, I shall take over, and I hope to count on your assistance in the future." Xiao Bufan's response left the manager dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such an easy transaction. Alas, the dealers were exquisite beauties, treasures in their own right. Yet, with a resolute heart, he relinquished the rights to the casino to Xiao Bufan. However, what transpired next was unforeseen by all. He embraced the manager and led him to a restaurant, ordering a private room and an extravagant feast, yet hardly touching a morsel. This left the manager utterly bewildered, but soon enough he began to comprehend. Xiao Bufan reassured him, "Oh dear, you seem so anxious. I am merely a wanderer, not one to remain forever. I see you are the head of this casino, and I thought it best to leave its management to you. With me as the nominal owner. Do not worry about your staff. I have no intention of poaching anyone. I recognize that you possess a spirit of resilience, which is commendable. Trusting you with this operation is a relief for me." This elaborate explanation left the manager even more baffled. In essence, he was being told that the casino would remain under his management while Xiao Bufan merely sought some funds for personal use. This act of kindness was akin to a pig wearing a brassiere, extravagantly unnecessary. With no true capital, he had acquired the underground casino and returned it to its original manager, leaving the latter in tears. Ultimately, the decision lay in the hands of the manager. With that, Xiao Bufan departed the private room, having dined not a single bite, yet walking away with a fortune. This clandestine channel for wealth was now thoroughly established. Chapter 104, The Road to Ambush. Continuing from the previous chapter, Xiao Bufan, through sheer determination, had seized a casino in Liji village, a tale that would be told for many moons to come. However, with only one casino under his belt, should others follow suit, the resources would soon be depleted. To remedy this, the only solution was to take control of all the casinos in the village. Yet, given past experiences, all establishments would be on high alert, and he could not accomplish this alone. As Xiao Bufan pondered his next move, another group at the Adventurers Guild successfully accepted a task. The mission was to escort the Yupei merchant convoy safely to the city along the banks of the Liji River. To Meng Tian and Ing Zhang, this task seemed trivial, especially with the addition of Dusei as a companion, yet, the reward was substantial, 10,000 law dollars per person. This was no small sum, consequently the three eagerly accepted the assignment. However, where there are profits, envy often follows, and with envy comes the potential for trouble. As the merchant caravan, laden with the precious stones of Yupei, prepared to return to the city, it encountered several groups of adversaries along the way. Without any prior negotiations, they charged directly at the last carriage, evidently intent on seizing Yupei. After all, such treasures promised immense profit. A single high-quality piece could ensure a lifetime of financial security, yet, regardless of their numbers, they had unwittingly crossed paths with formidable foes. Bai Qi and Ing Zhang swiftly drew their weapons, one a sheer brute, the other proficient in the willow leaf sword technique, both possessing undeniable martial prowess. Against such a large force, Meng Tian wielded his axe with sweeping strikes, each blow capable of repelling numerous attackers, forcing them into a retreat. Ing Zhang was equally engaged, employing the willow leaf sword technique to counter their aggression. Wherever the leaves danced, the sword's edge followed, leaving no foe unscathed. Dosei steadfastly guarded the front of the carriage, blocking any remaining threats, allowing the two ahead to fight with peace of mind. The trio's performance left the employer astounded, exclaiming that the payment was well worth it and thrilling to witness. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the opposing forces were entirely vanquished, with only a few stragglers remaining who, upon witnessing the unfolding debacle, dared not advance. As the saying goes, one must strike while the iron is hot. Once the momentum falters, so too does morale, leading to a collapse in combat effectiveness, resulting in the remaining few retreating in disgrace. However, as the saying goes, to cut grass is to uproot it, and one must ensure no future troubles arise, a lesson well known to those who have seen battle. Meng Tian could not possibly allow Ing Zhang to chase the fleeing remnants, so he took it upon himself to pursue the retreating foes. Yet, how could two legs outrun four? Exhaustion soon overtook him, allowing one small adversary to escape. Bai Qi, too fatigued to chase after the little rascal, returned to the caravan. When Meng Tian returned, panting and breathless, the caravan resumed its journey back to the city. The events had unfolded too swiftly for anyone to fully comprehend, and the remainder of the journey was uneventful. Leading them back to the city without further incident, the employer duly compensated the trio for their services and presented each with an irregular piece of Yupei, measuring 4 inches by 2 inches. Thus, the escort mission concluded perfectly. Chapter 105, Find a Way. Continuing from the previous chapter, Meng Tian and his companions safely returned to the city, each clutching a piece of Yupei. While wandering about, they encountered Xiao Bufan, who was contemplating how to demolish rival gambling houses. The two groups locked eyes. Observing Xiao Bufan's distressed expression, Meng Tian assumed he had failed to procure any funds and approached to offer consolation. Revealing the money in his pocket, a glimmering bag of talismans appeared before Xiao Bufan, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Meng Tian, now even more convinced that their leader had come up short, silently lamented their situation. However, to his surprise, Xiao Bufan's next words were, "So you all have returned, and this is all you've earned." Truly disappointing, this declaration left Meng Tian, a man of few words, momentarily speechless as he glanced at the heavy talismans in his hand. Then back at Xiao Bufan's bitter expression, doubts about their leader's mental state crept into his mind, but before he could voice them, Yuner interrupted. "Oh, it's not what you think. The captain managed to seize an underground gambling house, netting over 30 million talismans." Her light-hearted remark left the trio in psychological shock. The 30,000 talismans they had fought so hard to acquire were but a fraction of what others earned. After a brief pause, Bai Qi finally asked, "But then why do you appear so troubled, my lord? With such wealth, we could easily cross the Liji River. You simply do not understand. To maintain a stable financial chain, we must ensure we can eat in every location. We must eradicate all underground gambling houses in Liji village to establish our dominance. Do you comprehend?" Meng Tian absorbed this knowledge, but suddenly blurted out, Then what shall we do next? Having exhausted his thoughts, Xiao Bufan replied, if I knew how to proceed, would I be explaining all this to you? You show no initiative. The group stood there for a quarter of an hour, pondering. Not so, you have no plan, just waiting idly like me. Meng Tian, already somewhat dim-witted, was further perplexed. Even Ing Zheng seemed unable to devise a solution. How can you claim to be an emperor? Ing Zheng internally mused. I only concern myself with the intricacies of imperial strategy, not trivial matters like these, Meng Tian thought. What do you mean by calling me dim-witted? After Xiao Bufan dismissed them, he turned to Dosei, who was still standing there. What, must I invite you to leave as well? Dosei, now aware of her surroundings, chuckled and joined the others. Alone remained Xiao Bufan and Yun'er, exchanging glances with no immediate solution in sight. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Bufan. Instead of tackling this ourselves, why not let others handle it for us? With that, he dragged Yun'er back to the underground gambling house, where they encountered the Black Rose but not the manager. Prompting an inquiry, where is your boss? The manager had just informed the dealers that the casino had changed ownership, though it was still being run by them. Aren't you our boss? The dealer who had previously wagered against Xiao Bufan approached. Teasing, little brother, after becoming the master, you still come to flirt with our sisters. Realizing something was amiss, Xiao Bufan pressed on. No, seriously, what happened to your former boss? Black Rose, gazing at the delicate Yun'er, lamented, she's in the private room. Upon learning this, Xiao Bufan advised Yun'er to stay put and not wander. Before heading off alone, after he left, Black Rose turned to Yun'er. Oh dear little sister, I shall never experience what you have to offer. Would you mind keeping me company for a while? As she spoke, she caressed Yun'er's delicate hand, her gaze fixated on Yun'er's flawless legs. Oh Rose, please don't scare her, she is the boss's woman. Another woman interjected, are you not concerned? What is there to fear? She hasn't arrived yet, has she? Although both were women, Yun'er felt a twinge of discomfort and retreated to a nearby sofa. Chapter 106, Preparations for Battle. Continuing from the previous chapter. Xiao Bufan found the manager, pulling out a chair and casually sitting down, crossing his legs. The manager, taken aback by this display, wondered what the young man was up to now. Before Xiao Bufan could speak, the manager poured him a glass of chilled whiskey. Wearing an ingratiating smile, Xiao Bufan's thoughts were interrupted, but upon seeing the whiskey before him, he took a sip, then placed the glass down, addressing the manager. I have a well-formed idea that requires your assistance. Should we succeed, this entire casino will be under your control. What do you say? The manager's hand froze mid-pour upon hearing this, the glass overflowing as he processed the unexpected offer. I've spent most of my life trying to achieve something like this, and you think we can just do it? Yet, he refrained from expressing his doubts, responding instead, what can I possibly help you with? Xiao Bufan took another sip of whiskey, and the manager's anxiety only grew. Please, don't keep me in suspense. Xiao Bufan set down his glass and said, you needn't prepare anything. I simply need to know if you have anything that can conceal one's appearance and aura. In the world of underground dealings, one inevitably acquires enemies and unruly subordinates, necessitating solutions for such unsavory elements. Thus, such items were fundamental for the manager. Cautiously, he approached the liquor cabinet behind him and opened it, revealing a bottle of Saint Laurent cranberry liqueur, which he carefully removed and polished repeatedly. I see you have a fondness for this drink. Indeed, this was a gift from long ago, though the taste may not be the finest. It will always remind me of that night, Xiao Bufan thought, who knew he was such a romantic. After placing the polished bottle back, the manager twisted it, causing the cabinet to rotate and reveal two masks, one feminine, the other masculine, alongside a knife just shy of 7 feet. The manager silently donned the feminine mask, and in an instant, his original aura vanished. Now, tell me what you need me to do. Xiao Bufan nearly spat out his drink, hastily gesturing for him to remove the mask. Once he swallowed the whiskey, he remarked, who told you to engage in violence? We must conduct our affairs with civility and elegance. Understand? Hand me the mask. I'll personally take charge of seizing their territory. The manager awkwardly scratched his head, realizing the situation. So that's how it is. You should have mentioned it earlier. Just look at how embarrassing this is. He then handed a men's mask to Xiao Bufan, along with a black coat he retrieved from beneath the table. Upon receiving them, Xiao Bufan immediately donned the attire, which fit him perfectly, making it suitable for nefarious deeds. He then stepped out of the private room, with the manager following closely behind. Xiao Bufan had initially intended to take Yun'er with him, but unexpectedly, a drunken gambler began to flirt with her as she sat on the sofa. Hey little sister, want to play with your brother? Even Black Rose, who was nearby, failed to intervene and was shoved to the ground. Witnessing this, Xiao Bufan felt a surge of anger and swiftly approached the drunken gambler. Seizing his head with one hand, channeling his internal energy into his arm, he exerted a powerful force, causing the gambler's head to explode like a watermelon. The headless gambler collapsed to the ground in a daze. And Xiao Bufan waved his hand, instructing Black Rose to clean up the mess. Turning around, he saw Yinner hurriedly expressing her gratitude, and he knew that this outfit was indeed effective. The manager mused to himself. Isn't this supposed to be civilized? Wasn't elegance promised? Chapter 107. The collapse begins. Continuing from the previous chapter, Yunner hurriedly thanked the mysterious figure cloaked in the black coat, while Xiao Bufan merely lifted his mask slightly. Upon sensing his aura, Yunner recognized him as her captain and nervously recounted the events that had just transpired. The two then exited the underground casino, and the manager sighed in relief, finally glad to see them leave. He had not held high hopes for acquiring significant territory. Once outside, Xiao Bufan suddenly realized that Yunner had no means to conceal her aura or disguise her appearance. He contemplated whether to leave her behind. However, glancing at the delicate Yunner in his arms softened his heart, prompting him to gently inquire, "Yunner, do you possess any items to mask your aura?" Yunner shook her head but quickly added, "I don't have any items. But I know spells to conceal my aura and to change my appearance." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bufan was momentarily stunned. Heavens, if only I had known Yunner could perform these spells, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. But since he had borrowed them, he decided to use them. Then, please cast your spells for altering your appearance and concealing your aura, and we shall proceed to the next casino. Yunner complied, transforming her visage and even altering her voice to a captivating tone. After confirming there were no unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Bufan resolved to target the underground casino's arch-rival, the Red Romance Casino. The Red Romance Casino was a hub of the grey market entangled with all forms of vice. Upon entering, they were greeted by an overwhelming scent of perfume mingled with burnt charcoal. A closer inspection revealed a shocking array of illicit items, syringes, vials, alcohol lamps, and more, catering to patrons of all ages. There were even booths exuding pheromones, with some containing male couples. Xiao Bufan, having never encountered such debauchery, instinctively shielded Yunner's eyes and hurriedly exited, feeling as though his vision had been assaulted. He deemed this establishment the bane of the gambling world. Far too vulgar. Thus, he resolved to deal with the other two casinos first before returning to dismantle the Red Romance Casino, which he found to be an eyesore. Given the current situation, he needed to inform others. Starting with Meng Tian and the other three, followed by Desai and Haoyu. Finally, he would notify the group at the underground casino to prepare for action and await his orders. Having devised his plan, he set off to locate Meng Tian and the others. Chapter 108. The first battle at the Earl's Tavern. Continuing from the previous chapter, Xiao Bufan found Meng Tian and the trio, who were keen to assist. After briefly summarizing the situation, they quickly grasped the plan. He then sought out Desai and Haoyu, entrusting them with the supply of medicinal pills and weapons. He specifically instructed Haoyu to purchase any materials needed for elixirs, assuring him he would reimburse the costs. Upon hearing this, Haoyu felt as if the world had brightened, with even the air becoming sweet. For an alchemist, the prospect of reimbursement for materials was incredibly enticing. With notifications complete, Xiao Bufan focused on resolving matters at the Earl's Tavern and the Yila Casino. His first stop was the Earl's Tavern, where the casino was merely a supplementary source of income, with the tavern being the main attraction. As he entered, a tall bartender approached them. "What would you like to drink?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Bufan ordered a cocktail based on white rum and another based on vodka. The sweet taste of the white rum was pleasantly mild, while the vodka delivered a pure alcoholic sensation, typically paired with mixers. A quarter of an hour later, the bartender returned with a cosmopolitan and a mojito. The former was vodka-based, while the latter was crafted with white rum. After serving the drinks, the bartender wiped his hands and returned to the bar. The tavern played soothing music rather than wild rock, creating a comfortable atmosphere. The two enjoyed their drinks smoothly, pushing their glasses forward before heading into the casino. The bartender, initially considering stopping them, chose not to intervene, knowing patrons of the Earl's Tavern typically came either to savor fine drinks, engage in light gambling, or both. Upon entering the casino, they were met not with the anticipated cacophony, but rather the sounds of dice shaking and cards shuffling. Xiao Bufan requested a stake of 100,000, setting the stage for another round of empty-handed schemes. This time, he opted for a poker game, where each player would draw 3 cards from a deck of 54, seeking to outsmart their opponent based on their expressions. The victory condition was to win 2 out of 3 rounds, with the loser forfeiting part of their assets. With only 100,000 at his disposal, few were willing to challenge him, forcing him to take the initiative. He scanned the room, identifying a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man whose chips caught his attention. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bufan, the middle-aged man was also waiting for him to make a move, leading to an intriguing game of predator and prey. As the first round commenced, both players contemplated how to draw the superior cards from the 54 laid before them. However, Xiao Bufan had no intention of playing fair. System, bless me, he watched as his opponent selected a red heart 3. A black spade K, and a black club 8. Xiao Bufan silently chose a red diamond 5, a black spade Q, and a black club K. In the first comparison, the red heart 3 lost to the red diamond 5. Granting Xiao Bufan victory, the middle-aged man, who had hoped to leverage a small bet for a big payout, was now frazzled as his strategy unraveled before him. The subsequent rounds promised a tumultuous shift in fortune.